The Ferdium territory is in the northern part of the Britannia kingdom. It was a poor and desolate land located on the kingdom's border, constantly battling barbarians. I was born the heir to that territory. I was pathetic. I lived my life entirely of complaints, constantly comparing my circumstances with those of other noble children. Comparisons bred inferiority. Inferiority spilled out in reckless actions, leading to accidents. Others constantly pointed at me and mocked me. A scoundrel, a madman, a shut-in swordmaster, I lived through all sorts of insulting titles until, eventually, I fled my family in disgrace. Years passed as I wandered as a mercenary. Maybe I was lucky, but I managed to survive despite rolling through countless battlefields. As I gained skills, brushing up against death time and again, my fame grew, and so did my longing for home. I thought everything would be fine if I returned to the family back then. With regret and guilt over my foolish younger days, I thought I could return home and greatly help my family. But by the time I returned, my family and estate were already reduced to ashes. I couldn't do anything. All I did was run. I had to hide, discarding even my noble name, fearing the potential harm I could face. I had to become stronger. A new goal emerged within me. I endured years of agonizing pain, sharpening myself like a blade. I fought relentlessly against countless calamities that ravaged the continent. At some point, people began calling me by a new name, the King of Mercenaries, and eventually I stood among the 7 most powerful people in the world, in the glorious position known as the continent's 7 strongest. By then I lacked nothing in life, with countless subordinates, unmatched fame, and the skills to back it all up. But it still wasn't enough. However, I always felt an insatiable thirst, the downfall of my family, the regrets of my youth, and the realizations that came too late. Every night my past tormented me, and I couldn't sleep without a drink. My long-gone family and friends, the people of my land, they would never return. I regret it, the wars weren't over yet. The disasters that swept across the continent bathed the land in blood, and the people's anguished cries never ceased. But my heart could no longer contain those screams. It was time to put aside my regrets, even if only for a moment. I still had one thing left to do, because I was still too weak, still not enough, still too cautious, still, I had always made excuses, postponing what I had to do. Revenge? Yes, the time had come to exact vengeance on those who destroyed my family. Emptiness gnawed at me from within. I could delay no longer. Their blood would fill the void inside me. I set down the glass of liquor and gripped my sword. The king of mercenaries, Ghislaine, had raised an army. The news that someone ranked among the continent's 7 strongest was marching to war shocked everyone. Though Ghislaine was considered the lowest of the 7, the king of mercenaries' strategic value was said to be equal to the military force of an entire nation. Why did the king of mercenaries make such a choice? With the ongoing wars, Ghislaine's actions stirred up fury from many. Why cause internal strife now of all times? In response, he revealed the name and lineage he had hidden for so long. For me, avenging my family is more important. The target of his vengeance was the kingdom where his family once resided, the kingdom of Britannia. Ghislaine pointed his sword at the homeland he had left behind long ago. Drawn by his renowned reputation, many flocked to join the war. Among them were Ghislaine's loyal subordinates and those eager to seize an opportunity in the chaos, all raising their swords alongside him. My sole objective is the destruction of Britannia. Britannia was known as a military powerhouse, but Ghislaine, one of the continent's 7 strongest, was equally fearsome. Ghislaine had rampaged through the kingdom, smashing everything in his path with overwhelming force. However, his advance was suddenly met with fierce resistance. Strange, powerful individuals, whose names Ghislaine hadn't even known before, began appearing one after another, blocking his path. But these people weren't from Britannia. Why were those unrelated to the kingdom standing in Ghislaine's way? Something's up. Pushing aside his suspicions, Ghislaine calmly cut them down one by one as he pressed forward. He needed to end the war quickly if he wanted to win. But with the sudden appearance of these hidden powerhouses, his plans were thrown into disarray. As the war dragged on, the kingdom's finances quickly worsened. Many of his mercenaries, true to their nature, started abandoning him as they calculated the diminishing gains. Then, a decisive event took place that sealed the war's outcome. The noble knight Aiden, one of the 7 strongest on the continent, had joined the fray. The scales of victory rapidly tipped in the kingdom's favor. In the end, Ghislaine was forced to kneel before his enemies during the final battle. Carto, no, was your real name Ghislaine, so this is how it ends, Aiden said, laughing in amusement. The handsome man with golden hair, clad in shining armor, stood before him. Though his armor was cracked in several places, and his hair disheveled, evidence of the hard-fought battle, he bore no life-threatening injuries. In contrast, Ghislaine, kneeling before him, had been pierced by dozens of spears and swords, making it hard to find any part of his body untouched. Even as he bled, Ghislaine bared his teeth and smiled at Aiden. Damn bastard. I didn't expect you to get involved. Aiden chuckled again as he glanced around the battlefield. The area had been utterly devastated by the intense fighting. Corpses were piled up like mountains, and rivers of blood flowed through the ground. Your men all ran away, as expected of lowly dogs without pride. Cug, a capable mercenary, knows how to find a way to survive. If you can live, there's no need to die. Scoffing, Aiden raised his sword and brought it to Ghislaine's throat. Any last words? None. I only regret that I couldn't completely destroy the kingdom. Now kill me, you greasy bastard. How insolent. Aiden's lips curled in displeasure at Ghislaine's defiant attitude. I never liked you. A filthy mercenary being mentioned in the same breath as me. You think I enjoyed it, but to think you were a survivor of the Ferdium Count's family, that was a surprise. Ghislaine's eyebrow twitched. There was something strange in Aiden's tone, as if it was more than just idle chatter about a well-known fact. Seeing the confusion in Ghislaine's eyes, Aiden smiled in satisfaction. Leaning closer, he whispered into Ghislaine's ear. To think the Grand Duke of Ferdium was you. After your sister died, you disappeared, didn't you? There was a time we looked for you. How the hell do you know that? Aiden wasn't from the Retania Kingdom. He had no reason to know about something that had happened long ago in another country, and to say that he had been looking for him, of course I know. We were the ones who destroyed your family in collusion with the Delphine Duchy. What? Aiden's words struck Ghislaine's mind like a hammer. The Delphine Duchy, which had destroyed Ferdium, had long since raised a rebellion and seized control of the kingdom. That's why Ghislaine had no choice but to consider the kingdom itself as his target for revenge, but to think that even figures from other nations were involved in that affair. Unable to comprehend the situation, Ghislaine's body stiffened. He shouted urgently, his expression full of confusion. Are you saying someone was backing the duchy? Backing, that's not really a word I like. I'd rather say no. Explaining it to someone like you would be pointless. Just think of it as everyone being on the same side. Aiden, arrogant and obnoxious as ever, was a man who constantly preached about justice. That's why he was called the Noble Knight. It was simply unbelievable to think that someone like him was involved in the conspiracy to destroy Ferdium. Why the hell would someone like you interfere with our family? It's not even a fiefdom in your country. The world doesn't work that simply, but I suppose a lowly mercenary like you couldn't possibly understand such sophisticated reasoning. Then you getting involved in this war as well. That's right, to clean things up neatly. After all, I can't let any stains tarnish my name. As soon as Aiden finished speaking, he raised his sword. The moment that sword fell, Ghislaine's head would roll. You bastard, I will never forgive you. Ghislaine struggled to rise, but his already broken body couldn't even summon mana properly. You fool, this is the end. You should have just lived your life as a mercenary, knowing your place. With a cold sneer, Aiden swiftly swung his sword. Whoosh, for a moment time seemed to stop. A chilling sensation brushed against his neck. His vision began to spin. In the blooming blood, Ghislaine felt all the emotions that had tormented him thus far surge once more. Regret, emptiness, longing, sorrow. But in the end, the only thing that remained was a boundless, burning rage. There's talk about being reborn, isn't there? Why was it that the last words of a friend came to his mind? If I really were to be reborn, I would tear you all to pieces. His severed head rolled to the ground. With his eyes wide open in bitterness, the king of mercenaries, Ghislaine, met his end in vain. I'm alive. He was sure his head had been cut off. Could it have been an illusion? Ghislaine cautiously opened his eyes without moving his body. A tent, what he saw was a simple military tent, the kind typically used in camps. Was I captured? Judging from the lack of presence around him, it seemed he was the only one inside the tent. Moreover, he wasn't tied up. How arrogant of them to just leave me like this. It seemed they had underestimated him greatly, leaving him here without even tying him up. He cautiously tried to gather his mana, but the immense mana he once wielded, like a vast ocean, couldn't be felt at all. Did they do something to me after all? He slowly lifted his upper body and surveyed his surroundings. A sword was leaning against the side of the simple bed. They really must think I'm a joke. Even if he couldn't use his mana, the swordsmanship he had honed over the years hadn't disappeared. With just a single sword, he could kill hundreds of regular soldiers. I don't know what they're thinking, but I'll make them regret it. Mana was something he could recover after escaping this place. Rustle. Just then he sensed someone approaching the entrance of the tent. Ghislaine quickly lay back down and closed his eyes. A soldier entered, carrying something. Judging by the savory smell of soup, it seemed they were bringing him a meal. The smell of food made him a bit hungry, but now wasn't the time to be distracted by such things. As the soldier turned his back to prepare the meal, Ghislaine swiftly drew the sword and moved like lightning. "SHH, if you answer my questions obediently, I'll let you live." After a brief hesitation, he added softly, "Maybe." The soldier, startled by the sword at his throat, soon slumped as if resigned. Just as Ghislaine was about to ask his question, the soldier let out a sigh, sounding annoyed, and muttered, "Sigh, young master. Why are you doing this again? Are you bored? Can't you just return to the castle?" Ghislaine was at a loss for words, completely bewildered. Even if he were a prisoner, how could a mere soldier dare speak like this to the king of mercenaries? But then, this annoyance felt strangely familiar. Ghislaine, momentarily dumbfounded by the word Grand Duke, frowned and spoke. "Grand Duke, are you mistaking the king of mercenaries for someone else and daring to lock me up here? Where in the world is there such a king? Are you playing king this time? What is it that you're so dissatisfied with again?" Overwhelmed for a moment by the soldier's irritated tone, Ghislaine unwittingly spoke his honest thoughts. "I don't like being here." Then please just leave. You were napping, so why are you suddenly acting like this? Just leave. You're telling me that someone like you has the authority to release me. No, what authority? You followed us of your own accord, didn't you? You can just leave whenever you want." The voice was far too sincere to be an act. Only then did Ghislaine sense something was wrong and cautiously asked, "Where are we?" "Where? We're here to exterminate the orcs that appeared near the estate, aren't we?" Something seemed to tickle the back of his neck, like a memory trying to surface. "How did you suppress my mana?" At that, the soldier let out an incredulous chuckle. "What mana? You don't even train. Do you even know what mana is?" Even this blatant disrespect felt strangely familiar. Startled, Ghislaine began to look around his surroundings again. Then he spotted a flag hanging on one side of the tent and widened his eyes. A black background with a white wolf emblem. Why was the banner of Ferdium, a family that had already fallen, hanging here? Why is that here? Is this some kind of joke? Are you mocking me, waiting to see my reaction? The soldier, now too fed up to even respond, pushed Ghislaine's arm away and shoved the sword aside. As Ghislaine helplessly let the soldier have his way, his own hand came into view. "What the hell? What happened to my hand?" Hand, which had once been covered in unsightly scars, was now white and smooth. It looked like the hand of someone who had never trained a day in his life. Astonished, Ghislaine stared at his hand and then hurried over to a water basin in the corner. What? He gasped in horror at the reflection in the water. Lustrous golden hair, fair and transparent skin, delicate features. This was not the face of the mercenary king, whose face was permanently scarred and his eyes were sunken from alcohol. As Ghislaine screamed, startled by his own reflection, the soldier clicked his tongue. "He's lost it. Finally, he's completely lost it. I knew this day would come." Ghislaine took a step back, shocked at his own face. He cautiously looked into the basin again, only to be shocked again. Sure, the Grand Duke was a good-looking man, but being this surprised by his own face seemed like a bit much. It was clearly too much self-admiration. But Ghislaine was too busy examining his reflection to care about the soldier's thoughts. "I've gotten younger, haven't I? No matter how much I checked, I looked no older than my late teens. Could this be a dream?" Ghislaine pinched his arm slightly. The sharp pain snapped him back to reality. "It's not a dream, then. Was it the memory of becoming the king of mercenaries that was a dream?" He shook his head internally. It was far too vivid and brutal to have been a dream. It couldn't have been a dream. Every sense was screaming that this situation was real. Everything was real, not a dream. I had returned to the past with the memories of a life lived in the future. With a dazed expression, Ghislaine looked at the soldier and then covered his mouth with his hand. The soldier's attire and insignia were undoubtedly from the Ferdium estate. Pointing at the soldier with trembling fingers, Ghislaine's lips flapped without producing any sound until he finally let out one word of admiration. "Wow." The soldier sighed, looking up at the ceiling with an exasperated expression. "Please eat and return to the castle. You don't look well." The soldier turned as if to leave, but Ghislaine hurriedly grabbed him. Wait, what is it? So right, what's your name?" "Ricardo." That's a cool name. You've got a pretty handsome face, too." Yes, thank you. You're handsome as well, Grand Duke." At that, Ghislaine waved his hand awkwardly and laughed. It's been a while since I've heard that. After I got all these scars on my face, no one called me handsome." Ricardo stared at Ghislaine's smooth, white face, momentarily lost in thought. This guy doesn't even train properly, complaining about calluses on his hands, so what's all this about scars on his face? Though Ghislaine had always been a bit lacking, now it seemed he had indeed gone mad. Since Ricardo didn't respond, Ghislaine awkwardly plopped down into a chair. Anyway, the thing is, he hesitated for a moment, unsure how to explain this situation. But he soon decided, looking up at Ricardo with a serious expression. "Ricardo, listen, I know this is hard to believe, but the truth is, I died and came back to life. I've returned to the past." "You don't believe me?" After a moment of silence, Ricardo gave Ghislaine a sympathetic look. "You're not asking to go to a monastery or a tower, are you? When nobles were thought to be mentally ill, they were often sent to monasteries or towers." Ghislaine's reputation was already in the gutter due to his frequent mishaps. His status as the Grand Duke was the only thing that had kept him from being locked away, but if word spread that he was mentally ill, he would be immediately taken away. Understanding Ricardo's implication, Ghislaine tried to hide his startled expression, forcing a loud laugh. Haha, just joking, joking. This guy really doesn't get jokes. Ah, how could someone go back to the past? How could they come back to life? Hahaha. I'll be on my way now. Ah yeah, go ahead, I'll stay close by. As soon as Ricardo left, Ghislaine lowered his head deeply. This is driving me crazy. Of course, no one would believe him. He who had indeed returned to the past could hardly believe it himself, so how could anyone else? Anyway, it seems this was before I ran away from home. In his previous life, he'd boldly run away around this time, but since he saw a Ferdium soldier nearby, it seemed he hadn't run away just yet. I should start by trying to recall everything. If I wander around recklessly, I might actually end up imprisoned. Gathering his thoughts, Ghislaine carefully stepped out of the tent. Oh, the other tents around him, the soldiers standing guard, all caught his attention with new clarity. The tents were mainly worn out, looking like piles of trash. But because of that, Ghislaine was sure he had returned to the past. Back then, the Ferdium territory was impoverished. The soldiers who spotted him saluted as they passed by. They showed proper respect, but their faces were filled with thinly veiled contempt. That blatant disregard only reinforced his realization that he had returned in time. Heh heh heh. Laughter escaped him as he found the situation unbelievable. I've really returned to the past. He didn't know what kind of phenomenon this was, but the reason behind it didn't matter. Right now, his heart was pounding uncontrollably. Ahahahaha. Ghislaine spread his arms wide and looked up at the sky, laughing like a madman. The soldiers around him shook their heads in disdain, staring at him with pity, but he couldn't care less. I can fix everything, all the regrets and mistakes of the past, and even the despair that awaited in the future. The things that had tormented him his entire life hadn't happened yet. The people he'd always longed for, the ones he loved, were still alive in this time. But they aren't safe. Ghislaine's eyes filled with killing intent when that thought crossed his mind. The Delphine Duchy had destroyed the territory and the ones behind them. He couldn't be satisfied until he ripped those bastards to pieces. I'll kill them all. This time, things would be different from his past life. His mind was filled with the knowledge of the future. If he used that, he could become stronger faster than anyone else and prepare for every threat. Yes, with who I am now, I can do it. There's no need to rush. I'll hunt them down one by one. Ghislaine took a deep breath, cooling his heated body and mind. The first priority was to assess the current situation. Orcs, they said, if it's an orc subjugation right, it's definitely that time. The memory came back to him clearly. How could he forget the time he nearly died? Unable to bear the scornful looks directed at him, he'd recklessly joined the subjugation party to prove himself. Though calling it a subjugation party was generous, it was just one knight and about 30 soldiers. The orcs that appeared near the territory numbered only 3. Everyone thought that force would be enough. But it was, in reality, there were over 20 orcs in the vicinity. Orcs, who suddenly raided their camp, had ambushed the subjugation force. Ghislaine had almost lost his life as well. The damage had been more significant because Ghislaine had insisted on commanding. No doubt about it, it's today. Looking at the surrounding landscape and the layout of the tents, he was sure of it. Before they could even spend a night here, they had been ambushed by orcs and suffered near annihilation. Wait, how much time do I have left? Ghislaine hurriedly looked up at the sky. It was just past noon, and the sun had begun its slow descent. I need to prepare immediately. The orcs had charged in before sunset. At this rate, the orcs would appear soon. They didn't plan the attack either, so I still have a chance. The orcs had attacked the subjugation force merely by chance after encountering them. As long as he prepared in advance, they wouldn't suffer the same heavy losses as they did in his past life. If I was going to return to the past, couldn't it have been a little earlier? Ghislaine grumbled inwardly. Being suddenly thrown back to the past left him bewildered and disoriented. He hadn't even adjusted to the current situation, and now he had to deal with orcs immediately. Not like I can avoid it, though. In his previous life, many people had died here because of him. Although he had barely survived, he couldn't escape the blame. It was one of the reasons he had decided to leave his family. Now, he had a chance to correct the starting point of all those regrets. Avoiding it would only be foolish. All right, let's think of it positively. This is the first step toward changing the future. From this day forward, the territory's future would be completely different from his past life. When Ghislaine raised his head, there was no more confusion on his face. Only firm resolve remained. Well then, I suppose I should tell them there are 20 orcs, not just 3. Ghislaine, who had been walking to find the commander of the subjugation force, stopped momentarily. At this time, he was considered the northern region's scoundrel and a piece of trash. If he suddenly claimed that there were more orcs and they needed to prepare, they'd just dismiss it as another one of his insane ramblings. What should I do? I doubt they'll listen to reason. Persuasion only works when there's a basis in trust. In his current state, he would obviously be ignored, no matter what he said. After contemplating briefly, Ghislaine came up with a clear solution. I have no choice. I'll just have to take command myself. That's the only way. It left him feeling a bit uneasy, as it wasn't much different from his past life, but there was no other option. How did I take command back then? Ghislaine carefully searched his memory. He vaguely recalled what had happened. I'll take command. There are only 3 orcs. You think you'll get away with defying me? Once I inherit the territory, do you think I'll let you live? Are you looking down on me? I can do it. Just give it to me. He had simply thrown a tantrum. Haha, I really acted like a brat. Ghislaine let out a self-deprecating laugh. He had been so desperate not to be ignored despite lacking any real ability. It was the kind of thing that would make him kick his blankets in embarrassment later on. HMPH, there's no need to go that far. He still had to seize command, but he had no intention of behaving childishly like before. Unlike then, he had matured and gained a lot of experience. All right, let's approach this politely and with dignity. I'm an adult now. With a lighter step, Ghislaine went to find the knight leading the subjugation force. The knight immediately displayed his displeasure upon seeing Ghislaine. What brings you here? Ghislaine calmed himself with a cough at the blatant look of disdain. Wow, it's been a while since someone looked at me like that. Not used to it, but still I should speak softly and kindly. What was your name again? It's Skaven. Skaven clicked his tongue inwardly. How could someone who was supposed to be the Grand Duke of the territory not even know the name of one of his family's knights? This man clearly had no qualifications. Unaware of Skaven's thoughts, Ghislaine raised his voice deliberately. Oh, right. Sir Skaven, I came to talk about something important. What is it? Despite Skaven's blunt tone, Ghislaine didn't lose his smile. I need to speak politely, very politely, but wait, shouldn't he just give it to me if I ask? Give it to me. What? At the abrupt demand, Skaven looked puzzled. Ghislaine answered firmly. The command, hand it over. To Ghislaine, this was polite enough. After all, he wasn't hitting anyone. Skaven's expression turned dumbfounded at Ghislaine's sudden words. It was already annoying enough that someone completely useless had tagged along, but now he was demanding the command authority. Is he out of his mind? Skaven wanted to slap him immediately but held back with superhuman patience. After all, he couldn't just go around hitting the heir to the territory. I don't know why you're suddenly saying this, but it's impossible. I'm the commander of the subjugation squad, he added in his usual bit of disrespect. If Ghislaine got upset, he could just soothe him and send him away like always. It's impossible for you to lead the soldiers with your abilities, Grand Duke. Skaven braced himself, expecting Ghislaine to shout, but his reaction was different from usual. Is that so? Still, I'll take care of it this time. Skaven's eyes widened at Ghislaine's nonchalant response. What's this? Something feels off today. Why isn't he throwing a tantrum? The Grand Duke always radiated inferiority from the outside. His shoulders and back were slightly hunched, and he constantly glanced around nervously. When things didn't go his way, his face would flush red and he'd start yelling. But none of that was visible today. His shoulders were straight, his back upright, and his chin raised slightly, exuding arrogance. Even his eyes were devoid of emotion. His demeanor and aura were so commanding that even a swordmaster would have to take a step back. Did he eat something strange? What did we have for lunch today? It felt strange to see someone who usually just sat in a corner, getting angry, now acting this way. Still, Skaven wasn't too concerned. No matter how much he dressed up his exterior, the pathetic core wouldn't change. No, please go back and rest. I'll finish the subjugation quickly and return to the castle. I said I'll handle it. I told you it's not possible. I said I'll do it. Grand Duke, I'm doing it. Skaven suddenly felt suffocated, as though he had eaten a whole pile of sweet potatoes, leaving his chest tight and constricted. In the past, he could just curse the useless brat in his head, calm him down, and that would be the end of it. Now it felt like he was talking to a wall. Sighing deeply, Skaven tried again. I was entrusted with the command by the Lord. No matter what, I can't just hand over the authority the Lord has given me, even to you, Grand Duke. It's fine. Right now, my orders take precedence since I'm the one on the field. Shouldn't the on-site commander make decisions? Isn't that how it works on the battlefield? That on-site commander is me, not you, you creatively insane bastard. What do you know about battlefields? The more Ghislaine talked, the more ridiculous his words became. But his status was higher, and reasoning with him was impossible. It seemed the fool genuinely thought they were playing some kind of child's game of soldiers. Fine, what did I expect from that idiot anyway? I'll just let him play the commander role for show, and I'll just kill the orcs myself. If things got truly dangerous, he would have restrained the Grand Duke by force if necessary. In his mind, he wanted to gag that mouth spewing nonsense and throw him in prison right now. But he was a knight, and Ghislaine was the heir of the territory. Skaven forced himself to swallow his anger. This is filthy. I swear this time I'm really quitting for good. Even if he went to another territory, he'd at least receive better treatment and be able to work with more reasonable people. Firmly deciding to leave Ferdium after this mission, Skaven spoke to Ghislaine. Do you really have to do this? Of course. Understood, I'll hand over command to you, Grand Duke, but you'll have to take full responsibility as well. Oh great, I knew you'd come around. Let's get ready right away. Ready for what? Battle preparations. But we haven't even found the orcs yet. What are we preparing for? I don't feel like explaining. You wouldn't believe me anyway. Just leave it to the on-site commander. Ignoring the bewildered Skaven, Ghislaine immediately gathered all the soldiers. Since there were only about 30 of them, it didn't take long. The soldiers looked at Ghislaine with weary eyes. They were fed up with the Grand Duke's constant mishaps, always having to clean up after him, and now they couldn't even stand to look at him. Ghislaine smiled as he took in their expressions. Ah, how fickle the human heart is. In the past, these looks of disdain had fueled his rebellious behavior. The more they ignored him, the more trouble he caused. As the stares grew colder, his inferiority complex only deepened. Both he and the people watching him constantly simmered in their anger. It was a vicious cycle. But after dying and coming back, his first thought was that these were people he needed to protect. Their snarling is actually kind of cute. After staring at the soldiers for a while, Ghislaine spoke softly. The orcs will be charging in soon. Form a defensive formation and stand by. The soldiers, resigned to the fact that the Grand Duke was doing something crazy again, got into position. What the hell is this? This is so exhausting. The soldiers, standing in place, silently cursed him in their minds. Just as Skaven, watching them waste time, was about to say something to Ghislaine in the distance, they heard the sound of something large approaching in droves. The soldiers turned towards the noise, shouting in surprise. Oh, orcs, they're really coming. What the hell? Why are there so many of them? Dozens of orcs were charging straight towards them. Skaven, the actual commander of the subjugation squad, panicked as he drew his sword. This. Everyone, don't panic. Prepare for battle, huh? When he turned to look at the soldiers, his eyes widened. The soldiers had already raised their shields and lowered their spears, ready for battle. Because they had preemptively formed a defensive line, they were able to prepare for combat in an instant. If Ghislaine hadn't prepared them in advance, everyone would have been thrown into chaos by the sudden ambush. What is this? Skaven's eyes were wide as he stared at Ghislaine. Normally, Ghislaine would have been boasting, full of himself about his foresight, but instead he was busy checking the soldiers' condition. Even though they had preemptively formed a defensive formation, the sheer number of orcs was overwhelming. The soldiers, faces full of fear, were trembling. Ghislaine patted the shoulder of one of the nervous soldiers and said, Hey, why are you so scared? Afraid of those? What tusk, scared like that. Do you know what the most important thing in a fight is? What is it? The soldier, still in a daze, asked as Ghislaine replied leisurely. Momentum. You need momentum, just like those orcs over there. The soldier gulped and turned his head again. The orcs were charging toward them, exuding a wild and savage momentum as if they could tear their enemies apart in an instant. But watching the Grand Duke act so relaxed in this dire situation made everything feel unreal. Seeing the confused soldier, Ghislaine continued, Don't be afraid. If you get scared, you won't be able to fight properly and you'll die. Dying like that would be a real shame, don't you think? Ghislaine smiled softly. It reminded him of the days in his previous life when he trained new mercenaries. But the soldier, listening to him, was thinking seriously. Why is this idiot suddenly trying to act cool? Advice only has weight when it comes from someone credible. Hearing these words from a Grand Duke who was rumored to be less capable than even a regular soldier only made it sound ridiculous. Ghislaine noticed the expression on the soldier's face and suddenly frowned. It was obvious what he was thinking. Hey, why yes. You were cursing me in your head just now, weren't you? And no, sir. A brief silence fell before Ghislaine clicked his tongue and turned away. Sigh. I'm used to this kind of disrespect, but it still doesn't make it any easier. He, who was once one of the 7 strongest on the continent and the king of mercenaries, was being treated like this. If his subordinates from his previous life knew, they'd never stop teasing him. Well, I'll fix my reputation slowly over time. Ghislaine chuckled and moved forward, spinning his sword casually as he approached the orcs. Skaven shouted in alarm. Grand Duke, what are you doing? Get back, it's fine, just watch from there. What? I'll be right back. With that, Ghislaine darted forward. Damn it, stupid fool, if you want to die, die alone. Skaven gritted his teeth and signaled the soldiers to retreat. Once the soldiers were out of harm's way, he planned to pull Ghislaine back. But the scene that unfolded next made Skaven freeze like a statue. Gra! The leading orc swung its rusty axe toward Ghislaine as he approached. A fierce blow that looked as if it could split a human in half in an instant. However, Ghislaine simply stepped aside with a smile on his face. The missed axe smashed into the ground. At the moment when the orc, with a furious expression, tried to raise its axe again. With a sound cutting through the air, Ghislaine's sword flashed like lightning and sliced across the orc's throat. Grrr. The orc collapsed with a guttural sound, falling to the ground. The soldiers, seeing the orc writhing on the ground, stared in disbelief with their mouths agape. Orcs were monsters known for their thick hides. Without the use of mana, it was difficult to inflict serious wounds on them. Yet despite this, Ghislaine, who was clearly not capable of using mana, had severed the orc's neck in a single stroke. What is this? Even Skaven stood frozen, his lips moving but no words coming out, his face blank with shock. Even though he could use mana, he hadn't sensed any trace of its flow. That meant Ghislaine had incapacitated the orc with a single strike without using mana. Impossible. Mana was a supernatural force that allowed humans to surpass their limits. To kill an orc in one blow without using mana would require immense strength or extraordinary skill. Ghislaine, who had never trained and had a frail body, shouldn't have such monstrous power, so there could only be one reason he managed to kill the orc. Ghislaine possessed a swordsmanship skill beyond imagination, striking at the exact weak point at the perfect moment. Grrr. The orcs who had been charging suddenly stopped when the one at the front collapsed. They began to surround Ghislaine. Ghislaine smirked and curled his lips. Oh, lucky me. You're all coming at me first. That makes things easier. He had already gathered the soldiers and formed a line to reduce any potential casualties. He could kill as many orcs as there were, but it was difficult even for him to prevent the soldiers from getting hurt. Yet these foolish creatures were all rushing toward him. Almost felt like bowing in gratitude. Fighting without mana, it's been a while. With an arrogant smile, Ghislaine raised his sword. At this time, he knew his family's mana cultivation technique, but he had never properly trained in it. In his previous life, it wasn't until he left home and wandered as a mercenary that he began training for survival. And even then, at the beginning, he had to fight for his life without the use of mana. But now, while it was similar to those days, it was also different. In his mind, he possessed the culmination of swordsmanship he had honed over the years. Come at me, grrr. The orcs swung their axes wildly, but Ghislaine's strange, fluid movements made all their strikes miss. He dodged the attacks with minimal movement, using the force of the approaching orcs against them, slicing through the weakest part of their necks. Grrrk. With each swing of his sword, another orc spewed blood and collapsed. Phew, my body really isn't cooperating, Ghislaine muttered as he slashed his way through. This body from this era was pathetically weak. Even with just a little movement, sweat poured down like crazy and his muscles ached from the strain. It felt like his joints were creaking from the excessive movements. Yet, despite all this, a smile never left his face. He had spent decades in battle and slaughter. If he hadn't learned to enjoy fighting, he wouldn't have survived. This feeling of pushing his body to its limits, it was still proof that he was alive. Ghislaine narrowly dodged the orcs' attacks, taking them down one by one. Watching this, Skaven swallowed hard. Even though he could use mana, he couldn't move like that. How is the Grand Duke moving like that? It was clear he was struggling, but in the moments he dodged or attacked, there wasn't a single wasted motion. Skaven had never seen swordsmanship like this in his entire life. Incredible, as someone who trained in the sword, he found himself wanting to learn such perfect movements. It was like watching a swordmaster who couldn't use mana. No, maybe even more than that. If someone else had heard his thoughts, they'd think he was crazy, but he was almost spot on. The 7 strongest on the continent were all superhuman beings, beyond the limits of humanity. Their skills weren't just techniques, they were insights that pierced through the very essence of combat. Even without mana or a strong body, the experience and skill Ghislaine had accumulated allowed him to surpass those limitations. Crack. With another swing of Ghislaine's sword, yet another orc coughed up blood and collapsed. Grrrk. The remaining orcs began to retreat, stumbling back in fear. There had been more than 20 orcs, but now only 5 were left. In just a brief moment, most of them had been slain, their throats either slashed or stabbed by Ghislaine's blade. What done already? I haven't even warmed up yet, and you call yourselves a warrior race. Pathetic, Ghislaine taunted them, pointing his sword at the orcs with a smirk. Of course, his true thoughts were completely different. How I'm going to die at this rate. I just want to lie down. Was I really this weak back then? Wielding power beyond one's limits always came with a price. Ghislaine's frail body was starting to give out on him. Having suddenly pushed muscles and tendons that hadn't moved in a while, my entire body inevitably creaked with pain. Ghislaine discreetly counted the remaining orcs. While there are still 5 left, according to the initial calculation, I should have dealt with all of them by now, but my body was even more pathetic than I thought. Forget killing all the orcs, it was hard enough just to stay on my feet. Krrrk. Fortunately, it seemed my bluff had worked as the orcs slowly began to retreat. Though orcs were famous as a warrior race, wandering orcs valued their own lives more than battle. As soon as they realized they couldn't defeat the human before them, they completely lost their fighting spirit. Damn it, they can't run away. Growing anxious, I prepared to attack the orcs right away, but just as I moved, my legs suddenly gave out and I stumbled to the ground. Seeing my flustered expression, the orc's eyes gleamed. Graya, one of the quick-witted orcs wielding an axe, immediately charged at me. Skaven, who saw this, shouted in alarm as he rushed forward. "Your Highness!" Skaven's panicked cry rang out and the orc's axe swung toward me. Quang, rolling on the ground, I barely dodged the axe, which struck the earth just a hair's breadth away. Seizing the opportunity, I sprang up and swung my sword at the orc's neck. Pack! With a spray of blood, the orc collapsed. Skaven, who had been running toward me, abruptly halted his steps. I swept my hair back, flashing a relaxed smile. Heh, the plan succeeded. KRRR, the orcs began to retreat again. They must have thought I had deliberately shown a weakness to lure them in. But Skaven, staring at me with a confused look, seemed unsure. Is this real? Did he actually deceive them? Then why are his legs shaking like that? It wasn't just my legs. The hand holding my sword was trembling ever so slightly too. That was a sign that my muscles weren't responding properly. And yet my expression was as carefree as if I were out for a stroll. If this were all an act, I would have had the talent to become a renowned stage actor. As both the orcs and Skaven hesitated, uncertain of what was happening, I made up my mind. No choice, it's embarrassing, but I can't help it. Earlier, I had confidently told them just to watch, but now it was time to mobilize the soldiers. To be honest, moving my body was genuinely difficult, but I couldn't afford to show any weakness here. The enemy's morale would rise even further when I appeared weak. Putting on a stern expression, I turned to the soldiers. At this point, you should be able to handle them. Attack the remaining orcs now. However, the soldiers just blinked, not even thinking about moving. It was true that Ghislaine had displayed some impressive skills, but it was so unexpected that they couldn't adjust to it. Ghislaine also blinked as he stared at the soldiers. Not a single one is moving. He suddenly realized how utterly insignificant his treatment had been during this time period. Sure, he had been a scoundrel, but he never imagined the soldiers would disregard him to this extent. There was no choice. He had to call out names and give direct orders in times like this. "Ricardo, at least you step up. Block the front." He reluctantly called on someone he knew, but the handsome Ricardo cried out in horror. "No, I won't, don't do this. Why are you doing this to me? Wow, this is driving me crazy. Is there seriously not a single person here who listens to me?" Since the soldiers wouldn't obey him, he had no choice but to yell at the real commander. "Skaven, what are you doing? The orcs are escaping. Move already. Do you all want to die, you bastards?" Only after hearing Ghislaine's furious roar did the dazed Skaven snap back to reality. Yes, everyone attack. As expected, a real commander was different. The moment the order was given, the soldiers moved like clockwork. Waya, Skaven quickly stepped in to block the path of the orcs. The orcs had already turned to flee, but he was a knight capable of using mana. No one here could match his speed. While Skaven darted around, slowing the orcs' escape, the soldiers began to surround them. Ghislaine wanted to join in and deal with the remaining orcs, but his body wouldn't cooperate. It feels like my bones are twisting." Ultimately, he gave up moving and stylishly sat on the ground. In a battle, confidence and spirit were everything. Showing weakness was never an option. This was the essence of the mercenaries' fundamental principles of bluff and swagger. Thankfully, Skaven was a skilled enough knight that handling the remaining orcs wasn't difficult. Crag. Before long, the remaining orcs all collapsed. Ghislaine, who had been sitting and pretending to watch casually, smiled. "They're all dead. No one's injured or killed, right? So how was it? Wasn't it manageable for all of you?" At Ghislaine's question, the soldiers silently nodded in response. Honestly, they felt like they should say something, but no words would come out. The Ghislaine they knew was a pathetic piece of trash. He never trained or exercised properly, weak as could be, yet overflowing with arrogance. But that very same piece of trash had just displayed incredible swordsmanship and single-handedly slaughtered nearly 20 orcs. If people had known I was this skilled, I wouldn't have been treated so poorly all this time. "Why, Your Highness, are you all right?" Skaven asked, his eyes trembling as he looked at Ghislaine. He felt no different from the soldiers. This was unbelievable. Even the commander of the Ferdium Knights wouldn't have been able to show such swordsmanship. He wanted to grab Ghislaine and ask him how this was possible, but Ghislaine spoke first. I'm fine. Anyway, are we heading back to the castle now?" "Yes, we should return to the castle since we've killed all the orcs." "Good, then return to the castle right away." Skaven was puzzled by the urgency in Ghislaine's voice, but he couldn't bring himself to ask why. "Make sure to transport this body to the castle quickly and safely. We can't afford to die again, right?" Before Skaven could respond, Ghislaine lost consciousness and collapsed. Even the bluff and swagger of a mercenary had its limits. The first thing Ghislaine saw when he opened his eyes was a clean ceiling, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm alive." Having pushed his body to its absolute limit without mana, he had passed out. The aftereffects were still painful, but proved this wasn't a dream. Oh, this place. The room wasn't very large, but it was tidy and elegant, like something a noble would stay in. For some reason, the environment felt familiar, and Ghislaine tilted his head as if trying to recall a memory that was just out of reach. It looks like I'm back at the castle. Is this my room? It seemed quite some time had passed since he lost consciousness. Creak. Suddenly, the door swung open and a woman entered. When she saw Ghislaine looking around the room, she exclaimed in surprise, "Young master." "You've woken up, huh?" The woman, dressed neatly and with her black hair tied up, clapped her hands joyfully. Her face seemed oddly familiar. Startled, Ghislaine called out her name. Belinda. The woman standing before him was undoubtedly Belinda, his personal head maid and tutor. Even when all of Ferdium despised Ghislaine, she had always stood by his side. To meet her again like this, Belinda. Ghislaine leaped from the bed and hugged her tightly. "Why are you acting like this all of a sudden?" "Did you do something wrong again?" Belinda asked gently, trying to calm him down. Ghislaine stepped back and gave her a broad smile as he answered, "No, I'm just happy to see you. We see each other every day. What's suddenly making you so happy?" As she eyed him suspiciously, Ghislaine met her gaze and spoke earnestly. "The truth is, I died and came back to life. Yes, yes. You died to an orc and then resurrected in your bed." "Wow, how amazing," she cut him off, sensing he was about to spout nonsense again. "No, that's not it." She quietly approached Ghislaine and whispered in his ear, "Master, you do realize you're in a dangerous situation, right? If the maids hear and rumors spread, you could really end up locked up." At her words, Ghislaine nodded with a resigned expression. As expected, conveying sincerity was complicated when one had terrible credit. "By the way, where am I? Where else? You're in your room, master. Anyway, I'm glad you've woken up." He looked around again. It was a sight deeply ingrained in his memory. Familiar, yet distant, a space that evoked memories. It was definitely the room he used when he was younger. Belinda continued speaking as he took in the room with a fresh perspective. "You seem to be feeling better. You've sweat quite a bit, so you should bathe first." She turned around and shook the golden bell that was on the table a few times. Ding, ding. Soon after, the door opened and a few maids rushed in. "Prepare the bath for the master." "Yes, head maid." The maids hurried over to Ghislaine, practically dragging him away as if they were about to lift him. Flustered, Ghislaine was taken away just like that. After he finished freshening up, Ghislaine stood in front of the mirror again. Unlike his reflection in the water, the image in the mirror appeared vividly real. "I can't believe this." The person reflected in the mirror was the picture of a nobleman. The scars that used to cover his face, the cruel glint in his eyes, and the terrifying expression he had grown used to, none of them were there anymore. Only the handsome, bright face of the past Ghislaine remained. Belinda chuckled softly while he stood there staring at the mirror with a dazed expression. "Do you like your face that much?" "Yes, I like it a lot." Belinda made a slightly awkward expression at his confident reply, with no hint of shame. As she watched, Ghislaine continued to gaze endlessly into the mirror. It wasn't easy for someone to suddenly become so captivated by their own face. "Wow, he really seems to like it. Well, staring at the mirror is better than causing trouble, I guess." Though the atmosphere felt a bit strange today, it wasn't unusual for the master to act odd now and then. "You should rest a little more." With those words, Belinda shook her head and left the room. Even after she left, Ghislaine continued staring at the mirror for a long time. Creak. He had no idea how much time had passed when the door quietly opened and a young girl peeked her face in. "Brother." "Alina," Ghislaine, seeing her face, shouted in surprise. A girl of about 16 or 17 with blonde hair. It was his younger sister, Alina. Seeing her, Ghislaine felt as though his heart had dropped. Suddenly thrust back into the past, he had been so busy fighting battles that he hadn't had the chance to organize his thoughts. But at the sight of his sister's face, one event came into sharp focus in his mind, untangling from the jumble of memories. Wait, how many days are left? In his previous life, Ghislaine faced a torrent of blame after the subjugation force was annihilated. Although he'd caused many problems, that was the first time so many people had died because of him. If only I hadn't given such a sloppy command back then. The vassals had insisted on imprisoning him, and unable to bear the situation, Ghislaine had resolved to leave his family. Yes, the battle with the orcs was just the beginning. His heart began to race. While he was living with that heavy decision to leave, the incident had occurred. The accident that happened to Alina had been the decisive factor in his leaving the family. Alina, as Ghislaine called her name grimly, Alina, startled, answered. What? How long until the festival?" "A week." Ghislaine covered his face with his hands so she wouldn't see and laughed silently. He couldn't suppress the laughter. If the day he failed to defeat the orcs and decided to leave amidst all the blame had been a turning point, then there was another day that truly changed his life. How could he forget, even after decades? His eyes, hidden behind his hands, filled with a cold, murderous intent. "The day I most wished I could go back to. The memory that tormented me all my life. In a week, Alina would die." As Ghislaine suddenly grabbed my face and his shoulders began to shake, Alina showed a slightly frightened expression. It was because her brother was the type who could snap and do something crazy at any time. Oh no, it's nothing." but wow, it's really been a long time. Ghislaine spread his arms wide, looking emotional. Alina's death had been a painful memory that haunted him for his entire life. Seeing her alive again, he felt an overwhelming joy swelling in his chest. He didn't express his emotions in words. True to his title as the King of Mercenaries, he always expressed himself physically and boldly. Alina. As Ghislaine approached with open arms, Alina's face turned pale momentarily. "Why, I really missed you, but I just saw you a few days ago. Wait, why are you acting like this? Don't come any closer. Grab." Ghislaine hugged Alina tightly, closing his eyes. An emotion so overwhelming it almost brought tears wrapped around his entire body. "Eek, why are you being so creepy all of a sudden?" Alina was genuinely flustered. The truth was, she and Ghislaine didn't have the best relationship. Driven by his inferiority complex, Ghislaine was always quick-tempered and made those around him feel exhausted. There was no way he had been affectionate towards his younger sister. "What kind of prank is this? What are you plotting now?" Alina twisted her body, pushing Ghislaine away. Just as she was about to fire another retort, she froze the moment she looked at her brother's face. Soft eyes, a smile filled with unexplained longing. It was an expression of Ghislaine's that she had never seen before, and for a moment, it left Alina feeling choked up. She didn't know why she felt this way. Why is he acting like this? Did he cause trouble again? And why are his eyes all unnecessarily teary? Alina stared at Ghislaine suspiciously. On the other hand, he was still smiling brightly, as if he couldn't be happier. Though she didn't know the reason, that smile felt sincere at that moment. He's kind of like how he used to be, when their father was always away on campaigns, and after their mother passed away, the two siblings relied on each other. As time passed and Ghislaine became a scoundrel, their relationship had grown distant, though. As Alina squinted and continued to stare at him, Ghislaine cleared his throat. "I'm just happy to see you. Anyway, what are you doing in my room?" "Wow." Alina looked at him stunned, as if she couldn't believe what she heard. Ghislaine hadn't reacted like this a few days ago when she visited. "Get lost, don't loiter in front of me and ruin my mood. I find your presence incredibly unpleasant." That was the kind of response she was used to hearing from him. Truthfully, Alina hadn't wanted to come, but she had heard that Ghislaine had nearly died to an orc, so she visited out of courtesy. "Well, Belinda told me to check on you. I heard you were in danger from an orc, but you seem fine." Belinda needed to think rather simplistically. She probably hoped that the siblings' relationship would improve if Alina came to visit. Since Belinda kept asking, Alina eventually gave in and visited, but to her surprise, Ghislaine seemed to be in good shape. She had expected him to be bedridden with a fever, not welcoming her so cheerfully. "Orcs, I handled them all. It was nothing. I'm very strong, you know." As Ghislaine shrugged and acted smug, Alina couldn't help but let out a laugh. "What? You came back after collapsing, didn't you?" "Oh, what are you talking about? Listen to this. You want to hear how I dealt with those bastards?" Ghislaine began gesturing wildly as he recounted his tale of valor. Watching him boast so exaggeratedly made Alina burst into laughter. Seeing him show off was funny, and it wasn't so bad to see her brother in such a bright mood for a change. "So I called for that guy, Ricardo. Oh, I know who he is. That flirt of a soldier, right? You know him. Well, he is good-looking. He's famous. Do you know how popular he is with the ladies?" "HMPH sounds like he's as much of a scoundrel as Aiden." "Aiden, who's that?" "There's someone. A really bad guy." Ghislaine's eyes briefly gleamed with a hint of malice, and Alina's face reflected a knowing expression as if to say, "Of course, there it is." She had thought he was doing better, but it seemed he wasn't completely back to normal yet. Still, this was an improvement, even if slight. She would have to keep watching him since his mood could change at any moment. "I'll get going now. Take care of yourself." "Yeah, next time I'll tell you about the time I killed a dragon." "Oh, did you kill it in your dreams? Do you even know what a dragon is?" After hearing Ghislaine's exaggerated, heroic tale, Alina left in good spirits. Although he was a bit odd, this version of Ghislaine, who was full of bluster, was much better than before. In the past, his temperament had made even a brief conversation unbearable. Even after Alina had left, Ghislaine stood staring at the door for a long time, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I've never forgotten you, not for a single moment." He could never forget the sight of Alina, found brutally murdered and mutilated, nor have I forgotten the others. He couldn't erase the memory of returning to the estate and finding the decapitated bodies of his father and their vassal hung at the gates. "I was a coward and a disgrace." He remembered how, out of fear, he had run away, unable to do anything. The smile on Ghislaine's face suddenly vanished, replaced by a chilling atmosphere. "The opportunity to set everything right has come back to me." He was no longer the pathetic, disgraceful nobleman from his past life. "I will prevent the fall of Ferdium." Ghislaine hurriedly found a pen and paper and scribbled down as much as he could remember about the future. He had a rough idea of the significant events that would unfold across the continent. While he couldn't recall exact dates, he had a general sense of the timeline, which would help guide his next steps. "First, I need to save Alina. In a week, the festival would begin." This festival, meant to pray for prosperity, also marked the start of the harvest season. Even in the harsh northern territories, where battles with barbarians were never-ending, people held festivals, praying for better times. Think back then, at the time, Ghislaine was so fed up with the constant criticism and scorn that he decided to leave the family estate. The festival began amidst that turmoil, and at Alina's urging, he went out with her to enjoy the celebration. But with his mood in shambles, he couldn't care less about the festival. He eventually returned to the castle alone. After all, it was a festival held within the territory, and Alina had her knight escorts, so he didn't give it much thought. Then Alina disappeared. It wasn't long after Alina and her knights went missing that their bodies were found. That incident was the final straw. Ghislaine couldn't bear it any longer and fled the castle, avoiding the whispers and rumors that plagued him. That was the last time Ghislaine set foot in Ferdium. I should have been with her, though in truth it probably wouldn't have made a difference. Back then, Ghislaine had been far too weak to protect anyone. Still, the guilt of leaving Alina and returning to the castle alone haunted him for the rest of his life. Could it be, was Alina's death orchestrated by the Delphine Duchy? In his previous life, it was revealed that the person who killed Alina was a young noble from another territory who had come to watch the festival. Naturally, those accused of the crime denied it, claiming they had been falsely framed, but Ferdium got dragged into a territorial war and suffered heavy losses. From that point on, a series of large and small incidents unfolded, making the situation worse and worse. Something stinks like goblin dung. Ghislaine didn't know the exact details of what had happened afterward because he left before the territorial war erupted. All he knew was the general flow of events, pieced together from information he had gathered during his quest for revenge. At first, he had assumed it was a preemptive strike, destroying territories that might rebel, but everything became suspicious once he learned that Aiden had been involved in Ferdium's downfall. It was clear now that there had been a conspiracy. Why would they destroy such a poor, useless territory? Even if they conquered it, they'd just end up fighting the barbarians in our place. There were hidden resources nearby, but no one knew about them during this time. It was something Ghislaine had investigated repeatedly in his previous life, wondering if those resources were the reason. Well, it doesn't really matter what the reason is. I'll just kill them all. Ghislaine's expression hardened with cold resolve. In his previous life, he had targeted only the Delphine Duchy for revenge, believing them to be behind everything. But now, things were different. He didn't know who Aiden referred to as us, but whoever opposed Ferdium would be wiped out. Ghislaine tapped his chin with his fingers, lost in thought. Alina and the knights' bodies were found in the slums, right? There was no reason for them to go there during the festival. Someone must have lured them or taken them by force. At least one thing is certain. Alina's death was the starting point of Ferdium's decline. In that case, I just need to fix things from the very beginning. He organized his thoughts and immediately left his room. I need to get my body into shape as quickly as possible. The problem is I don't have much time. Just 1 week, Ghislaine wandered around the Lord's castle. It had been so long since he had lived in Ferdium Castle that he barely remembered its layout or the faces of the servants. Everyone he passed greeted him, but their expressions weren't pleasant, mostly a mixture of indifference or silent disdain. I'm not that terrible of a person. At this point in time, he was probably seen as a touchy, irritable person who everyone wanted to avoid. Master, Ghislaine Master. As he wandered, someone called his name and came running, out of breath. Oh, Fergus, it was Fergus, one of the knights who had served as his guardian. He was old enough to have retired and taken it easy, yet he had remained in the castle, faithfully staying by Ghislaine's side. Fergus stood in front of him, bowing deeply and panting heavily. How far has he been running? If assassins showed up now, it would be unclear who would be protecting whom. Still, his loyalty was something to admire. Later, Ghislaine had learned that Fergus had worried about him until the day he died, even after Ghislaine had fled the estate. Huff, huff, master, where have you been wandering off to alone? Belinda didn't know either, so this old man has been searching for you everywhere. Fergus spoke while still gasping for air. He must have been running all over the place in a hurry. Geez, how old am I that you still call me master? Haha, in this old man's eyes, you still look like a child. With how frail Ghislaine's body was now, he must have appeared even younger. Ghislaine let out a sigh. Lately, he'd been hearing things he never could have imagined during his days as the king of mercenaries. If that's how you see it, then I guess that's how it is. But why did you seek me out? Heh, it's only natural I follow you when you're on the move, young master. Why are you suddenly asking? The old knight looked warmly at Ghislaine, and meeting that gaze made Ghislaine flinch for a moment. Right, at this time in his life, Ghislaine had rejected even his bodyguards due to his inferiority complex and anger. It felt like everyone was his enemy, like they were all mocking him. But Fergus and Belinda, who had looked after him since childhood, were the exceptions. It was only after losing what was precious to him that he realized their worth, how foolish he had been. Ghislaine suddenly felt a sting in his nose and pulled Fergus into a tight hug. He had intended to keep his actions discreet, but the joy of reuniting with someone so dear was hard to contain. Old man, live a long time. Let's live long together, okay? Dying, it's really a terrible feeling. Startled by Ghislaine's sudden action, Fergus laughed awkwardly. Heh, why are you acting like this all of a sudden? It's like we haven't seen each other in ages. So he noticed. As expected, age hadn't dulled his instincts. Well, Fergus would believe anything I say. After all, he was the loyal knight who stood by Ghislaine even when everyone cursed his name over the orc subjugation incident. With his mind made up, Ghislaine spoke with determination. Old man, listen carefully. This is really important. The truth is I died and came back to life. Enough of your jokes. So he doesn't believe me after all. Yeah, anyway, just live long. It's not easy coming back to life. Of course, I'll live at least until you get married, young master. Marriage, you say? Ghislaine gave a bitter smile. Love, marriage, now wasn't the time to even consider those things. With the destruction of the territory looming, who could I blame if I died worrying about such matters? Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Ghislaine resumed walking with long strides. Fergus hurriedly followed behind, asking, but where are you going all of a sudden? The training grounds. I need to get some practice in. Fergus gasped in shock, clutching his chest. Why, young master, training, huff, cough. Whoa, what's wrong with you, old man? Get a grip. Breathe, I said breathe. Why does no one believe anything I say? Thanks to Ghislaine's quick response when performing chest compressions, Fergus barely managed to start breathing again. Where did you learn something like this? That's not what's important. You almost had your body and soul split just now. Do you think coming back to life is easy? My heart's gotten weaker with age. It sometimes acts up when I'm startled. Ghislaine had wished him a long life, but they had almost parted ways right after meeting today. Clicking his tongue, Ghislaine massaged Fergus's hand. Later, I'll brew some mandrake root tea for you. For now, go get some rest. But I still need to escort you, young master. No, please, just go rest. You're driving me crazy with worry. At this rate, I'll have to be the one escorting you. Then at least let me stay by your side while you train. Unable to win against Fergus's stubbornness, Ghislaine reluctantly nodded. Even if Fergus was called a bodyguard, it was only in name. In reality, he was more like a nanny who followed Ghislaine around the castle. Due to his age, there wasn't much Fergus could do. If Ghislaine had taken this away from him, Fergus would have lost the little joy he had left in life. After briefly looking around the castle to get his bearings, Ghislaine headed straight to the private training grounds. The place was filthy and abandoned, with no one guarding it or keeping it clean. Looking at the neglected training ground, Ghislaine became lost in thought. Why was I like that back then? An environment where he could entirely focus on mana cultivation and training was something he couldn't have even dreamed of during his mercenary days. Indeed, leaving home leads to a life of hardship. As he reflected on this newfound realization, Ghislaine called a servant to clean the training grounds. Are you really planning to train? Fergus asked. Yeah, I need to work hard now. You've made a wise decision. Absolutely. Fergus was genuinely happy. Others would mock whatever Ghislaine did, thinking he was just all talk. But Fergus was always the only one who believed in him, saying the young master was just temporarily lost. While Fergus guarded the entrance to the training grounds, Ghislaine entered and began his mana cultivation. I don't have much time left, but I need to push myself as far as possible. He had the knowledge and experience accumulated from his previous life. If he used it well, he was confident he could grow stronger faster than anyone else. But there wasn't enough time. A week, it's tight, but it's not impossible. Compared to his past life, his current body was in such terrible shape that it made him sigh. To turn such a weak body into one of steel in just a week. That would be impossible, even if he were reborn several times over. However, if he could just manage to control mana, his physical abilities would improve drastically. At the very least, I need to get to the point where I can handle mana. If he combined it with the experience from his past life, even with this wretched body, he could handle most knights. SSSSS, under Ghislaine's will, the surrounding mana began to move, flowing into his body and gathering once again in the core below his navel. He had swiftly reached the stage of absorbing and converting mana into his body, a remarkable feat considering he had previously been unable to sense mana at all. If others saw this, they would have been startled. However, for Ghislaine, who had practiced mana cultivation even on the battlefield, this was as easy as breathing. The excess mana that couldn't be stored within his body scattered outward, becoming a reddish haze. What a waste! Ghislaine's method of mana cultivation was still incomplete. It was a technique he had recklessly modified from his family's original method, adjusting it to suit his own body. Because it had been refined through actual combat, the technique carried a dense aura of killing intent and lacked stability, but it was fast and effective. Even in his previous life, this modified cultivation technique allowed him to rise to the ranks of the powerful. I had a stroke of luck too. His position as one of the continent's 7 strongest was thanks to a grimoire he had accidentally discovered in an ancient ruin. An incomplete grimoire with no name, old and tattered, with only half of it remaining. Yet, it was from that grimoire that Ghislaine drew inspiration to recreate his mana cultivation technique. Wuong, mana gathered in Ghislaine's right chest, forming a new core. Unlike others who only used the core naturally present in their bodies, he had artificially created one in an entirely different location. Wuong, another core soon formed in his left chest. Goong, the cores, arranged in a reverse triangle, including the one below his navel that he had from birth, quickly interconnected and circulated mana. This was the advantage of Ghislaine's unique cultivation method, which only he could use. The explosive power produced by these multiple cores working together was extraordinary. This very strength allowed Ghislaine to carve his name among the continent's 7 strongest and earn the title of King of Mercenaries. However, where there are strengths, there are also weaknesses. Ghislaine's cultivation technique was problematic because of the extreme instability of the energy. As expected, it's difficult to manage. The mana stored in the 3 cores began to struggle, trying to burst out of his body. Ghislaine focused his mind, suppressing the resistance and forcing the mana to obey his control. I'll have to fix this slowly as well. While he could release immense power explosively, it consumed an enormous amount of mana in a short time. In his previous life, with a vast reservoir of mana akin to an ocean, it hadn't been a significant issue unless he faced an opponent of the same caliber. But now, things were different. He had to reserve the explosive bursts for critical moments to use his limited mana efficiently. SSSSS. For now, 3 cores will have to do. With just 3 cores, he could handle most nights. Ghislaine decided to focus on stabilizing his mana rather than increasing the number of cores. Even during my time as the King of Mercenaries, controlling 5 cores was the limit. The burden multiplies every time an additional core is added. Anyway, my body won't be able to withstand more than this. Although the amount of mana stored in the 3 cores I had just created wasn't entirely satisfying, this was my limit for now. But Ghislaine did not intend to be content with this state forever. He would perfect this incomplete martial technique and grow even stronger in this life. The source of Ghislaine's power was revenge and anger. In his previous life, the only reason he was able to reach the pinnacle of strength was because he endured bone-crushing suffering, driven solely by vengeance. He constantly recalled the final moments of his past life, never forgetting that resolve. Aiden, this time I will sever your head. Aiden, the noble knight with whom Ghislaine had last crossed swords in his previous life. As he remembered him, Ghislaine furrowed his brow. The more I think about it, the more furious I get. Aiden had already worn him down and had the audacity to bring his knights to fight. Aiden was an opponent Ghislaine couldn't guarantee victory against, even in a one-on-one duel, and now he had to deal with them attacking in unison. There was no way to hold out. That coward, if we had fought one-on-one, I would have won. Ghislaine ranked 7th among the 7 strongest on the continent, while Aiden ranked 5th, but the rankings meant nothing. They were just arbitrary numbers people assigned based on timing and reputation. In reality, their skills were almost identical, and the outcome of a fight could change depending on their condition that day or the surrounding circumstances. I know this all too well. When you're one of the 7 strongest, you can't help but have immense pride. So even when ignorant people said such things, it made him strangely irritated. In his previous life, his last drinking companion, the one-man army, who was also called the Archmage, would occasionally tease him like this. I'm ranked 3rd and you're ranked 7th. Yup, you really suck at fighting. Quit talking nonsense. Are you bored? Want to spar for old time's sake? Whenever they bantered like that, the area around them was devastated, and the terrain changed so much that their subordinates begged them many times to stop. Damn it, now I'm pissed again. Thinking about it now, he got worked up all over again. Even though they both knew it wasn't true, it was infuriating when the other person acted childish. Maybe it was his innate fighting spirit, or perhaps the desire to assert his rank was a primal instinct embedded deep within him. Fine, this time I won't just be one of the 7 strongest. I'll become the strongest on the continent. After all, even in his previous life, he never thought he'd lose to any of the other members of the 7 strongest. He always believed that you wouldn't know until you fought. His opponents probably thought the same, except for one person, but that was the only exception. The continent's greatest sword, that man was certainly strong. The first spot in the ranking of the 7 strongest on the continent, acknowledged by all. Even Ghislaine, who was confident in his own skills, had thought, this might be tough when facing him. The moment he recalled that overwhelming prowess, his heart cooled. Even though he had returned to the past, he still felt like he couldn't beat that massive wall. No, Ghislaine Ferdium, you idiot. What pathetic thoughts. What reason do you have to feel intimidated already? Sure, the continent's greatest sword had indeed been strong back then, but there was no reason to get scared in advance. I'm young now too. Ghislaine had the experience and knowledge he accumulated in his past life, and now he had the youth to fully use them. He could give it a try. Of course, the most important goal was to prevent the destruction of his territory and family. However, if he didn't have the desire to become the best, a fighter's thirst for challenge, he wouldn't be able to improve his skills either. I'll crush them all. In this life, he would put an end to the duchy and the bastards hiding behind it, and he would become the strongest, no matter what. Ghislaine's eyes glowed red as he clenched his teeth. Until the festival began, Ghislaine focused on rebuilding his basic physical condition. While concentrating on training, he also made efforts to eat and converse with Alina whenever he had the chance. It's still a bit awkward, though, but Alina seemed to be slowly accepting his changes, and their relationship was improving compared to before. Have you started training again lately? Yeah, as the heir to a knight's family, I can't afford to slack off. You used to hate that kind of thing, didn't you? You'd say stuff like, only idiots study or train. If I just give the orders, they'll handle it. Why should I bother? You even used to frown like this. Did I say that? Alina mimicked a scowling expression, and Ghislaine just shrugged. He knew he had always been full of complaints, but honestly, he didn't remember every stupid conversation in detail. Yeah. Dad said it was annoying, too. He mentioned how it'd be nice if you'd hurry up and take over as lord so he could retreat to the countryside. Well, I guess I was a pretty terrible son. It was a line that clearly drove home how much of a mess he'd been in his past life. If you work hard, maybe Dad will return and be happy, who knows? Ghislaine's father, the Count of Ferdium, was currently on an expedition in the northern region. Only the troops meant to maintain public order were left in the territory. If the main force was away and a chaotic festival was approaching, it would be the perfect time for external forces to cause trouble and flee. This was something Ghislaine had never realized in his previous life. Now that he was aware of it, he became even more convinced that Alina's death back then hadn't been a mere coincidence. All right, I'm off to train. Since when did you start working so hard? I wonder how long it'll last this time. Leaving Alina, who was muttering to herself, behind, Ghislaine headed back to the training grounds. Time passed, and the day of the festival finally arrived. It's today. After strapping his sword to his waist and finishing his preparations, Ghislaine headed to Alina's room. Alina, who was about to enjoy the festival, looked puzzled when she ran into him. Aren't you training today? Are you going to the festival too, brother? Yeah, let's go together. Wow, this is a surprise. You're actually coming to the festival with me. Well, it's only right to enjoy a festival. You've really changed. Alina turned to her maids and told them to take the day off. They were still either afraid or uncomfortable around Ghislaine, so she had dismissed them. As Ghislaine escorted her, he fell deep into thought. It's different from before. In his previous life, Alina had always been the one to ask him to go out with her because he was constantly in a foul mood. Her suggestion had been a gesture of consideration, hoping that the festival might cheer him up, even just a little. But now, since Ghislaine had changed his behavior in this life, Alina no longer felt the need to ask first. How he acted affected how those around him responded, and even his future was shifting subtly. Even if the major events remain the same, I can't calculate every small change. I have to adapt to the situation. He knew those were targeting the Ferdium family, but the more he interfered with their plans, the more their methods would evolve. Even if he knew the future, it was up to him to use that knowledge appropriately based on the current circumstances. There can be no mistakes. As he reminded himself of this, Ghislaine wandered through the festival with Alina. While Alina seemed to be genuinely enjoying herself in the bustling crowd, Ghislaine's mind remained clouded, unable to immerse himself fully in the festival atmosphere. This is strange. How did we end up near the slums? Alina had been enjoying the festival in the crowded central area and showed no signs of wanting to go to the slums. No one had called her there either. Perhaps the future had shifted slightly just because he had decided to accompany her this time. After wandering around for a while longer, Alina stretched and muttered with a hint of boredom. It's fun, but since it's the same every year, it gets a little dull. Festivals were typically repetitive, and given that their impoverished territory had limited resources for preparations, it was no wonder she found it monotonous. Isn't there anything more exciting? As she aimlessly glanced around in mild disappointment, one of her escort knights approached and whispered something. My lady, shall we go somewhere else then? Where? The escort knight, who smiled warmly, was named Jamal. He had been one of Alina's personal guards for a long time and had a good reputation within the castle. I heard that something special is happening a bit further out near the outskirts. Really? What is it? Well, that's just what my friend told me. I don't know the details, but they said it's supposed to be quite stimulating. Really? Let's go, I want to see it. Alina's eyes sparkled as she excitedly exclaimed, eager to go and check it out. Ghislaine quietly observed Jamal's face. So it was you. Ghislaine had considered various possibilities for how Alina might have gotten into an accident. Among them was the assumption that a traitor could exist within the castle. Naturally, he had doubts about the bodyguard knight, but he thought it was Jamal who had been guarding Alina for so long. What do you think? Shall we go take a look as well, my lord? Yeah, let's go check it out. Nodding lightly, Ghislaine followed Jamal along with Alina. Pushing through the bustling crowd, they soon veered off to a quieter area, eventually entering the slums. Although the journey took some time, Alina eagerly walked on, filled with excitement at the prospect of seeing something new. The eerie atmosphere unique to the slums scared her a little, but with the bodyguard present, she didn't seem overly concerned. Ghislaine quietly observed the other bodyguard, Philip. "Is this guy in on it too?" Philip's face was slightly flushed, and he walked silently, looking awkward. In his previous life, Alina, Philip, and even Jamal had been found as corpses. If both of them were traitors, the reason for their deaths was obvious. They must have been silenced. The cost of being involved in the dangerous conspiracy of killing the Lord's daughter wasn't cheap. Typically, one had to risk their own life, but it seemed neither of them had thought that far ahead. "This is the place." As the group arrived at a clearing, Jamal excitedly shouted. Surrounding the open space were dilapidated, rundown houses. Every path was littered with discarded materials and trash. Of course, the piles of trash scattered around would make it difficult to escape. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that the layout had been deliberately manipulated. At first glance, it looked like ordinary garbage, but the exits were skillfully blocked. "What's supposed to be here? It's just trash everywhere." Alina furrowed her brow. After spending time and effort to come all this way, the dismal scene clearly irritated her. Her voice turned sharp as her disappointment grew, and Jamal frantically waved his hands. "It's just not ready yet. Soon, people will come and show you something amazing." "HMPH, forget it. I'm going back." "Let's go, brother." Alina wasn't a fool. Though she spoke calmly, her unease was evident. She had trusted her longtime bodyguard and followed him, only to be led to a place filled with nothing but trash. It was enough to raise suspicion. "My lady, isn't it a waste to leave without seeing the show after coming all this way?" Jamal blocked her path, grinning slyly. His face had been tense a moment ago, but now his attitude brimmed with confidence as if he no longer cared what happened. "Move aside, I'm going back. Just wait a moment, will you?" "Philip." Alina turned toward Philip, her face filled with anger. However, he simply moved to stand beside Jamal without uttering a word. Could it be both of them? Terrified, Alina clutched Ghislaine's arm tightly. With both bodyguards acting suspiciously, an ominous feeling crept over her. Why are you doing this? What's going on?" She barely managed to speak, her voice trembling slightly. Jamal laughed as if it were nothing. "I don't hold any grudge against you, my lady. You've been kind, and being your bodyguard hasn't been bad." "Then why?" He shrugged his shoulders. "A job with better conditions came along, that's all. It's a bit of a shame that I won't see you again, though." Jamal grinned wickedly, licking his lips. "All right, I've brought the lady as promised. Let's finish the deal." Jamal shouted, and three men emerged from a rundown building. One was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, and the other two were younger. All three had unremarkable faces, the kind that would easily blend into a crowd without drawing attention, perfect for disappearing. The middle-aged man glanced around before asking Jamal, "He looks like Ferdium's Grand Duke. Wasn't he part of the deal?" Jamal chuckled. "Yeah, the fool followed us all the way here. I'll throw him in as a bonus. Consider it a gift, a pleasant surprise. This will yield an even better outcome. Prepare yourselves." The middle-aged man smiled satisfactorily and nodded, prompting the other two men to block their escape route. Alina, now pale with fear, looked around in desperation. "Jamal, what the hell are you doing?" Jamal responded with a nonchalant smile. "Who knows? My job was just to bring you here. After that, it's up to these guys. Whether they sell you as a slave or kill you, I don't really care." What?" Alina was too shocked to respond coherently, so Ghislaine stepped in. "You've sold us out. Do you really think you'll get away with something like this in the Lord's territory?" Despite Ghislaine's warning, Jamal didn't seem worried. "We'll be long gone by the time anyone finds out. Besides, I'm sick of this wretched place, fighting every day. There are plenty of others leaving Ferdium just like us. But they aren't leaving after causing trouble like you. Consider it bad luck, Grand Duke. You weren't part of the plan, but at least the maids didn't follow because of you. You've saved a few lives, I guess. After a life full of mischief, at least you did something good before you die." "Haha, bad luck, you say." Ghislaine gave a smile that Jamal found hard to interpret. Mistaking it for resignation, Jamal shook his head. "Apologies, truly. My conscience stings a little, but I have no other choice." Despite his words, Jamal's face showed no sign of remorse. Smirking, he walked toward the middle-aged man. Philip, on the other hand, wore a grim expression. It seemed he felt at least a shred of guilt. Jamal glanced over at the middle-aged man, his expression tightening slightly. "You seem a bit light-handed. If you're playing a joke, it's not funny. You do know both of us are knights, right?" In response, the middle-aged man pulled out a piece of paper from his coat and waved it. "You worry too much. Carrying around that much money is inconvenient, don't you think? When dealing with large sums, it's easier to use the Northern Merchants Union's letter of credit. I prefer gold coins. There won't be any problems when exchanging it, right? If it's fake, I'll make sure to kill you." The middle-aged man chuckled and nodded his head. "Don't worry. There won't be any issues, I promise." As the middle-aged man reassured him, Jamal reluctantly accepted the paper. He started to draw on his mana to verify its authenticity, but when he saw the writing on the paper, his eyes widened in shock. Invitation to the diggled ball. It was a worthless invitation to a ball in another territory. You bastard. The moment Jamal, filled with rage, tried to draw his sword. The middle-aged man, who had already pulled out a dagger, stabbed Jamal in the stomach. I found this on my way here. You don't seem to like it. Not a fan of balls, are you? As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man moved his dagger again. He stabbed Jamal multiple times in quick succession before stepping back slightly. I didn't lie. Once you're dead, there won't be any issues at all. You son of a, you tricked us, Jamal staggered, clutching his stomach before collapsing to the ground. Jamal and Philip had considered the possibility of things going wrong, given the dangerous nature of their plan. However confident in their skills as knights, they had pushed ahead, only to be undone by the middle-aged man's cunning move. Unable to hold back his fury, Philip drew his sword and charged at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man drew his sword in an instant, effortlessly parrying Philip's attack. After exchanging a few blows rapidly, the middle-aged man offered a slight nod of approval. Not bad. As expected of a Ferdium knight who had fought many battles, Philip was indeed skilled. However, the middle-aged man was on an entirely different level. Swish! When the middle-aged man summoned more mana, Philip's neck was swiftly sliced through with ease. Gurgle, spitting out blood, Philip collapsed. Without batting an eye, the middle-aged man approached and made sure to sever his head completely. Afterward, he turned toward Jamal, who lay dying in a pool of his own blood. Spare me. Even as he lay dying, Jamal begged for his life. Sorry, but I like things neat, you bastard. Anyway, thanks for your efforts. I'll take the gift. Without any change in expression, the middle-aged man decapitated Jamal. After dealing with both men, the middle-aged man took out a pipe from his coat and began smoking. It really tastes the best when smoked at times like this. Now, shall I finish this up? He exhaled smoke from his mouth and glanced back at the siblings. Alina gripped Ghislaine's arm even tighter. She was on the verge of tears, her body trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't just the fear of seeing a person get their throat slashed in front of her. It was the terror that she might suffer the same fate. Oh, Appa, let's run away. Alina tugged on Ghislaine's arm again. She desperately wanted them to escape, but Ghislaine shook his head. It's fine, let go. You're surprisingly strong, you know. I'm telling you, we need to run. It's just 3 guys, no need to worry. Ghislaine smiled, trying to free his arm, but it wasn't easy. Do you work out? Why are you so strong? What? Alina's face twisted in disbelief. The middle-aged man, who had been watching silently, chuckled. They said the Grand Duke of Ferdium was a bit unhinged, and it seemed that really was the case. Despite his enemies sneering at him, Ghislaine began to release his mana, spreading it out like thin threads in all directions. Had this been his past life, he would have made the entire space within his sight his domain. But for now, he could only spread his mana thread by thread. Thinner and wider. This kind of mana manipulation wasn't something just anyone could do. Even the average knight wouldn't know how to wield such a technique. Even if they knew, they wouldn't have a clue how to use it. Only those who had transcended to the highest skill level, capable of controlling mana at will, could perform such a technique. Though Ghislaine's body hadn't matured yet, his experience and knowledge had already far surpassed that level. Despite his limited mana reserves, manipulating it with precision was not an issue. There's no one else besides these 3, nothing caught in his mana threads. Now confident that no other enemies were hidden nearby, Ghislaine carefully pried Alina's hands off his arm. What's your name? At Ghislaine's question, the middle-aged man knocked the ashes from his pipe before replying. I'll tell you out of respect for nobles. It's Frank. Go ahead and curse my name when you meet the Reaper. That's not a local name. Who hired you? You don't need to know that. At Frank's nod, the 2 men who had been blocking the escape routes moved closer. One of them asked Frank, how should we handle this? After a brief moment of contemplation, Frank answered coldly. Beheading is too common. Break his whole body apart. Make sure the Count of Ferdium sees it and flies into a rage. And don't forget to keep him alive as long as possible. The more he writhes in pain, the better it'll look. Understood. The moment he heard those words, Ghislaine's heart pounded heavily. Painful memories that had tormented him his entire life resurfaced in his mind. The memory of Alina's mutilated body, brutally carved up and returned to him, still haunted him. He had wept and hurled at the sight of her corpse. That final image of Alina had etched itself so vividly in his memory that he could never forget it, not even in death. I have never forgotten, not even once. Blood rushed to his head and his face began to burn. When was the last time he had been this enraged? Excitement before the battle was dangerous, but Ghislaine allowed himself to be swept up by the intense emotions. His hands began to tremble slightly and his breathing quickened. Seeing this, Frank smirked. What a complete amateur. Just by watching his hands tremble, Frank could tell how poor Ghislaine's skills were. But there was one thing that bothered him. Is he smiling? Despite the situation, Ghislaine's lips were curled into a smile. His eyes gleamed with an unsettling madness. But what could a mere weakling like him possibly do? Frank brushed off the uneasy feeling and urged his men forward. He really must be as crazy as the rumors say. Hurry up and finish him off. The 2 men moved closer to Ghislaine. Alina stepped back hesitantly. Oh, Opa. She was so worried about Ghislaine that she couldn't even think about running and screamed his name in fear instead. At that moment, Ghislaine spoke in a low voice. Finally, I've found you. What? I've missed you so very much. What the hell is this bastard talking about? Ghislaine's hand shot out like lightning, grabbing one of the men by the throat. Cug, Pewhook. His fingers pierced through the man's neck, completely tearing it open. Blood gushed out, soaking his clothes. Cug, the man dropped his sword, his body convulsing. Ghislaine, his hand now drenched in blood, slowly pulled the man closer to his face. A voice, thick with ecstasy, echoed out. You have no idea how long I've waited for this moment. I've dreamed of it every single day. Without hesitation, Ghislaine flung his arm backward. Poke! The man's head was ripped off, his lifeless body collapsing into a heap of trash. In an instant, one man was dead. You bastard! Another man hurriedly swung his sword down at Ghislaine. Ghislaine easily dodged and tapped the side of the blade with the back of his hand. Tang! With a light sound, the man's arm, still gripping the sword, was flung upward, exposing his upper body. Grab. Ghislaine seized the man's face and slammed him into the ground. A thunderous sound echoed as the back of the man's head became half buried in the dirt. Blood started to seep out, possibly from a cracked skull slowly. However, Ghislaine didn't stop. He continued to grab the man's head and pound it into the ground. After repeating this several times, the man's head was completely smashed. Crunch! Even the front of his face was utterly crushed by Ghislaine's fist. Ghislaine slowly stood up. When their eyes met, Frank's face stiffened. It had all happened so quickly that he was left dazed, unable to respond. What kind of look is that? Ghislaine was staring at him with a blank expression. Frank felt chills run through his entire body. Ghislaine resembled a beast, starved for blood. Frank had killed many people in his time, but he had never seen anyone exude such terrifying intensity. According to the plan, this shouldn't have been difficult. They had assumed that once Jamal and Philip were dead, no one would be left to interfere. Tusk, the intel was completely wrong. For a brief moment, Ghislaine had clearly used mana. There was no other way he could have moved with such strength and speed. To think someone that young can already use mana. There's a vast difference in power between those who can use mana and those who cannot. A blade infused with mana is solid and sharp enough to cut through even the most rigid steel. Even so, those two went down far too quickly. Were they careless? Frank narrowed his eyes, comparing the information he had with the scene unfolding before him. He didn't even hesitate to kill someone. That's rare for someone his age. So despite his reputation as a wastrel, was he always this cruel by nature? According to the rumors, the Grand Duke of Ferdium had never killed anyone and had spent all his time in his territory. Yet here he was, ruthlessly taking lives as if it were second nature. If this really was Ghislaine Ferdium's first time killing, then he was undoubtedly a born murderer. When I return, I'll have to deal with the intel department myself. Despite his reputation for incompetence, Ghislaine had just taken down 2 knights who could use mana in the blink of an eye. It was an unbelievable situation, but Frank could only conclude that the information they had was entirely wrong. Alina, too, stood there in shock, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. I shuddered at the cruel sight unfolding before my eyes, but more than that, I was astonished by the fact that my brother had such skill. Did he really get that strong after just a few days of training? Does that even make sense? Alina was momentarily shocked, but soon felt relieved. Well, at least it's a relief. We're alive for now. No matter how he had honed his abilities, survival was what mattered most right now. Frank swallowed nervously and slowly opened his mouth. Grand Duke Ghislaine of Ferdium, this doesn't match the information we had. Were you hiding your skills? At that moment, Ghislaine straightened his posture fully and drew his sword. Whether I was hiding my abilities or not is irrelevant. Let me ask you once more, who ordered this? Frank shook his head at Ghislaine's question. There's no need for you to know. Your skills are quite impressive, but you'll die here anyway. Though surprised, Frank knew he had to manage the situation. He hadn't expected Ghislaine to possess such force, but he didn't think it would be enough to make him a real threat. Ghislaine nodded. Right, I didn't expect you to talk so easily. Villains usually don't. Don't get cocky just because you beat my men. I'll admit your skills are remarkable for your age, but you won't defeat me with that level of experience and maturity. Ghislaine let out a dry laugh. Who is this guy to talk about experience and maturity? I've probably lived more days than you have. You're quite the foolish one. Frank raised his sword and took a stance. It wasn't in his best interest to stay here for long, so he was determined to finish this quickly and return. Ghislaine also raised his sword, a smirk tugging at one corner of his mouth. Then let's begin. Pong, Ghislaine was the first to make a move. Frank quickly blocked the attack and immediately attempted a counterstrike. Quang, the 2 swords clashed violently. Alina, her heart pounding with anxiety, clasped her hands together tightly. If Ghislaine lost, she was as good as dead, but she could do nothing to help. She could only shuffle her feet in panic. Should I run? Maybe going to call for help would be the wisest thing to do, but the thought of leaving her brother behind weighed heavily on her. Plus, she didn't know how many more enemies lurked around. If I act on my own, I could end up in even more danger. Unable to decide, Alina slowly began to back away, trying to stay unnoticed. She figured that if things didn't look good after watching a little longer, she'd rush back to the castle and ask for help. Kong, Kayang. As Alina wrestled with her decision, the battle between the two men grew fiercer. Of course, Jamal and Philip would have been easy opponents. From Ghislaine's perspective, Frank was an outstanding knight. The amount of mana he emitted and how he utilized it was far superior to most knights. No wonder he had been confident enough to come all the way to the Ferdium estate. The longer this drags on, the worse it'll be for me. With only a week's worth of accumulated mana, it wouldn't be easy for Ghislaine to handle Frank. Ghislaine, lacking physical abilities and mana, could only hold his ground thanks to his exceptional swordsmanship. Frank was thinking along similar lines. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Ghislaine's swordsmanship was so brutal and practical that it went beyond frightening, almost awe-inspiring. His sword wasn't like the typical knight's swords, nor did it follow the techniques of the Ferdium family. It was ferocious, filled with a thick killing intent, and its movements were unpredictable. Just when Frank thought he had blocked an attack, the blade glided along his own, aiming for vital spots from unexpected angles. No knight would wield such a cruel sword. This is definitely not the Ferdium family swordsmanship. How on earth did he master such techniques at his age? To Frank, Ghislaine's swordsmanship was a few, if not several, levels above his own. If it weren't for his body, which was greatly strengthened by his superior mana, he would have been torn apart and killed long ago. But I'll still win. Frank drew more mana to hasten the battle's end. As time passed, wounds began to accumulate on Ghislaine's body. Kong. Ghislaine barely managed to block the incoming blade, his eyes locked onto Frank's. He was trying to gauge whether his family's enemies were involved in this incident. Shall I guess who's behind this? The Duke of Delphine? No, it's more likely Count Desmond. Count Desmond managed the northern territories under the Duke of Delphine's command. No matter how powerful the Delphine Duchy was, it was difficult for them to handle every estate personally. Attacks on smaller territories were often delegated to other families loyal to the duchy. It was possible that the Duke of Delphine had directly sent underlings, but Ghislaine doubted they would have cared enough about Ferdium to intervene personally. Either way, whether it was the Duke or his lackeys, they were all in league together. Frank's eyes widened in shock at Ghislaine's confident tone, but he quickly recovered, masking his expression as if nothing had happened. You're a dangerous man. Without saying more, Frank swung his sword again, but Ghislaine had already seen enough from that reaction. Heh, I knew it, so it was you lot. Shut up. As expected, his family's downfall resulted from those bastards scheming. It confirmed his suspicions that all the conspiracies had begun with Alina's death. Now that he had his answers, it was time to stop them before they could make another move. Their swords clashed violently, filling the air with the unpleasant screech of metal. Ghislaine gritted his teeth and smirked. There's nothing left to confirm. Let's end this. Don't be stubborn. Your swordsmanship is impressive, but you still can't defeat me with that amount of mana. Whatever you think you know, it won't matter once you're dead. Frank responded with confidence. Ghislaine had already suffered many injuries. If just a bit more time passed like this, Ghislaine would draw his last breath. Rumble. The two men glared at each other, channeling mana into their swords with all their might. Ghislaine's sword was gradually being pushed back. Frank was sure of his victory. It was at that moment. The fight's not over until the end, don't you think? Ghislaine's eyes suddenly flashed red. Frank tried to summon all his strength to push Ghislaine back, sensing an ominous premonition. At that moment, Wuong, a second core inside Ghislaine, began to spin, unleashing a torrent of mana. A vivid red light, incomparable to Frank's mana, enveloped Ghislaine's sword. As Ghislaine's strength surged, a groan escaped from Frank's mouth. What the hell is this? Frank shouted in disbelief. Ghislaine slowly pushed his opponent's sword back, a cruel smile spreading across his face. You spent your life in regret, never knowing who the real culprit was. If only you had known, you would have done anything to hunt them down and kill them. What? You were one of my biggest regrets. Frank couldn't understand what Ghislaine was saying. It didn't matter, though. Even as the years passed and he grew older, this memory had never faded. Every time he thought of Alina's death, he drowned himself in alcohol and stayed up all night. He always regretted it, but the past was something he could never change. This time, it's different. Now that he had returned to the past, all that pain and fury had become pure ecstasy. He could barely contain his joy at the thought of severing the starting point of all his nightmares and exacting his revenge. Ghislaine laughed as he detonated his third core. He unleashed a power several times greater than the mana he had, driving Frank back relentlessly. Arg! Unable to withstand that overwhelming force, Frank was thrown backward. What is this? Frank quickly regained his stance, but he staggered back in fear. No matter how much mana one drew out, it was impossible to amplify one's power to such an extent. At most, it would make you slightly stronger than your usual capabilities, but the power Ghislaine was displaying far exceeded that level. Was he hiding his strength from the beginning? No, then why did he endure all those injuries? Frank was thrown into confusion, unable to understand the situation. Ghislaine didn't miss that brief opening. Do your best. Ghislaine closed the distance instantly and swung his sword with tremendous speed. Frank barely managed to block the strike, but another attack came before he could gather his senses. Ghislaine's relentless sword strikes rained down without stopping. Frank had no choice but to give ground, overwhelmed by the man who swung his sword wildly, red light gleaming in his eyes. This is impossible. How could he have gained this much power all of a sudden? Now, regarding speed, strength, and skill, Frank was utterly overpowered by Ghislaine. Ghislaine continued his assault like a storm, driving his opponent back. The time Ghislaine could sustain such immense power wouldn't last for long, just a few minutes. He had to finish the fight within that time. Ghislaine's sword came crashing down on Frank's sword with tremendous force. Once again, Frank managed to block it, but Ghislaine didn't stop. Sizzle mana erupted wildly from Ghislaine's body, creating a tangible aura. His body, covered in blood from the wounds inflicted by Frank, began to emit a crimson mist. He looked just like a red reaper. Their swords clashed fiercely again and again. Crunch. At some point, Frank realized that something was wrong with his sword, but his head would fly off if he didn't block Ghislaine's next attack. He had no other options. As their swords collided once more, crack. Frank's sword could no longer withstand the force of Ghislaine's attack and shattered. Among the scattering fragments of his sword, Frank murmured in disbelief. How could this happen? Ghislaine met his gaze and spoke. Don't think you'll die so easily. The fight ended in an instant. Frank couldn't withstand Ghislaine's power after he detonated all three of his cores. Thunk. Ghislaine's sword pierced through the core located just below Frank's navel. Erg. Frank suddenly felt his mana begin to dissipate. Don't tell me. While the core was said to be located beneath the navel, it wasn't a physical object. It was simply a term used to describe mana collection in a space that made accumulating it easier. So piercing the abdomen wouldn't necessarily destroy the core. However, there were other ways to destroy it. That's right. I'm going to destroy your core first. Ghislaine manipulated his mana and collided it with Frank's core. Arg. Frank screamed in terror. Are you insane? Destroying someone's core meant erasing all the energy they had spent their entire life accumulating. If done incorrectly, the mana could explode, putting both the attacker and the target at risk. It was a dangerous method that wasn't used unless it was absolutely necessary to keep the opponent alive. The stronger the mana, the bigger the explosion, so it wasn't even attempted against those with a particular skill level. But Ghislaine didn't care in the slightest, focused entirely on channeling his mana. Rumble. Frank's mana began to dissipate rapidly. How is this? Crack. The furious vibrations of Ghislaine's mana within Frank's body finally shattered his core completely. As Ghislaine withdrew his mana and pulled his sword out, Frank collapsed helplessly to the ground. Who are you? Frank couldn't believe it. Ghislaine's swordsmanship had been impressive, but if the information about him had been wrong, that would have been understandable. But breaking the core of a swordsman of Frank's level was impossible for someone of Ghislaine's age. Frank had never seen anyone handle mana with such precision. Ghislaine left Frank's convulsing body on the ground and turned away. Oh, Opa, Elena swallowed hard as she watched Ghislaine approach her. Covered in blood, his form cloaked in a reddish haze, he evoked a terrifying image as if she were seeing a demon. How could Opa have such skill? Though Elena didn't practice swordsmanship, she grew up surrounded by knights in the harsh north. Frank was a knight of considerable skill, even from her perspective. If he could kill Jamal and Philip alone, it meant he was strong enough to overpower most ordinary knights easily. Yet, Ghislaine had just defeated him. So it was really true that Opa killed those orcs. In fact, a few days earlier, a debate had arisen in the Ferdium castle over Ghislaine's abilities. Skaven and the soldiers from the subjugation squad had spread rumors that Ghislaine had killed the orcs. Of course, others laughed at Skaven and called him a liar. Ghislaine didn't answer Elena's question, only offering a smile. Rest for a bit. What? At that moment, Ghislaine gently touched the nape of her neck. Thunk. Elena's body collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. With no mana of her own, she couldn't resist or even realize what Ghislaine had done. He carefully laid Elena down in an abandoned house nearby before walking back towards Frank. The most thrilling moment has come. Frank frowned and asked, "Why did you let me live? Torture me all you want, but you won't find out anything. How amusing. I already know who's behind this. There's nothing I need from someone like you. Then why keep me alive?" Ghislaine slowly knelt down and stared into Frank's eyes. "From your actions, it's clear you've killed quite a few people. Normal people can't just slaughter others like they're chopping up meat without feeling anything. You seem like a professional, so you probably know. Sometimes, even if there's no need, torture is necessary. Yes, like when you need to vent the anger that's been building up in your chest." As soon as Frank heard those words, he tried to bite down on his tongue, but Ghislaine was faster. He grabbed Frank's jaw and with his other hand tore a piece of his clothing, rolling it up and stuffing it into his mouth. MMPH. You killed others without hesitation, yet you're scared of suffering yourself. That's a little disappointing. Slice. Ghislaine severed Frank's tendons as he thrashed around. Then he gathered all the swords lying around. Snap, crack. Ghislaine used mana to break the swords, shaping the fragments exactly how he wanted. He made dozens of sharp, jagged pieces, each of varying thickness. Ghislaine laid the shards out next to Frank. Hard to believe, but I've killed quite a few people myself. I've also got pretty good at torture. I practiced diligently to use it on my enemies one day. Ghislaine picked up one of the sharp fragments. Frank, his eyes filled with fear, watched it. You know how they say revenge is meaningless, but I've realized that's something people say when they're not angry enough. When your head is full of rage, nothing feels quite as thrilling as successful revenge. Frank couldn't understand what Ghislaine was saying at all. They hadn't even tried anything yet, so what revenge was he talking about? And beyond that, it seemed like Ghislaine had known about their existence from the start. Unable to respond, Frank just stared as Ghislaine continued to mumble. Coming back to the past feels really nice, but the despairing memories and the fury inside me are still here. It'll probably only end when I've wiped all of you out. We can never coexist. Frank's eyes began to fill with terror. Although Frank still couldn't understand what Ghislaine was saying, just looking into his madness-filled eyes sent shivers down his spine. Frank had killed enough people to recognize those eyes. They weren't something one was born with. Only someone who had killed others as routinely as eating meals could have that kind of look. How could someone his age have such experiences? Something almost came to mind, but the following voice interrupted his thoughts. Well, let's get started. It's going to be thrilling. I've already tested everything on myself. Don't feel too bitter about being the only one going through this. All your comrades will meet the same fate. MMPH. A sharp fragment slowly pierced Frank's neck. You won't die easily. You messed with the wrong person. Huff. By the time Frank had gone half insane from enduring the pain, the torture had finally ended. In other words, he was dead. Ghislaine, staring down at the mangled corpse, let out a short laugh. So this is what it feels like. It was as if a heavy weight that had been lodged in his heart had lifted. One of the dark, burning flames that had scorched him for so long had finally been extinguished. Feels good. I can breathe a little easier now. However, several more flames were still burning within him, ones that had yet to be put out. Only once they were all extinguished would he feel true freedom. Oog. Suddenly, Ghislaine bent over, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. He had been holding back during Frank's torture, but his internal injuries were too severe. His body screamed in pain, the aftermath of enduring the recoil from the mana explosion. Detonating all 3 cores simultaneously with his still immature body had been too much of a strain. Now to deal with the rest. Ghislaine made his way back into the abandoned house where Frank had initially appeared. In his previous life, another body had been discovered here. He needed to find it. As soon as Ghislaine entered the decrepit building, he spotted several thick sacks lying around. After prodding them a few times with his sword sheath, he carefully opened one of them. Inside was the corpse of a young man, the Diggold heir, Gilmore Diggold. In his previous life, Gilmore had been identified as Alina's murderer, the heir to the Diggold Count's estate. He was infamous for his womanizing, his indulgence in alcohol and drugs, and his constant misbehavior. When his body was found back then, everyone assumed he was the one who had killed Alina. Because of that, the territories of Diggold and Ferdium had wasted their strength in a land war. As expected, the enemy's goal had been to pit the 2 territories against each other. He had fallen right into their trap in his previous life, but not this time. Ghislaine untied the remaining sack. Just like the first one, the corpses of men came out. Judging by the crest engraved on their breastplates, they were clearly Gilmore's escort knights. If word of their deaths spread like this, the same issue as in the previous life would occur. When Alina died in the past, the Ferdium territory attacked the Diggold territory. This time it would be the opposite. Diggold would attack Ferdium. Even though he had prevented Alina's death, this did not mean he could stop the territorial war itself. However, Ghislaine had no intention of moving according to his enemy's plans. It won't go the way you think. Ghislaine gathered burnable items and piled them up next to the corpses. I need to take care of this cleanly. He used mana to crush any items that could identify them, such as Gilmore's ring and the escort knight's breastplates. He then dragged Frank and his men's bodies over and burned them all together. Soon, the flames began to consume everything, emitting a foul smell. Even if someone discovered the remaining bones, they would just assume it was some vagrant from the slums who had burned to death. Finding a corpse with no ties to anyone was a common occurrence in these times. They're burning well. The flames spread to the surrounding scrap and trash, growing larger. I'm lucky I could handle this on my own. Just in case, he had Fergus prepare the soldiers and bring signal flares. However, if he had called the soldiers, word would have gotten out that Gilmore Diggold had died here. I've stopped the immediate territorial war, so I've bought us some time. He had prevented the death of Alina, which had been the starting point of everything in his previous life, as well as the ensuing territorial war. But the enemies wouldn't stop here. They would continue to target this place. He had to prevent the deaths of those around him and minimize the damage as much as possible. I'll never let things go the way you want. With Alina on his back, Ghislaine steeled his resolve once more and headed towards the castle. After the two returned, the Ferdium castle was in an uproar. It was a grave matter. An escort knight had tried to kill the lord's daughter. Homern, the baron who served as the steward of Ferdium, raged furiously, his anger palpable. Conduct a full investigation and mental re-education for all the knights and soldiers and ban them from participating in the festival. Also, send word of this to the lord immediately. The atmosphere within the castle quickly became tense. People gathered in small groups, whispering in secret. Did you hear? It sounds like Jamal and Philip went completely mad. They say Lord Ghislaine took them down himself. No way, the young lady must be lying to make the young lord look good. That must be it, right? I bet Jamal and Philip killed each other fighting. They probably wanted to have the young lady to themselves. Exactly. The young lord just got lucky and survived. Now he's pretending like he did something. First, Skaven was spreading lies, and now the young lady is too. I bet the Grand Duke is behind it, threatening them. Alina, who had already been through a harrowing ordeal, grew even more disheartened by these rumors. No one believed her words. Instead, Alina was crowned as one of the two great liars of the territory alongside Skaven. Regarding Frank, Ghislaine had strictly forbidden her from speaking a word so she couldn't say anything. While Alina was feeling dejected, Ghislaine heard the rumors and merely laughed. If I say I've even taken care of Frank, they'll believe me even less. Not that I plan to reveal it, especially with Gilmore still around. Still, after a few days, Alina regained her composure thanks to the concern and comfort from those around her. Ghislaine felt relieved to see her return to her bright self, but he also pondered how to prepare for the future. I stopped the first move, but when they realize their plan failed, they'll act again. In his previous life, the Ferdium territory continued to be embroiled in various conflicts until it was ultimately destroyed. The Delphine Duchy weakened the other territories like that, and then overthrew and seized control of the kingdom. Although he still didn't know why they were targeting Ferdium, he had to be ready. I have so much to prepare: training time, money, troops, my people, and a luxury carriage with smooth handling and premium liquor. Ah no, that's not right. He couldn't stop all the plots and attacks by himself. He needed to build his power and establish a solid foundation quickly. Money, in the end, I need money. Without it, I can't do anything. Damn it, whether in my past life or this one, money is always the problem. No matter how much he thought about it, money was immediately needed. With money, he could gather people, obtain what was necessary, and sustain it all. However, the Ferdium territory was one of the poorest in the kingdom, and even the little money they had wasn't within Ghislaine's reach. There's nothing I can do right now, is there? No matter how much he thought about it, no clear solution came to mind. Even if he wanted to use his memories from his previous life to make money, he would first need some starting capital, and the current situation wasn't leisurely enough to allow him time to accumulate wealth slowly. I can't just go around begging for money, and persuasion isn't going to work either. Should I go back to mercenary work? But that would take too long. Robbery or banditry would be the quickest, after all, wouldn't it? Ghislaine crouched in a small garden, plucking petals one by one as he continued to mull over his predicament. Gah, but I can't really stoop to the level of banditry. Damn it, what should I do to raise the initial funds quickly? As Ghislaine was deep in thought, someone approached him with a few knights in tow. Hey cousin, I heard the rumors. It looks like you've come down with delusions now too. Going around spouting such big lies. Your guts are impressive, I'll give you that. I'm seriously touched, ha ha ha. Hearing the man's boisterous laughter, Ghislaine's eyes widened. Cain Rogues, a cousin 1 year younger than Ghislaine, was the heir to the Rogues County, located a little distance from Ferdium. He was pretty large and robust, which made the people of Rogues territory place high expectations on him. For Ghislaine, Cain was both his only friend at the time, and also the one who tormented him the most. Cain often visited Ferdium, but with the festival taking place, it was inevitable that this guy, who loved to play, would show up. Right, how could I forget about him? As he watched Cain's sly grin, old memories came flooding back. The two of them were troublemakers of the same sort, but their reputations were slightly different. Cain was arrogant and violent, but people didn't look down on him. He was always so confident and bold that some even praised him for his spirited nature. In contrast, Ghislaine was always treated as a petty and inferior kid. Because of him, I always got more flack. Cain often humiliated him, crushing his pride at every turn. Ghislaine endured too many shameful situations because of him, and that wasn't the end of it. Even when they hang out together, Cain always treats Ghislaine like his subordinate. Sending him on errands was a given, and whenever Cain got drunk and lost control, he'd swing his fists at the slightest displeasure. The more Ghislaine suffered such humiliation, the more his anger piled up, and he'd take it out by tormenting the people of the estate or causing accidents. Just thinking about it is embarrassing. Ghislaine let out a self-deprecating laugh as he rubbed his forehead. He couldn't go up against Cain back then, so he vented his anger elsewhere. Outside, he was too afraid to make a sound, but inside the estate, he'd bark orders and act tough, earning him nicknames like Room Tyrant or Room Swordmaster. Why was I like that? Crouching down, Ghislaine reminisced about those times, plucking petals off a flower one by one. Cain, watching him, frowned. What the hell, you didn't hear me. There's been talk that you've gone completely nuts, and it looks like they were right. Cain sneered. Ghislaine stood up, dusting off his pants, and gazed at him blankly. Cain, wearing a baffled expression, approached him and whispered, "Did you not prepare what I told you to? I came all the way here to have some fun, but you're acting weird today. Did you take something by yourself or what?" Preparation. At Cain's words, Ghislaine finally remembered and nodded. Right, every time Cain visited, he always ordered Ghislaine to prepare alcohol and women. It was supposed to be for them to have fun together, but what kind of friendship was that? To Cain, Ghislaine was just an easy target to exploit. Cain tapped Ghislaine's cheek and said, "Yeah, let's drink and have a blast for the first time in a while. After all, we really get along regarding that, right? This is what true friendship is all about." In other words, he intended to roam around and torment people. Cain was just as insolent as Ghislaine, and he caused a lot of trouble. Harassing the maids was a common occurrence, and he was also notorious for beating soldiers for no reason. Since the Count of Ferdium was almost always away on expeditions, Cain roamed freely through the Ferdium castle under the pretense of being a relative. Ghislaine, the heir to the territory, was practically his subordinate, so there was nothing to hold him back. When Ghislaine continued to stand there absent-mindedly, Cain yelled in frustration, "What's wrong with you today? Why are you reacting so slowly? Hey, are you not going to answer? Did you suddenly lose your mind? Did you eat something bad?" "Hey," Ghislaine snapped out of it. Cain growled, shoving his face right up to Ghislaine's nose. His escort knights hurriedly restrained him, whispering, "Young master, many eyes are watching. Please calm down a bit here. It would be better to speak with Lord Ghislaine in a quieter place." This was the Ferdium territory. It wouldn't be good if rumors spread about Cain tormenting people, so for now, they pretended to hold him back. There was always a more secluded place where he could vent his anger later. The knights didn't even bother to hide their real intentions. Experiencing such a ridiculous situation for the first time in a long while, Ghislaine rolled his eyes in confusion. What should I do? It wasn't worth it to crush a brat who picked a fight with him. Besides, it had been a while since he maintained some dignity as the king of mercenaries, so it felt somewhat beneath him to personally deal with a brat like this. It had been a long time since anyone dared to challenge him, and even if they did, his subordinates usually took care of it. I'll need to pick up a capable subordinate soon. Although it was embarrassing to respond to every little provocation, ignoring it would also hurt his dignity as the king of mercenaries. Finding someone is one thing, but Ghislaine subtly glared at Cain. Should I beat him up or just leave him alone? After some deliberation, he decided to try his newly found amusement with flower petal fortune-telling. The results were always clear, so he occasionally relied on it. Ghislaine picked up a flower and began plucking its petals, predicting Cain's fate. "Beat him, don't beat him, beat him, don't beat him, beat him, don't beat him." Seeing Ghislaine with a peculiar expression, plucking flower petals, Cain frowned. "What the hell are you doing right now? You're lucky." "What?" Ghislaine threw the now bare flower stem behind him and continued, "You rude bastard. Since you're a guest, I'll let you off this once. You should be thankful to the flower petals." What? Cain blinked in confusion before regaining his composure. "People keep calling you crazy, so maybe you've actually lost it. You're just an idiot who takes out your anger on people weaker than you. Isn't that right?" Cain's words became harsher by the second. Even the passing servants stopped to watch the spectacle. Despite their growing audience, Cain didn't stop hurling insults in his rising anger. "Why aren't you lowering your gaze? You think you're actually strong now because you've been spreading lies about beating a knight. I couldn't believe it when I heard the rumors. I laughed for ages. Do you really think anyone's going to respect you for lying like that? Should I remind you of your place?" Ghislaine suddenly realized just how much he had changed. In the past, I would have knocked him out the moment he called me an idiot. I must have really grown up after dying and coming back to life. "Hey, what are you doing? Not answering. Do you want me to rip your mouth open?" "Stay calm, I'm an adult now. There's no need to fall for the provocations of some brat. Hey, you idiot." In that moment, Ghislaine's right hand shot out like lightning. Thwack. Cain clutched his face, caught completely off guard by the sudden punch. Ghislaine looked down at his right hand in admiration. "I only thought about hitting him, but my hand moved all on its own." Kane, still covering his face, screamed, "You crazy bastard." Thwack. Young master. As Kane staggered again, his escort knights rushed to his side in a panic. Meanwhile, Ghislaine looked at his left hand this time, wearing a look of admiration once again. Kane, now red in the face, took a step back and drew his sword. "I'm going to kill you." "You can't, young master." The escort knight quickly blocked Kane's path, whispering softly, "There are too many eyes watching right now." Indeed, a crowd of servants, maids, and soldiers had gathered, murmuring as they watched the situation unfold. Kane scanned his surroundings, gritting his teeth in frustration. "I'm the one who got hit in front of everyone, and you're telling me to just put up with it. Challenge him to a duel. That should work. Besides, he was the one who attacked first." The knight spoke with a meaningful expression. Kane hesitated for a moment before nodding. "A duel, yeah, that's better." If he humiliated Ghislaine publicly, that bundle of inferiority wouldn't be able to stand it. And on top of that, he might even get the chance to break a bone or two and cripple him for good. Kane immediately pulled off his glove and threw it at Ghislaine's face. Ghislaine dodged the glove easily, making Kane's face twist even further in anger as he shouted, "A duel. There are rumors all over the castle that you lied about beating Jamal and Philip. You've tarnished the dignity of the nobility, and then you attacked me for daring to question the truth." At Kane's sudden declaration, Ghislaine widened his eyes in surprise and pointed to himself with his finger. "Duel with me? Are you serious? Yeah, you're not going to chicken out now, are you? A lot of people are already watching." Wow, Ghislaine felt a strange emotion wash over him. A duel. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd been in one. Even Aiden, one of the top 7 on the continent, had chosen to fight cautiously during their last battle. The Continental 7 were like that, being so powerful that no one could guarantee a victory in a one-on-one fight. Yet here he was, getting a duel challenge from this child among children. Let's just go with the flow. Have I been overthinking everything because I suddenly returned? My head's been a mess trying to plan for the future. It's hard to adjust. It might have been the dissonance between his past life's memories and his current body's abilities. He needed time to get used to it, but had been too impatient. What happens to that guy in the future again? The Rogues County had sided with Ferdium during the endless territorial wars and ended up falling alongside them. After that, Kane disappeared without a trace. In his past life, Ghislaine had gathered that much information and then lost interest. He was too great of a person to let bad memories from his youth traumatize him. Still, though Kane was hopeless, Count Rogues had at least been loyal. Fine, for Count Rogue's sake, I'll give his son a little lesson this time. After all, you only grow when you get properly taught at the right age. I went through a lot because I was just as immature back then. Having made up his mind, Ghislaine threw his glove at Kane's face. Kane scoffed and tried to dodge it, but the glove changed its trajectory midair and hit him squarely in the face. The crowd around them stifled their laughter. You bastard." Kane's face flushed red with anger. Just as he was about to burst into a fit of rage, Ghislaine spoke calmly. "Fine, I accept your duel. I was going to let this go since I've been wrapped up in all sorts of financial planning lately, but oh wait." Ghislaine's face lit up as he suddenly remembered something he had forgot. "Hey, pay me back the money you owe me." "What? When did I borrow money from you? You've been borrowing little by little from me, haven't you?" Kane used to extort money from Ghislaine whenever he could. Even the small allowance Ghislaine had received as the heir of a poor territory was taken by Kane. If you add it all up, it should come to 1,000 gold. Kane was shocked and shouted at the outrageous sum. 1,000 gold? I didn't even take 100 gold from you." "Oh, did you? Well, either way, you borrowed money from me, right? If you add interest, it comes to 1,000 gold. Pay up. I'm in need of some cash right now." In truth, even 1,000 gold wasn't enough for the things Ghislaine had planned. He needed at least 10,000 gold to handle just part of it. But since there was no way Kane had that kind of money, Ghislaine decided to settle for 1,000 gold. It's a small amount, but money can grow. The important thing is to get started. Completely unaware of Ghislaine's thoughts, Kane looked at him in disbelief and shouted, "You crazy bastard. What the hell are you talking about? What does your need for money have to do with me? Besides, that wasn't even a loan, that was money you gave me to thank me for being your friend. Don't you know about friendship fees, huh? Seriously, did people need to start paying to make friends these days? Friendship fees, what kind of nonsense is that? I was just being a sucker." Ghislaine shook his head. Now that he thought about it, the memory was clear. He hadn't wanted to give the money, but Kane had forced it out of him with his fists. People who take by force always say things like that. "Well, whether you want to pay or not, once this duel is over, you'll have to cough it up." Ghislaine raised his fist and grinned. After a few punches, even money you didn't have tends to show up. Kane gritted his teeth and growled at the provocative remark. "This bastard really has lost it now, hasn't he? You better get ready to lick my boots while crying." The two moved toward the training grounds. News of the duel spread quickly, and people began to flock to the area. The rumor that the ill-tempered Grand Duke was about to get beaten was too good of a spectacle to miss. Even some knights who were off duty showed up. Among them, Ghislaine noticed one drunk knight and smiled as if he were happy to see him. "Oh, Skaven's here too." The knight, stumbling around with a red nose, was Skaven. He had boasted to everyone about how Ghislaine had performed during the subjugation, but no one believed him. Instead, he was criticized, with people accusing him of giving all the credit to Ghislaine just to curry favor with the heir to the estate. Before long, he had become known as a sycophantic knight, someone who had flattered the Grand Duke from an early age. The titles that followed him were Lying Knight and the Knight Who Abandoned Honor. From that point on, Skaven lived in a drunken stupor. No one believed him, and he lost his knight's honor. With no purpose left, he had no choice but to drown himself in alcohol. Ghislaine, fully aware of the rumors, felt a twinge of pity. Those disgraceful titles will disappear soon enough. Hang in there, Skaven, just endure. Ghislaine and Cain didn't start the duel immediately. They waited for enough people to gather. It was customary to allow onlookers time to assemble when a duel was about to take place. In Ferdium, where entertainment was scarce, these duels were events not to be missed. Once a sufficient crowd had gathered, a knight stepped forward and spoke. "All right, it looks like enough people are here. Let's begin." The crowd began placing bets on who they thought would win. The problem was everyone bet on Cain. This isn't going to work, the bet can't stand like this. Well, the outcome's obvious, so there's no helping it. How about changing the terms of the bet? Let's wager on how long the Grand Duke will last instead. Hearing this commotion, Cain smirked arrogantly. From how people reacted, it was clear who the favorite was. In that case, let's change the rules. The standard is wait. Just as the knight was about to alter the rules, a slurred voice interrupted. Skaven, looking disinterested, didn't even bother to respond as he set down his bottle. Then he rummaged through his belongings, pulled out a pouch filled with money, and tossed it forward. The knight caught the heavy pouch and, with a strange smile, asked mockingly, "What's this? Why so much? You're not serious, are you?" Skaven, his eyes bloodshot and teeth clenched, growled, "I'm betting everything I have on the Grand Duke. If you're scared, you might as well just die." The knight's face brightened at Skaven's words. "Good. Yeah, this is how the bet should go. But the amount feels a little lacking. No matter how much Skaven scraped together his entire fortune, how much could a knight from a poor territory really earn from his salary? Besides, he had been spending most of that on alcohol lately, so it was as though he had much money to spare. Hey, does anyone else want to bet on the Grand Duke? Since the rest of the people had all bet on Cain, even if they won, they would have to split Skaven's money among several people. Though the amount Skaven had bet wasn't insignificant compared to the others, it still felt a bit lacking when it came to splitting it among everyone. It's a shame, but I guess we'll proceed like this, then. At that moment, the door to the training grounds opened, and Alina entered, walking in with her maids. She wore a proud expression as she stood before the knight and gracefully placed a pouch of money on the table. "I'll place a bet, too." The knight cringed slightly at the sight of Alina, whose eyes were dark with shadows under them, before asking for confirmation. "Who exactly are you betting on? On my mother's son." "Understood." The knight, delighted, collected the money. Due to the poverty of the Ferdium family, Alina hadn't been receiving much for her living expenses either. Still, she was a noble, so when her money was added to Skaven's, it became an amount that everyone was satisfied with. Alina sat in the chair her maids had prepared for her and suddenly met Skaven's gaze. It was a sense of shared pain. The two could understand each other's suffering. Like Skaven, Alina was also treated as a liar trying to support Ghislaine. It was frustrating that no one believed her, and lately, she hadn't been able to sleep properly. "My lady, this is so unfair. I feel like I'm going crazy from how unfair it is, too." The duel finally began as the two exchanged glances, silently conversing with their eyes. Ghislaine swung his sword through the air a few times before pointing it at Cain. "Come on, what? You said you wanted to fight, right? Come at me. No matter what, it's cowardly for a master to attack a novice first. You bastard." Cain raised his sword and charged at him with a wild rush. Being at least a head taller and much bulkier than Ghislaine, the scene of their duel looked like a bullfight. The two swords collided with a loud. Cain glared at Ghislaine, as if he wanted to kill him, gathering all his strength. "I'll turn him into a cripple." How dare Ghislaine suddenly challenge him? Cain couldn't forgive him. Just as the rumors said, this bastard must have gone completely insane. The best medicine for a madman is a beating. Cain truly believed that. Up until now, he had never seen anyone who didn't listen after being beaten. The problem was that Ghislaine thought the exact same way. Is there something that can't be solved with strength? Then maybe you just don't have enough strength. As their swords clashed, Ghislaine was evaluating Cain. As expected, his strength isn't bad at all. With his build, he probably has decent endurance, too. Looks like I won't have to worry about what happens next, so that I can beat him up a bit. He's good at cursing and probably would have made a great bandit. A bit of a shame. His size and strength far surpassed those of his peers, likely thanks to being well-fed and well-rested. Most formal knights wouldn't stand a chance against Cain alone in terms of raw strength. Now let's see how his swordsmanship holds up. The two swords collided rapidly without pause. People were astonished as they watched Ghislaine handle his sword with ease. Even Cain, who was facing him directly, couldn't believe what was happening. What the hell, when did his skills improve this much? Ghislaine struggled to block even a single strike the last time they sparred. Cain had expected the same outcome today, but the reality was different. Ghislaine was now easily blocking or dodging every one of his attacks. While Cain groaned and swung his sword furiously, the spectators couldn't help but marvel at Ghislaine's impressive performance. The Grand Duke's skills have improved a lot. Could it be that Lord Cain is weaker? They both look pretty flashy to me. Usually it's the ones without skills who fight more dramatically. Hearing the crowd whispering, Cain's face turned red with embarrassment. He had intended to crush Ghislaine in one blow, but hadn't landed a single hit. Damn it, why can't I hit him? As Cain grew increasingly frustrated, Ghislaine smiled and lightly stepped back. Shall I make this a bit more interesting? What? Everyone around them turned their curious eyes toward Ghislaine. Click. Ghislaine calmly sheathed his sword and shaking both hands spoke casually. I'll fight barehanded. The level difference is so obvious that I must give you a handicap to make this fun. And besides, feeling the impact when I hit with my bare hands is more satisfying. Cain's face flushed with anger at the sudden provocation. You bastard. Ghislaine paid no attention to him and instead raised both hands toward the crowd, urging them to cheer. Ha ha ha, this is fun. Wow, the Grand Duke has improved so much. Just win, somebody. Duel between knights or nobles usually had a certain level of dignity and solemnity. That had its own charm, but it was undeniable that what Ghislaine was doing now, with his showmanship, was much more entertaining for the audience. Ghislaine, looking around at everyone, threw out another bold statement. If I win, I'll buy everyone here drinks and meat. Wow, that's awesome. Go, Grand Duke. As expected of the heir of Ferdium, he didn't have money, but he promised anyway. This was how Ghislaine, who had lived as a mercenary, operated. Mercenaries' duels usually played out this way. They showed off their skills, attracted attention to themselves, and skillfully manipulated the atmosphere to their advantage. To the nobles, Ghislaine's behavior seemed vulgar beyond belief, but for the spectators, that only made it all the more entertaining. As the crowd cheered, Cain clenched his teeth and looked around. You crazy bastard. How dare you pull this kind of stunt in a sacred duel? In an instant, the atmosphere had turned chaotic, like a bustling marketplace. It felt like Cain had become nothing more than a gladiator slave put on display for the audience's amusement. As Cain stood there flustered, Ghislaine clicked his tongue and spoke. At the end of the day, it's just a fight. Sacred. What's so sacred about it? Did the temple sponsor you or something? Why are you suddenly spouting nonsense that doesn't suit you? Don't you have any pride as a noble, you bastard? Nope, none at all. Are you just going to keep talking? If you're too scared, I can fight you with just one finger. Ghislaine wiggled his finger tauntingly, and the people around them burst out laughing. Rather than viewing it as a noble duel, the crowd found it more relatable, like a brawl between common street thugs. Wahaha. Grand Duke's personality seems different now. Still, this is way more fun to watch. For a brief moment, the image of the pitiful Ghislaine from the past disappeared from their minds. Instead, they began to anticipate what else he might show them next. Amidst the loud cheers from the crowd and Ghislaine's provocations, Cain lost his temper and shouted furiously, "You bastard, I'll kill you. Ah, you're still just talking. I told you not to." Ghislaine suddenly dashed toward Cain and swung his palm toward Cain's head. Thwack go. Cain let out a painful groan, unable to retaliate against the surprise attack. Even though it was just a slap, his skull throbbed as if it had been shaken to its core. Grabbing his head, Cain staggered backward, bellowing like a bull before charging at Ghislaine again. "You arrogant bastard." But Ghislaine dodged the attack effortlessly and immediately began beating Cain's body. "Thwack, us, you bastard. Thwack, you damn. Arg, thwack, how dare you cuke. Thwack, W8, thwack." Cain couldn't even attempt a counterattack, nor could he properly curse as he continued to take blows. The onlookers watched with awe in their eyes. The Grand Duke's movements. Wow, that's amazing. Has he always been this skilled? Ghislaine's movements were sometimes graceful, sometimes beautiful, and at other times fierce. Even the knights who had been watching were left in shock at his dazzling display of skill. Every movement Ghislaine made was filled with masterful technique, a level that was impossible for someone of the Grand Duke's age to achieve. Even when comparing himself to Ghislaine, it was hard to say he was superior confidently. Wow, the Grand Duke is the best. He's so cool. The spectators couldn't help but cheer as they watched. The more dazzling Ghislaine's punches became, the more the audience felt exhilaration, as if their frustrations were being blown away. On top of that, seeing Cain get beaten up was its own source of pleasure. After all, no one liked him, since he often came by just to harass people. Now I suppose it's time to really begin. Feeling that the atmosphere had shifted entirely in his favor, Ghislaine decided to deliver the final blow. He looked at Cain, swollen all over and on the verge of tears, and smiled wickedly. "Hey. Bite down tight. If you don't, you might end up biting off your own tongue." The moment Ghislaine's fist slammed into Cain's stomach, It sounded like a thunderclap had struck. The spectators were so shocked that they instinctively stepped back. Kane flew across the training ground incredibly fast, crashing hard into the wall. When his body finally slumped to the ground, cracks that hadn't been there before appeared on the wall behind him. That was the result of just one punch. The knights who saw the scene wore expressions of disbelief. How is that even possible? I didn't sense any mana, though in truth, Ghislaine had quickly infused his fist with mana and swiftly withdrew it. However, to those watching, it looked as though Ghislaine had demonstrated immense power without using any mana at all. Only a master could manipulate mana with such precision. Woo, it's over. The Grand Duke won. I can't believe it. The Grand Duke actually won the duel. The crowd cheered, but for Ghislaine it wasn't over yet. If he had a heart kind enough to end things here, he wouldn't have survived the rough world of mercenaries in the first place. But he's still not dead. He hasn't even surrendered. Guess I'll have to keep going. Ghislaine approached the fallen Kane. Kane, barely clinging to consciousness, weakly opened his mouth. Stop, aye sir, what was that? I can't hear you. Sir, I still can't hear you. Just as Kane was about to declare his surrender, Ghislaine's fist struck him right in the philtrum. Kane clutched his mouth and rolled on the ground. What the hell, why is he so good at fighting? Was he always this good? No, that can't be it. If he was, there's no way I would have been beating him up all this time. What the hell happened? His thoughts were abruptly cut off as Ghislaine began an unrelenting assault. With each punch, the atmosphere around them slowly shifted. At first, the onlookers had been impressed by Ghislaine's flashy movements, but now more and more people began to worry about Kane as the beating had become too brutal. Isn't he going to die at this rate? Shouldn't someone stop him? The spectators murmured in shock. Keek, please stop. Kane barely managed to open his mouth in between the endless blows, but Ghislaine didn't stop. Once he started, he never finished things halfway. He didn't forgive those who bared their teeth at him so easily. It was a principle he had upheld since his days as the king of mercenaries. Your lordship, please stop. Unable to watch any longer, Kane's bodyguard rushed forward and blocked Ghislaine's path. In that instant, Ghislaine's sword was at the bodyguard's throat before anyone noticed he had drawn it. Ghislaine smiled menacingly. How dare you interrupt a sacred duel? Are you going to face me instead of your master? If Kane had been winning, the bodyguard would have said the same thing and left Ghislaine alone. A duel is always sacred, but only when you're the one winning. The bodyguard swallowed nervously and spoke up. The match is already decided. Please stop your hand. Indeed, Kane was writhing on the ground like a worm. Ghislaine glanced down at him and clicked his tongue. Can't even endure this much. Kids these days are so damn weak. Well, I suppose I'll end it here. Then, turning coldly to the bodyguard, he added, when will you repay the money you borrowed from me? Lord, I don't have that much money on me right now. I need to return to the estate. And when exactly? I'll report back and send it by the end of this month. In reality, the amount Kane had extorted from Ghislaine didn't even total 100 gold. He would have taken more, but Ghislaine hadn't had enough money on him for that. Now, all of a sudden, Ghislaine was demanding 1,000 gold, claiming it was interest or something. The bodyguard felt wronged, but he had no choice but to accept. If he had argued here, that madman might have really killed Kane, but Ghislaine's demands didn't end there. Oh, and make sure to treat everyone here to drinks and meat. You've at least got enough for that, right? Don't deduct it from the 1,000 gold. That's the debt, which is the price for losing the duel. How is that fair? You said if you win, you'll pay. Why do we have to pay? With a face full of complaints, the bodyguard clamped his mouth shut and Ghislaine mocked him. What's wrong? Aren't you going to answer? Don't like it? Or are you just being stingy? After all the trouble you've caused my estate's people, shouldn't you at least treat them out of guilt? Hearing these words, as if spoken by some champion of justice, coming from someone who had tormented those same people, only made the bodyguard more infuriated. But with no choice in the matter, he eventually nodded. Understood, you've acknowledged your loss, so take responsibility and finish it properly. Ghislaine sheathed his sword and grabbed the scruff of Kane, who was still sprawled on the ground. Kane, unaware that the duel had ended, muttered in a dazed state. Spare me. Ghislaine let out a chuckle and said, I'm not going to kill you. Why would I? You can't even die if you want to until you pay back my money. Got it. Why, you devil. Hardly. You should be thankful I'm letting you off this easily. Consider this an educational lesson. Hey, take him out of here and get him treated. The bodyguard swiftly hoisted Kane onto his back and quickly exited the training ground. The crowd, having held their breath in tension, started cheering and clapping one by one once Kane was gone. They admired the Grand Duke for his impressive duel and felt great seeing the loathsome king get crushed. Wow, the Grand Duke is amazing. I had no idea he was this strong. Drinks and meat. Time to celebrate. As the excitement filled the air, the knights exchanged stern glances with Skaven. It was real, wasn't it? Skaven grinned smugly as he downed the remaining liquor in his cup. Sitting beside him, Alina raised her chin in satisfaction, expressing relief. Woo-oh. Even as Ghislaine returned to the castle, the crowd continued to cheer. Smiling as though he had no choice, Ghislaine waved to the people, and his eyes met Skaven's. Skaven smiled back and slowly lifted his bottle. Ghislaine grinned and gave him a thumbs up in return. See, didn't I tell you? Alina whispered to her maid next to her and hurriedly followed Ghislaine into the castle. Brother, wait. She quickly ran over and linked arms with him. Since the incident on the festival day, Alina has become much more comfortable around Ghislaine. Brother, what are you planning to do with all that money you won from the duel? Alina looked up at Ghislaine with wide, expectant eyes. Her previous gloom had lifted, and she seemed brighter now. Given how poor their estate was, Alina hardly had any fancy clothes or accessories compared to other girls her age. At balls or banquets, she often shook her head in envy when she saw the young ladies from other estates adorned with beautiful outfits. But now, with the prospect of Ghislaine having a lot of money, it was only natural that she felt a spark of hope. I have plans for it, Ghislaine replied with a light laugh, trying to pull his arm away, but she wouldn't let go. Hey, are you working out or something? How are you this strong? Oh, stop changing the subject. Let me guess, you're planning to buy a present for Amelia, right? You've always tried so hard to impress her. What? Your fiancé? Her birthday is coming up soon, right? Aren't you planning to buy her a gift, something like an incredibly expensive jewel? Since you're already buying one, can't you get me one too? Ghislaine felt as though he had been struck hard on the head. Amelia was the young lady of the Count of Rapold's family. Although it was established by law that the northern lords had to support Ferdium in exchange for its defense of the borders, Rapold had been providing support beyond what was required. The engagement between Amelia and Ghislaine had also been arranged to signify the alliance between their two families. In his previous life, after Ghislaine ran away, the engagement had naturally been called off. Considering Rapold's dissatisfaction with Ghislaine throughout the engagement, they must have been thrilled when it was broken. That's right, there was that option. Ghislaine's face brightened, and he nodded repeatedly. He needed a considerable amount of money to start the business he had in mind right away. He had been troubled by how to raise the funds, but hearing Amelia's name sparked an idea. If you don't have a way to earn money, just get it from someone who does. It was the kind of idea a bandit might have, but since Amelia was the target, it didn't matter. I should squeeze that traitor for all she's worth. Before attacking the kingdom, Ghislaine thoroughly investigated the reasons behind his family's downfall while he was the king of mercenaries. Although much of the information had been erased or distorted over time, he had grasped the broad strokes. Among the records was information about Rapold. They tormented our territory with money. While other regions aggressively harassed Ferdium, the Rapold estate suddenly stopped its financial support, causing trouble. Ferdium had tried to overcome the crisis, but Rapold always worked the hardest to obstruct them. And it was all under Amelia's orders. Amelia would later stage a rebellion and claim the position of Count of Rapold for herself. When Ghislaine uncovered the truth, he had completely razed Rapold's territory, but he failed to capture the mastermind, Amelia. After that, throughout the entire year-long war, she had relentlessly tormented him. Even when he tried to capture and kill her, she was so cunning that she constantly eluded him, driving him to no end of frustration. I was planning to wipe her out anyway. Up until now, his plan had been simply to prepare for an attack and crush his enemies, but it seemed like a change of strategy was in order. Officially, Rapold's estate wasn't yet an enemy, and he had no justification to attack. In that case, it would have been better for him to take everything he could from them before they became complete enemies. Alina. What? Alina's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ghislaine tousled her hair, smiling. I guess I should give her a gift at least. Since Alina had finally started feeling better after being gloomy for so long, he thought lifting her spirits would be a good idea. He was also thankful for the reminder about Amelia, whom he had almost forgot. Pick out the clothes and accessories you want. Really, how much can I spend? 5 gold. Us if you don't want to just forget it. No, okay, I got it. Thank you, Opa. Alina quickly changed her expression and acted cute, fearing that he might change his mind. Ghislaine gave a bitter smile as he sent Alina back to her room. Before the thought that had just surfaced could fade, he hurriedly went to find Belinda. Belinda, when his father coming back, the Lord. If you think about it, once he received news from the young lady, he would have started preparing to withdraw the troops. It'll probably take about a week. That's enough time. I can go and come back. Go where? To Rapold's estate. Belinda flashed a mischievous smile. Now that you mention it, Miss Amelia's birthday is coming soon. There's bound to be a banquet, so are you going there already? Well, that's not exactly the reason, but I do plan to meet Amelia. I have other business to take care of as well. Oh my, you really like Miss Amelia, don't you? How romantic. Ghislaine shook his head. He felt that he'd just be teased further if he said any more. Anyway, I'm going, just so you know. Belinda looked puzzled as she watched Ghislaine prepare to leave the castle immediately. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm pressed for time. I need to go and come back before father returns. There's something I need to discuss with him. He gave a vague excuse as he stepped out of the room, but Belinda quickly grabbed him. So who are you going with? Don't tell me you're going alone. Of course, if I ride hard without stopping, I'll get there quickly. It's fine to go alone. You can't do that. Do you know how dangerous the world is right now? Why would you travel alone? It's all right. I can protect myself well enough. Still, no, I'll go with you. You, Belinda, yes, you're heading to Count Rapold's estate, so at least keep up appearances. I'll also prepare a few guards. All right. Belinda had a point about maintaining appearances. In his past life, he had been so strong that he could travel alone without a problem, but now he was significantly weaker than he had been back then. There was no need to refuse guards when they were available. That's right, I'm not the me of my past life. Ghislaine silently clicked his tongue at the thought that he almost recklessly went into enemy territory alone without thinking. It seemed like he would need some time to adjust to the gap between his past and present self. After waiting for a bit, Belinda reappeared, dressed in a black robe. Seeing her in different attire was refreshing, given that she usually wore the same practical clothing. Let's go. Dressed like that, you look like a different person. I'm still wearing the same thing underneath. Belinda dramatically opened her robe. Underneath, her usual outfit remained unchanged, but the inside of her robe was lined with numerous daggers. Seeing this, Ghislaine shook his head. Forget the guards, isn't Belinda alone more than enough? Belinda, his tutor and head maid, had an identity that remained shrouded in mystery. When Belinda first entered Ferdium, some knights had tried to mess with her. They thought she was just an easy target, a young maid from outside. However, after whatever had happened back then, those knights began avoiding Belinda from the very next day. Rumors spread throughout the castle that Belinda was actually skilled enough to take down knights. Since then, no one dared to treat her carelessly. I didn't realize it before. Although he had heard stories in his past life, Ghislaine hadn't believed them then. Now, however, he could sense that she was more than capable of handling most knights. No one knew why someone with such skills lived as a maid in a remote estate. The only known fact was that she had accompanied Ghislaine's late mother as a maid when she married into the Ferdium family. Fasten it properly. We'll be riding hard, so you need to be careful. Ghislaine tightened Belinda's robe for her. A small smile appeared on her lips. Seeing the once irritable Ghislaine act differently made her feel proud. Who would have thought our young master would suddenly mature like this? It must have been just a phase. He still acts strange sometimes, but it's better than before. Ghislaine hadn't just changed his attitude and speech. His skills had improved to the point where he could even defeat Cain. As someone who had watched over him since childhood, Belinda couldn't be more pleased. He was probably grumpy because of all that secret training. It's all thanks to my excellent teaching. In reality, all Ghislaine had learned from her were strange tricks and bizarre facts, but Belinda didn't see that as a problem. Despite holding the title of a tutor, Belinda wasn't exceptionally skilled at teaching. Her way of thinking was somewhat unconventional. In truth, what Belinda had been doing all this time was more akin to the duties of a nanny than a tutor. Let's go if you're ready. Should we call Sir Fergus as well? He is your personal guard after all. No need. If we ride too fast, the old man's heart won't be able to take it. Just the other day, he suddenly collapsed while talking to me. Understood. Let's depart then. Ghislaine, Belinda, and 4 knights tasked with their protection quickly left the castle. On the way to Rapold, Belinda asked, "But are you really not buying a gift? You're just going like this." "Well, I guess I'll buy a flower or something. It's been a while since you last saw her." "Will that really be enough? I don't think she'll like it much. I don't care. I have no intention of trying to impress her." Ghislaine was being sincere. In his previous life, when he knew nothing, he had always fretted over trying to impress the beautiful Amelia. But now he had no desire to appear appealing to a woman who was bound to become his enemy in the future, nor did he wish to maintain their engagement. "This time I'll make sure she doesn't waste all that money. No matter how strong a military force was, it would amount to nothing without financial independence. War consumed an enormous amount of money and resources. Without the funds to sustain an army, it was as if there was no army at all. Hadn't he painfully learned this when he faced the kingdom's relentless waves of supplies in his past life? They couldn't afford to feed and equip the soldiers properly, and it was impossible to do so in such a situation, no matter what they wanted to do. I need to move faster. Although returning to the past was fortunate, the current situation was not ideal. At this point in time, the Delphine Duchy had already extended its influence over most of the territories and was just beginning to reach out toward the north. The assassination of Alina was part of that plan. Ghislaine suppressed the growing sense of urgency within him. "Amelia, if you don't want to be humiliated, you'd better prepare to hand over a hefty sum." The horse carrying him continued to race towards the Rapold estate without rest. As Ghislaine imagined how much he could extort from Amelia, the anxiety that had weighed heavily on his heart lightened just a little. The group arrived safely at Rapold Castle. Besides being covered in dust from riding for several days, there were no significant issues. As Ghislaine headed straight for the castle's main gate, Belinda stopped him. Are you really going in without washing? You're covered in dust and look filthy. Lady Amelia will hate it. I told you I don't need to impress her. Huh, what's with this sudden change? Belinda looked at Ghislaine's back in bewilderment. Just a few months ago, Ghislaine would turn red at mentioning Amelia's name. It was hard to believe this was the same person. Are you going for a bad guy look or something? Right now, you just look dirty enough. Well, since it's been a while, I guess I should at least buy a gift for the visit. Ghislaine headed for Rapold Castle carrying only a bouquet of flowers he had picked up from the marketplace. Stop right there. What's your business? The guards, with relaxed expressions, blocked Ghislaine's path. With few attendants and covered in dust, they hadn't recognized him as a noble. Belinda immediately stepped forward. Her usual playful demeanor vanished, replaced with a solemn and dignified attitude. This is young Lord Ghislaine, the young lord of the Ferdium estate. He has come to see his fiancée, Lady Amelia. Please convey this message to her. It was customary for nobles not to step forward when they had attendants. Ghislaine simply watched as Belinda handled the situation. Why young Lord G. Ghislaine? The guards exchanged uneasy glances. They had also heard the rumors about Amelia's worthless fiancé. As they hesitated, Belinda frowned. What are you doing? Hurry up and go inform them. Ah, yes, understood. One of the guards turned and entered the castle, muttering curses under his breath. It wasn't long before the guard returned, wearing a troubled expression. The lady isn't feeling well at the moment, so she sends her apologies, but she requests that you return for now. Before he could finish, Belinda's eyes flared as she stormed up to the guard. The young lord himself has come here, and she won't even meet with him. She won't even provide accommodations and is asking us to leave. Does she think the Ferdium estate is a joke? The guard stammered. Honestly, they did think little of Ferdium, but he couldn't say that out loud. It's not that, it's just that the lady Hay. As Belinda unleashed her formidable aura, the guard stepped back, his face going pale. What is this? She's dressed like a maid, but she feels like some kind of secret bodyguard or something. Overwhelmed by the pressure, the guard's body trembled. Only then did Ghislaine step forward. Enough, Belinda, but young master, it's fine. I'll handle it from here. After dismissing Belinda, Ghislaine approached the guard and whispered quietly, Tell them I have something to discuss regarding the Merchant Guild. If I leave now, who knows what I might say. I'm not exactly known for keeping my mouth shut. Why, yes, I understand. The guard hurriedly fled back inside the castle. A short while later, the same guard returned, bowing deeply to Ghislaine. The lady has requested that you be shown inside. The sudden change in their attitude made Belinda's eyes widen as she glanced at Ghislaine, curious about what he had said to make them so compliant. Ghislaine smirked and whispered to Belinda, Seems she's fond of me. Ah, the curse of my irresistible charm. Oh my, where did this sudden confidence come from? Belinda scolded Ghislaine playfully, saying he was becoming cheekier by the day. Still, she preferred this to his old self, who always used to be angry. The group was guided to a lavish reception room. As they walked, Ghislaine looked around, clearly impressed. Wow, they're definitely rich. I'm glad I came. Looks like I'll be able to secure a lot of funding for development. Rapold Castle was beautifully adorned with expensive materials, completely unlike the rough and rugged Ferdium Castle. It clearly showed off the wealth of the estate. Belinda and the knights waited in the adjacent room, while Ghislaine was left alone to wait for Amelia. She's late, considering what I said. She must have a lot on her mind. Amelia took a considerable amount of time to appear. Even after Ghislaine finished his tea, he continued to wait, eventually growing bored. Finally, the door to the reception room opened, and a woman entered. Bright brown hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders. Her slightly lowered eyes and raised chin gave off an impression of arrogance and coldness. This was Ghislaine's fiancée, Amelia Rapold, Nyang. A cat followed behind her, its tail raised high. It was a cat known as Bastet, with short gray fur that shimmered with a bluish tint and a sleek, graceful body. Much like its owner, the cat exuded an air of elegance and pride with every step and expression. It's been a while, Amelia. Did you miss me? Oh, it's been a while since I've seen that cat too. What was its name again? Ghislaine greeted her casually, but Amelia only raised an eyebrow, not bothering to reply. Who does he think he is, calling my name like that? Miss him, this pathetic fool who does nothing but guard the frontier. Has he lost his mind? When Amelia first heard that Ghislaine had arrived, she had scoffed and told the guards to send him away. There was no need to meet someone who had come unannounced, especially someone as disappointing as Ghislaine. She had absolutely no intention of seeing him. However, after hearing the single message Ghislaine had sent, she had no choice but to let him into the castle. What exactly does he know? The fact that Amelia was growing a merchant guild was a tightly guarded secret. It wasn't just a matter of starting a simple trading company. Unaware of Amelia's inner turmoil, Ghislaine flashed a bright smile and continued speaking. Your birthday is coming up soon, right? Here's a gift. A flash of contempt crossed Amelia's face as he handed over a bouquet of flowers. Did he really bring me that as a gift? Does he dare offer something so pathetic to me? Amelia Rapold. In all her life, she had never received such a worthless present. No one had ever dared to offer her something so cheap. Although she wasn't usually the type to care about the value of gifts, the fact that Ghislaine presented it made it unbearable. Nyang, even Bastet let out a displeased meow as if to express its shared disgust. With graceful steps, Amelia walked over and took the bouquet from Ghislaine's hands. Thank you. It's a lovely bouquet. However, flowers like these wilt so quickly. There's no need for me to keep them. Amelia casually tossed the bouquet into a corner of the reception room. It was an act designed to humiliate the giver. For someone who valued their honor, especially a noble, such behavior would be considered unacceptable under normal circumstances. But Amelia had purposely thrown the bouquet in plain sight, hoping to provoke Ghislaine into an emotional response to make him act rashly. However, instead of blushing or getting angry, Ghislaine merely shrugged, leaning back on the sofa without a care in the world. Our estate doesn't have much money, so that I couldn't get you an expensive gift. But it's the thought that counts, the thought. With an unwavering expression, Ghislaine played innocent, and Amelia responded with a smirk on her lips. Even if your estate is poor, that's not something to boast about, is it? Don't you feel ashamed? And if you want to express your feelings, the gift's value also matters. You can't express sincerity with garbage. Amelia spat out harsh words, aiming to provoke Ghislaine. It was something unimaginable for her, given her usual reserved nature, but right now she had no other choice. If she wanted to gauge what he knew and how much he knew, she had to shake him up emotionally. However, Ghislaine, even after being insulted outright, replied with a calm expression. Being poor isn't something to be ashamed of, unless, of course, you're doing something dishonest. I once thought about forming a band of thieves, but decided not to because it's too disgraceful. His words carried a deeper meaning. Amelia's face stiffened. His tone and behavior were as if he was boldly declaring that he knew something. He's different from before. He's never shown such strange confidence. What happened? Until recently, Ghislaine hadn't been able to hide his affection for her. Whenever he stood before her, he was always shy, unable to even speak first. But now she couldn't sense any of those feelings from him. Instead of trying to impress her, it seemed like he didn't even care. The sudden change in Ghislaine's attitude made her more wary. Well, fine. What's the reason you wanted to meet? I'd appreciate it if you got straight to the point. I like how direct you are. I need some money. I'm in a bit of a tough spot right now. Ghislaine winked and made a circle with his fingers. Amelia's face briefly froze at the unexpected request. Who in the world would ask for money so boldly and arrogantly? Ha, is that why you came to see me? Asking your fiancé for money. Do you have no pride, my lord? Ghislaine smiled awkwardly and waved his hand. No, you misunderstood. I'm not asking to borrow money. Then what? Ghislaine leaned in slightly, bringing his face closer to Amelia's and whispered, I'm asking you to just give it to me. Between us, you could do at least that much, right? You will, won't you? As she listened to Ghislaine's words, Amelia made a serious decision. She would break off the engagement with him today. Amelia was dumbfounded, demanding money out of the blue. Ghislaine was the first person who had dared to make such a request of her. And our relationship, he had completely misunderstood his position. She didn't bother hiding her anger. You speak so freely, my lord. Then I should be allowed to speak my mind as well. Rapold already provides more than enough support to that beggarly Ferdium. Beggarly, isn't that a bit harsh? My father would be quite hurt if he heard you, calling your future father-in-law a beggar, no less. If suddenly showing up and demanding money isn't begging, then what is? Or is this request also coming from Count Ferdium himself? At Amelia's words, Ghislaine crossed his legs and responded with a relaxed expression. If we don't keep the north under control, the kingdom will have quite a hard time, don't you think? We're doing a job that someone has to do, stepping up for the kingdom. You're simply supporting us in that effort. That's a deal, not begging, isn't it? What he said was logical. Someone had to keep the northern barbarians in check. That was why Ferdium had been fighting wars in the desolate borderlands for so long. Since Ferdium was fighting on behalf of others, it was only natural that the kingdom and other territories shared the costs of maintaining their military forces. However, Amelia simply gave him a mocking smile. So, my lord, are you the one fighting the barbarians? It's Count Ferdium who's holding the north, and my father is already more than generous in his support. She wasn't wrong. Rapold had already sent substantial financial aid to Ferdium. There was no reason for Ghislaine to demand more money under these circumstances. I'm not the one fighting them right now, but if you think about the future, it's not wrong for you to give me the money. What future? Amelia furrowed her brow in confusion, and Ghislaine responded with a faint smirk. There was no trace of humor in his eyes. In the future, I'll inherit Ferdium. When that happens, it would be natural for the future Countess of Rapold to support me, right? I'm just asking to receive it a bit early. Amelia's brow furrowed slightly. It was the kind of statement that, if overheard, could get someone killed. She couldn't tell if he was deliberately making such outrageous remarks or was simply a madman spouting nonsense. A cold silence hung between the two for a moment. Amelia took a small, deep breath and then broke the silence. My lord, no matter how much you say it in jest, you shouldn't make such comments. I'm a woman and not the heir to Rapold. The idea of me becoming the Countess of Rapold. Stop saying such ridiculous things. Ah, you're not interested in such a position. Whether I'm interested or not, it's impossible from the start. I'm someone who's destined to marry into Ferdium. Anyone who heard this would laugh. You're not going to marry me, are you? Amelia bit her lip, unable to find the right words to respond. Who would ever marry a scoundrel like you? If not for the promise made by the previous generation, someone like Ghislaine wouldn't have even dared to look her in the eye, let alone be engaged to her. Seeing Amelia's expression, Ghislaine smirked. I don't want to stay here for long, so I'll get straight to the point. Whether you care about becoming the Countess or not, I don't really care. I just want the money. There's no reason to give you money, and I don't even have that much to begin with. What makes you think I'd have that kind of money to give you? Is that so? That doesn't seem right. The Actium Merchant Guild is thriving, isn't it? You've got plenty of money. Amelia's face immediately stiffened when the name Actium came up. There was a flash of killing intent in her eyes as she glared at Ghislaine, but although she concealed her rage inside, she was filled with confusion. How does he know? She had her suspicions, but now his words confirmed it. Ghislaine knew about her weaknesses and her ambitions. On the surface, Amelia had no visible connection to the Actium Merchant Guild. The guild was currently under someone else's name, and she had gone to great lengths to maintain her distance from it. And yet, Ghislaine had explicitly brought up the Actium Merchant Guild. How he had discovered the truth was beyond her understanding. Ghislaine, looking calm and relaxed, added, I'll keep it simple. Hand over 10,000 gold and I won't spread any rumors. That's a pretty cheap price, don't you think? If you don't trust me, then trust the weight of the money. She had no choice but to hand over the money. If her secret were exposed, Amelia would lose everything, possibly even her life. She had fallen into an inescapable trap. Ghislaine knew this well, so he was pushing her shamelessly. She probably hasn't fully taken control of her family yet. This threat only works because it's now or never. Amelia Rapold. Known for her gentle, graceful demeanor and her exceptional intellect, she was hailed as a paragon of nobility. And yet, in the future, she would become infamous among other nobles as the Witch of the North, the most villainous of villains. In Ghislaine's previous life, she had imprisoned her father, Count Rapold, in a tower, murdered her half-siblings, and taken complete control of the family and its territory. Although she had received support from the Delphine Duchy, her most significant asset in claiming the Countess title was the Actium Merchant Guild. Under the guise of providing security, Actium had raised a massive private army, making it not just a merchant guild, but a formidable organization with both financial and military power. She probably had other groups under her as well, but the Actium Merchant Guild was definitely the largest. After becoming the Countess and expanding Actium into a massive merchant guild, Amelia's ambitions turned toward Ferdium, but that was all in the future. For now, she's probably struggling just to keep her forces hidden. Count Rapold had many children. There wasn't much difference in age or capability between the children, so the competition to claim the successor's position was fierce. Her siblings wouldn't sit idly by if it became known that she was secretly building her own power base out of ambition. She ground her teeth and glared at Ghislaine. How could that worthless scoundrel? Does he know I've joined hands with the Delphine Duchy? But they weren't the only problem. Count Rapold was showing a hostile attitude toward the Delphine Duchy. If he found out that Amelia had allied with the Delphine Duchy and was receiving funds and military support for an uprising, the Count would also cut ties with his daughter. Even just the suspicion alone is enough to pose a threat right now. Of course, she didn't think Ghislaine had any clear evidence, but it would be dangerous if even a single person heard what Ghislaine had said and started to suspect her. In fact, the Delphine Duchy might even try to eliminate her to erase any evidence. She couldn't just leave such a threat unattended. Closing her eyes, she slowly opened her mouth. Young master, what? Have you changed your mind? Are you going to give me money? You've crossed too many lines, young master. Unfortunately, this is where we part ways. Already, but I haven't even received the money. Ignoring Ghislaine's words, Amelia spoke to the air. Deal with it. At that command, the wall with a large bookshelf flipped over and a man holding a sword walked out. However, Ghislaine merely smirked without a hint of surprise. If I die here, a territorial war will break out. Can you handle that? You must have trusted Count Ferdium. Too bad he's not here. It'll be as if neither you nor your party ever came here. So cold. Well, I already knew you were that kind of woman. Ghislaine calmly stood and drew his sword as if he had expected this, but Amelia only scoffed. Ghislaine's lack of skill was well known in the area. Raising her chin, she elegantly gave the command, finish it quickly. I don't even want to see him. Let's go bast it. Nyang. Without a second glance, she turned away. She also intended to go outside and give the order to kill the rest of Ghislaine's party. The sound of swords clashing rang out behind her. Erg, and then a short scream echoed. Amelia's expression hardened and she stopped in her tracks. She realized that the scream hadn't come from Ghislaine. When she turned back, an unbelievable sight lay before her. Blood from the fallen man seeped into the carpet. For a hidden trump card, don't you think he's a bit too weak? With all your money, you could have hired someone more competent. Next to the man, Ghislaine casually shook the blood off his sword, his expression relaxed. How could you? The dead man had been a skilled fighter who could easily subdue a rookie like Ghislaine, yet there he lay, defeated by none other than Ghislaine. Amelia couldn't comprehend the situation unfolding before her eyes. My lady, what's happening? The two knights guarding the door burst in as if they were about to break it down. Seeing Ghislaine standing over the corpse with a sword, they gasped and immediately drew their blades, surrounding him. Quickly assessing the situation, Amelia shouted at the top of her lungs, kill him immediately. You mean the young master? Hurry, kill him before anyone gets here." The knights hesitated, but they couldn't ignore her orders. They slowly approached Ghislaine, aware of the potential consequences of killing the heir of another territory. However, if they disobeyed Amelia, their lives were at risk right then and there. Just then, an unfamiliar voice rang out from behind them. "Hold on, knights. Move any closer and the lady will be in danger." Before anyone had realized it, Belinda had appeared, a smug look on her face as she pressed a dagger to Amelia's throat. Behind her, the four knights who had accompanied her blocked the doorway. "A bit too intense for a lover's quarrel, wouldn't you say, young master? What's going on?" Belinda winked at Ghislaine as she spoke. He responded nonchalantly as if it were no big deal. "Oh, just a little disagreement. Women can be so hard to understand. Everyone goes through that when they're young. It's because neither side knows how to compromise. Still, I think we can finally have a proper conversation now, right, Amelia?" Ghislaine stepped toward Amelia, but the knights, fearing that Belinda might hurt her, didn't dare stop him and stood awkwardly in place. Looking at Amelia's eyes filled with rage, Ghislaine couldn't help but laugh. "You see, if you just handed it over when I asked nicely, things wouldn't have come to this. It's just pocket change for you. Why make things so difficult? Well, things have escalated now, so I can't just let it go, can I?" Though he said this, Ghislaine had never really expected Amelia to comply easily. In fact, the way things had unfolded was precisely as he had anticipated, and he found it amusing. With a smile still on his lips, Ghislaine continued, "Let me break the bad news to you. The price just went up, now it's 20,000 gold, Amelia." At that moment, Bastet released a sharp screech and leaped at Ghislaine, but he casually tilted his head to avoid it, and the cat ended up crashing to the floor. A pitiful, deflating sound escaped from it. Ghislaine nodded and laughed. "What a funny cat. You better keep an eye on it. I don't want to hurt animals." Bastet bristled and glared at Ghislaine, but it didn't attack again. Seeing the cat act just like its owner, Ghislaine couldn't help but chuckle. "Speaking of which, your head of security was his name Bernarf. You two seem pretty close." Ghislaine recalled that after Amelia ascended to the position of Count Rapold, she married her bodyguard, Bernarf. He had thrown out the comment based on what little he knew, but Amelia completely misunderstood. "No way is he jealous because I'm close to my bodyguard. How could there be such a pathetic fool?" It was true that she was particularly close to Bernarf. After all, she had personally taken in that simple country bumpkin and raised him to where he was now. He was a talented and capable man, and she highly valued him. But their relationship was nothing like what Ghislaine was insinuating. As her thoughts continued, Amelia's face suddenly turned pale. What if this lunatic spreads ridiculous rumors? If word got out that she, who was engaged, had fallen in love with her bodyguard, it would bring eternal shame to her family. It's a ridiculous notion, but if it comes out of this guy's mouth, it'll be like throwing fuel onto a fire. Many people in her domain knew that Amelia cherished Bernarf. Some even gossiped that she had picked up a pretty boy and made him head of her bodyguard unit. It was also an open secret that Bernarf had feelings for her. With the current troubles caused by the Actium Merchant Guild already giving her a headache, she didn't have the energy to handle another issue. Amelia remained silent for a while, swallowing dryly before finally opening her mouth. "And what about the guild? Have you been investigating me?" Perhaps Ghislaine liked her so much that he had snooped around, trying to dig up information. Then, when he found out she was closer to Bernarf than he expected, he might have been trying to extort money out of her out of spite. If it's a guy with no honor like him, that's definitely possible. However, Ghislaine showed no signs of jealousy or any other emotion. "Well, I just know someone, that's all. I overheard it by chance." Ghislaine shrugged nonchalantly as if it were no big deal. One of the most basic strategies was feeding false information to an enemy to confuse them. Amelia would likely spend quite some time agonizing over how Ghislaine had discovered her secret, but no matter how much she investigated, she'd find nothing. After all, who could possibly imagine that a man who had lived in the future had died and then come back to life in the past? "So what's it going to be? Are you giving me the money or not? I told you I'm in a hurry." Amelia ground her teeth and spoke. Do you think you and Ferdium will be safe after this?" "I don't know where you picked up such rumors, but to make such ridiculous threats like this." But she couldn't finish her sentence. Her mouth closed on its own. Suddenly, an overwhelming, terrifying bloodlust began pouring out from Ghislaine, who had remained calm and composed until now. "Say it again. Do I think our estate will be safe?" The destruction of his family and estate had been a trauma that haunted Ghislaine his entire life, and Amelia was one of the main culprits. Hearing such a threat from someone like her made it impossible for him to contain his rage. The sudden change in Ghislaine's demeanor made even the surrounding knights, including Belinda, swallow nervously. Just facing Ghislaine head-on made Amelia feel as though her heart might stop. Threats aren't made with words, Amelia. Ever since he had left his family, Ghislaine had lived his life cutting down others on the battlefield. Among those he killed were not only renowned knights and high-ranking nobles, but countless other influential figures as well. If he could build a castle with the corpses of those he had slain, surely there would be some like Amelia among them. The harsh words of Amelia, who hadn't even properly established her own power yet, were less significant than a cat's scratch to him. What do you think happened to all the bastards who have come at me so far, except for that cat? All of them. Ghislaine paused mid-sentence. Since he had returned to the past, all those people were probably still alive and well. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ghislaine muttered softly, "They're probably living healthy lives, for now." What, they were fairly strong opponents. Amelia, as well as the others in the room, looked at him with bewildered expressions. Avoiding their sharp gazes, Ghislaine lowered his eyes and shook his head before speaking again. "Anyway, that's not important right now. What are you going to do?" Ghislaine briefly considered mentioning the Delphine Duchy but decided against it. The situation was dangerous enough as it was. There was no need to invite even greater risk by bringing up those behind the scenes. Amelia closed her eyes. As absurd as it seemed, seeing Ghislaine's confident attitude made her think that he might know more than he was letting on. She could kill Ghislaine and his party right here if she wanted. However, if she tried to deal with him and those knights as well, the commotion would inevitably grow, and she would likely be the one who ended up under suspicion. "I need to get them out of the castle first. Father and my brothers mustn't find out." Having made her decision, she opened her eyes and spat out her words as though chewing them. "I'll give you 20,000 gold. Take it and leave immediately." "Good, I knew you'd be decisive. Shut up, the annulment process will begin right away." "Sure, handle it however you want." Ghislaine readily agreed. After all, with that much money in hand, what was an annulment? Amelia gazed at him for a moment before speaking in a subdued voice. "You've changed a lot. You're one of the people who made me change." There was no way Amelia could ever know the true reason behind Ghislaine's transformation. Without waiting for a response, he turned away. Her voice, heavy with resentment, stopped him in his tracks. "Do you really think anything will change just because someone like you has? Throwing yourself into danger over petty jealousy and money. You're still as foolish as ever. Think whatever you want. You'll regret what happened today. I'm looking forward to it." Amelia wasn't the type of woman to let something like this slide. She would likely try every scheme she could think of to silence Ghislaine in the future. Even so, it was a risk worth taking. With 20,000 gold, he would have just enough capital to start what he needed. "Amelia, this time I'll make sure to take your head. Don't think you can keep running like in our previous life." As Ghislaine left the audience room, his expression was just as cold and hard as Amelia's. The two, whose relationship had been bound by a formal engagement, had now crossed a river from which there would be no return. Even long after Ghislaine's group had left, Amelia couldn't calm her simmering anger. Ghislaine Ferdium, how dare he threaten me? To be threatened by such a man and even have money extorted from her, it was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation of her life. "I have to silence him, no matter what." She bit her lip, her face twisted in frustration. The Duke of Delphine was a frightening man. If rumors about the secret pact they had made started to spread, he would undoubtedly cut ties without hesitation. There was no escaping it once she had decided to join forces with him. "I can't afford to fall out of their favor until I've built enough power." The Delphine Duchy scheme was already in motion. If they couldn't flip an estate from within like Ferdium's, they would attack it from the outside. In regions like Rapold's estate, where there was potential, they would invest and take control. They were weakening the power of every estate that wasn't allied with them. "Yes, I'll have to kill him." There was no hesitation, no guilt. In the noble society, it was common to kill even blood relatives, if necessary. "First, I'll kill him. Then, if I need an excuse, I'll come up with one afterward." She didn't care if suspicions arose about her being responsible for Ghislaine's death. Silencing him regarding the Merchant Guild was far more important. After all, the dead don't speak. "Bernarf, bring Bernarf to me now." Having made her decision, Amelia shouted. Not long after, a tall, handsome man with thick blonde hair entered the room. "Did you call for me?" "Bernarf, meow." Bernarf flinched as he saw the furious Amelia and the glaring Bastet. He asked cautiously, "What's going on?" "Kill Ghislaine. That bastard knows my secret." What do you mean by that? What exactly does he know?" After hearing the full story, Bernarf's expression turned serious. He contemplated for a moment before nodding. "This isn't a good situation, but you don't need to worry too much. He's a pathetic man who lacks the ability to actually do anything. He probably just came here to extort money from you. But if that bastard runs his mouth carelessly, everything could fall apart. We have to be careful right now." He got his money, so he'll be quiet for a while. In fact, he might stay silent and come back later asking for more. In truth, Ghislaine had no intention of returning to her, but the two assumed he might come back to demand more money. Given that they saw him as a petty man who would go so far as to threaten his fiancée for money, it wasn't a stretch for them to think that way. They didn't even bother to wonder what Ghislaine might actually use the money for. They simply assumed he'd squander it on gambling or entertainment, or at best, use it to prop up his miserable estate a little. Ghislaine's long-standing reputation as a delinquent played a significant role in shaping their perceptions. Even though they had seen a change in him, prejudice didn't fade so easily. Amelia pulled out a map from the bookshelf and pointed to a location with her finger. "Kill him here. We'll avoid prying eyes in this spot. Get the money back, too." The place Amelia pointed to was a valley surrounded by low mountains. It was the quickest route from Rapald Castle to Ferdium's estate. Since it was a narrow path, an ambush could easily handle Ghislaine's small party. However, Bernarf shook his head. Everyone already knows that young Master Ghislaine was here. It could raise suspicions. What if we make it look like bandits or monsters attacked him? If it's discovered that we were involved, Count Ferdium's wrath will be upon us. There's nothing to gain from a conflict with Ferdium's estate, especially with the important matters ahead of us. As long as we don't get caught, it'll be fine. The insult he gave me is one thing, but we can't leave a potential threat like him alone. We can't use our knights, then send mercenaries or assassins. We've invested in those guys for times like this. Use them. In the end, Bernarf nodded in agreement. Amelia had a point. It was risky, but as long as they didn't leave evidence, there would be no real danger. Ghislaine was already an outcast within Ferdium's territory, so no one would pay much attention to him. Understood. I'll make sure they're fully prepared. Amelia looked at Bernarf with cold eyes. Unlike that pathetic Ghislaine, Bernarf was quite capable. If Bernarf moved, taking care of someone like Ghislaine would be no trouble at all. Good. Make sure it's done quietly before any rumors spread. I'll handle it without issue. All right, go. I'll finish it quickly and return. Bernarf frowned slightly, making sure Amelia couldn't see. Thanks to Ghislaine, it looked like things were going to be quite troublesome for a while. Sigh, why does that bastard have to stir up such a headache? All he wanted was to stay by Amelia's side, but the world seemed determined to make it difficult. At least with the annulment being pushed forward, that's a good thing for me, right? Bernarf glanced longingly at Amelia as he left the room. He didn't care about Ghislaine or anything else. He just wanted to finish the task quickly and return to Amelia's side. What? A man with a splendidly groomed mustache frowned upon hearing the report from his subordinate. His name was Harold Desmond, the lord of Count Desmond's territory, and a man plotting the northern overthrow under the Delphine Duke. You were trying to pit them against Digold's territory in a territorial war, and that failed? Yes, sir. Even after winning over their knights, did the knight commander get in the way? Ferdium might have been a territory without wealth or notable figures, but at least Count Ferdium and their knight commander, Randolph, were respectable enough. At Harold's question, his lieutenant hesitated awkwardly before replying. The knight commander had left for a military campaign with Count Ferdium, but the lieutenant glanced at Harold, gauging his mood before continuing. Rumor has it that 2 of the escort knights tried to kidnap the count's daughter and got caught. They were killed by Ferdium's heir apparent. Frank has gone missing, and no one knows if he's alive or dead. Ferdium's heir apparent, that bratty troublemaker. He defeated trained knights. Could Frank have fallen to him, too? Ghislaine doesn't have that kind of skill. We're assuming the 2 escort knights fought each other to claim the count's daughter, and it ended in mutual destruction. Harold remained silent momentarily before letting out a derisive chuckle, as if the situation were utterly ridiculous. Is that what you're reporting to me? Assuming. Guessing? Are you saying you can't even figure out what's happening in that tiny territory? The more he spoke, the more Harold's body radiated an intimidating aura. I'm sorry, sir. The site was completely burned down, so it's been difficult to get accurate information. Harold stared down at his trembling subordinate and spoke slowly. The lord and the knight commander were both away on campaign. It's a territory with few knights or soldiers. We sent Frank there, and even won over their escort knights. And yet you couldn't manage to kill a single girl. His voice rose in frustration. And now you're telling me that the pathetic heir of Ferdium killed those knights. Since when did my lieutenant become so useless he can't even gather proper information? The lieutenant threw himself to the ground, groveling. I'm sorry. Please just give me one more chance, and I will surely succeed. You want another chance after failing at such a simple task, Harold scoffed. Odds that Ferdium's heir could be some unexpected variable, as suggested by those ridiculous rumors, were incredibly low. If that were the case, then it was likely the lieutenant was simply incompetent, or he had conducted the mission carelessly. Either way, Harold had no use for such subordinates. Jingle, jingle. Harold reached for the bell on his desk and rang it twice. 2 knights entered the room. Harold looked down at the now pale lieutenant with an expression devoid of any emotion. Take care of him. Please spare me, just give me one more chance. Please, I beg you. Ah, the lieutenant screamed as he was dragged away, but Harold didn't pay any attention and shifted his gaze back to the documents on his desk. I'm already burdened with keeping an eye on Rapold, and now Ferdium is becoming an annoyance. Right now, Harold's greatest focus was on Amelia's rebellion plan. According to the information, Count Rapold had been quietly stockpiling food and increasing his forces. Before he grows stronger, Amelia needs to succeed. That didn't mean he could just leave Ferdium as it was. Suddenly, Harold furrowed his brow, feeling an odd sense of unease. Ghislaine Ferdium. It was particularly annoying because Ghislaine had been a figure he hadn't even cared about until now. He wouldn't have felt so disgusted if it had been anyone else's name. I'll have to send more people. After much deliberation, Harold decided to deploy more spies to the Ferdium estate. Young master, what on earth was that all about? Oh, just a lover's quarrel. Looks like Amelia loves me a bit too much. Damn, I'm so popular. Belinda glared at Ghislaine, who was wearing a smug expression. And why did you ask Lady Amelia for money? I needed some money for something, and Amelia was the only person around with a lot of it. Ah, so you squeezed money out of your rich fiancé. Belinda narrowed her eyes at Ghislaine, looking at him like he was insane. He shook his head as if wronged. Hey, I'm not that kind of guy. I had a reason. And what reason is that? In my past life, Amelia tormented me a lot. I'm just collecting on that debt now. You could call it compensation. It was true, but there was no way such a story would be accepted. Are you really not going to tell me the truth? No, I'm serious. As they exited Rapold Castle, Belinda continued to badger Ghislaine, but no matter how much she pressed, Ghislaine wouldn't offer any real explanation. She'd believe me anyway, even if he told her that Amelia would become Ferdium's enemy in the future. It was obvious he'd just be dismissed as crazy. That didn't mean he could reveal Amelia's secrets and ruin her plans. If he did, the Delphine Duchy would discard her immediately and find another pawn. That would only make things more difficult for Ghislaine. It was better to continue doing so as long as he could use his knowledge of the future to his advantage. Belinda snorted, clearly unconvinced. Fine if you say so, but is it really okay to keep squeezing money out of her? Won't there be a problem if Count Rapold finds out? Ghislaine shrugged as if to say not to worry. It's fine. Amelia will never say anything. How can you be so sure? That's a secret for now. I'll tell you later. Anyway, let's get on to the next task. Belinda widened her eyes in surprise at his unexpected words. The next task? You're not going back right away. Ghislaine nodded. Amelia won't sit still. Belinda didn't deny it and nodded in agreement. She also knew well about the underhanded ways of the nobles. It was a situation in which it wouldn't have been strange if a blade flew at them from anywhere at any time. They might send someone. Yes, we need to be prepared. Thanks to all the experiences he'd had with Amelia in his past life, Ghislaine knew her better than anyone. With her personality, there was no way she would just let them walk away unscathed. We need a wild card on our side. We have to throw Amelia off a little. A wild card. Someone who can join us, and someone who will continue to be of help in the future. Who is that? Do you know someone? Well, first we need to check if they're even here. Belinda, looking puzzled, asked again. You're searching for someone when you're not even sure they're here. My memory's a little hazy. Let's look for them first, and if we can't find them, we'll think of another plan. Honestly, what are you thinking? So, what's their name? Jillian. Ghislaine and his companion went around several places asking about this person named Jillian. Not long after, a knight returned with information on his whereabouts. As expected, he's around here. Let's go. Ghislaine, feeling a sense of urgency, hurried his steps. Jillian was a person Ghislaine had only heard of through rumors during his mercenary days in another country. From what he had heard, Jillian had stayed in Rapold for a while before eventually taking his own life. Thankfully, he hasn't died yet. The fact that he had committed C was proof of how dire his situation had been. Ghislaine stood in front of a shabby house on the outskirts of the castle and nodded to himself. As expected, his family has completely fallen. The house looked as if it could collapse at any moment. Aside from being somewhat isolated, it didn't seem much different from the houses in the slums on the other side of the castle. Is anyone there? The knight accompanying them called out loudly and knocked on the door. After a moment, a man emerged. He appeared to be in his 50s. His white hair and beard had clearly turned that way from years of hardship. Since he hadn't been taking care of himself, his hair and beard were wildly overgrown and disheveled. His sunken eyes looked like those of a dead fish. What do you want? His cracked and weak voice left Belinda and the knight unable to hide their disappointment. To them, Jillian seemed like nothing more than a broken man. Did he really go to all this trouble just to find someone like this? What could he possibly be thinking? There was something called presence in a person. Even those who couldn't use mana had a certain aura that others could feel as soon as they met them. But Jillian, sure, the smell of alcohol was expected, but the atmosphere he exuded was no more imposing than that of a lowly thug from a marketplace. Belinda scanned Jillian up and down, trying to understand Ghislaine's intentions. Does he just want to use him as a porter? If that's the case, wouldn't it be better just to hire a slave or a servant? While Jillian's build and muscles seemed somewhat usable, his exhausted expression and drooping shoulders made her doubt whether he could even carry loads. As the others wore expressions of doubt and disappointment, only Ghislaine smiled. "Jillian, I've come to meet you. What business do you have with me?" Jillian, despite Ghislaine appearing young, treated him respectfully and courteously. The boy's attire differed from that of commoners, and with knights and maids accompanying him, it was clear that he was a noble at a glance. "This must be quite a difficult situation, right? I can solve your problem for you." At Ghislaine's words, Jillian let out a self-deprecating laugh. "It seems the young nobleman is bored. You can flaunt your pretensions elsewhere." His words dripped with sarcasm and irritation. His sharp change in attitude from just a single sentence caused Belinda and the accompanying knights to frown. However, Ghislaine didn't seem to mind. "I can help you," he repeated. "Just leave. My life is already tiring enough, and I have no energy left to play along with a young noble's whims." With that, Jillian turned away. It was an act of rudeness that a commoner should never show to a noble. One of the knights gripped his sword and stepped forward. "This man is incredibly disrespectful." Jillian briefly glanced back at the knight's sword, then chuckled and pointed to his chest. "If you want to kill me, go ahead. Do you have the guts for it?" "My heart is right here. Stab it properly. You bastard." The knight gritted his teeth and stepped forward again, but he couldn't bring himself to swing his sword. Instead, Jillian's defiance, his invitation to kill him, unsettled him. Smiling as if to calm things down, Ghislaine motioned for the knights to step back. "Come on, it's our first meeting. Let's not be so hostile. Jillian, I really can solve your problem." Jillian, with hollow eyes, looked back at Ghislaine. His bright expression seemed almost cheerful, and in his eyes shone unwavering confidence. What a strange nobleman. He didn't seem to care about the authority or dignity typical of nobles, which reminded Jillian of old acquaintances. After hesitating for a moment, he sighed and spoke. "Come inside." Following Jillian inside, the group immediately covered their noses. Belinda clicked her tongue as she surveyed the house. This is a complete dump." The house was a mess, with thick layers of dust everywhere from the lack of cleaning, and mold had even formed in the darker corners. However, the variety of weapons strewn about the house stood out more than the filth. "Is he a blacksmith?" Given his large build and the weapons lying around, it seemed a plausible guess. But Belinda couldn't understand why Ghislaine had gone out of his way to find a blacksmith in such a situation. "Why doesn't he just explain things? Why do I have to guess?" she pouted, frustrated by Ghislaine's lack of explanation. "This way," Jillian said. They followed him into a small bedroom. Inside, a young girl about the same age as Alina lay with a gaunt face fast asleep. "She's my daughter." Belinda and the knight stepped back, startled by the sight of Jillian's daughter. Her once brown hair had faded and become so brittle it seemed like it would crumble at a touch. Her lips were cracked and split, making her look almost like a corpse. The bloodstains on the bed and her missing fingernails hinted at how much pain she was enduring. But the most alarming thing was the red spots that covered her face and body. Belinda grabbed Ghislaine's arm without thinking and shouted, "My lord." Ghislaine gently took Belinda's hand off his arm and nodded. "Yes, I know. My lord, you need to step back. This isn't something you can help with." Now they could understand why Jillian had been acting that way. His daughter, suffering from an incurable disease, and the disdainful or fearful looks of those around them. Any hope had already vanished. As his daughter slowly inched toward death, so too did he. Seeing Belinda's reaction, Jillian let out a bitter laugh. "So you came here claiming to help without even knowing what disease my daughter has." "No, I know, then you should understand. My daughter is suffering from an untreatable disease. I know there's no known cure," Ghislaine replied, his tone matter-of-fact. Jillian's face twisted in a grimace, his voice filled with a growl. "Yet you still said you could help me." "What is your real intention coming here?" Belinda interrupted, standing in front of Ghislaine. "Lord Ghislaine, please step back." Her voice was loud, and the fact that she had called him lord was proof of how angry she was. But Ghislaine didn't retreat at all. "It's fine, it's not contagious. It was already revealed to be a false rumor, remember. Even so, step back. There's no harm in being cautious. I'm telling you it's not contagious." Belinda frowned. She couldn't understand what made Ghislaine so confident. What he said next left her even more astonished. "I know the cure for this disease. To be exact, I'm the only one in the world who knows how to treat it." "What did you say?" Belinda looked dumbfounded. Even as they spoke, red blotches continued to appear all over the girl's body, blooming like petals before gradually fading away, only to reappear in a cycle. Some of the blotches swelled completely, leaking pus, while others simply flickered in and out of existence. Belinda watched Jillian's daughter for a moment before speaking. "This illness is clearly eternal punishment." Ghislaine nodded. Eternal punishment was a dreadful disease that couldn't be cured, not even by divine power. Because of this, clerics claimed it was a punishment inflicted upon those who committed grave sins in their previous lives. The memory of that made Ghislaine click his tongue involuntarily. "Anyway, I've never liked that group. The saintess and her kind are always nagging and being so fussy around me. No, forget it. I was just reminded of the past. Ghislaine quickly changed the subject as the others looked at him in confusion. Regardless, this is just a simple illness. It's not some divine punishment or a shackle she's been born with. It's an illness that can absolutely be cured. Belinda couldn't help but frown at his confident tone. And how exactly does the young master plan to cure something that no one else can? Even divine power doesn't work on this disease. Divine power could cure most illnesses, but this one was an exception. While divine power might temporarily suppress the symptoms, the disease always reappeared shortly after, and the patient would collapse again. Divine power merely suppresses the disease for a short time, but even that has its limits. Besides, ordinary people can't keep receiving divine treatment endlessly. Divine power was rarely dispensed in the temple, except during large-scale relief efforts. Nobles or wealthy individuals had easy access to such treatments, but it was a distant luxury for the poor. You must have already spent everything you had, Ghislaine said. Gillian nodded weakly. He had once earned a considerable fortune, but years of caring for his sick daughter had drained all of his assets. He had poured all his wealth into trying to cure her, but it was like trying to fill a bottomless pit. Anyway, it's time for us to leave. Young master has no reason to stay here any longer. Belinda only wanted Ghislaine to stay away from the girl. Although the rumor about the contagious illness was false, she couldn't shake her unease. She wasn't the only one. Others, too, avoided those afflicted with the disease, fearing they might catch it and suffer for the rest of their lives. No matter how baseless the rumors were, no one wanted to risk getting close to the patient, just in case. No, I must treat her. It's a relief that it's not too late yet. However, Ghislaine firmly shook his head. He understood why Belinda was trying to stop him, but he had no intention of leaving after finally finding the person he was looking for. It was fortunate that he had immediately come to find Gillian, recalling the stories he'd heard in his previous life. The timing had just barely worked out. Gillian's daughter would die soon. Overwhelmed by his daughter's death, Gillian would give up on everything and take his own life as well. If that happened, he would never be able to meet Gillian again. You intend to treat her yourself. I'm the only one who knows the cure for this disease. Of course, I have to do it. At those words, Belinda raised both hands, giving up on stopping him. Ghislaine had always been stubborn since he was young. Once he set his mind on something, even Belinda couldn't stop him. Seeing Ghislaine's confident demeanor, Gillian remained silent. If there were a way to cure this incurable disease, it would be a miracle beyond his wildest dreams, but could such a thing really be possible? Yet Gillian no longer had the strength to either trust and follow those words or deny them. Just then, Gillian's daughter began to tremble violently in agony. Rachel. Gillian urgently called his daughter's name and rushed to her side. The eternal punishment brought waves of intense fever and unimaginable pain at unpredictable intervals. Her agonized screams were unbearable to hear, and both Belinda and the knights turned their heads away with heavy expressions. Despite their wish to avoid getting involved with Ghislaine, watching someone suffer so much was hard. Rachel had clawed at the bed linen so fiercely in her pain that her fingernails had already been torn and shredded, with blood and pus seeping out. The dark, dried bloodstains on the sheets vividly showed how immense her suffering had been. When blood began to trickle from her mouth, Gillian quickly lifted Rachel's upper body to help her expel it. If she vomited blood while lying down, her airway could be blocked, causing her to suffocate. Rachel, it's all right. As Rachel foamed at the mouth in torment, Gillian was no less anguished as he trembled, unable to do anything but hold his daughter tightly. Watching Gillian helplessly shiver as he clung to his suffering daughter, Belinda clenched her teeth. There's not much time left. Eternal punishment didn't begin with such severe symptoms like Rachel's. At first, it only caused a few red spots to appear on the body, followed by a mild fever. But as time passed, the condition worsened until even divine power became ineffective, leaving nothing but relentless pain. Seeing Rachel's condition, it seemed she had already reached the final stage. Dad, I'm in so much pain. I want to die, Dad, please. Rachel, Gillian held his daughter, who was writhing in agony, tightly in his arms to keep her from moving. Eventually, tears began to fall from his eyes. His gaze was filled only with a desperate wish to end this hellish suffering. It's unbearable. I can't hold on any longer. Let's die together. I'm sorry, Rachel. It was something he had only ever imagined, never able to bring himself actually to do it. But now, sensing the end was near, Gillian's eyes went dark. It was the kind of gaze one has when deciding to give up on life. Belinda and the attendant knights turned away altogether, unable to watch any longer. Only Ghislaine observed the tragic scene with a severe expression, taking in every detail. As Rachel's convulsions gradually subsided, Ghislaine finally spoke. Belinda, why yes. Belinda, who had been sniffling, hurriedly raised her head and moved closer at Ghislaine's gesture. We need to begin treatment as soon as the seizures stop. I'll write down the necessary ingredients, so get everything without missing a single item. Glancing at Rachel as he recalled what was needed, Ghislaine soon pulled out paper and pen from his coat and quickly scribbled down a list. Belinda, upon receiving the paper, was startled. "You're asking for Fairy's blessing." Yes, Fairy's blessing was a flower that cost several times more than its weight in gold. It was so rare and expensive that only the exceedingly wealthy could even afford to glimpse it. "But my lord, why such an expensive ingredient?" "Because it's the most important one. We don't have time. We need to make the medicine as quickly as possible, since we don't know when the seizures will start again." Left with no choice, Belinda hurried out to purchase the ingredients. Under Ghislaine's orders, the attendant knights also began preparing the tools to make the medicine. Jillian, having finally managed to calm his daughter after her seizures stopped, could only stare blankly at the scene. His body and mind were utterly exhausted, and he no longer had the strength to stop whatever Ghislaine was doing. When Belinda returned with the ingredients, Ghislaine immediately began the process of creating the medicine. It's an incurable disease now, but a cure will be discovered in the future. The treatment method had been so widely discussed that even Ghislaine remembered it. The problem was that it required outrageously expensive ingredients, but the mixture didn't need to be perfectly precise, and the preparation method wasn't complicated. Fortunately, this allowed Ghislaine, who had never studied pharmacology, to imitate an apothecary clumsily. Ghislaine began carefully making the medicine, following the recipe he remembered. The others watched him with curious eyes, wondering if he could really make it. Though they couldn't fully believe it, seeing Rachel in such pain made them hope, even if just a little, that the medicine would have some effect. Jillian, staring helplessly at the serious Ghislaine making the medicine, asked him, "This is my first time meeting you, my lord. Why are you going this far?" He couldn't understand why Ghislaine was suddenly so determined to cure his daughter's illness, or why he was personally making the medicine after purchasing expensive ingredients. However, Ghislaine didn't even glance at him, and remained focused solely on making the medicine. "I said I'd cure her, did I? Does there need to be some grand reason for helping a sick person?" It was something a con artist might say. No, even if he was a con artist, Jillian didn't care anymore. As a father, he clung to the tiniest sliver of hope. Though his resignation had built up over many years, that hope blossomed again in his heart, mocking all his past despair. But Jillian knew too well that the more one hoped, the greater the despair when that hope was crushed. Caught between hope and doubt, Jillian couldn't do anything but watch Ghislaine with trembling eyes. "It's done." The purple liquid in the small flask looked like melted amethyst. Holding the medicine bottle in one hand, Ghislaine approached Rachel. He gently supported her neck and carefully poured the medicine into her mouth. The group watching was soon filled with disappointment. Outwardly, there seemed to be no change at all. "Stop making that face like you're worried for nothing. It's not magic. Did you expect her to get better the moment she drank it?" Ghislaine dragged a chair next to Rachel's bed and crossed his arms as he sat down. The others had no choice but to wait alongside him, their boredom growing. Hours later, Belinda, who had been dozing off next to Ghislaine, was startled awake by a shout. "What? Are we under attack?" The escort knights were staring at something with shocked expressions. Is that real?" Jillian was just as surprised. Did the medicine actually work?" Ghislaine smiled, satisfied. "It's working." "Honestly, I was a little worried." Belinda's eyes widened in astonishment. The spots that had covered Rachel's face and body were slowly disappearing. Even when they used divine power, the spots only faded in color, never vanishing like this. But now all that remained were traces of dried blood where the spots had been. The rest of them had disappeared entirely. Belinda, her voice trembling, pressed herself close to Ghislaine. "Is she really cured? Are you sure?" Jillian, too, couldn't even breathe properly as he waited for Ghislaine's answer. Seeing such noticeable improvement made his heart pound like it was about to burst. "She's not fully cured yet, but should be much better. We'll need to confirm it, though, so go fetch a priest. I'll pay for it." One of the escort knights took the money Ghislaine handed him and rushed out quickly. He, too, wanted to confirm if the cure was natural. Not long after, a plump priest followed the knight back, walking with a haughty air. As soon as he entered the house, he wrinkled his nose and covered it with his hand. "Ah, the goddess loves cleanliness. This place is a dump. I've never seen such filth. This is like a hell on earth. Are you all demons living in this wretched hell?" Everyone ignored the priest's words. Ghislaine merely chuckled and gestured for him to come closer. "How dare that brat to order me around with a gesture?" The priest grumbled internally, but he didn't voice his complaint since he had been paid generously. So where's the patient? I came here out of goodwill, but I'm quite busy, so I can't stay long." At the priest's question, Ghislaine nodded toward Rachel. "This rude brat is this girl." The priest immediately recognized Rachel. He had treated her at the temple several times before. "Good heavens, this illness cannot be cured with divine power." "I've told you many times already, haven't I? Divine power only suppresses the disease. Wait, hold on. What did you do to her?" The priest, who had been examining Rachel, couldn't hide his astonishment. The disease afflicting her was an incurable one that grew increasingly resistant to divine power over time, worsening until it ultimately led to death. Yet now, Rachel's condition had visibly improved. What in the world is happening? Startled by the unprecedented sight, the priest hastily infused her with divine power. "O goddess," he couldn't stop exclaiming in wonder. Every time he had previously attempted to heal her, the disease had fiercely resisted the divine power, making treatment impossible, but not this time. It was an unbelievable situation. Having treated Rachel several times before, the priest knew exactly how powerful the disease's resistance to divine power had been. But now her body absorbed the divine power without any rejection, as easily as cotton soaking up water. After a long while of channeling divine power into Rachel, the priest stood up with a dazed expression. "As unbelievable as it is, it seems her condition has improved. This is a miracle. The goddess has bestowed a miracle upon us. O merciful goddess, to bless such a place as this den of demons." The priest began to praise the goddess enthusiastically, declaring that the goddess had forgiven Rachel's sins and performed a miracle to heal her. Though the priest had said he couldn't stay long, he showed no signs of leaving, standing and sitting repeatedly while reciting prayers. Seeing that the priest had no intention of leaving, Ghislaine muttered a word to the knights. "Send him home." The knights forcibly dragged the priest, who was still insisting he needed to witness more miracles, out of the room. Only after seeing the overly excited priest did Gillian finally become convinced. His daughter's illness had truly been cured. His heart raced, and his legs trembled to the point that he could barely remain standing. Falling to his knees, he caressed his daughter's face while shedding endless tears. Oh, Rachel, as Rachel's condition improved and her pain diminished, a peaceful smile appeared on her sleeping face. It was the first time in years that Gillian had seen such a serene expression on his daughter's face, and he couldn't help but break down in tears. How long had it been since he'd last seen that smile? How many times had he wished and prayed to see it again? This was a miracle. This can't be happening. After sobbing for a long time, Gillian suddenly regained his composure and stood up, gazing at Ghislaine with desperate eyes. Is it truly possible for my daughter to be cured? If she continues to take the medicine for a month or two, she should be fully healed. How is it possible to cure an incurable disease when even divine power could? Divine power only stimulates vitality and strengthens the body's regenerative abilities. It's up to the body to fight the disease. That's why there are more illnesses that divine power can't cure than people realize. Ghislaine replied with an air of arrogance. Gillian was left speechless. What could he say when the person who had cured his daughter was right there? Staring blankly at Ghislaine momentarily, Gillian suddenly snapped out of his daze and asked with a desperate tone, What do you want? Surely, you must have come to me with something in mind. What can you give me? All I have left is this worthless body. If you ask me to become a dog, I will. If you ask me to be a slave, then I will be your slave." Gillian was sincere. He was prepared to give Ghislaine whatever he wanted for his daughter's sake. Ghislaine let out a small laugh and shook his head. "There's no need for that. I just need the old you, the person you used to be." Gillian paused, remaining silent for a while before finally forcing himself to speak. "If I refuse, what happens to my daughter? Don't worry." "Even if you refuse, I'll still treat your daughter. I don't really care about the money either." Gillian stared at Ghislaine in disbelief. The idea of offering help without expecting anything in return, no one in this world did that. His life experiences had taught him that many times over. Sensing Gillian's skepticism, Ghislaine continued with a relaxed expression. "Don't believe me. It's really no big deal for me. It's not as huge of a favor as you think. This much is easy for me to give." Despite Ghislaine's words, they weren't convincing. He knew a cure for an unknown disease and had gone out of his way to find a complete stranger like Gillian. It was hard not to be suspicious. "Honestly, I'd be disappointed if you refuse, but I'm not in the habit of forcing people to do things they don't want to do. If you don't want to, then that's that." Gillian looked at Ghislaine for a long time. Behind the innocent, childlike exterior, there was an odd sense of maturity, a calm confidence that radiated from him. His eyes reflected a clear sense of purpose. "What on earth is this man dreaming of?" Gillian soon steadied his gaze. Taking a deep breath, he grabbed a dagger. Snip. He gathered his long hair that had reached his shoulders and cut it all off in one swift motion. His once hunched shoulders and bent back straightened, and his figure appeared more imposing. The lifeless look in his eyes ignited, burning with intensity like flames. He looked completely different from the man Ghislaine had first met. The sudden surge of energy startled the knights, who instinctively gripped their sword hilts. Belinda narrowed her eyes and reached into her coat, thinking Gillian might threaten Ghislaine to get more medicine. As Gillian strode toward Ghislaine, the knights quickly blocked his path. Gillian stopped in his tracks, locking eyes with Ghislaine. Standing a full 2 handspans taller than Ghislaine, Gillian looked down at him, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure despite his calm posture. With a deep, resonant voice, Gillian asked, "Are there any others besides the people here with you? Or is anyone else coming to meet us?" "No, it's just us. There's no one else we need to meet, and no one else is coming." Hearing their conversation, Belinda slowly drew her dagger from her coat. The questions themselves were suspicious. Asking about their group and potential contacts could easily be interpreted as a threat, especially with Gillian's sudden change in demeanor. However, Gillian didn't seem to care whether Belinda was wary of him or not. Squinting his eyes, he asked Ghislaine, "Do you happen to have any enemies who hold a grudge against you?" Ghislaine chuckled as if amused by the question. "Of course I do. Some people hold grudges against me now, and there will be more in the future." The moment Gillian heard that, he wordlessly grabbed a harpoon from the corner of the room and tied it to the end of a long rope. Without a word, he exited the room and hurled the harpoon with incredible force toward the door. The harpoon pierced through the door and flew out at breakneck speed. Immediately after, Gillian infused the rope with mana and yanked it back hard. A man in a gray robe, impaled in the shoulder by the harpoon, was dragged through the shattered door. "Gah!" the man screamed in pain, writhing as Ghislaine watched in disbelief. "Well, looks like we had a tail following us," Ghislaine remarked with a dry laugh. The man who had been dragged inside stared up at Gillian with eyes full of terror. He had no idea how someone had managed to spot him, let alone pull off such a precise strike, piercing only his shoulder to avoid a fatal wound. Belinda and the knight's eyes widened in shock at Gillian's incredible throwing skill. Not only did it require mastery of mana, but it also demanded precise control of every muscle movement. Unfazed by their reactions, Gillian grabbed the man's head with one hand and dragged him over to Ghislaine. Ghislaine looked down at the man coldly and asked, "Who sent you?" The man trembled uncontrollably, unable to complete his sentence. He couldn't understand how he had been singled out. He had been blending in with the crowd, pretending to be just another passerby, and yet Gillian had targeted him so precisely. Seeing the man unable to respond, Belinda stepped forward and swiftly searched his belongings. She found a poison-coated dagger and various concealed weapons, but there was nothing that identified his background. "What should we do with him?" Gillian asked. Ghislaine thought for a moment before turning his gaze back to the man. "I suppose you have no intention of talking, do you?" The man hesitated but ultimately remained silent. Ghislaine shrugged with a look of disappointment. "That's a shame. It would have been easier for both of us if you'd cooperated. I really didn't want to dirty my hands on such a fine day." Even when it came to killing, Ghislaine believed there had to be at least some reason for it, especially when dealing with enemies. It was a principle he had maintained since his days as the king of mercenaries. Looking down at the man, who still refused to speak, Ghislaine turned to Gillian. "I think I already know who sent him, so there's no need to ask further. Since we have no other questions, it's best to send this uninvited guest on his way." Nodding, Gillian dragged the man into another room. Crunch. A sickening sound echoed through the closed door, followed by an eerie silence. Shortly after, Gillian returned, his expression cold and indifferent. The knights were stunned by Gillian's decisiveness. He did not need any further confirmation before taking action, and his unwavering resolve was overwhelming. Was he always like this? How could he change so suddenly? There's no hesitation in his actions. The young lord has brought a dangerous person into his fold. Gillian, who had seemed so weak and powerless when they first met, now exuded an overwhelming presence like a completely different person. Ghislaine, observing him, spoke. "Judging by your actions, it seems you've made up your mind." Gillian took a deep breath and slowly knelt down. "I pledge my loyalty to you, my lord. You won't regret it. I've already fulfilled my lifelong wish. From now on, I will live only for you." His firm tone conveyed his unwavering resolve. Satisfied, Ghislaine personally helped him up. A pleased smile formed on his face. "Good. Rachel will be taken care of at the estate. Her remaining treatment will, of course, continue. Thank you." Ghislaine, with a playful expression, shifted the topic. "By the way, that was impressive. How did you manage to pinpoint him so accurately and drag him in?" "Even our knights didn't notice." At those words, Belinda and the knights' faces flushed with embarrassment. They had detected that there were people outside, but it had been difficult to determine whether they were enemies. After all, even in a secluded area, a few passers-by weren't out of the ordinary. Yet Gillian had immediately sensed that the man was suspicious and acted accordingly. "Hey, I could have done that too if I wanted. I was just watching the treatment, that's all." Belinda shouted, looking aggrieved. Ghislaine shrugged. "It's all right. I didn't notice either. Don't say it like it's normal not to know." As Belinda continued to grumble, Gillian responded with an impassive face. "It's because I've been cooped up at home for so long. When you stay in one place for too long, it becomes easier to notice people who behave suspiciously." Belinda pursed her lips in frustration. "But still, you could have made a mistake, right? No one's perfect. More important than making a mistake is the safety of the young lord. If it turns out to be nothing, we can deal with it then," Gillian replied firmly. Belinda and the accompanying knights paled slightly. As attendants, they couldn't act so recklessly. Any mistake could tarnish the honor of the one they served. Even if the situation was resolved without error, it was nearly impossible to restore once honor was damaged. However, Gillian's attitude made it clear that he didn't care, even if the man he had just killed had turned out to be an innocent guest or an unrelated bystander. "It's my job to protect the young lord." Feeling like Gillian had been taken from her, Belinda grumbled inwardly. She understood Gillian's mindset, though. He had been a broken man, unable to do anything but despair beside his dying daughter. Now that Ghislaine had saved his daughter's life, how could he not be grateful? He would surely lay down his own life if asked. Still, I didn't think he'd change this much. His presence was overwhelmingly intense. A person like that would undoubtedly draw attention, for better or worse. Hopefully he won't cause any problems. Unaware of Belinda's concerns, Ghislaine patted Jillian on the shoulder and said, "Well done, I'm counting on you from now on." Jillian bowed his head. "I will never disappoint you." And thus the variable Ghislaine had prepared. Jillian officially joined the group. Jillian had said he could leave at any time, but actually, preparing for the departure took longer than expected. He didn't have many belongings, but the numerous weapons scattered throughout the house posed a problem. The carriage was too small and old to carry all the weapons stored in the house properly. Unable to bear it any longer, Ghislaine handed over some money. "Go and buy a decent carriage. Make sure Rachel can travel comfortably." After gathering all the luggage, the modest carriage pulled by 2 horses took on a grotesque appearance, looking more like something out of a nightmare. Small lances were attached to each horse's saddle, and various weapons were plastered all over the sides of the carriage. Jillian, too, strapped a sword and a hand axe to his waist and even mounted a crossbow on his back. Anyone who saw him would think he was heading straight into a battlefield. The knights shook their heads, their faces weary with disbelief. "It looks like a mobile bandit fortress. Does he really need that many weapons?" Powerful warriors usually only carried a small selection of their preferred weapons. Even heavily armored knights would typically bring just a couple of weapons to the battlefield, and if they needed more, they'd have their squires carry them. To the knights, Jillian looked like someone who simply couldn't bear to part with his weapons, dragging along every last piece of gear. However, Ghislaine merely nodded his head as Jillian packed up his weapons, not offering any further comments. "Let's depart. Anything we missed can be fetched later by sending someone back." Jillian drove the carriage, while the rest of the group rode on horseback, just as they had when they first came to Rapold. Glancing at Ghislaine from a short distance away, Belinda quietly fell deep into thought. "It's not just his personality that's changed. No matter how I think about it, something's off." At first, she had believed that Ghislaine had simply matured and came to his senses. She thought his skills were finally starting to reflect the effort he'd been putting into training all this time. She had convinced herself that his remarkable talent, which had always been there, was finally showing itself. Because she had cared for the wayward Ghislaine since they were young, she'd grown accustomed to always interpreting things in the most favorable light. But no matter how much she tried to rationalize it, she couldn't understand how he had cured Jillian's daughter. There's no way the young master could have known that kind of knowledge on his own. Ghislaine wasn't particularly smart, and his worldview was narrow. He'd never left the estate, so how could he have gained such insight? Besides, Belinda knew well that Ghislaine had distanced himself from books since childhood. How could someone like that know a cure no one else knew of? It didn't make any sense. Could it be black magic? Belinda absent-mindedly fiddled with the dagger inside her sleeve, considering every possibility. She had heard stories of legendary black magicians who could transfer their souls into other people's bodies to continue living. Belinda tried to find something odd in Ghislaine's calm expression. No, it's because he looks different but is still our dear young master. Though he occasionally showed different sides of himself, the distinctive aura Ghislaine gave off hadn't changed. Having taken care of him since childhood, there was no way she wouldn't recognize it. He had become strangely more composed and sly, but it wasn't entirely impossible when she thought about the old Ghislaine. He had always had a bit of a nonchalant side. Now, it felt like he had layered an excessive amount of confidence on top of that. A person who was the same yet different. That was how Belinda saw the current Ghislaine. "I really don't know, he just won't tell me anything." She had questioned him multiple times, but Ghislaine had casually brushed it off each time, saying he'd explain later. Eventually, Belinda stopped pursuing her suspicions and started thinking about how to use the medicine Ghislaine had developed. "If I handle this well, it might make some money." Belinda managed all the funds Ghislaine received to maintain his noble status. She struggled to stretch the small amount to support him, so the thought of even earning a single coin made her heart race. The problem is the ingredients. Only wealthy people would be able to afford it. The ingredient known as fairy's blessing, used in the medicine, grew in such small quantities in specific regions that it was more expensive than gold. Despite its exorbitant price, it had a variety of beneficial properties and was used as an ingredient in high-end medicines and potions. Still, it would be cheaper than receiving divine healing. Even just selling the recipe through a contract could make some money. While the group each pondered their own thoughts, Ghislaine was engaged in a lengthy conversation with Jillian. Since Ghislaine didn't flaunt his noble status and behaved casually, Jillian felt comfortable talking to him. "For a nobleman, you seem quite carefree, my lord." "Heh, yeah, I guess I'm pretty laid back." Though Gillian had phrased it politely, Ghislaine didn't really come off as a noble. In fact, it made sense, given that he had spent more time living as a mercenary than as a noble. Ghislaine only maintained the bare minimum of noble etiquette, so to others he appeared more like a confident commoner than a nobleman. Well, lately I've been trying to act more dignified, but honestly it feels really awkward. Sometimes it's better for young people to act freely. You should enjoy your youth. I'd like to, but my youth is already mortgaged to other matters. It's a bit unfortunate. There were times when Ghislaine's remarks didn't make much sense to Gillian, but he simply brushed it off, thinking it was just part of Ghislaine's unique personality. The group reached the outskirts of the Rapold estate without any significant events. At first, they were a bit tense, unsure of what Amelia might try, but there were no ambushes, even when passing through some rather dangerous areas. If we get through this part, we'll be out of the Rapold estate soon, Ghislaine said with a sense of relief. Ahead of them, trees lined both sides of the path. It wasn't a vast forest, but the dense woods were enough to get lost in if one wasn't careful. The same density also meant there was a high risk of an ambush, but it was the fastest route to the Ferdium estate. Otherwise, they would have to either climb over the mountain or take a much longer detour. If she were to stage an ambush, she'd send enough force to ensure it's dealt with properly. Of course, Ghislaine was confident he could repel any forces Amelia might send. He hadn't yet revealed his full abilities, so Amelia wouldn't be able to assess his strength correctly. Besides, even for someone like Amelia, sending someone capable of handling Ghislaine would be a significant burden. Talented individuals weren't something you could just summon whenever you needed them. Still, it never hurt to be cautious. As they approached the path's entrance, Ghislaine quietly released a thread-like stream of mana into the surroundings. This is the best spot for an ambush. It's an awkward position to raise a formal complaint to the Rapold estate if something happens here. The thin strands of mana spread out from Ghislaine, sweeping the area around the group. This was a technique that only someone at the highest level of mastery could detect, a skill unique to Ghislaine. After nodding his head a few times, Ghislaine turned to the group and said, "Let's move forward." They slowly urged their horses forward into the narrow path. As they traveled through, Ghislaine remained silent, and the knights followed, somewhat tense. Yet even after a considerable amount of time passed, nothing happened. One by one, the knights began to relax. As they neared the end of the small forest path, Belinda, riding next to Ghislaine, furrowed her brows. A faint, prickling sensation touched her skin, a hint of killing intent. Her instincts, honed through years of experience, alerted her. As she focused her mana, familiar presences began registering in her senses. Confidently, Belinda spoke up. "Young master, wait a moment," but before she could finish her sentence, Gillian had already leaped onto a horse and cut the reins connecting the carriage. "I'll handle this. Please stay back and rest." He drew the crossbow from his back without hesitation and fired a bolt. At the same time, his horse charged forward. The modified crossbow, capable of firing 3 bolts rapidly, sent its projectiles soaring between the tall trees. Several people who had been hiding and camouflaging themselves among the trees fell to the ground. At the same time, loud noises echoed from various directions. "They've noticed. Attack." People sprang out from the ground while those hidden among the branches covered by leaves leaped down. Their numbers are easily estimated to be around 30. While Ghislaine's escort knights were startled and hurriedly drew their swords, Gillian charged toward the emerging enemies, shouting, "A whole lot of rats have shown up." With a scoff, Gillian discarded his crossbow and pulled out 2 hand axes hanging at his waist. The hand axe buried itself into the forehead of the enemy at the front. They collapsed without even a scream. However, Gillian didn't spare a glance at the newly made corpses. Without delay, he reached for the small lance attached to the side of his saddle and charged straight toward the mass of approaching enemies. Smash! Arg! In an instant, several people were impaled by the small lance, their heads crushed. Without mercy, he pierced through any enemies in his path as he advanced. The escort knights, seeing this, were so shocked that they forgot they were under attack, their mouths agape. A lance charge. In this kind of terrain, is that even possible? In a forest filled with obstacles like trees and rocks. Moreover, skewering enemies consecutively like that was difficult even on flat ground, unless one was a master horseman. Yet Gillian skillfully avoided obstacles while maintaining his horse's speed. In his wake, only the corpses of enemies remained. It was truly an astonishing technique. Even the enemies, stunned, gritted their teeth and shouted, "Forget that guy. Kill that Ghislaine first." All of them turned away from Gillian and rushed toward Ghislaine. "Young master, let me." As Belinda and the escort knights tried to rush to his aid, Ghislaine raised his hand to stop them. "It's fine. Gillian told me to just rest." By then, Gillian had already turned the reins and charged back toward Ghislaine. Ignoring the enemies scattered around him, he swiftly approached the carriage and grabbed the large shield attached to its side. Now at close range, one of the enemies pulled out a dagger and hurled it toward Ghislaine. Swish! The sound of blades cutting through the air echoed endlessly. Daggers were flying in from all directions. Despite the sharp blades hurtling toward him, Ghislaine's expression remained calm and relaxed. Rat-a-tat-tat. At that moment, Jillian leaped in front of Ghislaine. The massive shield blocked all of the incoming daggers. He then swung the shield widely in front of him. 2 or 3 enemies charging forward were flung back in a straight line by the sheer force. Belinda, in astonishment, asked in a bewildered voice, "Who is that man? What kind of person is he?" This time, Ghislaine, who usually dismissed such questions with secrecy, answered casually as if it were no big deal. Jillian, the captain of the Ratatosk Mercenary Corps, a master of weaponry who can fight in any terrain and under any circumstance. Ghislaine quietly smiled as he watched Jillian's reliable back. Jillian hurled his massive shield straight ahead. The assassins charging at him couldn't withstand the impact and collapsed immediately. The remaining assassins hesitated, their confidence shaken, and retreated backward. "Damn it, isn't this different from the intel?" The middle-aged man leading the assassins shouted loudly. If they had known there was someone this skilled, they would have brought more people. According to their information, the group was supposed to be slightly better than average knights, but at this rate, they would all be wiped out by a single man. "Damn it, everyone attack at once." At the middle-aged man's command, the assassins all drew their swords and rushed toward Jillian. They now realized that only by getting past him could they reach Ghislaine. Damn fools. Muttering under his breath, Jillian grabbed a hand axe that was hanging next to the carriage. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged toward the oncoming enemies. Arg, with each swing of the axe, a head split open. Swords that were raised in defense were cleaved in two, along with their wielders' skulls. Anyone who tried to dodge had the axe follow them, its direction changing mid-swing. Jillian was like a lion amidst a flock of sheep. "Why, you bastard, die." One assassin, who had been waiting for an opportunity, stabbed his sword toward Jillian in the chaos of his comrades' deaths. But thunk, ha! Jillian caught the sword with his bare hand. His hand was unscathed, not a single mark on it. How? The assassin, frozen in shock, couldn't react. They had estimated Ghislaine's group to be at the level of mid-tier knights and had only brought those who could wield mana to ensure the mission's success. But for someone to catch a mana-imbued sword with their bare hand. They couldn't even fathom the monstrous strength before them, yet the assassin had no time to think further. Crunch! As Jillian tightened his grip, the assassin's sword shattered into pieces. The assassin, still dazed, had his head split open by the falling axe. His lifeless body slumped at Jillian's feet. The remaining assassins, having witnessed this, staggered backward in fear. Even the middle-aged leader couldn't bring himself to charge forward anymore. The mission was a failure. With that monster standing in the way, killing Ghislaine was impossible. Retreat, fall back. As soon as the middle-aged man shouted, the assassins scattered in all directions, clearly waiting for the command. "Not if I can help it." Jillian, already mounted on a horse, pursued them. Daggers from his belt flew through the air faster than he could ride, cutting down assassins as they fled. Before long, all but one had fallen. The last assassin had gained a considerable distance. If things continued, he might escape. Jillian hurled the axe in his hand at the final fleeing assassin. Splat! The moment the axe lodged itself into the assassin's head, a dagger pierced through his heart. Jillian turned around. Belinda, who had met his gaze, raised her chin triumphantly. The dagger that had shot out from inside her robe was attached to a thin wire. With a slight motion of her hand, the dagger that had pierced the assassin's heart was drawn back into her robe as if it were being reeled in. "If it weren't for me, he would have escaped," she said. Jillian responded with an emotionless face. "My axe struck first. My dagger hit first." Belinda shot back sharply. Jillian made no further comment, walking over to the fallen assassin to retrieve his axe from the man's neck. Then he approached Ghislaine and gave a slight bow. "All threats have been dealt with." "You did well," Ghislaine said, holding back a laugh. Behind him, Belinda was glaring at Jillian with a furious expression. It was amusing to watch Belinda, who usually strutted around the estate with a haughty and aloof demeanor, fuming and bouncing around in front of Jillian. Belinda has finally met her match, Ghislaine thought with a smirk. The escort knights, who had been standing idly by, exchanged awkward glances. They had come along with the intention of protecting Ghislaine, but now that the situation was resolved without them lifting a finger, they felt somewhat embarrassed. At his level, few in the Ferdium family could even stand against him. Though the escort knights were considered strong compared to knights from other estates, Jillian was on a completely different level. The knights glanced at Jillian and whispered among themselves. "Didn't the young lord say he's the leader of the Ratatosk Mercenary Corps?" "Yeah, I've heard of them too. No wonder. He's not just any ordinary person. How did the young lord even manage to recruit him?" Though Ratatosk was a mercenary group operating in foreign lands, its reputation was so well known that even the knights had heard of it. Given his incredible skill, Jillian's leadership of such a renowned group made perfect sense. Ghislaine smiled, pleased with himself. He had already witnessed Jillian's capabilities when they had been pursued, but this was the first time he had seen him fight earnestly. He's far more skilled than the rumors suggest. In his previous life, Ghislaine had only heard of Gillian through rumors while working as a mercenary in foreign countries. His colleagues and seniors who came from nearby estates often spoke of Gillian. Ghislaine had always wanted to recruit him in this life, and fortunately, the timing and circumstances had aligned perfectly. At the time, he had thought the rumors might have been exaggerated, but seeing him fight in person, he realized Gillian's abilities surpassed even the stories. It was a good decision to act quickly. Thanks to his swift actions, he had gained a powerful card in his hand. He had also managed to extract money from Amelia and acquired a loyal subordinate, making this journey truly a success. Ghislaine patted Gillian's shoulder several times and then turned to the rest of the group. It seems Amelia hired those assassins. That woman is persistent, isn't she? In his previous life, Amelia had relentlessly obstructed Ghislaine's path. Even when he tried to kill her, she always managed to slip away, causing him a great deal of trouble throughout the war. Of course, he didn't plan to leave Amelia alone in this life. After all, we were bound to repeatedly. Belinda began rummaging through the bodies of the assassins one by one. I wondered what she was up to and soon realized she was trying to identify their affiliation. Can you tell where the assassins came from? After inspecting a few bodies, Belinda nodded in response. Seeing the tattoo of 3 fangs, they're part of the Wildcat Smuggling Guild. It's a pretty powerful guild in Rapold. Wildcat Smuggling Guild. That's an odd name. It's a guild formed by smugglers and bandits. They're a bunch of crude and rough guys. Besides assassination, they're involved in smuggling and drug dealing. In short, they're dirty criminals. How do you know about things like that when you've always stayed in the estate? I asked. Belinda hesitated for a moment before answering. Well, I learned about them before I came to the estate. They're persistent, so we can't let our guard down even after we return to the estate. I see. It seems like Amelia hired some nasty people. I'll make sure to take care of that guild when the opportunity arises. The name of the Wildcat Smuggling Guild was added to his kill list. Amelia was undoubtedly using the criminal guilds in Rapold as her pawns. One day, I had to destroy not only the Wildcat Smuggling Guild, but also every other criminal guild. But how does Belinda know about things like this? Belinda claimed it was by chance, but I didn't quite believe her. I didn't know much about the guilds in the region. After this point in time, I had spent most of my life in foreign lands, and I never had any dealings with criminal organizations. Even as someone who lived as a mercenary, I lacked that knowledge, so it was strange for Belinda, who had spent her life in the estate, to know the names, characteristics, and even the influence of these guilds. Come to think of it, I don't know much about Belinda either. I knew she was my tutor, head maid, and strong enough to take on most knights. That was about it. Well, there's plenty of time to get to know her. I'll figure it out slowly. I pushed aside my questions about Belinda for now and focused on more pressing matters, gathering all the valuables and weapons from the bodies of the attackers. With the estate already in financial trouble and plenty of expenses to cover, I couldn't afford to let any opportunity slip by. After fending off the assassins in the forest, we traveled for another 2 days before finally arriving near the Ferdium estate's castle. In the distance, the familiar sight of Ferdium Castle came into view, and a feeling of warmth washed over me. It's nice to have a place to return to. In my previous life, when I had come back, my family had already been destroyed. The despair of having no home to return to is something you can't understand until you've experienced it yourself. After that, I wandered for the rest of my life, unable to settle down anywhere. My life was always filled with hardship. Even when I rested, it never felt like true rest. I was constantly plagued by unease and sorrow. Seeing the Ferdium estate still standing strong this time filled me with deep emotion. From the depths of my heart, a firm resolve bloomed once again. I will definitely protect it. He would never let the Ferdium estate, his family, be destroyed again. How can you fail to kill even one of them? The teacup Amelia threw shattered into pieces as it hit the floor. Nyang, Bastet let out a sharp cry as if echoing Amelia's frustration. Bernarf couldn't say a word and could only watch the two of them. It wasn't even a warning. It probably made me look even more ridiculous. Nyang, Amelia's eyes were bloodshot, red from burst veins. It was a look no one could ever imagine on her, someone who was always graceful and composed. Bernarf was quite shocked. And she still looks beautiful. She always looked pretty, no matter what she did, but this was the first time he had seen her this angry. It was genuinely terrifying. If he dared to tell her to calm down now, the next teacup would fly at his head, not the floor. So he firmly kept his mouth shut. At that moment, Bastet scolded him with a cry. Nyang. Damn cat, it acts like it's my superior or something. I'll catch that cat one day and get rid of it for sure. While he liked Amelia Bastet, who acted just like her and looked down on him, was something he could never get used to. It's one thing to drag my honor through the mud, but they're rolling it in the filth. How can you not manage this? You sent 30 people and not a single one succeeded. How much more of a fool do you think Ghislaine is going to see me as? Nyang, shut up, Bastet. As Amelia glared at Bastet, The cat immediately lowered its head and scurried behind Bernarf to hide. "Serves you right." Bernarf felt a little better watching the annoying cat get scolded. Seizing the moment her attention shifted slightly, he lowered his head and responded carefully. "I apologize. It seems the knights were more skilled than we anticipated. They had no idea that Jillian had joined Ghislaine's group. The tale they had planted on him had been caught, and all the assassins sent to ambush him had been wiped out, so there was no one left to report back to them." Amelia's bloodshot eyes glared at Bernarf. "You should have gone to Ferdium Estate and killed Ghislaine there. But then again, how could I expect anything from trash that couldn't kill even one useless man?" Bernarf couldn't immediately respond. Attacking Ghislaine while he was leaving Rapold Estate was one thing, but attacking him inside Ferdium Estate was an entirely different matter. Ghislaine was the young lord of Ferdium, no matter how shabby the estate was. It wasn't easy to kill a vital figure of an estate within their own territory. If the mastermind behind the assassination attempt were revealed, it could very well lead to a full-scale territorial war. Amelia knew this too. She was simply lashing out in her anger. "For now, keep the wildcats on standby. Make sure they can move at a moment's notice. I'll find a way. When the time comes, make sure they do their job right." Amelia clicked her tongue in irritation. "If they make me look more of a fool than I already am, they won't like what happens." "And you, Bernarf, you know what I mean, don't you?" Bernarf, who she usually favored, felt a sudden wave of depression wash over him at her cold words. "Understood, I'll prepare them properly." Amelia took a moment to catch her breath, then picked up Bastet and held the cat in her arms. "You might as well fight instead of those useless fools, Bastet. Maybe I should have taken the risk and killed Ghislaine back then. There's not a single useful person around. Nijong." Bastet rubbed its face affectionately against Amelia as if it had forgotten all about cowering in fear earlier. Bernarf glared at the cat with resentment. As their eyes met, Bastet seemed to smirk at him, making Bernarf curse under his breath. "That damn thing is smart." No doubt about it. Having been thoroughly scolded and even mocked by a cat, Bernarf withdrew with a bitter expression. Why bother worrying about him when she's going to break off the engagement anyway? He thought it would be better to consider the 20,000 gold coins he had spent as a breakup gift and just let it go. But Amelia's pride had taken a deep wound, and she clearly couldn't let it go that easily. Foolish idiot, why did he have to provoke her of all people? Despite the fact that all the assassins had returned as corpses, Bernarf still firmly believed that Ghislaine would eventually die. Everything Amelia wanted always came to pass. For Bernarf, that was an unshakable truth. Ghislaine's party couldn't hide their relief as they returned to the estate. Their trip had been short, but being outside, they couldn't relax as freely as they did in Ferdium. Only Jillian remained expressionless, simply surveying different parts of the estate. As they made their way to the Lord's castle, Ghislaine asked Jillian, "This is the Ferdium estate. How do you feel after seeing it yourself?" "It seems fine." No, I'm not asking for that kind of formal answer. I want an honest evaluation of what it looks like to an outsider." Jillian hesitated for a moment, but eventually decided to speak honestly. He wasn't one to prefer flattery, even to the one he served. "The houses are all old and worn down. It doesn't look like they're being maintained at all. That likely means the estate is poor." Rapold was the wealthiest estate in the north. Although Jillian himself lived in poverty after spending his fortune on his daughter's treatment, he had seen how the people of Rapold lived during his comings and goings. As a mercenary, he traveled extensively and witnessed many estates firsthand. From what Jillian could see, the Ferdium estate was nothing more than a poor rural backwater. Ghislaine nodded without any sign of anger. "You're right, it is an impoverished estate. The lord, the people, none of them have money. They live day by day, earning just enough to eat. I see hardly any young men around. Even if you wanted to develop the estate, that would make it impossible." "Right. Do you know why that is?" After a brief moment of thought, Jillian replied, "I've heard that the Ferdium estate is constantly at war with the northern barbarians. That means there's frequent conscription, and it's only natural that the young are in short supply. You know your stuff." Ghislaine smiled bitterly. "This area near the Lord's castle, which is supposed to be the most developed, is in this state. You can imagine how bad the other villages are. With no one to work the fields, tax revenues decline and the estate becomes even poorer. It's a vicious cycle." Listening to Ghislaine, Jillian realized that the estate's condition was worse than he had initially thought. Ferdium's situation was akin to pouring water into a bottomless pit. The inability to collect proper taxes made it impossible for the estate or its military to function properly. Ghislaine urged his horse forward slowly, letting out a self-mocking laugh. "The biggest problem, as always, is money. The knights' and soldiers' equipment is outdated, but we can't afford to replace it. Even supplies don't arrive on time. If it weren't for support from other estates, Ferdium would have collapsed a long time ago. The situation doesn't sound good." "Yeah. At this rate, we'll starve to death long before we die in battle." In his previous life, Ghislaine complained about being born into such a poor estate. Now he realizes just how childish that had been. Actually, we don't fight all year long. It's more like we fend them off and push them back at regular intervals. The real problem is that even with all the able-bodied men in the army, we're barely holding on. But you can't just disband the army, can you? Exactly. We have no other source of income, yet we must maintain the army. It's no wonder we can't escape this cycle of poverty. In Jillian's opinion, it wasn't just a geographical issue. The weather in the Ferdium estate was cool, but not bad for farming. The real problem was that there weren't enough people to farm. All the labor force was being consumed by the war. Ghislaine then brought up another issue aside from the barbarians. Did you see the forest attached to the northwestern part of the estate on your way here? It's called the Forest of Beasts. Have you heard of it? Yes, I've heard it's filled with monsters. We've got troops stationed there, too, constantly keeping watch because we never know when those monsters might emerge. So in a way, we're fighting another war on that front. Just maintaining the army drains our resources. With barely any money or manpower, all the capable men were busy standing guard with the army. It made one wonder if it wouldn't be better to just charge in, fight, and die in a blaze of glory rather than slowly bleed the estate dry. The military alone was consuming resources just by existing. Even now, the estate was barely staying afloat thanks to aid from other estates, but it wouldn't be surprising if it collapsed any day now. With a heavy heart, Jillian asked, couldn't you ask for more aid from the other estates? Money or food, for example. You could distribute it to the poor. They don't want us growing stronger. They give us just enough support to keep the army running, but they would never provide anything that could benefit the people of the estate. Jillian found himself nodding instinctively. Ghislaine was an exception. Most nobles didn't even care about the welfare of their own people, let alone those of another estate. They certainly weren't about to give away their wealth to feed someone else's subjects. The only reason they offered even meager support was because someone had to hold the line here. The strong northern temperament allowed the people to endure such poverty for so long. Were there no other alternatives? Ghislaine nodded. My father, his father, and even his grandfather all tried to break the cycle, but they couldn't. Without money, there was no way to try anything new. It's a difficult situation. Even if the land is dry, as long as there's a single drop of water, there's a chance for new life to sprout. But the reality is that our estate doesn't even have that one drop. Jillian spoke honestly, voicing the frustration building in his heart. To be frank, I think you'd be better off being knighted by another estate. Inheriting this estate would only bring you endless suffering. Ghislaine responded with a grin. I'll fix this. Pardon you, my lord. It sounded almost like a vow. When Jillian asked in disbelief, Ghislaine nodded. I will put an end to the estate's poverty. Not just a single drop of water, but a rainstorm. Jillian thought it was nothing more than the foolish dreams of youthful confidence. Anyone could see that saving the estate in its current state was impossible. However, Ghislaine truly believed he could solve Ferdium's problems. It was a conviction no one else could understand, one that only he held. As soon as Ghislaine arrived at the Lord's castle, he confirmed that his father had returned and began moving swiftly. Belinda, please prepare a place for Jillian and Rachel to stay. I'll be meeting father soon. We'll also need to prepare medicinal herbs for daily treatments. Understood. I'll handle the backlog of other tasks as well. Ghislaine then turned to Jillian. Jillian, stay at the castle for the time being. I'll arrange proper accommodations for you soon. Thank you. After thanking the knights in training for their efforts, Ghislaine, with Jillian in tow, headed to meet his father. How long has it been? As the young lord of Ferdium, it had only been a few months since he last saw his father, but for the king of mercenaries, it had been decades. Standing at the door, Ghislaine took a moment to calm his nerves, unable to enter immediately. His father's weary voice could be heard through the door as he spoke with his retainers. Are you saying we need to reduce our forces? Yes, it seems we'll struggle to maintain the current state. The amount of aid we receive has decreased, replied Albert, the treasurer, in a monotone voice. There was a brief silence before Randolph, the captain of the knights, spoke up with a heavy tone. Albert, if we reduce the troops any further, we won't be able to maintain the front lines properly. As captain, Randolph was deeply invested in maintaining the front lines and fighting off the barbarians. He asked, frustrated, where have we lost funding from? Why don't we just request more support from Raypold? They should have the resources to help. Steward Homern sighed at Randolph's words. That won't be possible. We need to cut back because Raypold, the estate that sent us the most support, has reduced their aid. I've heard that the Count of Raypold has increased military spending. He's gathering more soldiers and stockpiling food. Randolph, surprised, asked again, why is the Count of Raypold increasing his forces? There's nowhere else in the north to fight besides here. I don't know. We've always been too focused on the northern fortress to understand what's happening around us. We can't afford to reduce the troops. If we do, the barbarians will overrun us. We have less than 30 knights left as it is. Everyone else has abandoned us due to lack of money, and that's why we're dealing with traitors like Jamal and Philip. Though Randolph argued forcefully, Albert responded in the same emotionless tone. We'll also need to reduce the knight's forces. If that happens, we'll have no choice but to scale back our northern front." Randolph shouted loudly as if he was about to explode. "Brother, there's no point in holding the line if we shorten the front. The barbarians will just slip through all the gaps we've left open." No one could respond to that. It seemed they had no words left to argue. The main retainers were limited to the steward, the knight commander, and the treasurer. Although the estate was poor, these few individuals had stuck together, somehow managing to keep it running until now. Homer, Albert, and Randolph were the core and the real power behind running Ferdium. Ghislaine, who had been listening to the conversation by the door, turned to Jillian with an awkward smile. "This is a bit embarrassing. The estate's circumstances are dire, so the atmosphere differs from other estates, right? They're all sworn brothers to my father. It's fine. I was actually surprised that the estate has been able to hold up in this condition, but it seems like it's thanks to the strong bonds among the people. Yeah, those men have endured hardship with loyalty and duty. Even if they're a bit stiff, they're good men. Though they still treat me like an enemy." Ghislaine swallowed those last words. He wasn't exactly on good terms with the three of them since all he ever did was cause trouble. Before opening the door, Ghislaine took a deep breath. Now he had to face those strict and stubborn men. "Let's go in." He pushed the door to the hall open with effort. Inside were the half-bald steward, Homer, the ever-serious treasurer, Albert, and the bearded knight commander, Randolph. They were around the same age as the Count of Ferdium, and as soon as they saw Ghislaine, their expressions immediately darkened. However, the moment Ghislaine saw his father, nothing else registered in his mind. His father, Zwalter Ferdium, wore the same impassive, stern expression as always. Ghislaine's heart pounded in his chest. Of course, he was happy to see the other three, but his father was someone special to him. In his past life, after running away from home, he had never gotten the chance to see his father again, so his memory of him had faded over time. Now, seeing his father again, every detail of his face stood out vividly. "I didn't know it would take this long." When he had left the family, he thought he could return any time to see him again. That had been a childish thought. Only after the family had fallen into ruin did he realize what he had taken for granted wasn't guaranteed. After experiencing the pain and sorrow of being unable to see the people he longed for, he understood how precious the things he had once assumed would always be there truly were. "Father." Ghislaine opened his mouth with a trembling voice, but couldn't bring himself to finish his sentence. Words like "thank you for your hard work" or "did you return safely?" didn't come out. He could only stare at his father with trembling eyes, but Zwalter had no way of knowing what Ghislaine was feeling. Seeing his son acting strangely, he grew a bit tense. What's going on? Did he get into trouble again? Why are his eyes so unnecessarily wet? When Ghislaine didn't say anything after a long moment, Zwalter finally spoke first. I heard you went out. What happened with Count Rapold's daughter?" At his father's question, Ghislaine finally gathered his thoughts and straightened his posture as he replied. "There was no particular issue. I just had a few things to discuss with Amelia." "Is that so?" There was a glimmer in Zwalter's eyes. Since the past, Ghislaine had always been busy avoiding and running away from him. Rather than approaching him to greet him, Ghislaine often made excuses and hid whenever Zwalter sought him out. The only time they ever met face-to-face was when Ghislaine got into trouble and was dragged back home. And now, for Ghislaine to come to him of his own accord like this, that wasn't all. There was a sense of confidence in his words and actions as well. It was almost as if Ghislaine had become a stranger, so different from the person Zwalter once knew. When a person acts out of character, suspicion naturally arises. Why is this kid acting like this? Is he sick or something? Zwalter narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Ghislaine from head to toe. Something's definitely off. As Zwalter remained silent, the atmosphere gradually became heavy. Sensing the shift, Ghislaine spoke up first. "You must have gone through a lot. I heard you defended the estate well again. No, I should have pushed them back completely, but I couldn't because of matters related to the estate. Still, we inflicted significant damage so that those bastards won't act recklessly for a while. Once I rest and finish reorganizing, I plan to head out again." Ghislaine quietly observed his father's face. Though it wasn't intentional, he had already heard how difficult the situation in the estate was while he was outside. However, despite the strain, Zwalter showed no signs of weakness in front of his son, speaking only of the tasks ahead. "He's just the same as always." Even after seeing his son for the first time in a long while, his stern face remained unchanged. To others, he would appear to be an emotionless, boring, and humorless man. When Ghislaine was younger, he thought the same. He hated his father for being rigid and strict, but now he understood what lay behind that expression: fatigue, exhaustion, and an unshakable sense of responsibility. Everyone depends on that sense of duty. The peace that everyone took for granted was actually built on Zwalter's sacrifices. As a child, Ghislaine thought his father was reckless, who only cared about fighting and paid no attention to his family. He resented him for this. He had often envied the children of other noble families who lived comfortably and luxuriously within their estates. He couldn't understand why only his family had to live in such hardship and poverty. But now that he understood the weight of responsibility, he felt he could grasp what his father was going through. How difficult it must have been to live like that. Ghislaine became lost in his thoughts. Noticing that his son wasn't speaking again, Zwalter decided to ask what had been on his mind. I heard you personally dealt with Jamal and Philip. Is that true? How should I explain this? He was already tired of all the rumors spreading about that incident. Ghislaine hesitated for a moment, and Randolph, the commander of the Knights, leaned forward and asked, That's right, there's been a lot of talk lately. So let's be honest. Did you kill them yourself? I didn't kill all of them myself. At that, the retainers of the Ferdium family nodded as if to say, of course. From the start, none of them believed the rumor that Ghislaine had killed 2 knights by himself. Randolph, too, nodded and asked again, as expected. So did they fight among themselves? Yes, they did fight each other. Since Frank had killed Jamal and Philip, it wasn't exactly a lie. So the young lord just finished things off. Well, that's how it turned out in the end. Considering he had killed all the remaining ones, including Frank, it could be said that he had indeed finished things off. Randolph looked satisfied with Ghislaine's somewhat honest answer. In truth, he was still reeling from the fact that a traitor had emerged within the estate, and even more from the absurdity that the knight under his command had fallen to that troublemaker. You got lucky, but it still wouldn't have been easy dealing with a knight. You did well. Zwalter, with a somewhat approving smile, spoke to Ghislaine. For someone who had been a disgrace to the estate, accomplishing even that much was an impressive feat. The Ghislaine he knew would have run away, abandoning his sister, without a second thought. The fact that he had stayed to protect her meant he hadn't fallen to the absolute worst yet. I heard you even won a duel against Kane. Keep training diligently like that. I will. Randolph didn't bother to press whether beating Kane was actually true. He had already received a report from the knight who witnessed the duel, and he figured it had just been a fight between evenly matched opponents. After the duel with Kane, the rumors of Ghislaine's role in the orc subjugation had settled into the simple notion that Ghislaine had actively helped Skaven. All the controversies had been resolved, but Randolph's view of Ghislaine remained unchanged. If only he weren't the son of my lord's brother, I would have snapped him in half already. This time Homern stepped forward. Young lord, you must always conduct yourself properly. Always remember that you are the heir to Ferdium. Never lose your honor, and always, for the sake of the estate, your grandfather, Count Dante Ferdium. Homern's nagging began to stretch on endlessly. To him, Ghislaine was a disgrace to the title of young lord, an unworthy heir, and a constant headache for the estate. That's why he couldn't help but reprimand him every time he saw Ghislaine. In truth, it was partially Homern's nagging that had fostered Ghislaine's rebellious spirit in his past life. Not that Homern had any way of knowing that. I understand. Don't worry. Ghislaine casually cut off the nagging. Look at him cutting me off just because he doesn't want to listen. Talking to him is useless, completely useless. Homern shut his mouth, his expression full of discontent. In the past, he used to nag, hoping that Ghislaine would grow up properly, but now he nagged out of fear that Ghislaine might cause even more trouble. As soon as Homern's lecture ended, Albert, who had been waiting, casually chimed in, We plan to reduce your allowance to maintain your dignity. Even a single slice of bread would be a waste on you. The state was short on funds, so naturally, they planned to reduce the allowance to maintain the dignity of the most useless freeloader. However, a surprisingly straightforward answer came back. Go ahead. Why is he agreeing so easily? Albert cast a suspicious glance at Ghislaine. Usually, he would have cursed, thrown a fit, and shamelessly demanded the money. Strange. Albert, who usually didn't bother lecturing Ghislaine and treated him with indifference, only spoke up regarding matters concerning money. Let's just wait and see. Albert closed his mouth, already planning to cut even more from Ghislaine's allocated budget if necessary. The truth was, these three hadn't always been so dissatisfied with Ghislaine. When he was young, they had adored him as if he were their own child. But after Ghislaine's troublemaking had surpassed the level of just a kid being a kid, they had all given up on him. Now, just seeing his face was enough to stir feelings of resentment. Other retainers also approached and greeted Ghislaine in turn. Having all suffered due to him at some point, their expressions were uniformly reluctant. Zwalter couldn't help but give a bitter laugh to himself. Seeing all the retainers so wary of Ghislaine brought a wave of fatigue over him. In a way, his son had a certain overwhelming presence. He really is a strange one, even if he's my son. Zwalter clicked his tongue and with a slightly tired tone began to speak. All right, it doesn't seem like you're just here for pleasantries. What do you want to say? Ghislaine nodded seriously. This was where things really mattered. I have something I want to do and I'd like Father's permission. You want to do something? Yes, there's something I must do. I don't know what it is, but wouldn't it be better if you just did nothing? Ghislaine, with a sullen expression, replied, It's something necessary. All right, what is it? Zwalter, trying to hide his anxiety, asked. Having been toughened by countless battles in the north, Nothing usually fazed him, but whenever he dealt with his son, his heart would start racing. They say children are the enemies of their past lives. He must have committed many sins in his past life. Seeing the tense look on his father's face, Ghislaine clicked his tongue inwardly. Really, what kind of father gets so nervous just looking at his own son? Not only his father, but also all the retainers were on edge as if they were facing a savage. Despite the cold treatment, Ghislaine didn't feel upset. In fact, he found it somewhat amusing. It was nice for him to see these people again after so many years, but they looked at him as if they had seen a ghost because his behavior was so different from before. It was only natural that they were wary of him, considering he had been nothing but trouble until recently. Well, this isn't so bad. Having been cursed endlessly in his past life while bringing the kingdom to ruin, he found the retainers' reactions this time to be nothing noteworthy. With the estate in such dire straits, how much must these people have suffered because of a young lord who did nothing but cause trouble? But now, things were different. Ghislaine possessed the knowledge and ability to turn around the estate's grim situation. It's a good thing for the estate anyway. Ghislaine steeled himself and firmly declared, "I will develop the forest of beasts." Zwalter's eyebrows twitched. The retainers listening beside him all showed clear signs of shock. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy. The silence became so thick that one could hear the sound of blinking. After a long moment of stunned disbelief, Homer looked at Ghislaine and spoke, "Young lord, did you just say you're going to develop the forest of beasts?" "That's right. I'll take care of everything. I just need permission to build a garrison near the forest and gather forces." Several ominous names, such as the Forest of Darkness and the Forest of Silence, knew the Forest of Beasts. The one thing all the names had in common was their foreboding nature. The forest, sprawling to the north of Ferdium, was filled with powerful monsters. No one had ever succeeded in exploring it. Even in Ferdium, they avoided interfering with it, only defending against the occasional monsters that emerged from its depths. With a chuckle as if to teach Ghislaine a lesson, Homer said, "Young lord, do you even know what kind of place the Forest of Beasts is?" Ghislaine nodded slightly, a smile on his face. "Of course I know. It's a forest full of dangerous monsters." The murmurs among the retainers grew louder. There were tasks in this world that could be done and tasks that couldn't. To them, what Ghislaine was proposing was something that couldn't be done. They couldn't fathom why he had come out of nowhere with such a ridiculous proposition. In their minds, it was just another disaster waiting to happen, like the many before it. With a stiff expression, Homer spoke again. "Not only is it impossible to develop the forest, but as a noble of your rank, you cannot gather forces or build garrisons within the estate without permission. Yes, that's why I came to seek father's approval." Ghislaine responded casually, his demeanor making Homer feel his anger rising. It seemed that now that Ghislaine had grown older, he planned to cause disasters on an even grander scale. "Calm down, this is in front of the Lord." Homer tried to restrain himself, but as memories of all the terrible disasters Ghislaine had caused flashed through his mind, and seeing the audacity on his face now, Homer simply couldn't hold back any longer. Before Zwalter could say anything, Homer exploded, spitting out his words, "You crazy fool, why would you do that?" Zwalter and all the other lords were present, but he couldn't hold back his loud outburst. Touching the Forest of Beasts was a completely different issue compared to the previous accidents Ghislaine had caused. "If you stir that place up, only monsters will come out. Why would you even go in there? It's a total loss. Don't you understand why we leave it alone?" Baron Homer's words were harsh, completely disregarding any courtesy. However, no one in the room seemed to care about respecting the young lord. Albert, with sharp eyes, started calculating the costs and benefits. "That place is swarming with monsters, so it's been deemed useless. Even if we try to develop it, the costs would far outweigh any benefits. The young lord seems to be overestimating his own abilities. Does he really think he's gotten stronger just because he beat Lord Kane? This is ridiculous." When even Randolph joined in the opposition, Ghislaine clicked his tongue inwardly. He had expected opposition, but their reaction was far more resolute than he had anticipated. "I knew it, of course." With all three of his father's sworn brothers opposing him, it was impossible to get their approval. As Ghislaine stayed silent without responding, Homer's face turned redder and he yelled even louder, "Why are you so desperate to poke around everywhere?" "Brother, you're getting too worked up," Randolph said quietly, tugging at his sleeve. But Homer didn't care. "Have you forgotten the kind of trouble this brat has caused? At the very least, he should stop making a mess as a young lord." Homer raised his voice further. He secretly sold military provisions to gamble with the money. He almost set the city gates on fire because he was in a bad mood. He butchered a warhorse just because he wanted to eat meat, and he melted down all the knights' armor to try and forge a so-called legendary sword. As Homer's tirade continued, Ghislaine's expression grew more awkward. "Did I really go that far?" It had been so long that he had forgotten. The young lord has caused too many problems to count. "And now what? The Forest of Beasts. How much bigger a mess are you planning to make?" "Absolutely not." Ghislaine avoided their gazes, feigning ignorance. I don't even remember. To them, it was just a few years or months ago, but to him, it was ancient history. Still, he remembered causing a lot of trouble, so he tried to sound sincere as he spoke. You won't have to worry about anything like that happening again. You trust me, right? He even flashed a slight smile, hoping to ease the tension. However, it backfired. Homer clutched the back of his neck and staggered. This idiot, how can you be smiling right now? Watching the heated exchange from the sidelines, Zwalter let out a sigh and asked, Are you trying to develop the forest of beasts to make money? That's right. Right now, the only valuable resource in the estate is the forest. That's right. This was something we had already considered in previous generations. However, we can't afford to sacrifice soldiers without being certain that valuable resources exist. Even if we had solid information, we don't have the capacity to do that right now. Yes, I understand. That's why I intend to do it myself, without relying on the estate's resources. Ghislaine was well aware of the estate's state, but he had a reason why the development of that area was crucial. Only then can the estate become economically independent. In his previous life, the Ferdium estate had eventually collapsed due to poverty, constantly being manipulated by neighboring territories. Even now, it was clear that if their enemies cut off their financial support, the estate would falter immediately. To prepare for the events to come, he had to secure a steady income. However, to Zwalter, who knew nothing of the future, it was an unconvincing reason. What are you going to do without money or troops? Ghislaine confidently answered after glancing at the retainers around him. I will secure the money and the troops myself. I know the estate doesn't have any funds. All I'm asking for is permission to build a base in the territory and recruit soldiers. At his words, Albert, the treasurer, quickly jumped in. He was curious to hear how the reckless young lord intended to raise money on his own. What money do you have, Your Grace? Development isn't something you can do with pocket change. I know that, but don't worry, I'll take care of the money myself. And how do you plan to? Even the usually composed Albert chuckled in disbelief and trailed off. Ghislaine's speech made it clear that he had no concept of money. Is he planning to resort to robbery? Knowing him, it wouldn't be surprising at all. Before Albert could add anything, Homer cried out in exasperation. Just please stay put. How much more are you going to exhaust us? Can't you just sit still for once, please? Other retainers, sharing in Homer's sentiment, nodded in agreement. Ghislaine crossed his arms and let out a long sigh. It looks like getting approval is out of the question. Tusk. It was an unconscious gesture of frustration, but those who witnessed it frowned even more deeply. That rude brat, how can someone so vulgar be the young lord? The others were scowling at him, but Ghislaine was lost in thought. No matter how much I think about it, I must do this. It was clear what they all wanted, for him to stay quiet and do nothing. Of course, Ghislaine agreed that playing around was easier than working. However, considering the estate's future, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. He was the only one who knew what awaited Ferdium in the future. But their reaction is worse than I thought. The retainers, one after another, looked at Ghislaine with cold eyes. It wasn't just because the idea of developing the forest of beasts was absurd, but because it had come from a young lord who had not even a shred of trust from them. What could they possibly trust him with? No matter how useless and detestable a person he was, they couldn't send the heir of the estate to a place infested with monsters. Seeing a reaction far colder than expected, Ghislaine realized that persuading them was pointless. I would have just beaten them all into submission in my previous life. Back when he was the king of mercenaries, anyone who opposed his decisions would have their backs broken fairly and squarely. But now the situation was different. In the end, Ghislaine gave up on trying to persuade the retainers. No matter what he said or did, it was meaningless in the eyes of people who already viewed him with disdain. Instead, he looked toward his father, the one person who might at least consider his request. Zwalter was rubbing his eyelids, unable to hide his exhaustion. I don't know what goes on in my son's head anymore. He had felt a slight sense of satisfaction when the son who always avoided him had finally come on his own initiative. But how had that feeling vanished in less than a few minutes? His son had shown up only to ask for permission to cause trouble again. That boldness, typical of the northern people, might have been admirable if only it had been channeled differently. If it had been anyone else, I'd have thrown them in jail. But what can you do? Blood is blood. Still, since his son had come to ask for permission, Zwalter had to give him an answer. He sighed deeply and spoke firmly. I cannot allow it. If you provoke the forest and the monsters come flooding out, the damage to the estate would be immense. Well, there's nothing I can do about that. Understood. What? I told you it's not happening. Wait, what? You understand? Yes, you said you wouldn't allow it. Right. Zwalter was momentarily taken aback by how calmly Ghislaine accepted his decision. This kid's actually backing down. Why? Ghislaine had never been one to obey so easily. If words alone were enough to make him understand, he wouldn't have earned his reputation as a reckless troublemaker. And yet here he was, nodding along as if it didn't bother him at all. The retainers, like Swalter, wore puzzled expressions. Well then, I'll be going now. It was nice seeing all of you after so long. Haha. Ghislaine grinned and turned away without a hint of hesitation. Feeling uneasy, Homer urgently shouted after him, Your Grace. If you cause trouble again, we will lock you in the tower for real this time. Mark my words, every single retainer will agree to it. Yeah, do whatever you want. Without even glancing back, Ghislaine shrugged and walked out of the room. After distancing himself from the great hall, he glanced at Jillian, who had followed him out, and gave an awkward smile. The atmosphere wasn't great, so I didn't get a chance to introduce you. I'm not exactly popular around here. Truthfully, he wasn't popular anywhere. As if that wasn't the real issue, Jillian shook his head, looking at him with a concerned expression. That's fine, but are you all right, Your Grace? The Forest of Beasts is dangerous, so it's only natural they wouldn't grant permission. Please don't be too disappointed. Why would I be disappointed? Ghislaine had a truly nonchalant expression. Anyone looking at him would have no choice but to think that he had simply let it go. But the words that followed immediately after shocked Jillian. If I don't want to get permission, I just won't. I didn't come here to get approval anyway. Whether I get permission or not, I was planning to proceed no matter what. What? You're just going to go ahead with it? That's right. I was just saying it out of courtesy, just in case. Since I didn't get permission, I have no choice but to force things forward. Sir, you can't. The Lord personally ordered that this not be done. If Ghislaine pushed ahead with something that the Lord explicitly forbade and got caught, no matter how favored he was, he wouldn't escape punishment. And it wasn't just any matter, it was the recruitment of private soldiers. Even though Jillian anxiously tried to dissuade him, Ghislaine only grinned. It's fine. As long as I succeed, that's all that matters. The results will speak for themselves. The answer is already clear. At Ghislaine's shameless and confident attitude, Jillian was at a loss for words. He couldn't figure out what this reckless young master was thinking. So how do you plan to proceed? You don't have any money or forces. Ghislaine chuckled. Ah, you don't know, do you? I actually have a bit of money. I'm probably the richest person in our estate. What? A wealthy fiancé gave me quite a bit of money as a breakup gift. I'll use that to start the development project. Of course, I'll have to spend sparingly until the first profits come in. Now that I think about it, I should really thank her. A breakup gift. Once again, Jillian was left dumbfounded. A breakup was a huge disgrace in the world of nobility, and yet, Ghislaine not only seemed unbothered, but even appeared proud of it. Is this just carefree, or is he that broad-minded? From how things looked earlier, it seemed like the people in the estate didn't even know he had been dumped. The formal breakup process hadn't been completed yet, but there was no way the marriage would happen, so it was only a matter of time before they split. And yet, Ghislaine hadn't said a word about the fact that he was breaking off the engagement. Jillian couldn't even bring himself to be surprised anymore. His mouth simply hung open. And as for the troops, I'll hire mercenaries. Mercenaries. Yes, since I can't receive support for soldiers for the development project, I'll have to use mercenaries. I can't just form a private army on my own. How many do you plan to recruit? 200. Ghislaine answered without hesitation, as if he had already prepared his response. Jillian was visibly startled. With 200 men, a small-scale territorial battle could be possible. Are you really planning to go through with the development? That's right. It doesn't matter if others oppose it. What matters is that it's something I must do. Ghislaine's words were firm and resolute. Jillian couldn't say anything in response. He started to understand why the retainers often called him a reckless troublemaker. Though he was worried, Jillian knew that Ghislaine wouldn't listen to him even if he tried to stop him. Having sworn to serve him after being indebted to him for life, all Jillian could do was protect him as best he could. I understand. I'll do my best to protect you. Just hearing that is reassuring. First, let's gather the mercenaries. If you try to recruit 200 at once, you'll inevitably end up with some riffraff mixed in. At Jillian's concerned words, Ghislaine nodded. I know. If we're going to develop that forest, we need to have a certain number of people, so we don't have much choice. We'll just have to pick out the useful ones separately. The useful ones, in this northern region, which small mercenary group has the best skills. Jillian pondered for a moment before his eyes widened in realization. Surely you're not talking about those mad dogs, are you? Ghislaine answered with a strange smile. That's right, the Cerberus Mercenary Corps. Let's see if we can leash those mad dogs. Just as Ghislaine and Jillian prepared to head out again, Belinda came rushing in. Young master, what do you mean by developing the Forest of Beasts? Rumors are already spreading that you almost caused trouble again. It seemed the story had spread quickly. As soon as Belinda heard the rumor, she came to find Ghislaine. Oh, Belinda, I was planning to find you anyway, so this is perfect. I need to ask you for something. What is it? Gather some laborers. First, we're going to set up a base near the forest. It should be big enough to accommodate about 300 people. Also, order the necessary food and materials. It's going to cost quite a bit. Belinda blinked silently, tilting her head. Didn't Lord Ferdium say not to do that? Yes, but I'm just going to do it secretly. Help me get things ready, will you? Ghislaine's innocent smile was so irritating that it made her want to punch him. Belinda shouted at him. Why are you doing this when he told you not to? You used to cause small troubles frequently, but why has the scale suddenly gotten so big? She regretted ever thinking that Ghislaine had grown into a bigger person. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined that his troublemaking would grow in scale as well. Don't get too worked up. If you don't want to help, that's fine. Ghislaine shrugged his shoulders and continued speaking. But even if you don't help, I will still proceed. If I enter the forest unprepared, I might die. Are you really not going to help? Help, I'll just tell the Lord everything. Homer said that if I cause trouble again this time, he'll really lock me in the tower. If you tell father, that's probably what'll happen, right? In that case, I'll have no choice but to run away. Who knows, maybe I'll be so angry that I'll cause even bigger trouble. Like setting fire to the forest, for example. Are you insane? What if someone hears you say that? Belinda was horrified, but Ghislaine continued as if it were nothing. Well, since I can't go inside, I might as well burn it down. Wow, that would be so much fun. Should I invite Scavan and Ricardo to join in? Are you threatening me? Is this a blatant threat that you're going to cause trouble? It's not a threat, I'm just saying it could happen. Isn't it better to just let me go into the forest instead? You're driving me crazy. Belinda protested fiercely, but after Ghislaine's repeated mix of threats and pleas, she eventually seemed to give in. Are you really going to go through with this? There's no need to go looking for danger. The steward is watching you this time. You might actually get locked up. It's something that must be done. If you help, it'll be a success. Will you do it? Belinda had always been particularly weak when it came to Ghislaine. Ever since he was young, whenever Ghislaine begged, she would always give in to his requests. Ghislaine acted even more brazenly, knowing full well that she would give in again this time. Sure enough, she sighed and weakly nodded her head. You've really grown, but maybe a bit too much. That's a compliment, right? Do you think it is? Ghislaine smiled as if he didn't hear her and changed the subject. Anyway, thanks in advance for getting everything ready. I'm off to recruit some mercenaries. Take care. It's a shame I can't go with you this time, but Jillian will be with you, so it should be fine. With Belinda seeing them off, Ghislaine and Jillian immediately left the estate. Their destination was the Zimbar estate, located close to the Ferdium estate. It was home to the Cerberus mercenary corps, and among the surrounding territories, it had the most mercenaries. As soon as they arrived in Zimbar, the two headed straight for the mercenary guild and requested that they gather mercenaries to fill their ranks. The head of the mercenary guild was a man who appeared to be in his 50s. When they mentioned recruiting people for the development of the Forest of Beasts, he tilted his head and asked, "You're planning to develop the Forest of Beasts in Ferdium Estate? That's right. Why there? Do I need to explain that in order to hire you? It's unnecessary, but I'm just curious why you take on such a dangerous task." Working in the mercenary guild, he naturally overheard a lot of rumors. Among them were stories about the Forest of Beasts. Many explorers had ventured into the forest, boldly claiming they would conquer it, but none ever returned. No one knew what creatures lived there, how dangerous it was, or if there were any paths. Nothing about the forest had been properly documented. Developing such a forest was an uncertain task with no guarantee of profit. It was obvious that it would be a grueling effort. The Ferdium estate, which lacked financial resources, would never have even considered such an endeavor. And since there was no certainty of gaining anything from it, no other estates had suggested jointly developing the forest either. It had been abandoned for decades, so it was only natural for the guild head to be curious when an unknown man suddenly appeared, claiming he would develop it. Who exactly are you, if I may ask? Ghislaine showed the crest of his family and spoke with authority. I am Ghislaine Ferdium, young lord of the Ferdium estate. Damn, it's that reckless brat prince, isn't it? The guild head maintained a professional smile, managing not to reveal his inner thoughts thanks to the years of experience he'd accumulated. Given his profession, he was well versed in local rumors and naturally heard about Ghislaine, the young lord of the neighboring estate. What kind of trouble is he trying to cause this time? Recruiting mercenaries. Though the guild head thought Ghislaine was up to something foolish, he couldn't turn away a customer. After all, what was the job of a mercenary? Even if the employer was a fool, as long as they paid, the mercenary did as instructed. What the job entailed and how the results turned out were up to the employer's capabilities. The guild head stroked his beard and spoke casually. Understood. However, since it's a risky and unverified job, there will be an additional hazard pay. Is that acceptable? That's fine. Just gather them as quickly as possible. Considering the number of people you need, it will take a few days. Try to hire individual mercenaries rather than mercenary groups if possible. If it's too difficult, you can hire groups only if they have fewer than 30 members. Understood. You're quite frugal. Ghislaine planned to fill the ranks mostly with individual mercenaries instead of hiring large mercenary groups. Hiring a big group would cost much more, and there was a higher risk of them betraying him as a collective in dangerous situations. After entrusting the task of recruiting mercenaries, Ghislaine casually asked the steward, "Do you happen to know where the Cerberus mercenary corps is staying?" The steward frowned as soon as he heard the question. Just hearing that name made his stomach churn with irritation. Cerberus, you mean that pack of mad dogs? Yeah, those guys. Those lunatics, I mean, why are you looking for them? I'm planning to hire them too. The steward was startled and tried to dissuade Ghislaine. Oh no, I wouldn't recommend that. How about giving up on them? Those guys are far from normal. Thanks to them, I've got a stomach ulcer already. It's fine, just tell me. Seeing that Ghislaine wasn't about to change his mind, the steward grumbled to himself. Sigh, it's a meeting of kindred spirits, I suppose. The steward had a rough idea of what Ghislaine was thinking. The Cerberus Mercenary Corps had a reputation for being cheap relative to their skill. Since the Ferdium family was notorious for being poor, he figured Ghislaine wanted to save every penny possible. However, cheap usually came with a catch. The steward was curious to see what would happen when these troublemakers met their match, but still, he couldn't recommend them with a clear conscience. I've done my best to object. Don't come complaining to me later. After emphasizing his warning several times, the steward scribbled something down on a slip of paper and handed it to Ghislaine. They're staying here, thanks. Well then, let's go meet them. The Cerberus Mercenary Corps was a relatively famous small mercenary group in the north. It was known for its skill, but its hiring fees were lower than those of other mercenary groups because its mission success rate was low. They caused so many problems and acted so unpredictably that it was nearly impossible for them to complete requests successfully. That's why they earned the nickname Mad Dogs. They were more commonly referred to as the Mad Dog Corps than by their actual name. Despite their terrible reputation, the only reason they managed to stay in business was that their individual skills were far superior to those of other mercenaries. Even for mercenaries, they were on par with knights in training, and when they fought, they didn't hesitate to use any means necessary. Knowing this, Gillian spoke to Ghislaine with concern. My lord, do you really have to use them? Wouldn't hiring a more reliable, well-established mercenary group be better? I really don't think they're the right choice. We don't have enough money for that. We also have to hire workers, secure food, and gather supplies. But those guys have such a terrible reputation. There's a good chance they won't be properly controlled. There are even rumors that they used to be bandits. It's fine. They're going to be fighting monsters anyway. In fact, being rough might be better. Don't worry too much. Seeing Ghislaine's firm decision, Gillian withdrew for now. It was his duty to follow the orders of the one he served. However, if they betrayed Ghislaine or caused trouble, he resolved to kill them all himself. A while later, Ghislaine arrived at the place where the Cerberus Mercenary Corps was staying. He looked around and clicked his tongue. Whistle, this place is a mess. They were camped outside the city, living in a few shabby tents. Some were gambling, and others were just lying around, sleeping. None of them seemed to have washed. Their hair was wild, their clothes were yellowed, and they looked like they smelled even from a distance. One of the mercenaries, who was lying down, noticed Ghislaine and Gillian approaching. Picking his nose, he lazily asked, "Hooray you." Judging from their clothes, the mercenary must have recognized them as nobles, so he made a half-hearted attempt at courtesy. I'm here to make a request. Where's your leader? Still lying down, the mercenary replied as if it were too much trouble. The boss is busy. Come back tomorrow. All right. Without further comment, Ghislaine turned around and left. Due to the mercenary recruitment process, he had to wait a few days anyway, so he decided to leave for now. The next day, Ghislaine returned to the Cerberus Mercenary Corps. I'm here to meet the leader. The same mercenary who was picking his nose yesterday chuckled and replied, he's busy today too. Come back tomorrow. Got it. Looks like you're living quite comfortably. Ghislaine once again left without protest. Gillian, however, was starting to boil with anger. He had caught on to what they were trying to pull. My lord, they're doing this on purpose. They know that you're in a tight spot if you're desperate enough to keep coming back. They're playing games to assert their dominance over the employer. I know, but let's just let it slide today. Ghislaine calmly soothed Gillian and returned to their lodgings. The same thing happened the next day, and the day after that. Every time, the mercenaries sent Ghislaine away with mocking smiles. Then on the fifth day, when Ghislaine came by again, the mercenary made a circle with his fingers and said, if you want to meet our boss, you might need to show a little sincerity. He's a busy man after all. Ghislaine nodded and tossed him a gold coin. The mercenary's eyes widened and he swallowed hard. He hadn't expected such a generous offering from the noble. Greed flared in him and he pushed his luck. This might not be enough though. Seems like you still don't understand the situation, so why don't you come back tomorrow, noble? You're a bit slow for your age. The mercenaries watching nearby burst into laughter. They were thoroughly enjoying the sight of this young noble being toyed with. Gillian, unable to contain his anger, started to move, but Ghislaine lightly held him back and said, as a guest, I've shown all the courtesy I can today. Tomorrow we'll meet again. This is my last warning. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Bring plenty next time. The mercenaries laughed and waved mockingly as Ghislaine and Gillian left. The next day, the mercenary greeted Ghislaine with the same mocking smile and held out his hand for more money. Ghislaine nodded slightly and said, I've shown more than enough respect. Now let's start with a leg. Thunk. Gillian grinned, baring his teeth, and grabbed the mercenary by the throat. What? Hey, let go. You wanna die, you bastard. The mercenary swiftly pulled a dagger from his chest to stab Gillian. Crack, arg. With the sound of bones breaking, the mercenary's scream echoed loudly. A mercenary screamed as he collapsed, his leg broken by Gillian's attack. At that moment, 5 other mercenaries who had been watching slowly stood up, exuding a menacing aura. These bastards have lost their minds just because we're nobles. You think we'd be scared just because you're nobles? Looks like you haven't heard the rumors about who we are. The mercenaries each drew their weapons and started approaching the 2 men. The reason they were called mad dogs. They wouldn't hesitate to fight if something didn't sit well with them, even if the opponent was a noble. In short, Cerberus Mercenary Corps was a group filled with rebellious scoundrels. As such, they could not be properly controlled, and since they constantly clashed with their employers, their success rate in fulfilling requests was inevitably low. They really are reckless, Ghislaine remarked with a cruel smile on his face. They were the perfect type to be sent into the forest of beasts. To face mindless monsters, men as rough as them were necessary. Ghislaine glanced at Jillian and spoke. Don't kill them. Yes, sir. Jillian clashed with the 5 mad dogs who had drawn their weapons. Even though there were many of them and they were skilled and close to the level of knights in training, none of them were a match for Jillian. In an instant, their arms and legs were twisted and they fell to the ground. Seeing this, the remaining mercenaries, even those who had been sleeping in their tents, stood up and grabbed their weapons, crawling out to surround the 2 men. Don't think you'll leave here in one piece. You messed with us, so I hope you're prepared. You're just a bratty noble with too much confidence. Realizing that Jillian's skill wasn't to be taken lightly, the mercenaries' eyes changed. No longer looking at him like a prey they could easily toy with, they now faced him cautiously, as if confronting a wild beast. Ghislaine, noticing the change, smiled in satisfaction. It's surprising to see this side of them. Despite their wild nature, they seemed capable of cooperating when faced with danger. Though they lived up to their reputation as troublemakers, they appeared to be quite useful in battle. Well, I guess that's why your mercenary group hasn't been disbanded despite all the trouble you've caused. Stop attacking and call your leader. What? I'm going to hire you. But if I turn all of you into cripples, you'll be useless to me, won't you? You crazy bastard. The Cerberus mercenaries were beyond shocked. They couldn't believe that this young noble, emboldened by having a decent bodyguard, dared to act so arrogantly. Let's just chop him up right here. Don't even think about leaving here alive. There's a reason we live on the outskirts. If you die here, they won't even find your body. The mercenaries, with cruel eyes, slowly closed in on the 2, tightening their encirclement. Jillian slowly drew the sword, hanging from his waist. It's time the young master made a mistake. It would be better to find another mercenary corps. From Jillian's perspective, there was no proper way to hire these people. He intended to kill all of the mercenaries of the Cerberus Mercenary Corps. As one of the mad dogs had said, this place was on the outskirts anyway, with no passers-by. It was truly a situation where no one would care if someone died. In this tense moment, a young man strode out from a tent beyond the group of mercenaries. Why are you looking for me? As he appeared, even the bloodthirsty mercenaries seemed to calm down a little, each stepping back a bit. The first thing that caught the eye was his fiery red hair, which looked as if it were ablaze. His defiant gaze warned that anyone who recklessly provoked him might be bitten back. Ghislaine looked at the man and asked, "Are you the leader?" "Yes, I am Kaor, leader of the Cerberus Mercenary Corps. I'm here to make a request." "You come to make a request, and yet you dare treat my subordinates like this." As Kaor growled, Ghislaine glared back at him. "Are you upset because your taming didn't work? You'd better play your tricks in moderation. You could all end up dead if you meet the wrong opponent." Kaor hesitated for a moment under the cold stare. However, he quickly put on a fierce expression. "Do you think I'd be scared just because you're a noble? I could kill you here and flee to another country, and that would be the end of it." "I like your spirit." Ghislaine chuckled and continued. "Thanks to someone, I've been delayed quite a while. I don't want to waste more time arguing, so I'll get straight to the point. I want to hire you for the task of developing the Forest of Beasts." Kaor furrowed his brows momentarily, then asked incredulously, "The Forest of Beasts? You mean the one attached to the Ferdium estate?" "Yes, I plan to develop that area. Is the Lord of Ferdium looking for people?" "No, this is my project. Who exactly are you?" "I am Ghislaine, the young Lord of Ferdium." The unexpected answer momentarily took aback Kaor, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, that delinquent prince. A brat like you's going to develop the Forest of Beasts. Ha ha ha." After laughing for a long time, Kaor fixed Ghislaine with a menacing look and said, "Get lost. I'm not going to risk my life for some brat. I'd rather take part in a territorial war." The Cerberus Mercenary Corps was known for accepting dangerous requests compared to other mercenary groups, but that still depended on the employer's capabilities. If they had to move according to the whims of a novice, the risk would be higher, so Kaor refused. At Kaor's response, Ghislaine gave a faint smile. "You're more of a coward than I thought." "What? You're not afraid of nobles, but you're scared of the monsters huddled together in the forest. You bastard, watch your mouth." As the 2 men glared at each other, the atmosphere grew tense once again. Jillian prepared to draw his sword while the other mercenaries tightened their grip on their weapons, ready to attack at any moment. Kaor, who had been twitching his lips for a while, finally turned around and threw out a comment. "You're not even worth killing, brat. I'll just let you go, but pay for the treatment fees and get lost." Kaor intended to just ignore Ghislaine and send him on his way. He had no interest in dealing with a noble brat who couldn't even distinguish between heaven and earth. At that moment, Ghislaine quietly spoke, looking at Kior's back. I request Moriana's recognition from the leader of the Cerberus Mercenary Corps. The mercenaries around them froze with dumbfounded expressions when they heard this. What? Does that noble bastard even know what he's asking for? Kior stopped in his tracks and turned around to glare at Ghislaine. It wasn't just the mercenaries who were stunned. Jillian, too, was shocked and shouted in alarm, "Your Grace." What are you saying? What Ghislaine requested was an ancient betting method that had been passed down among mercenaries. The rules were simple. Both combatants' arms would be tied together in a small circle, and they'd fight with nothing but a single dagger. Mana couldn't be used, and stepping outside the circle meant immediate defeat. Although it was a simple bet with only 2 rules, even experienced mercenaries avoided it. The limited space and restricted movement made dodging nearly impossible. Few stabs with the dagger, and death were almost guaranteed. In fact, it wasn't uncommon for someone to win the bet only to die soon afterward because of this rule. Kior twitched his eyes as he glared at Ghislaine. "You noble brat, do you even know what you're asking for? I know well enough. If I win, you follow me." This method was usually reserved for life-or-death bets between mercenaries. Only the truly insane used it, but once the request was made, it couldn't be refused. If one declined, it would be as good as admitting they were weaker than their opponent. For someone of Kior's rank, avoiding the duel would mean losing the trust of his subordinates, and the organization itself would begin to crumble. After all, Kior also took his position from the previous leader through this very method. This'll be fun. After their brief shock, the mercenaries began to eye Kior with excitement. When you thought about it, it was a pretty entertaining spectacle, a fight between a noble brat and their leader. They might have tried to stop their leader or laugh at Ghislaine if they were normal mercenaries, but if that were the case, they wouldn't be called the Mad Dogs. Kior gritted his teeth at the mercenary's reaction. "You're no mercenary, and yet you dare to challenge me with a mercenary's method. Do you want to steal my position, noble brat? I'm not interested in a shabby mercenary corps like yours. I just want to prove that I'm no brat." And what better way to show it than using a mercenary's method, don't you think? Kior's eyes began to gleam with a murderous intent. If I refused the kid's request in front of my subordinates, my authority would plummet. It was already hard enough to manage this bunch of lunatics. If that happened, I'd be devoured in no time. Cuck, fine. The young noble wants to be recognized in the way of mercenaries, so there's no need to argue any further. You won't regret it, even if it costs you your life. Of course, but if I win, you and your men will accept the job and follow me. Fine, it's a deal. Your escort and my men will be the witnesses of this duel. I accept. As Kior agreed and the mercenaries began preparing for the duel, Jillian stepped in front of Ghislaine, shouting loudly, "No, what are you thinking?" Jillian's face was flushed bright red. He finally understood how Belinda felt. His young lord was constantly putting himself in danger. Why does it have to be like this? Jillian couldn't make any sense of it. Wanting to enter the forest of beasts was one thing, youthful bravado could explain that, but risking his life on such a dangerous wager, it was beyond anything Jillian could comprehend. Even so, Ghislaine was the man to whom he owed his lifelong loyalty. He couldn't let him get caught up in this perilous game and die here. Then let me do it. My lord, please stand back. Having spent years as a mercenary himself, Jillian knew all too well just how dangerous this duel was. Even for someone of his caliber, it was something he'd prefer to avoid if possible. This duel prohibited the use of mana, meaning the fight had to be based purely on strength and skill. If there was a significant difference in ability, it might be manageable. But if the opponent were even somewhat skilled, Jillian would be putting himself at serious risk. Despite his heated response, Ghislaine calmly replied, "It's fine, I'll do it, trust me. No, I cannot allow that." Jillian was firm. Ghislaine met his gaze with a serious expression. "Jillian, this is something I need to do. I know I don't seem reliable right now, but please believe in me." Jillian was left speechless. There was no sign of recklessness or boredom in Ghislaine's eyes. It was the gaze of someone who possessed an unshakable conviction. Unable to resist that look, Jillian nodded and stepped back. But that didn't mean he would let his lord face such danger alone. His eyes sharpened, filled with a lethal determination. "If even a single blade touches the young master, I'll cut off their heads on the spot." Jillian gripped his sword, gathering mana and focusing his entire mind. If it looked like Ghislaine would be struck even once, he was prepared to split Kior's head open and eliminate everyone here. Whether Ghislaine was aware of Jillian's resolve or not, he stepped into the small circle, hands bound with Kior's. Kior stared at Ghislaine with a gleaming intensity. "Are you done with your melodrama? Your chance to flee is gone. I'll make sure you understand just how foolish it was for a noble to challenge a mercenary's way of battle." Kior fully intended to kill Ghislaine. For a noble to choose, a mercenary's duel was sheer arrogance. It was a blatant insult, and Kior had no intention of letting that slide. Once the preparations were complete, Kior glared at Ghislaine and spoke. "You must have heard about this somewhere and thought you could just charge in without fear, but I've done this 5 times. Even for a mercenary, such duels were rare, often a once-in-a-lifetime event. But Kior had survived 5 of them at a young age. The fact that he had emerged victorious in all 5 was why he could stand here now. It was a testament to both his ruthlessness and his exceptional skill. However, Ghislaine smirked and responded casually. I've done it over 100 times. What? As Kior stood dumbfounded, the mercenary standing beside them shouted loudly, begin. At the signal, both Ghislaine and Kior's daggers flew toward each other. A dagger flew toward Ghislaine, aiming for his eyes. He lightly dodged it with just a slight movement of his head, then swiftly stabbed the dagger into Kior's side. You bastard, Kior glared at Ghislaine, grimacing in pain. It must be a coincidence. He immediately extended his arm, trying to strike Ghislaine's temple. But Ghislaine effortlessly tilted his head back to evade and in an instant spun the dagger in his hand to hold it in a reverse grip. You better give it your all. With those words, Ghislaine slashed at Kior's arm. Arg! Realizing that the first attack wasn't just a coincidence, Kior gritted his teeth. He glared fiercely, launching a barrage of attacks, but Ghislaine blocked every single one. Instead of landing hits, Kior's body accumulated more and more wounds. You bastard. In a fit of rage, Kior suddenly yanked the hand that was tied to Ghislaine. His intent was clear, to disrupt Ghislaine's stance and go for his neck. At that moment, Ghislaine's body moved uncannily, dodging the attack with ease. He used his opponent's strength to regain his balance, moving fluidly with precision. It was an artful display of perfected technique. While dodging, Ghislaine didn't miss the opening Kior revealed and slashed him with his dagger. Slice. Arg! Another crimson gash appeared on Kior's chest. The mercenaries watching the duel were left speechless, their mouths hanging open in shock. They could tell that Ghislaine's movements were far from ordinary. Unlike Kior, who was locked in combat with him, the spectators, viewing from a distance, could see Ghislaine's remarkable skill even more clearly. How is he moving like that without using mana? He looks so young, but what are those techniques? Even knights can't fight like that, right? The mercenaries buzzed in amazement, but Jillian wasn't listening. His hand, which had been gripping his sword to strike at Kior, had already fallen away from the hilt. He had unconsciously relaxed his grip, mesmerized by Ghislaine's movements. What incredible technique! How can someone that young move like that? This was Jillian's first time seeing Ghislaine fight, and he was in utter shock. A genius, perhaps. No, it wasn't that. Jillian had also been through countless battlefields, and he could tell. If a flash of insight was the realm of genius, then Ghislaine's composure and experience were honed through countless drills and trials, through effort and the passage of time. That's why Jillian felt even more confused. Where did the immense experience and wisdom behind every one of Ghislaine's movements come from? While Jillian wrestled with his thoughts, the duel continued unabated. The sound of fabric tearing and groans of pain overlapped repeatedly. Kior's attacks continued to miss, while Ghislaine's dagger relentlessly pierced Kior's body each time. Why, how are you this skilled? Kior hadn't been able to land a single blow on Ghislaine. The arm holding the dagger was already covered in wounds, and the pain made it impossible to straighten his back properly. He couldn't believe that the young noble who looked like a rookie had such skills. He had been confident in his own abilities. Among mercenaries, he was regarded as one of the strongest. His bravery and viciousness were such that even knights were a step below him. Yet none of his skills worked against the young noble standing before him. Grrr. Kior, with his already wounded arm, raised it again, aiming for Ghislaine's vital point. Striking the opponent's vital points in a single blow was his specialty, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reach Ghislaine's weak spots. Ghislaine effortlessly blocked Kior's dagger strike. Focusing solely on vital points isn't always the best strategy. Even a beast can do that much. Ghislaine spoke as if he were teaching Kior a lesson and thrust his dagger again in all directions. Each strike cleverly avoided the vital areas of the side, shoulder, chest, and abdomen. Kior, now drenched in blood, finally let his arm fall limp, but the look in his eyes, filled with fierce determination as he glared at Ghislaine, remained unchanged. Even on the verge of death, he refused to surrender. Seeing this, Ghislaine nodded. Your grit is impressive. I'll commend you for not using mana until now. Don't make me laugh. This isn't over yet. I'll kill you for sure. Do you really think you can? One more stab and you'll die. Ghislaine sneered, then casually tossed his dagger behind him. Kior's face showed confusion. Why would he throw away his dagger after clearly winning the fight? Could it be that he had already judged the match over and would end it on his own terms? You bastard. He couldn't accept it. This duel wasn't over until one of them surrendered or died. Kior, seething with rage, shouted, Are you mocking me right now? Who said the duel is over? Pick up your dagger right now. This isn't finished yet. I'll kill you. Watching Kior's outburst, Ghislaine casually scratched his ear before speaking. Who said it's over? What? I don't plan on finishing it yet either. Then why did you throw your dagger? Before Kior could finish his sentence, Ghislaine raised his fist with a grin. Now it's time for your lesson. You need to learn how to control that temper of yours. What? Caught off guard, Kior couldn't comprehend what Ghislaine was saying. That's when Ghislaine's fist flew toward his temple. Gah. Kior staggered heavily from the unexpected blow. Even then, he swung his dagger, trying to attack Ghislaine. His reaction speed was shockingly fast. Ghislaine, inwardly impressed, smiled in satisfaction. But admiration and teaching were two separate matters. He grabbed Kior's wrist, which held the dagger, and twisted it in the opposite direction. Crack, The sound of bones grinding echoed as Kior dropped his dagger. Ghislaine kicked it up lightly, sending it into the air. Catching the dagger midair, he swiftly cut the rope, binding their hands together. Snap! Kior, who had been pulling against the rope with all his strength, suddenly lost his restraint and stumbled backward. It was only a few steps, but it was enough for him to step outside the ring. Damn, according to the rules, one more way to lose without dying or surrendering was to step out of the ring. Realizing what had happened too late, Kior's face turned grim. Though he had never feared death before, this was an unavoidable situation. Kior spat bloodied saliva onto the ground and glared at Ghislaine. Looks like I stepped out of the ring without realizing it. Consider yourself lucky, rookie. Unfortunately, I guess we'll have to end this here. I'll concede defeat. Hard to believe a day like this would come. He hadn't died, nor had he surrendered. It was only because the rope had been cut, causing him to step out of the ring accidentally. He could now end the duel while saving some face, pretending it was due to the rules rather than a lack of skill. For Kior, it was the best possible outcome. The mercenaries watching from the sidelines had pity in their eyes, but he didn't care. To be honest, that bastard's just too strong. Running a hand through his hair, Kior continued with a smug expression. So as promised, I'll tell you all about the request you wanted. It's not over yet. Ghislaine interrupted Kior, pulling his fist back. With a sound like the air exploding, Ghislaine's fist shot forward. Kior, startled, crossed his arms to block the blow, but it was useless. Gah! Kior couldn't withstand even a single punch and was sent flying backward. The pain was excruciating, far worse than being stabbed or slashed with a dagger. His arms throbbed as if his bones had been broken. Rolling across the ground, Kior quickly regained his senses and stood up. But before he could even assume a proper stance, Ghislaine's fist flew at him again. Wait, according to the rules, stepping out of the ring means rules? What rules? Are you going to fight by the rules on a battlefield? But you're the one who proposed this duel. Don't try to bind me with rules. I fight when I want to and hit when I feel like hitting. With that, Ghislaine swung his fist again. This guy's just a total lunatic. The mad dog of the town had genuinely run into a crazed opponent. Fine, let's take this to the end. I'll kill you no matter what. Kior gritted his teeth and launched a counterattack, but his attacks never landed. Every time Ghislaine's body blurred, Kior's fists only struck empty air. It felt like he was fighting a ghost. I can't accept this. Kior glared at Ghislaine with eyes full of malice. Thanks to acquiring a decent mana technique and being born with extraordinary talent, he had lived without fear of anything. But now he was getting beaten down by a young noble who seemed like a rookie. Kior charged with a roar, but Ghislaine swung his fist without mercy. The only medicine for a mad dog is a beating. Arg. With each blow, Kior's consciousness gradually began to fade. By now, thoughts of the duel or proving himself had vanished entirely from his mind. Why am I getting beaten up like this? What was I even doing? The blood loss and continued beating made it hard for even a sturdy mercenary like him to endure. His eyes grew hazy as if he were drunk, and he staggered. The mercenaries watching swallowed nervously. Can someone even beat a man like that? He's going to die at this rate. Shouldn't we stop this? The duel's basically over, isn't it? He should have just killed him earlier. After all, you don't mess with nobles. I knew this day would come. And this was precisely what Ghislaine had been aiming for. These were the types of men who would always try to overthrow their master if they didn't establish dominance. Even then, Ghislaine's punches didn't stop. In Kior's fading vision, he could see the face of his long-deceased grandmother. Grandma, when did you get here? I missed that omelet you used to make. Seeing the nostalgic look in Kior's eyes, Ghislaine stopped his assault. It was impeccable timing. Is this the end? As soon as Ghislaine stepped back with a nod, Kior collapsed onto the ground unconscious. Captain, the mercenaries rushed over to check on Kior and shook their heads. He's done for. His breathing is too shallow. He's going to die soon. To think our captain would die so pitifully. The mercenaries cast their gazes down, keeping a close eye on Ghislaine. There wasn't a single one of them who could stand tall in the face of such overwhelming violence, enough to even make the hot-tempered Kior kneel. As he silently observed Kior lying on the ground, Ghislaine spoke. Jillian, bring the person I called for. Yes, understood. Jillian, having no time to be astonished by Ghislaine's display of skill, quickly vanished from the scene. He returned in less than a few minutes, carrying a priest on his back. It turned out that before Ghislaine had even arrived, he had paid a hefty sum to have the priest on standby at a nearby inn. Where Ghislaine really plans for everything. At first, Jillian didn't understand why they needed to call a priest, but now it was clear that Ghislaine had anticipated this very situation. No, he had likely orchestrated it to happen this way. The more he saw, the more Gillian realized how far ahead his lord planned and prepared. Begin the healing immediately. As soon as Ghislaine finished speaking, the priest rushed over to Kaor and poured divine power into him. The wounds healed faster than expected. Despite the numerous cuts and heavy blood loss, Ghislaine had avoided striking Kaor's vital points and organs with precise accuracy. Watching Kaor's recovery, the mercenaries were in awe. They had enough battle experience to grasp Ghislaine's intentions and methods quickly. How did he avoid all the vital spots with strikes like that? Just how skilled is he with a sword? The mercenaries couldn't stop marveling as they watched Kaor heal. After the treatment ended and some time had passed, Kaor slowly opened his eyes and muttered, "Grandma, Grandma, get a grip already." At the sound of Ghislaine's voice, Kaor snapped his head up and scrambled backward along the ground. "I'm still alive. I swear I saw my dead grandmother. There are a lot of guys who claim to meet loved ones after I hit them. Anyway, I'd appreciate it if we could sign the contract today. I'm a bit busy." Kaor, looking up at Ghislaine, who now wore a carefree smile, completely different from when they were fighting, staggered to his feet. Scratching his head a few times, he spat on the ground and said, "Let's write it now." He had no more intention of arguing or resisting. After seeing Ghislaine's handiwork, he could believe this man was a devil rather than a noble, and since he had lost the duel, he had to abide by the outcome. Seeing Kaor's compliance, Ghislaine smiled with satisfaction. "Good, you won't regret this." This was the moment when Ghislaine took control of the Cerberus mercenary corps, commonly known as the Mad Dogs. Why are we gathering this early in the morning? I heard our employer is a complete rookie. Isn't he that spoiled young lord from the Ferdium estate? It was still early before dawn broke, yet the mercenaries were already gathered in large numbers. These were the men Ghislaine had recruited through the Zimbar Mercenary Guild. They gathered in the vast open space behind the Mercenary Guild building, whispering to one another about their employer. "A rookie, guess we can just take it easy on this one. Yeah, seems like some clueless brat who wants to make a name for himself. Let's show him how scary the world really is. How about we just pretend to fight and then slip away with the money?" They all underestimated Ghislaine, thinking they'd just do the bare minimum while making it look like they were working. Not all of the mercenaries knew Ghislaine, but a few had heard the rumors about the pathetic young lord, and those rumors spread quickly among the group. "I heard the Count of Ferdium is often away from the estate, right? Even better. You think that rookie brat can manage a bunch of mercenaries? They say he's a troublemaker. Should we show him what real trouble looks like, coming from the experts?" While the mercenaries laughed and joked around, a large man with a bald head and a muscular frame stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Hey, listen up. If we want to deal easily with this rookie employer, don't we need a leader?" The bald giant's name was Gordon. He was a well-known mercenary in the area, famous for his strength. He was so obsessed with training that he earned the nickname Muscle Man Gordon. His dedication to building muscle was extreme. He wouldn't even drink alcohol, claiming it would cause muscle loss, and he never shed a tear for the same reason. He was solely focused on making his muscles more prominent and harder. Gordon flexed his chest muscles as he spoke proudly. "If we want to handle the employer properly, we need to unify our opinions. If everyone acts on their own, it'll divide the group. How about I act as the wrangler and you all back me up? You'll get your fair share once the job's done." A wrangler was a mercenary term for someone stepping up as the representative and pressure the employer. If the job became easier as a result, it was customary for the other mercenaries to reward the wrangler with a bit of money. The mercenaries nodded in agreement to Gordon's suggestion, one by one. Gordon of the Muscles, not a bad choice. I'm in. A rookie like him would probably be terrified just looking at Gordon's muscles. Shouldn't we try to get a little extra money out of this? Sounds good. Let's also teach that rookie employer a bit about the harshness of the world. Right. Since we're the ones giving him life lessons, we should charge him some tuition. The mercenaries clapped in excitement, clearly entertained by their own plans. A few mercenaries frowned at this behavior and didn't join in, but the majority had already decided to elect Gordon as their representative. Even the leaders of small mercenary groups quietly supported Gordon, thinking that this wouldn't be a loss for them either. With everyone backing him, Gordon grinned confidently. With this many men, the employer won't be able to act recklessly. There were about 160 mercenaries gathered. If they rebelled as a group, they could be quite a headache for the employer. In such cases, the employer is usually forced to compromise, adding more money or loosening the terms of the contract. For example, allowing them to withdraw without paying penalties if they deem the situation too dangerous. Such things happen all the time in this field. The more lenient the employer, the worse the demands became. Although mercenaries were aware that their credibility and reputation were on the line, they didn't always go too far. Most of the time, they just engaged in a bit of psychological warfare. Hey, at the very least, let's make sure we get the terms for canceling the contract in writing. Yeah, if it really gets dangerous, we need to be able to run away. But isn't that place not even a big deal? No one's actually seen any monsters there. There are just rumors spreading around, right? The Forest of Beasts was rumored to be dangerous, but in reality, no one knew the truth. Some mercenaries thought it would just be a simple monster hunt, while others were gathered with the intent to flee if the fight got too dangerous. Then there were those who had come with no thoughts other than to earn some money. While the mercenaries were banding together, two figures on horseback began approaching slowly, cutting through the morning mist. Oh, finally, the young employer shows up, as expected of a noble taking his sweet time. Guess it's time to teach him a lesson, haha. At Gordon's words, the mercenaries burst into laughter. They were starting to look forward to how Gordon would handle the employer. Behind the two figures, a group of about 30 more appeared, all on foot. Seeing this, Gordon whistled. Of course, he's a noble. He's got quite a lot of soldiers with him. Still, we outnumber them, right? How about we circle them and give them a little scare? Encouraged by Gordon's words, the mercenaries began creeping forward. With intimidating expressions, they intended to overwhelm the newcomers with their presence. But Gordon, laughing, waved his hand dismissively. Now, let's not overdo it. You don't want to scare them too much right from the start. Let me handle this first. Gordon, who had been boasting confidently, suddenly fell silent as he saw the faces of the approaching riders emerging from the mist. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, carefully scrutinizing the people approaching, but he hadn't seen wrong. A voice filled with shock escaped his mouth. The mad dogs. Every mercenary froze in place, stiffening where they stood, clip-clop. Leisurely riding his horse, Ghislaine approached Gordon and glanced down at him with a smirk. Are you the one hurting these fools? At me. Your name, Gordon, figures. You're just as simple-minded as you look. Ghislaine chuckled and rode past Gordon. It was apparent what was happening just by looking at the mercenaries' positions. Having done the same thing countless times in his past life, Ghislaine could easily recognize the situation. Seeing it from the receiving end, it felt like a childish move, but still it brought back old memories, so he wasn't angry. Following Ghislaine, Kaor passed by Gordon, glaring at him with cold eyes. While Gordon was sweating nervously and stumbling over his words, one of the Cerberus Mercenary Corps mercenaries, following behind their leader, spoke up. Gordon, it's been a while. Are you seriously not lowering your eyes? In the end, Gordon hung his head low. If it was purely a matter of skill, he was confident he could take down at least one member of the Cerberus Corps. However, the mad dogs fought with such reckless ferocity that provoking them would only be akin to stirring up a hornet's nest. The other mercenaries, seeing the appearance of the Cerberus Corps, also averted their gazes and began whispering amongst themselves. Why are the mad dogs with the employer? I don't know. Why is Gordon just standing there? What else could he do? If those mad dogs come at him, it's gonna be trouble. The mercenaries who had been plotting to squeeze money out of Ghislaine started to become wary after seeing the Cerberus Mercenary Corps. They figured it wouldn't be too late to act after understanding why they were following the employer. Gordon, too, couldn't say a word and backed off for the moment. Ghislaine crossed his legs as he sat down on a chair in the clearing, with the Cerberus Mercenary Corps standing behind him like guards. That alone was a rare sight, but there was something strange about how the Cerberus Corps members behaved. Why do those mad dogs look so cautious? Could it be they're afraid of the employer? Indeed, the entire Cerberus Mercenary Corps seemed to be watching Ghislaine's every move, especially their leader, Kaor, who visibly flinched every time Ghislaine so much as gestured. Looks like the mad dogs are practically groveling to the employer. Does that mean the employer has that much power? Is the Ferdium family really that influential? Either way, we can't mess with them now that the mad dogs are siding with the employer. Fighting those guys would be a nightmare. The mercenaries quickly realized their plans to exploit Ghislaine were doomed. If they caused trouble now, things would certainly escalate into a fight. While both sides would take damage, it was obvious they'd come out worse. Almost as if waiting for Ghislaine to arrive, the mercenary guild manager emerged from the building and handed out contracts to the mercenaries. All right, this is His Grace, the young Lord of Ferdium. Make sure to check your contracts and follow the instructions carefully. The mercenaries hesitated to proceed with the contract. The Cerberus Mercenary Corps was so notorious that joining forces made everyone uneasy. Not long after, as the mercenaries stood around, exchanging uneasy glances, Gordon finally snorted and stepped forward. He didn't want to admit that he was intimidated by the mad dogs. I'm Gordon. Nice to meet you. He gave a curt nod to Ghislaine and immediately stamped his seal on the contract without even reading it. Tilting his head, Ghislaine asked Gordon, "You're not going to read it?" Before Gordon could answer, the guild manager snickered and replied on his behalf. He doesn't know how to read. His brain's all muscle. Whatever job he's told to do and however much money he's promised, he just believes it and goes along with it. If I study, I lose muscle. Don't you know the laws of the universe? You gain one thing, you lose another. The guild manager gave Gordon a pitiful look as he fumed, glaring at him. Look at this idiot making excuses just because he doesn't want to study. What would you even lose from studying, huh? I don't care, that's just how I am. Because he couldn't read, Gordon had been scammed countless times. He often thought he should study, but he never had the time between exercising and resting. Ghislaine chuckled as he watched Gordon. He'd also commanded many subordinates who couldn't read in his previous life, just like Gordon. Gordon felt oddly familiar to him for some reason, so he decided to say a few words. When this is all over, and if we get the chance, I'll make sure someone teaches you. Thank you, Gordon shouted enthusiastically as he returned to his spot. Seeing this, the other mercenaries, who had been hesitating, slowly came forward one by one to proceed with the contract. After all, they had come here knowing they'd be fighting monsters. The Cerberus Mercenary Corps was known for its competence, and as long as the employer could properly control them, it would actually make things safer for everyone. The only regret was that they couldn't exploit the employer as they'd originally planned. A small mercenary group that had always had a rough relationship with the Cerberus Mercenary Corps decided to drop out, and the contract process was finally completed. The guild manager organized the contracts and handed them to Ghislaine, a total of 148 men, including the Cerberus Mercenary Corps, which brought the total to around 180. It was the sort of number one would typically see employed for territorial wars, which comforted the mercenaries. The more allies they had, the better. After checking all the contracts, Ghislaine surveyed the mercenaries. I am Ghislaine, young lord of Ferdium. As you've heard from the guild manager, we intend to pioneer the forest of beasts. I'll explain the specifics once we reach the estate. I look forward to working with you. He immediately ordered the mercenaries to prepare for departure. For those without horses, he purchased horses or arranged rentals, and he also bought plenty of supplies necessary for camping outdoors. As soon as the preparations were complete, they set off toward the Ferdium estate. People who saw the rough-looking mercenary group from the morning hurriedly cleared out of their way in fear. This reminds me of the old days. Watching the noisy mercenaries following behind him, Ghislaine momentarily sank into nostalgia. In the past, he had also led mercenaries across the continent like this. I'll be able to meet them again, right? Now that he has returned to the past, his former subordinates must be living somewhere. One of Ghislaine's goals was to find them again if the opportunity arose. The group soon arrived at the Ferdium estate's borders, but the mercenaries had to stay outside it. If they marched in with an armed force without permission, it would inevitably cause conflict with the estate's retainers, so they had no choice. After leaving the mercenaries to wait, Ghislaine and Jillian headed straight to see Belinda. Belinda, how's the preparation going? You're later than I expected, but everything you asked for is ready. Of course, I knew you'd handle it. Belinda puffed up proudly, but then her expression turned into one of concern. But we've already spent more than half of the money we got from Rapold. Considering the cost of maintaining the forces and the additional materials we'll need, I'm worried we won't have enough to cover everything. Are you sure this is okay? It can't be helped that the initial costs are high. We need to start soon. Although 20,000 gold was a significant amount, enough for a person to live comfortably for the rest of their life, it was nowhere near sufficient for a large-scale project like pioneering an estate. Ghislaine had already expected that the initial setup would consume most of the funds he extracted from Amelia. They needed to start generating revenue as quickly as possible to sustain the operation. Tell the workers we'll start the construction tomorrow. Young master, you need to stop this now. The remaining money would be better spent elsewhere. If you keep going, we won't be able to do anything. Once construction starts, the money will drain away quickly. No, we can't stop. This project is absolutely essential for the estate. From Belinda's perspective, no matter how she looked at it, it seemed impossible to develop the forest of beasts with the funds they had left. Seeing that Ghislaine had no intention of backing down, she eventually raised her voice in frustration. We've already spent over 10,000 gold just preparing people and supplies. No matter how you think about it, there's no way we can carry out this pioneering. At her words, Ghislaine's lips curled into a peculiar smile. It's fine. We're not going to pioneer the forest. What did you just say? Belinda felt dizzy. She had watched Ghislaine since he was young, but at some point, he had become someone she could no longer understand. He's crazy. It's not about becoming a bigger person or anything. He's just gone mad. With a blank expression on her face, Belinda turned to Jillian, who was standing next to Ghislaine, and began to nag him. Jillian, you say something too. Jillian, who also felt the same desire to stop this, finally spoke up. My lord, how about stopping here? Belinda is right. The remaining money is still a considerable sum. If you at least save that, you can use it for other things in the future. Despite Jillian's attempt to dissuade him, Ghislaine shook his head. I suppose some explanation is necessary. Let's bring Kaor here as well. Once Kaor joined them, Ghislaine began to explain his thoughts. As you all know, we're nearly out of funds and haven't even started yet. At this rate, we won't last much longer, so I'm thinking we should focus on quickly generating some revenue. The three of them wore expressions of complete disbelief. Pioneering was about securing areas where no one had yet set foot. There was no way to know what might be found or how it could bring profit. Unable to hold back any longer, Belinda stepped forward again. Just call it off right now. If we use up all the remaining money, we'll really be left with nothing. We're bound to get caught once we enter the forest anyway. We might even be kicked out of the estate. More than 100 mercenaries were lingering around the estate. It was apparent the vassals would be on edge, and with so many workers gathered, it was clear that everyone would be looking on with suspicion. Belinda had made an excuse, saying they were building a new training ground and a villa for the Grand Duke. But the moment Ghislaine stepped into the forest of beasts, that lie would inevitably fall apart. Both Gillian and Keor spoke up as well, each making their case. If you're determined to proceed, we will follow, my lord, but it's unrealistic. In the end, the Lord will surely punish you. We're getting paid to fight, so it doesn't matter to us, but if you think about the people who will die, no amount of money will be enough. Well, I suppose you'll become more famous, known as the reckless fool of a lord who did something stupid. Ha, everyone was giving Ghislaine's plan a negative evaluation. Even the previous lords of Ferdium had all given up on this task, so there was no way an individual could succeed with just 20,000 gold. Ghislaine nodded deeply as if he understood their thoughts. You all make valid points. Naturally, I also think it would be impossible to pioneer in such a way. It will likely fail. Then why do you keep insisting on this? Because I'm not going to do it that way. What did you just say? Belinda, flustered, asked again. Instead of answering, Ghislaine unfolded a map. Look, the forest of beasts is here, and we'll be entering from this side. Following Ghislaine's gestures, the three began carefully examining the map. The forest of beasts was only roughly marked on the map, showing its general size. Ghislaine took out a pen and, starting from the edge of the forest of beasts, drew a line straight through before suddenly veering sharply to the side. This should be about right. We'll ignore everything else and clear a path like this. That's the first objective, huh? Instead of securing the entire area, we'll secure the fastest route to the target. Didn't you say you were going to pioneer the land? Conventional pioneering is impossible. The plan was to secure the resources to generate money quickly from the start. This place just happens to be the closest to our estate. Do you even know what's there? Ghislaine smirked at Belinda's question. Something that'll make a ton of money. Everyone was too shocked to speak. To them, it seemed like Ghislaine was randomly picking a spot on the map and insisting there was something valuable there. Gillian, trying to maintain some composure, asked, My lord, what exactly is there that makes you so confident it's valuable, and how do you know about it? At that, Ghislaine smiled awkwardly as if he was in a difficult position. Well, it's top secret information only I know. And how did you come by that information? No one has ever entered the forest and lived to tell about it. Belinda slammed her hand on the table, raising her voice. Gillian and Keor nodded in agreement. Ghislaine thought for a moment before speaking with a severe expression. All right, don't be too surprised and listen carefully. The truth is I died once and came back to life. Stop joking around. This is a serious matter. How do you know this information? No, really, my lord. People's lives are on the line here. Tusk at Belinda's outburst, Ghislaine tightly shut his mouth. He had genuinely tried to tell them the truth this time, but as expected, no one believed him. He was starting to feel a little lonely. At this rate, he had no choice but to make something up. I heard a rumor. There's supposed to be something extremely valuable here. What? Belinda's eyes flared with anger as she glared at Ghislaine. Gillian stood dumbfounded while Keor, head lowered, couldn't stop snickering. The forest of beasts was shrouded in mystery, with only rumors to go by. One of the most common stories was about rare medicinal herbs hidden within the forest, fueling many tales of potential riches. Those rumors drove some explorers to enter the forest despite knowing the dangers, but no one had ever imagined that Ghislaine would be the type to believe such reckless gossip. Keor couldn't hold back his laughter any longer and burst out. Our employer is truly insane. I didn't think there was anyone crazier than us, but here he is. Ha. To defy the Lord's orders and squander what little money they had, all based on some vague rumor. Only a madman would even attempt such a thing. Despite the reactions of those around him, Ghislaine continued speaking undeterred. One day we'll need to drive out the monsters and fully utilize the resources in that forest, but now's not the time for that. Doing so would take too long. We need money right away, which is why we're going in to make it as quickly as possible. Belinda, barely managing to suppress her rising anger, trembled as she asked again. So according to this rumor, there's something here, right? That's right. We'll first gather the most profitable resources here, then use the money to expand the territory further. It's a plan to make money work for us. Simple, right? Ha ha ha. Belinda had to resist the overwhelming urge to punch the bright smile off his face. Gillian could only sigh deeply with a grim expression. Keor, on the other hand, didn't care much as long as he got paid and had some fun. Looking around at his bewildered subordinates, Ghislaine spoke firmly. You might not understand now, but this is something that has to be done. If any problems arise, I'll take full responsibility. Seeing the determined look in his eyes, both Belinda and Gillian found themselves unable to argue further. Trust me and follow my lead. If everyone does their best, we'll definitely succeed. Belinda, resigned and drained, muttered under her breath, I really hope this is your last rebellious phase. You're not exactly at that age anymore. I don't know if those rumors are true, but since you've made up your mind, my lord, I'll do my best to assist you, Gillian said, his face showing resolve. Keor, meanwhile, continued to chuckle. Watching the heir of the estate end up in prison could be amusing, but please make sure to settle my final payment before that happens. Everyone seemed to have half given up except for Ghislaine, who smiled inwardly. If everything goes according to plan, a massive fortune will come in. Ghislaine had targeted the location closest to the edge of the forest, which held the most easily liquidated resources. It wasn't some baseless rumor. This was information he had learned in his previous life, though he couldn't explain the source. The Delphine Duchy discovered the resource in my past life. After overthrowing the kingdom and establishing a new dynasty, the Delphine Duchy began a massive pioneering operation in the Forest of Beasts, using the former kingdom's full strength. Ghislaine bore a grudge against the Delphine Duchy and had also started investigating the forest. He had wanted to know why they were investing so much effort into the forest and whether there was anything he could use to obstruct or harm them. Even the duchy didn't know about the resources at first. They must have entered the forest for a different purpose. Although he never uncovered that original purpose, he did manage to obtain a map and journal detailing the locations of critical resources within the forest. He had memorized the information in his previous life but couldn't use it. Now, he finally had the chance. Thanks for all the hard work collecting that information. I'll be sure to put it to good use. In his past life, the Delphine Duchy had amassed a great fortune by developing the forest. In this life, Ghislaine intended to claim those resources for himself. That wealth would provide the power he needed to thwart the conspiracies surrounding Ferdium. Well then, let's get started. At Ghislaine's words, everyone returned to their tasks. Jillian managed the mercenaries near the estate, conducting simple drills to keep them occupied and prevent them from interfering with each other. Belinda directed the workers, focusing on constructing the camp. Although they were preparing under Ghislaine's orders, none of them felt at ease. Belinda in particular was so consumed by worry that she spent sleepless nights, her dark circles growing more pronounced beneath her eyes. If the rumors are true, who knows what kind of monsters will appear. If he dies in there, he'll be called an idiot even after death. The truth was, every time people criticized Ghislaine, it made her angry and broke her heart. To her, he was nothing but adorable, though others didn't seem to see it the same way. After hearing so many insults about him, she occasionally wondered if she had failed to educate him as his tutor properly. But if he went to such a dangerous place and lost his life, she wouldn't be able to face the late Countess Ferdium, who had entrusted Ghislaine to her care. If there's any sign of danger, I'll have to drag him out forcibly. Belinda pulled out all the poisons she had collected over time and sifted through them. Let's see. Which one should I use to knock him out without killing him? Since Ghislaine's skills seemed to have improved compared to before, she had to choose wisely. Belinda meticulously selected a poison and delicately applied it to her dagger. If things got dire, she planned to stab him from behind and escape while carrying him. Despite everyone's concerns, Ghislaine never wavered in his decision. Even someone as typically confident and relaxed as Ghislaine couldn't let go of his tension this time. The Forest of Beasts was perilous. Even the mighty Delphine Duchy had failed multiple times in his previous life. With his current strength, success was nearly impossible. The only thing he could rely on was his past life knowledge and experience. He had reviewed the plan countless times, assessing every possibility, and had chosen the fastest, safest, and most reliable route. But information is just information. Reality is full of unpredictable variables. Even so, this was the best option if he wanted to save the estate. Every other method required more time, and time was something they didn't have. The Delphine Duchy had already begun to move. If they responded too slowly, they would all be dead. He had to act quickly, even if it meant risking his life. I will succeed, I have to, for the sake of the estate and the family. As Ghislaine continuously revised and reviewed his plan, time passed quickly. Once Belinda and Jillian had completed their preparations, they sought him out. In truth, they had intended to persuade him one last time, but the moment they saw Ghislaine's face, the words got stuck in their throats. Gone was his usual playful expression. His face was cold, almost chilling, as if he had made up his mind to face death. Seeing this, they resigned themselves to simply reporting on the situation and their progress. My lord, the camp is now ready to the point where we can manage basic lodging and meals, but I don't think we can delay any further. The mercenaries' training is also complete. The estate's vassals have started mobilizing soldiers to pressure us. Ghislaine paused in thought. It would have been better to prepare more thoroughly, but this was the limit. If he weren't the Grand Duke's heir, they wouldn't have lasted even this long. With a bitter smile, he slowly rose from his seat. You're right, we can't afford to wait any longer. Time was always the one thing he lacked. If this plan succeeded, he would finally gain the time he desperately needed. Letting out a long breath, Ghislaine spoke firmly. Gather the mercenaries. Fully armed mercenaries quickly gathered at Ghislaine's command. The mercenaries stood in formation, keeping rows and lines, whether due to tension or discipline. Even in the short time, some training had paid off. Ghislaine led them straight to a base camp near the Forest of Beasts. As expected, it's still a bit lacking. The base camp was hastily set up with only the basics needed for food and shelter. It would have been better to depart once it was completed, but there wasn't enough time to wait. Vassals had come multiple times over the past few days, their eyes filled with suspicion. Each time, Ghislaine and Belinda barely managed to send them away with excuses. Still, rumors had begun to spread even among the laborers, making it difficult to hold out any longer. Anyway, while we're in the forest, the base camp construction will continue. Ghislaine surveyed the mercenaries and shouted loudly, "You've all heard the rumors, but the forest is dangerous. If you follow my orders, there will be fewer casualties. Do not act on your own, and stay alert at all times." The soldiers guarding the entrance to the forest couldn't help but be startled at the sight of Ghislaine suddenly appearing with a heavily armed force. "What is that crazy bastard talking about?" Entering the forest, the dumbfounded soldiers tried to stop them, but they weren't strong enough to hold back nearly 200 mercenaries. Just before they entered the forest, Ghislaine closed his eyes for a moment, lost in thought. If this succeeds, all eyes will be on this place. There was no way the Delphine Duchy would sit idly by while Ferdium gained power. No, even before the duchy could act, the surrounding lords would likely be lurking, waiting for an opportunity. In some ways, Ghislaine's actions were akin to inviting danger upon himself. But that doesn't mean I can stop. Even knowing death was approaching, he couldn't just sit and wait, doing nothing. "I'll do everything I can. It's the only way to survive." With renewed determination, Ghislaine opened his eyes and raised his hand high. As he was about to lead everyone into the forest, someone shouted loudly and ran toward them. "Young lord, stop. Oh, Skaven." The person running toward them was Skaven, who was currently the head of the forest's guard. After the orc hunt, he had fallen into a drunken stupor and was effectively demoted. Out of loyalty from their time in the orc hunt together, Ghislaine waited for him to catch his breath. "Huff, huff, young lord, are you seriously thinking of entering the forest?" "That's right, we're entering now." "You can't. It's against the lord's orders. Skaven, I need a favor." "What? Remember how you made some money thanks to me before? Think of that loyalty and hear me out." At the mention of a favor, Skaven's eyes widened. He had never imagined that the young lord would ask him for anything. Ghislaine had always been the type to take what he wanted without asking or forcing him into troublesome tasks. Ghislaine smiled as he watched Skaven's bewildered expression. "For the time being, you need to keep the soldiers' mouths shut and keep it a secret that I've entered this place. You have to make sure that the forces from the estate can't follow me right away. Otherwise, things could get messy, and we might end up fighting amongst ourselves. I'm not joking." The sentries already saw the mercenaries entering the estate. "A report will be made soon. That's why I told you before. The field commander must make decisions and act accordingly." "Why, you mean I'm telling you to make something up? Say we didn't enter the forest but moved somewhere else. Can you handle that?" "Refuse I have to refuse. If the lie were discovered, Skaven would not be safe either." But Skaven swallowed hard as he looked at Ghislaine, who was smiling meaningfully. His eyes gleamed with the same confidence he had shown during the orc hunt. Back then, the young lord had also demanded control of the command and pushed forward as he saw fit. But because of that, they were able to kill all the orcs without any casualties. Seeing that look in his eyes again, Skaven felt a sudden urge to trust him once more. In the end, Skaven found himself nodding unconsciously. After all, the young lord was someone who wouldn't listen, no matter how much he was dissuaded. "As expected, you're decisive. Good, then buy me some time. Let's see what you can do." Ghislaine then greeted Ricardo, who had followed behind Skaven. "Hey, Ricardo, so you've become Skaven's deputy. Congrats on the promotion. Still good-looking as always." Ricardo, who hadn't yet fully grasped the situation, looked confused and asked, "Young lord, where are you going?" "The Forest of Beasts. If you enter there recklessly, we the guards will die too. Don't worry, I'll be back before you're in any danger." Ricardo panicked at that and shouted, "Why are you doing this to me?" "What did I do? You said the same thing last time, and here you go again today." Ghislaine clicked his tongue a few times and continued, "Anyway, since monsters might pop out, make sure to guard the entrance well. I'll be back." Before anyone else could stop him, Ghislaine quickly headed into the forest. "Let's go." The mercenaries followed him, slowly moving forward. Skaven, Ricardo, and the remaining soldiers could only stare blankly as they watched. The Forest of Beasts, a place no one had dared to explore. At that moment, Ghislaine's expedition finally took its first step into that forbidden place. They hadn't brought a single horse, so everyone had to move on foot. If a monster attacked and the horses panicked, either running away or causing a commotion, they would only become a burden. All the supplies were loaded onto several carts, which the mercenaries had to pull themselves. At the forest's edge, the Forest of Beasts didn't seem much different from any other ordinary forest. They could spot a few small wild animals, and the occasional chirping of insects could be heard. Some of the mercenaries even started wondering if the rumors had been exaggerated and if there wasn't much to fear. But after they ventured a bit deeper into the forest, they had no choice but to change their minds. So this is where the real danger begins. At someone's casual remark, everyone silently nodded in agreement. The forest was quiet. At some point, even the sound of insects had ceased. Only the suffocating silence remained. As they ventured deeper, the size of the trees began to change. With their massive leaves, the towering trees blocked out the sky completely. It was dark. Without the faint beams of sunlight filtering through the tiny gaps between the leaves, they couldn't see anything ahead. A small sigh escaped from one of the mercenaries. So this is the Forest of Darkness. The other name for the Forest of Beasts was the Forest of Darkness. True to its name, the forest was steeped in a heavy darkness. Despite it being midday, the thick fog that spread across the ground didn't disperse, adding to the eerie atmosphere. The cool air of the forest enveloped the group, flowing around them. "Light the lamps," Ghislaine ordered. Several mercenaries lit their lamps in response. As they held the lamps, some began murmuring to each other. "But why did we bring so many lamps? Just for show, I guess. Maybe he thinks torches are beneath him." Although lamps were far more convenient than torches, they weren't cheap. Yet Ghislaine had prepared hundreds of them. Several boxes, whose contents were unknown, were also stacked nearby. The mercenaries couldn't help but grumble, silently criticizing Ghislaine for being a wasteful noble. Once they had distributed the lamps and their visibility improved, the group resumed their slow march. Not long after, the path came to an end, and Ghislaine gave instructions to the mercenaries. "From here, we'll make our own path. Cut down the trees and clear the brush." Up until now, there had been faint traces of people having passed through, but now there was nothing. They had to prepare the groundwork by creating a path to reach their destination. Though it would take some time, they needed to secure a proper route so that laborers could build a palisade and solidify the road later. Ghislaine took the lead, grabbing an axe and starting to chop down trees. The sound of chopping echoed through the forest. What the hell? Even the employers getting involved. So this is what they call leading by example. Is that supposed to be noble dignity? Heh, how long do you think he'll last? He's probably just excited and trying to show off. The mercenaries began mocking Ghislaine as they worked, chopping down the trees. Seeing a nobleman doing manual labor didn't inspire respect, it provoked laughter instead. "Well, he chops down trees pretty well, I'll give him that. But how long will that last?" You see these nobles sometimes, getting overenthusiastic like this. "Right, he probably just feels restless from all that sword training at home. Ha ha ha." The snickering continued, but only the Cerberus mercenary corps remained silent. They knew that it wouldn't end easily once their employer started swinging his fists, not that they felt obligated to warn the other mercenaries. Some lessons were best learned through experience. They'd remember it longer that way. Belinda, frowning, approached Ghislaine and whispered to him, "Goodness, why are you doing this, young master? You hired people, so you should let them do the work. It's fine. The faster we finish, the better, even if I help out. That's strange. You weren't like this before, young master. You used to be so noble that you wouldn't even bathe by yourself." I don't remember. It had been just a few days ago for Belinda, but for Ghislaine, it was a distant past, one from his foolish youth, a part of his life he preferred to forget. As the two bickered, the mercenaries continued their labor, chopping down trees one by one. The group's mood lightened as sunlight began to seep through the gaps left by the felled trees. Even while cutting down trees, Ghislaine's mind never stopped racing. There can't be any discrepancies from what was written in that journal. In his previous life, while investigating the Forest of Beasts, Ghislaine had acquired a journal written by the Delphine Duchy's pioneering expedition, and he had read it over and over until he memorized every word. Part of his drive was to reclaim the estate and seize its resources, but his attachment to Ferdium had also kept him returning to that journal. The Forest of Beasts had been one of the primary obstacles to Ferdium's development, yet it was a place that could never be truly separated from it. Though some time has passed, the monster's ecosystem and habitat shouldn't have changed too drastically. He had trusted that document, which detailed exactly where and when certain monsters appeared and the extent of the damage they caused, to guide this expedition. If the information was wrong, not only would he lose any chance at making a profit, but the mercenaries could also be wiped out. He had to proceed with utmost caution. As they focused on their work, time flew by and some of the tension began to ease. Isn't this place just creepy, though? Yeah, it seems like everyone was just too scared to come in here. If all we're doing is making a path, I kind of feel guilty for taking the hazard pay. The mercenaries chatted noisily, quickening their pace. They started to feel like the job would end smoothly since their destination wasn't far away. However, as they ventured a little further, Ghislaine, who was leading, suddenly halted and ordered everyone to stop. "Everyone, prepare for battle." "Huh, why? There's nothing here." The mercenaries looked around the forest past Ghislaine, tilting their heads in confusion. They didn't sense anything, not even the usual sounds of wildlife. All they saw were thick, towering trees, densely packed, obstructing their view. "Don't move too close. Slowly back away and get ready to attack." Ghislaine repeated his command. Jillian cautiously surveyed the surroundings but couldn't sense anything unusual. He glanced at Belinda, who shrugged, equally unsure of what was happening. Finally, Jillian leaned in close to Ghislaine and asked in a low voice, "My lord, what's going on?" "I can't detect anything around us. I don't think any monsters are hiding." Jillian prided himself on his sharp awareness of his surroundings. Hadn't he once easily detected the assassins from the Wildcat smugglers? Yet Ghislaine shook his head. "They aren't hiding." A line from the journal he had read in his previous life flashed through his mind. When we reached the area filled with trees entwined by thick vines, sure enough, the trees in front of them were all tightly wrapped in thick vines. Jillian asked again, "But there's nothing here except for trees. What exactly are we supposed to be wary of?" There was no trace of their presence. Even Count Baltzac, the kingdom's greatest swordsman and a swordmaster, couldn't sense them. Ghislaine carefully observed the trees before him and replied, "What is right in front of us?" What do you mean by that?" Before Ghislaine could answer Jillian's question, a few mercenaries laughed and pushed past them, stepping forward. Our employer suddenly got scared, huh? "There's nothing out there. Why did we stop all of a sudden? Just leave things like this to us and take a rest. Isn't that why you hired us?" They mocked Ghislaine as they swung their axes. There were always people in the group who couldn't be controlled. To them, Ghislaine was just a young, inexperienced rookie. In their eyes, all they needed was to know their destination, and they could handle the rest on their own. His constant instructions were laughable to them. In fact, the only ones who had actually prepared for battle based on Ghislaine's words were the Cerberus mercenary corps. The rest of the mercenaries stood idly, watching their employer make what they considered a fuss. "Stop." At Ghislaine's cold command, the mercenaries who had been moving forward hesitated and stopped awkwardly. "What's out there anyway? It doesn't seem as dangerous as the rumors. Just lead the way already. It's not even that far, is it?" Though the mercenaries grumbled, Ghislaine's expression remained stern as he continued speaking. "Slowly come back here. If you stay there, you'll die." The mercenaries frowned, unable to understand what Ghislaine was talking about. But looking tense, Ghislaine didn't take his eyes off them, raising one hand. "Prepare for battle, you idiots. When someone speaks, you should listen." At his harsh words, the mercenaries reluctantly readied their weapons. Though they weren't happy about it, they couldn't outright disobey their employer's orders. Ghislaine slowly lowered his stance, preparing to charge forward. The mercenaries standing in front of him snickered and shook their heads. They didn't understand his sudden behavior, but seeing how tense he was, they figured they'd at least pretend to follow along. "Hey, let's go. Our employer sure scares easily." The mercenaries were laughing when Jillian and Belinda, who had been watching Ghislaine with doubtful eyes, suddenly stiffened and turned their heads. Kior, too, cursed under his breath and drew his sword. We couldn't have predicted that it would move. We felt nothing as we entered deeper inside, unguarded. It was then that the mercenaries finally sensed something moving. They attacked us. The vines wrapped around the trees began to swirl like a vortex. In an instant, they shot toward the mercenaries ahead like lightning. At the same time, Ghislaine's body sprang forward. Just as a vine was about to strike one of the mercenaries, Ghislaine's sword flashed. Swish. The vine that had been aiming to grab the mercenary was sliced cleanly, oozing a sticky black liquid. What the hell? Most of the group couldn't react to the sudden attack. They were frozen in place, unable to understand what was happening, merely watching in shock. But Ghislaine, far from being startled, moved swiftly. Swish. Another vine that had been flying toward a different mercenary was severed once again. However, dozens of vines were flying towards them, and Ghislaine couldn't fend them all off by himself. Arg! Several mercenaries, unable to dodge in time, were snatched by the vines and dragged away. Ghislaine grabbed the collars of the mercenaries he had just saved, hurling them back toward the rest of the group, and immediately charged towards the vines again. He needed to save those who had been captured, but the path was already blocked. "Tusk, am I too late?" Dozens of vines closed in from all sides, aiming at him. Ghislaine gripped his sword tightly and leaped into the air, spinning his body once. The vines that had been surrounding him were all severed in one swift motion. As the vine fragments fell to the ground, Ghislaine landed lightly and slid backward in a crescent arc. "Young master, my lord." Belinda, Jillian, and Kaor quickly rushed to Ghislaine's side. "Get yourselves together, form up." At Ghislaine's shout, the dazed group snapped out of it, raising their weapons and swiftly assuming battle stances. "Arg, help me." The mercenaries who had been dragged off screamed and struggled desperately. While the group hesitated, unsure of what to do, the trees connected to the vines began to stir slightly. What the hell is happening? The bark of the massive trees split open, revealing something that resembled crushed mouths. Having captured a mercenary, each tree began to shove them into these gaping maws and chew. Gah! The horrifying sounds of bones crunching mixed with the mercenaries' screams echoing through the forest. The other mercenaries, terrified by the sight of their comrades being eaten alive, cried out in panic. "The trees are moving. Are they Ents?" As Ghislaine listened to the mercenaries' shocked voices, he shook his head internally. Ents were more like spirits or guardians of the forest, not monsters. They loved peace, sometimes imparted ancient knowledge, and often protected the creatures of the woods. They would never be grotesque creatures that devour living beings whole. The trees, having swallowed the mercenaries entirely, stirred again. Two small openings appeared above the grotesque, gaping mouths like cracks. Through those cracks, black eyes became visible. Seeing those malevolent eyes sent shivers down the spines of the mercenaries. Those things were not Ents. They resembled Ents at first glance, but unlike Ents, these beings were sinister, ferocious, and disturbingly unpleasant. We gave them a name derived from the ancient tongue. As Ghislain looked at the trees before him, he muttered that name, Duras Ents. Fortunately, Count Balzac played a crucial role in defeating them, but by then most of our soldiers had already fallen to their ambush. Having lost our advance party, we had no choice but to retreat to the outpost. Even the Retania kingdom, which had once attempted to conquer the forest of beasts by rallying all its strength in his previous life, had experienced failure due to the deadly ambush of the Duras Ents. These creatures are spread across the forest of beasts as if they are its guardians. In essence, they are the gatekeepers of the forest. If you don't know about them, you're bound to fall victim to their trap. Recalling this description, a chilling smile crept onto Ghislain's face. We've got a chance. No one could sense the presence of the monsters, even though they were standing right in front of us for a simple reason. Until they moved, they were nothing more than trees, so that no one could have suspected anything. QOOO. Dozens of Duras Ents let out monstrous roars as they began to move. Thick branches intertwined with vines, descending like arms, while their roots, pulled from the ground, twisted together to form legs. Seeing this, the faces of the mercenaries were filled with tension. Though the trees are moving, that's not even an Ent. What the hell is that? Damn it, who would have noticed them just standing there? These creatures blended in with the forest, deceiving everyone by becoming one with the trees. They were monsters that preyed on ignorance, exploiting gaps in perception. Kraa, the Duras Ents, having now taken a form capable of movement, roared furiously as they all glared at Ghislain. Their usual tactic was to wait until their prey ventured deep enough into the forest. Then when it was too late to escape, they would surround and attack, devouring their victims. But once the prey noticed them and refused to come closer, the creatures had no choice but to uproot themselves and move. Now that they were forced to exert unnecessary strength, all their fury was directed toward Ghislain. Kraa! Once again, the Duras Ents let out a piercing shriek. First row, raise your shields. Block their attacks with everything you've got. At Ghislain's command, the mercenaries in the front line lifted their shields. However, their expressions were far from calm. Are we seriously supposed to fight these giant things? These creatures were practically made of the same wood as the trees that made up the forest of beasts. Naturally, they were much larger than any monster that lived in the forest. As the mercenaries, intimidated by their massive size, hesitated, the Duras Ents shot out their vines. Thunk, thung, ugh. The mercenaries holding up their shields were either knocked down or shoved backward. The sheer strength of the Duras Ents, matching their enormous size, made it impossible for the mercenaries to hold their ground. The mercenaries in the back quickly fired their arrows. The arrows struck the Duras Ents' bodies but failed to penetrate their thick bark. What do we do? They're trees. Unless we chop them down entirely, it's useless. While the mercenaries were panicking, Ghislain shouted once again, "Everyone throw your lanterns. The weakness of trees is fire." Everyone knew it was a common truth, but using it here was a dangerous gamble. "Young master, are you crazy? Let's just run away, sir. If the forest burns, we're done for." Belinda and Gillian shouted in horror. Even if they managed to defeat the creatures with fire, it would all be for nothing if the forest caught ablaze. It would only bring a far greater danger. Having lost their habitat, the monsters would scatter in all directions, and the nearby Ferdium estate would be utterly destroyed. That was why the previous lords of Ferdium had abandoned any plans to burn the forest and turn it into farmland. But Ghislain, unconcerned, threw a lantern and shouted, "It's fine, they'll eat the fire, throw them now." Archers in the back, prepare your fire arrows. The lantern shattered against the body of a Duras Ent, spilling oil down its side. Seeing this, the mercenaries grabbed their lanterns and hurled them without hesitation. "Ah, screw it, just throw them already. Who cares if the forest burns down?" The employer said to do it. Though they knew the forest couldn't be allowed to burn, their own lives came first, so they didn't hold back. QO. The Duras Ents let out a displeased roar, wildly swinging the vines attached to their arms. But the mercenaries in the front, with all their strength, held their shields up and endured. Realizing that their vine attacks were ineffective, the Duras Ents began to slowly lumber toward the group, their intention to crush the mercenaries evident. "Fire!" Ghislain shouted. Flaming arrows shot out toward the Duras Ents, surrounding them on all sides. QUO. In an instant, the oil-soaked bodies of the Duras Ents were engulfed in flames. They halted their advance, stumbling in agony as they were consumed by fire. As the flames spread, everything began to be swallowed by the inferno. The Duras Ents that were further back rushed through the flames, but more lanterns and fire arrows were thrown at them, igniting them as well. QO. The mercenaries swallowed hard as they watched the Duras Ents scream in agony. Are we just going to burn them all and run? I'm getting out of this estate for sure." If this forest burns down, it'll be crawling with monsters. This place is done for. Our employer is out of his mind. Wait, something's wrong. Chee-ick. As the Duras Ents writhed in pain, thick steam began to rise from their bodies. The fire's going out. What? Fire doesn't work on them. The flames were being drawn into the creatures and gradually extinguishing. The steam filled the area as the fire died down, obscuring their vision. But soon, even the smoke dispersed. Gulp. The mercenaries' tents swallowed dryly, and then when the Duras Ents reappeared, they were horrified. What is that? The creature's bark had burned away or fallen off, revealing their inner flesh. The sight was grotesque beyond imagination. Their entire bodies were now black, and their soft, slick inner flesh looked as if it were made of smooth, moist pudding. Their eyes were hollowed into their bodies, and the sharp teeth visible in their mouths, combined with their slick, black skin, created a repulsive sight. Chee-ick, even more surprising was how they casually stepped on and touched the remaining embers on the ground. As soon as the flames touched their black skin, they were snuffed out as if the fire was swallowed up and extinguished. The fire just, the mercenaries recoiled in terror. Already formidable, the monsters had now transformed into creatures impervious to fire. All right, they're not just ordinary trees. The mercenaries finally understood what they were truly up against. They looked like trees, but they weren't entirely trees. While their outer layer was tough like bark, allowing them to move around and hunt prey inside, they were living organisms that could devour and crush anything in their path. Their outer layer is no different from hard bark. That's why they're vulnerable to fire, but the soldiers' weapons wouldn't have worked on them. Their inner layer, however, is different. It can resist fire magic as strong as a 4-circle spell. This place is crazy. We never should have come here. If the first monsters we encounter are this bad, what else could be lurking here? We need to go back. This whole idea of developing the land was impossible from the start. The mercenaries, terrified, lost their will to fight. In contrast, Ghislaine, recalling something, grinned confidently. Their flesh looks nice and tender. The mercenaries stared at Ghislaine in disbelief. The fire hadn't even worked, so how could he still be so calm? The more they saw of their employer, the more convinced they were that he wasn't in his right mind. The Duras Ents began approaching them, their rage plainly visible, without hiding their fury. Even though they'd lost their outer shells, it was clear they believed they could easily crush the humans in front of them. As the mercenaries began to falter, ready to retreat under the overwhelming pressure, Ghislaine picked up a spear and spoke. Hey, are you all going to run without even trying to fight? How do you expect to live off a soldier's wage like that? Despite his mocking words, the mercenaries couldn't bring themselves to get angry. They just stared at Ghislaine as if he were a madman. They couldn't understand how he could be so confident when their weapons didn't work and neither did fire. Watch closely. With that single remark, Ghislaine hurled the spear with great force. Crack. The spear flew with tremendous speed, piercing through the body of the nearest Ent, and then embedded itself into the one behind it. Gryoarg, the creature that had been pierced, staggered backward, shocked by the pain it had never felt before. As the mercenaries stared in disbelief, Ghislaine turned around with a grin. You fools, they don't have bark anymore. The vines that protected them are all burned away, so they can't attack from a distance. They're just big, slow monsters now. Even after seeing the monsters get pierced by the spear and hearing Ghislaine's words, the mercenaries still hesitated to charge. While the Duras Ents had lost their outer shells, their enormous size and intimidating presence remained the same. As dozens of Duras Ents approached, surrounding them from all sides, the mercenaries began to retreat step by step, gripped by fear. Gruar, the terrifying roar that emerged from their hideous forms, shook the air. The mercenaries, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the monster's presence, began to lose their will to fight. In this state, there was no way they could possibly face them. Damn it. Clicking his tongue, Ghislaine reached into the wagon and pulled out a gigantic greatsword. It wasn't a typical two-handed sword, but one specially crafted to hunt giant monsters. Holding the massive sword in both hands, he slammed it into the ground, almost as if planting it there. The heavy sound echoed in all directions. Phew, it's been a while. Although Ghislaine's primary weapon was a sword, and his expertise was in swordsmanship, he had never neglected his training with other weapons. On the battlefield, there were times when he had to use weapons other than a sword, and sometimes, if luck ran out, he even had to fight barehanded. In fact, back when he was the king of mercenaries, he was famous for his ability to wield any weapon with ease, not just swords. Gruar. As the Duras Ents approached, the mercenaries recoiled further, stumbling backward. Your Highness, please retreat. I will handle this. Cerberus Mercenary Corps, prepare yourselves. Jillian and Kior readied themselves to step forward. With the mercenaries uncoordinated and in disarray, the two knew they had to keep their heads straight. Otherwise, they would all be trampled to death right then and there. The remaining mercenaries nervously watched Ghislaine. Their employer stood motionless, holding only a greatsword as if too frightened to give any orders. What's this? That rookie noble stepped forward as if he's going to fight. He can't even hold his sword properly because it's too heavy. What's he planning to do with that awkward stance? The mercenaries grimaced as they quickly stepped back. It wasn't just one or two monsters. They were up against a massive and vicious horde. No matter how they looked at it, fighting them was impossible. They simply hoped the Cerberus mercenary corps would hold out long enough to buy them time to escape. The mercenaries exchanged uneasy glances, assessing the situation. At this rate, it was clear that their employer, who was at the very front, would be trampled to death. If he died, they wouldn't have to pay any penalties for fleeing, so the best course of action for them was to run the moment he was killed. Young master, leave it to the mercenaries and step back immediately. Belinda, furious, looked between the mercenaries and Ghislaine, her voice tense. Even if they were scared to slip away while the employer was right before them, she wouldn't be satisfied even if she smashed all the mercenaries' heads. No, from now on I'll be at the front in every battle. What did you say? Belinda, dumbfounded, glared at Ghislaine with eyes blazing in disbelief. What was he thinking, saying he'd lead the charge in this dangerous forest without knowing what might come out? Hiring all these mercenaries only for the employer to take the lead was pure madness. Are you insane? Even the mercenaries are backing off. What do you think you're doing? Both Jillian and Kaor, who had been preparing for battle, also frowned. They would have been more at ease if Ghislaine withdrew, but since he was at the front, it was honestly frustrating. They knew Ghislaine was quite skilled, but this was actual combat. It was nothing but an uncomfortable situation for those who had to protect him. However, Ghislaine, unfazed by their looks, smiled. Let's begin. Inside him, one of his cores began to spin fiercely, emitting mana. Young master, stop it. Young lord, fall back. Sensing the mana's movement, Belinda and Jillian hurriedly tried to stop Ghislaine, but they were a step too late. Ghislaine sliced through the air and dashed forward. Quoo! Right after that, a monstrous howl echoed as the body of the Durus Ent at the front was split in two. The massive form of the Durus Ent collapsed to the ground, its body cleaved apart. Quoo! Shocked by Ghislaine's sudden attack, the rest of the Durus Ents froze in place. Ha! With an exhale, red smoke began to seep from Ghislaine's mouth. It was proof that his core was spinning at full speed. Gwoo! A few of the Durus Ents charged at Ghislaine. As one of the thick branches swung toward him, Ghislaine blocked it with the flat of his greatsword, but the impact pushed him back. But as if he had anticipated it, he swiftly spun his body and slashed at the nearby Durus Ent. Crunch! The greatsword Ghislaine swung bit halfway into the Durus Ent's torso before stopping. Even without the tree bark, it wasn't the kind of thickness that could be sliced through in one strike. HMPH, rip. Ghislaine, unfazed, applied more force, pushing the blade further into the monster. With a grinding sound, the enormous body began to split once more. Krah! The Durus Ent let out a pained scream before its body was completely severed, collapsing to the ground. The surrounding Durus Ents, enraged, launched a barrage of wild attacks at Ghislaine. He deftly dodged their strikes, blocking others with his greatsword, while steadily continuing his assault. Another monster was cleaved in half by his sword, falling to the ground. One strike, one monster. One by one, the Durus Ents were felled, unable to withstand Ghislaine's blade. Of course, Ghislaine wasn't unscathed. The Durus Ents with their massive frames also had tremendous strength. Just blocking their attacks was enough to shake him to his core. However, the more Ghislaine withstood their strikes, the more he felt his nerves and senses come alive, surging with energy. It's been a while since I've felt this. Since his battle with Frank, he hadn't had many opportunities to use his full strength. He had been preoccupied with making plans and gathering funds, following the more extensive course of events he remembered. But right now, at this very moment, he could focus purely on battle. Krah! Another Durus Ent collapsed as its body was sliced apart. Unconsciously, a satisfied smile crept across Ghislaine's face. After all, this is where I truly belong. In his past life, he had always stood at the front lines of battle. He was always in the most dangerous places. That's why even the roughest mercenaries had come to acknowledge him. He didn't mind using his brain when necessary, but it was clear that this kind of work suited him best. What the seeing Ghislaine wreak havoc for the first time in a while, Belinda stood frozen in shock, swallowing nervously. She had intended to chase after him and pull him back, but found herself completely mesmerized. For an ordinary knight, it was impossible to fell such massive monsters in a single blow. No matter how skilled one was, it was an insurmountable task without the necessary mana and physical strength. From what Belinda knew, Ghislaine didn't possess that much mana. After all, there was a limit to how much mana one could accumulate at his age. No matter how talented, time was a constraint that applied equally to everyone. Did he somehow steal some kind of miracle drug? In truth, Ghislaine had only activated a single core. The amount of mana available from just one core wasn't vast, but his ability to concentrate and manage mana was unparalleled. Even with a small mana reserve, he could unleash bursts of immense power at critical moments. However, for those unaware of his secret, all they could do was watch in shock at his overwhelming display. How does the young lord have such strength? He's not just skilled in swordsmanship. Jillian and Kior were stunned, unable even to consider joining the battle as they watched Ghislaine in awe. It was the first time they had seen him fighting seriously while using mana. They had always known his swordsmanship was impressive, but they hadn't expected him to wield such powerful mana in actual combat. Even the mercenaries, who had been quietly retreating, stopped in their tracks, astonished, now watching Ghislaine in fascination. Was our employer always this strong? Didn't they say he was just a spoiled brat? How can someone that age have such skill? While everyone stood dumbfounded, watching, the battle grew fiercer. All the Duras Ents converged on Ghislaine. With him swinging his greatsword wildly and smashing everything around him, they had no choice but to focus solely on him. I'll have to activate the second core. Even Ghislaine couldn't easily overcome the sheer size difference between him and the monsters. They were slow, which allowed him to dodge effectively so far, but each attack was terrifyingly powerful. If he were to take a direct hit, he couldn't even guarantee his survival. He had no choice but to brace himself for the strain and activate another core. As Ghislaine awakened his second core, drawing more mana, his eyes began to glow a deeper red. Jillian, snapping back to his senses, shouted loudly, "What are you all standing around for?" Attack! Jillian charged forward like a raging boar, his axe raised. Crack! His axe cleaved into the body of a Duras Ent that had been attacking Ghislaine. With Jillian's intervention, Ghislaine exhaled deeply, cooling down his second core. Thanks to Jillian, who was now hacking away with his axe, Ghislaine had a bit more breathing room to maneuver. Damn it, Cerberus Mercenary Core, charge. With Kior joining in, Ghislaine's movements became even more fluid. Yura. The Cerberus Mercenary Corps swarmed in, plunging their weapons into the monsters. The Cerberus Mercenary Corps were warriors who thrived on life-or-death combat. Far from being intimidated by the Duras Ents, they fiercely attacked, sticking close to the monsters and landing blow after blow. Get in there. Let's tear these bastards apart. The battle turned into complete chaos. The remaining mercenaries, though still swallowing nervously, began to inch forward. Why aren't they calling us in? Does he think he can kill them all by himself? The mad dogs jumped in, but still, the mercenaries couldn't make sense of the situation. Their employer hadn't given them a single order. He was just fighting silently at the front all by himself. Did that mean he didn't need them? Why had he hired them if he was going to fight alone? One thing was certain. Watching Ghislaine fight made their blood boil. I've got to fight too. An older mercenary known as Torin grabbed his weapon and rushed in. Coming too, a few other mercenaries followed closely behind Torin. Belinda, who had been watching with her arms crossed, shot a sharp glance at the remaining mercenaries. What are you doing standing around? Are you just going to sit here and watch? At her sharp scolding, the mercenaries glanced at each other before shouting. Why yeah, let's get in there too. Let's fight. Wah. With a chorus of battle cries, the rest of the mercenaries charged into the fray. Belinda snorted and moved closer to Ghislaine. She didn't actively attack the Duras Ents. There didn't seem to be any need, as the mercenaries were already rushing at them. In fact, she thought she might only get in Ghislaine's way if she interfered in the fight. She quietly remained on guard, planning to pull Ghislaine out in case things became truly dangerous. Whoa, roar. As the mercenaries charged en masse, the Duras Ents began to be pushed back. Each mercenary might not have been strong individually, but with over 100 of them, their numbers made the difference. The mercenaries swarmed the Duras Ents, attacking each one with dozens of men simultaneously. Roar. The Duras Ents, slashed and attacked indiscriminately, began to collapse one by one, spewing black liquid as they fell. Arg. Of course, the mercenaries weren't unscathed either. Each time a Duras Ent swung its arm, mercenaries who failed to block properly were flung far into the distance. Roar. One Duras Ent, having thrown off the mercenaries in front of it, lifted its massive foot to stomp on a fallen mercenary. It was planning to crush him entirely. No. Seeing the gigantic shadow looming over him, the mercenary screamed in terror. Sensing his impending death, he squeezed his eyes shut. Thunk. The expected pain never came. Instead, he heard a dull. The mercenary opened his eyes slightly. In front of him stood Ghislaine, holding off the Duras Ent's foot with his massive sword. What? Hey, are you all right? Why yes, thank you. Roar. Rumble. As the enraged Duras Ent pressed down with all its strength, Ghislaine's feet were pushed back, the ground beneath him starting to cave in. Get out of here quickly. Why yes, sir. The mercenary hurriedly answered and rolled away to safety. At that exact moment, Ghislaine twisted his body and withdrew his greatsword. The Duras Ent's foot slammed into the ground with tremendous force. Ghislaine quickly regained his stance and swung his sword fiercely. His greatsword sliced through the Duras Ent's ankle with ease. Ruar. The Duras Ent let out a painful scream and staggered, its foot now severed. Without stopping, Ghislaine relentlessly slashed at the Duras Ent's body. The mercenary, who had narrowly escaped thanks to Ghislaine, stared in awe, his eyes wide with disbelief. Ghislaine's fighting style was unlike that of any knight or nobleman he had ever seen. It was wild, ruthless, and disturbingly brutal. In fact, his fighting resembled that of mercenaries or bandits rather than knights. So scary but so strong. While the mercenary remained dazed, lost in admiration, Ghislaine had already reduced the Duras Ent to a pile of shredded remains and moved on to another target. thanks to Ghislaine, who darted across the battlefield, cutting down Duras Ents left and right. Their numbers quickly dwindled. Ruwar, though it took some time eventually, all the Duras Ents had fallen. WE1, the mercenaries, gasping for breath, collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. However, no one cheered in the joy of victory. Everyone remained silent, their gazes fixed on Ghislaine, who stood with his eyes closed and his head slightly lifted. When Ghislaine turned and planted his greatsword into the ground, the mercenaries flinched. They had been overwhelmed by the sheer force of his combat prowess. To them, Ghislaine was no longer just a young noble, but a fearsome warrior. Ghislaine scanned the group with a stoic expression. They still appeared dumbstruck. Did you all enjoy the show? The mercenaries lowered their heads, unable to say anything. Despite being paid for the job, they had been so terrified that they had considered fleeing. In this situation, even if their employer had beheaded them, they wouldn't have been able to complain. They had mocked Ghislaine, thinking he was just a young noble, but in truth, they were the ones who had fallen short. If you allow fear to take over when you can still fight, you'll end up dead. He had said the same thing once, long ago, to a frightened soldier when they had encountered orcs. Like then, Ghislaine had deliberately fought alone without calling for the mercenaries. Whether the purpose was survival, money, or personal growth, fighting out of one's own will was essential, instilling confidence that they could fight, arriving at the most dangerous spot first, demonstrating overwhelming strength that made the impossible possible. That had always been his role. It was why in his previous life, all mercenaries had trusted him and followed his lead. From now on, anyone who tries to run will be the first to lose their head. The cold expression and the terrifying look in his eyes made the mercenaries unconsciously nod in agreement. In the suffocating atmosphere, Ghislaine continued speaking. I can't guarantee that everyone will make it out alive, but I will save as many as possible. The mercenaries nodded again. I will always stand at the front. At these words, Belinda frowned, but the mercenaries stood rigid, their eyes fixed on Ghislaine. Follow me with all your strength. As soon as Ghislaine finished speaking, the mercenaries, now with determined expressions, picked up their weapons and stood. Belinda was a little surprised watching Ghislaine take control of the mercenaries. The atmosphere completely changed all of a sudden. Recently, Ghislaine had been acting relaxed and playful. It was much better than his irritable attitude from before, but he had never displayed the weighty demeanor common among other nobles. Maybe it's the forest of beasts that's making him tense. He feels a bit different, though. Ghislaine's words utterly froze the mercenaries. His performance in the battle had earned their unwavering attention. It wasn't surprising that they were shocked. The man they had dismissed as a mere boy had suddenly taken command of the situation. Yet Ghislaine, as if he hadn't just been so severe, was now moving around, helping with the mercenaries' treatment and patting their shoulders, cracking jokes. I really can't figure him out. Does he have multiple personalities or something? Having seen him for so long, even Belinda found it impossible to define who Ghislaine was now. He had changed so suddenly one day. After treating the wounded and briefly resting, the group resumed their work. The only difference was that the mercenaries, who had been careless at first, were now moving swiftly and efficiently. Collect some of their inner bark as needed. Why are we taking that stuff? The mercenaries hesitated, unable to grasp Ghislaine's intention. Why were they collecting the flesh of a monster? We'll use it to make fire-resistant clothing or firefighting gear, Ghislaine explained. Hearing his reasoning, the mercenaries nodded in understanding, some even letting out murmurs of admiration. Aha, that makes sense. It blocked the heat pretty well and put out flames quickly. Yeah, if we use it correctly, it could be useful. The mercenaries realized that the material was indeed effective at extinguishing or resisting fire. Making something to block heat during a blaze would prove useful. As Ghislaine watched the mercenaries diligently strip the inner bark, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This will be quite useful. According to records from his previous life, the hide of a Duras Ent could withstand up to a fourth circle fire spell. Depending on how it was used, the material could yield tremendous results. Ghislaine already had plans for how he would utilize it. We don't need to take it all. We can come back later and gather more. Since no one else ventured into this place, they could return for it after clearing the path. After gathering a decent amount of the inner bark, the mercenaries piled up the Duras Ent corpses in one spot and resumed clearing the path. On that first day, nothing else of note occurred. But starting from the second day, the monsters began attacking constantly. By the third day, the mercenaries fully realized that this forest was far more of a nightmare than they had imagined. Damn it, this place is insane. What kind of forest has an endless supply of monsters? We don't even have time to rest. The mercenaries were utterly fed up with the never-ending onslaught of monsters. From the start, they knew they would have to fight monsters upon entering the forest of beasts. But they had expected that to be within what they considered reasonable. I had no idea it would be like this, one of the mercenaries muttered, and the others nearby nodded in agreement. The monsters living in this forest were far larger and stronger than the ones outside. The kind of monster that 6 or so mercenaries could normally take down outside required many times that number here. Not only were the monsters in the Forest of Beasts stronger, but they also had grotesque and bizarre appearances that left even seasoned mercenaries unsettled. There were all kinds of outlandish creatures, to the point where a giant man-eating plant seemed almost cute by comparison. The biggest problem, however, was that the attacks seemed to have no end. I just want to get some proper sleep. For 3 days, the mercenaries hadn't been able to sleep properly. This was because the monsters attacked at all hours, day and night. Heh, and this is just the outskirts. What the hell lives deeper inside? One mercenary let out a bitter laugh as he muttered to himself. Though 3 days had passed, they had barely covered any distance. Clearing the path took a long time, and the relentless battles with the monsters kept them constantly delayed. If just the outer edges of the forest were this bad, they couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of terrifying creatures lived deeper within. The mercenaries finally understood why no one had ever attempted to clear this forest before. It wasn't something a single estate could handle. It would require the involvement of an entire nation. Still, thanks to our employer tearing through the monsters, the damage hasn't been too bad. Right, it's like he's not even afraid. How is he even able to do that? The mercenaries had no choice but to endure, no matter how exhausted or frightened they were, all because of Ghislaine. Just as he had declared, he always stood at the forefront of the battle. Belinda and Gillian tried to stop him several times, but he never listened. Since he was always at the front, it was only natural that the risk he faced was the greatest. Still, Ghislaine dashed forward whenever a monster appeared, minimizing the damage to the mercenaries. Sometimes the employer is scarier than the monsters. When he fights, he's like a complete demon. Even so, thanks to him, countless lives have been saved. Without him, we'd all be dead by now. As time passed, the mercenaries genuinely began to be moved by Ghislaine. Maybe we really will make it out of here alive. It seems like all we need to do is follow the employer. Even though each had different thoughts, they all agreed that Ghislaine was doing his absolute best in the fight. That was the driving force that kept the mercenaries going. Roar, save me. Monsters like the Duras Ent, whose habitats were documented, could be prepared for, minimizing the damage. But Ghislaine couldn't always block every danger. This forest was teeming with monsters. Some wandered without fixed habitats or those that moved around for various reasons. Such monsters would suddenly appear from the sides or even from behind, not just from the front. Hold on, I'll be there. In moments like those, Ghislaine would run faster than anyone else to save the mercenaries. Before long, his body was covered in wounds. He fought ahead of everyone and never held back, so it was only a matter of time before this happened. Young lord, let the mercenaries handle it. Stop stepping in like this. Have you gone mad? Why are you doing this? Belinda couldn't understand at all. No employer fights like this, putting themselves in harm's way. Even in war, commanders keep themselves safe as much as possible. The leader of a group must survive for the rest of the group to survive as well. But Ghislaine was recklessly pushing himself to the extreme. Every time Belinda saw him like that, her heart would sink with fear. Does he not care about his own body? She had seen enough of Ghislaine's skill. He was good, to the point where it was worth acknowledging. When monsters appeared, he always found the best way to deal with them and gave out precise orders. His judgment and command were at an incredible level, but his frantic way of fighting overshadowed everything else. As Belinda's concerns grew, the mercenaries' dependence on Ghislaine deepened. Once again, the employer saved us. It's safer to stay close to the employer. What kind of noble is like this? Maybe he was a charge leader in a past life or something. Yeah, a charge leader suits him perfectly. A separate charge unit is often formed in large mercenary corps to take on the most dangerous tasks. What Ghislaine had been doing so far was no different from leading such a charge unit. In his past life, Ghislaine had primarily served in charge units, so the mercenaries' words weren't wrong. The mercenaries couldn't help but feel a strange emotion whenever they saw him rampaging among the monsters. At first, it was just awe, but as time passed, a growing sense of trust in Ghislaine began to take root. The employer is doing all this for us. Everyone nodded at someone's passing remark. Mercenaries were treated as one of the lowest professions. The notion that they were despicable people who sold their lives for money was deeply ingrained. However, Ghislaine showed no sign of looking down on the mercenaries. He always put his body on the line for them and was even more easygoing and bold than the mercenaries themselves. Because of that, the mercenaries were gradually drawn to Ghislaine. Of course, not everyone felt the same. Some had lost their fighting spirit entirely due to the relentless battles and powerful monsters. One such individual was Manus, a mercenary with a face like a sneaky rat. Manus cleverly began stirring up the others. This is beyond what any individual can handle. We're wasting our time with this, but they said the destination isn't far from the entrance. Heh, you believe that? Do you even know where it is? How far do we have to go? If you think about it, there are way too many strange things. They picked a destination in a forest where no one had ever been. Do we even know where we're going? What's there? Why are we even heading there? I hadn't thought about it like that. Damn it, our employer must be insane. not just the kind of guy who stays lost in his delusions. No, he's a bold lunatic who actually acts on them. In the end, we're all going to die. No one could argue against Manus' words. There were indeed cases where lords or nobles, lost in their fantasies, led people into bizarre situations. A moment of silence passed, and the mood grew heavy. Torin, an older mercenary who had been listening quietly, frowned. If it weren't for our employer, we'd all be dead already. Stop spreading unnecessary fear. No, I just can't help but feel uneasy. Do you think it's common to meet an employer like this? Our employer is fighting at the front lines, trying harder than anyone else to keep us alive. Usually, nobles gave commands to mercenaries, but never led the charge. The more dangerous the task, the more they stayed back. Mercenaries were hired as shields, not to achieve something together. Even mercenaries accepted that as the norm, but Ghislaine was different. He continued to show that he genuinely wanted to save as many people as possible. Already moved by this, Torin growled at Manus, who was trying to stir up trouble. If it weren't for our employer, we'd all be dead by now. It's not just delusion, he's got the skills to back it up. We just need to trust and follow him. Manus couldn't argue with Torin's words. The other mercenaries nodded in agreement. That's right, he's not using us as meat shields. It's clear our employer isn't like other nobles. And how about his leadership? He's incredibly skilled. This isn't his first time leading, for sure. With an employer like him, we can trust him. Still, fighting monsters hand-to-hand meant injuries and deaths were inevitable. Manus, reminding them of that fact, grumbled. How long do you think that's going to last? Sure, it's fine for now, but if we keep going like this, we'll all die in the end. No matter how impressive his abilities were, what did it matter? If they kept fighting without rest, everyone would eventually collapse from exhaustion. This forest was so dangerous that without Ghislaine, they would have died long ago. Although driven to the outskirts after losing in their competition, the monsters near the entrance were still more potent than those outside the forest. While they still had their lives, they needed to quit and run away. Manus kept bringing up this topic for a reason. If he ran away, he felt like the employer would kill him. Even if the employer let him go, he didn't have the confidence to make it back alone. The best way was to incite the mercenaries, who were already plagued by anxiety and exhaustion, press the employer and return while paying as little in breach of contract penalties as possible. Don't you value your life? No matter how much of a mercenary you are, who goes looking for death on purpose. But Torin scoffed and retorted. If we've been paid, isn't it a mercenary's job to entrust their life? You idiot, where do you find mercenaries like that these days? We're going to be used as nothing more than meat shields and die. The employer will run as soon as things really get dangerous. What distinguishes a skilled mercenary? Is it completing the mission at the risk of your life? No, the most skilled mercenary is the one who survives the longest. Knowing when to pull out quickly when things seem dangerous is essential for a mercenary. Trusting and following a noble is the most foolish thing you can do. Sure, they may pretend to care now, but they'll abandon you and run when danger strikes. That's the kind of people nobles are by nature. As Manus continued his incitement, some mercenaries started to waver. His realistic words began to stir their hearts little by little. Damn stupid old bastard. But the problem was stubborn guys like Torin. Most of the mercenaries seemed to hold the absurd belief that they should trust the employer and complete the mission to the end. Just as Manus was about to speak again, Torin grabbed him by the collar. Look over there. The medicine and potions the employer uses are more expensive than our lives. Would you do that? Do you really think the employer plans to use us as meat shields? At those words, all the nearby mercenaries turned their heads. Their gazes turned toward where Ghislaine was treating the wounds of the injured. Seeing that, none of them could say a word. The medicine the employer was using really was more expensive than their worth. One by one, the mercenaries nodded and muttered amongst themselves. Well, he doesn't seem like the type to abandon us. His treatment skills are no joke. I thought he was some kind of professional healer. He uses only a little potion, but the effects are amazing. Manus bit his lip as people's reactions started to calm down again. Seeing this, Torin let go of the collar he had grabbed. We've been paid, just follow the orders. Torin glanced at Manus, who spat on the ground and returned to his seat, silently watching Ghislaine. At first, he too thought about going back. However, he slowly started to be drawn to the employer, who was so different from the ones he had worked with before. He had met plenty of brave, commanding, and intelligent nobles, but this was the first time he'd encountered a noble who didn't treat mercenaries like disposable tools but as human beings. It was also the first time he'd seen a noble who fought at the front lines without regard for his safety. Torin wasn't being moved by money anymore. Ghislaine was inspiring him as a person. I really might die, but still, I want to see how this ends a little longer. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of death. Just like Manus said, they could really die. Even so, even if it meant death, he wanted to go together and see how things ended. Maybe it was a foolish decision, but could you still call yourself a mercenary if, after being paid to sell your life, you ran away because you didn't want to die? That was Torin's last belief and conscience as a mercenary. The way our employer sure has a lot of money. He said his estate was poor, so how did he manage to get such expensive medicines? As Torin mentioned, Ghislaine had been using rare medicines and potions without hesitation, so much so that even Belinda was constantly nagging him. Goodness, young lord, how could you use such precious medicines and potions so recklessly? You should save them for when you're injured. You're driving me mad. Ghislaine wrapped the mercenary's arm tightly with a bandage and replied, "What's the point of saving it? I brought it to use. You've got to use it when it's needed. At this rate, there won't be anything left for you to use when you need it. Well, we'll worry about that when the time comes." Belinda glared at Ghislaine and grumbled. As if using expensive medicine wasn't bad enough, why are you personally treating them too? The way these guys are treating wounds is a mess. Watching them makes my stomach turn. At Ghislaine's nonchalant reply, Belinda pounded her chest in frustration. The wounded mercenary, overwhelmed with gratitude, spoke up. Thank you, young lord. Enough of that. Rest up properly while you can. You should also learn some proper first aid. Understood. When Ghislaine saw the mercenaries attempting to disinfect their wounds by rubbing urine on them and plastering useless herbs all over, his head pounded. He had no choice but to grab each one of them and teach them personally. If you set the splint like that, the bone will be misaligned. And you no more urine. If you put more on, the flesh will rot. You idiot, why are you drinking it? The number of mercenaries touched by Ghislaine's actions gradually increased. Other employers usually abandoned or left severely wounded mercenaries to die. Saving them would cost money and be a hassle after all. Belinda narrowed her eyes and observed Ghislaine as he bustled about, tending to the mercenaries. How does the young lord know how to do all that? He's never been the type to care about those around him. Could it really be that a dark sorcerer possessed him? While she was off worrying about such useless things, the group slowly pressed forward. They came across a small lake on the 5th day of fighting and moving. Wow, water, it's so cool. The moment they spotted the water, the mercenaries rushed forward to quench their thirst. They had water with them, but it was lukewarm, and the longer they carried it, the more the water skins began to stink, making it less than ideal to drink. The ice-cold water from the lake instantly relieved their pent-up thirst. Even Ghislaine, who usually limited the mercenaries' movements, didn't stop them this time. He looked around, lost in thought. The route I've mapped out is relatively accurate. The path the kingdom's subjugation forces had taken in his previous life differed from the one he was currently following. Naturally, the monsters they encountered weren't recorded in the same order as the ones his group was now facing. Ghislaine retraced his memory, adjusting the route and the expected encounters with the monsters. So far, everything had lined up reasonably well, and fortunately, there were even a few monsters that hadn't appeared yet. From now on, it gets truly dangerous. This lake was the most crucial junction on the way to his destination. It also marked the beginning of much greater dangers. They likely began trailing us when we passed the lake. Repeating the lines from his memory several times, Ghislaine spoke to the group. "We'll rest here today. Take this chance to wash up and reassemble yourselves." Following his orders, the mercenaries chopped down nearby trees to clear the area and began setting up camp. "Young lord, I'll have dinner ready in no time." Ever since Belinda had learned of Ghislaine's abilities, she rarely moved during battles with monsters. Because of that, she conserved far more energy compared to the others. She took out a small pot from the wagon, filled it with water, added various spices and jerky, and began making a warm soup. "Here, have this. You need to eat properly in a place like this to keep your strength up." "Well, it doesn't feel right for me to eat this alone every day, shush." "Just eat." Belinda shoved the fork toward his face and smiled sharply. Ghislaine had no choice but to nod. Seeing this, the mercenaries began whistling and jeering. "Some of us are eating warm, tasty food while others are just gnawing on hard jerky. Hey, if you're going to follow the young lord around without fighting, at least make us some food. Yeah, take on the role of chef from now on. Boo, give us some warm soup too." Ping. Suddenly, a sharp sound cut through the air, and a fork embedded itself deep into a tree. It was the very tree one of the jeering mercenaries had been leaning against. Seeing the fork lodged just next to his ear, the mercenary broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes darting nervously. Belinda laughed and said, "Ho ho ho, you all have hands, don't you? Make it yourselves understood. I'm too busy taking care of our young lord." The mercenaries all nodded furiously. They had assumed she was just a maid, but her fork-throwing skill was anything but ordinary. If they weren't careful, their foreheads might get pierced without them even realizing it. Ghislaine chuckled softly and said to Belinda, "When you get the chance, look after the mercenaries too. They've all been working hard. I'll think about it. Well, I'm not that hungry today." "You should give this to the others. Are you really going to complain about the food all the way out here? You remember what I used to do when you refused to eat right away as a child, don't you?" Belinda waved a new fork in front of Ghislaine's face. Ghislaine didn't argue any further and quietly drank the soup. As evening passed and night approached, the atmosphere in the forest grew even more eerie. Despite the exhaustion from the constant battles, the mercenaries couldn't fall asleep quickly. It was because of the grotesque howls that occasionally echoed from afar, scratching at their nerves. The group only managed to sleep after lighting a bonfire and hanging a lamp to illuminate the surroundings. However, Ghislaine didn't lie down. He simply sat still in front of the fire. "Aren't you going to sleep, young lord? I need to check something." "Check what?" "Monsters." "Pardon." When Belinda frowned and asked, Ghislaine responded quietly, "The monsters that showed up constantly during the day aren't appearing at night." "There must be a reason." "No way." Belinda quickly understood the meaning behind Ghislaine's words. Just 2 days ago, the monsters attacked relentlessly, day and night, but there hadn't been a single monster attacking at night for the past couple of days. "You mean there are monsters that only move around at night in this area?" "Exactly. The other monsters must be too scared to move because of them." Hearing their conversation, the mercenaries nearby swallowed hard. It had been the first day, they would have laughed, dismissing him as a naive noble. However, over the past 5 days, the abilities Ghislaine had shown were anything but ordinary. His words carried a persuasive weight. Witting. As time passed and darkness completely swallowed the surroundings, a foreboding wind began to howl. When Ghislaine stood up from his seat, Gillian, Kior, and Belinda also rose with grim expressions. They were watching us from within the darkness. "Young lord." At Gillian's call, Ghislaine nodded. Something was nearby. Those with keen senses could feel the suffocating gazes bearing down on them. Several mercenaries, looking uneasy, also stood up and surveyed their surroundings. Beyond the range of the lamp's light, nothing was visible, yet they all knew something was lurking in the darkness. Threads of mana stretched out from Ghislaine, spreading in all directions. After confirming the number of watchers surrounding them, Ghislaine furrowed his brows. "This is unexpected." Their number was about 200. They followed us persistently until we were utterly exhausted. Furious, Count Balzac chased them off alone but only managed to kill around 10. The number Ghislaine sensed exceeded 300. It couldn't be helped that the information didn't perfectly match given the difference in time. "Everyone, stay still." The mercenaries, gripping their weapons, anxiously scanned their surroundings. Whip. Something lashed out like a whip, snatching one of the hanging lamps away. The lamp was swallowed by the darkness, its light fading quickly. However, in that brief moment, a humanoid shape briefly appeared. They began stealing our light and vision. Whip, whip, the whips flew again, snatching away several more lamps. It wasn't until later that we learned they had the ability to blend with the darkness and had an extreme aversion to light. As the lamps dwindled, the surroundings quickly darkened. Kior, with a fierce expression, was about to charge out with the Cerberus mercenary corps. His primal instinct kicked in, triggered by the sensation of being hunted. However, Ghislaine reached out to stop him, quietly staring into the darkness. Kior growled in frustration. "What is it? They're just hiding and watching us. They can't be that strong. They won't dare mess with us again if we charge in and crush them. That's enough for tonight." "What do you mean, enough?" Suddenly, the ominous presence that had surrounded them began to fade gradually. CRRR, leaving behind strange, eerie laughter, the creatures disappeared completely. They visited us every night, watching us. The soldiers couldn't rest for even a moment, and we slowly lost our light. Sensing the mysterious entities had retreated, the mercenaries moved to relight the lamps. Ghislaine shook his head. "Leave the lamps as they are." "Why? Wouldn't it be better if it's brighter?" We regretted it. We should have dealt with them the moment we sensed them at the lake, but by the time we realized this, it was too late. We had lost both day and night. There was no time for rest, and we had ventured too deep, losing our sense of direction. Ghislaine spoke firmly to the mercenaries. "If we want to deal with them here, we must keep the lamps as they are." The mercenaries looked at him in disbelief. How could he be so confident about dealing with something they didn't even know? "What are they?" In response to the mercenaries' questions, Ghislaine uttered a single word in a low voice. "Pallor." They were the descendants of an ancient race, once brilliant in civilization and intelligence, now fallen into monsters. In this forest, they lived as hunters of the dark, known as the Pallor. The group stopped cutting a path or moving further. Instead, they felled trees a short distance away from the lake to create a clearing and rested there. While the mercenaries took their time resting, Gillian approached Ghislaine. "Young lord, what do you intend to do?" "I plan to deal with them before we move on. Otherwise, they'll keep following us. How are we supposed to catch something that only watches us from the darkness? Even if we try to strike, they'll just run. Let's see what happens tonight. Prepare the mercenaries with bows and arrows." Understood." Gillian nodded. Launching a volley of arrows might be a solid strategy if the enemies were merely watching them from a distance. As night fell once again, everyone remained on edge. Perhaps due to luck or because of the pallor, no monsters had attacked during the day. The mercenaries now rested and with their strength recovered, kept their bows drawn, eyes fixed on the darkness. CRRR, they could feel the sinister gazes filling the air around them. Amid the tense standoff, Ghislaine shouted, "Fire, pitching." In an instant, more than 100 arrows shot out in all directions. The mercenaries gathered in a circle, unleashed their arrows without hesitation, each aiming toward their respective fronts. However, CRRR, the only response was a grotesque mocking sound as if they were being laughed at. The mercenaries were baffled. What the hell, not a single hit. That's impossible. They could all feel that something was lurking in the darkness, just out of sight. Those creatures had deliberately revealed their hostility. Even those with dull senses could feel it. Clearly, many monsters surrounded them, yet none of the arrows had hit anything, flying uselessly into the void. What kind of monsters are these? Not a single hit with all those arrows. Fear began to creep into the mercenaries, causing them to step back in terror. Displeased with the growing panic, Jillian twitched his lips and began channeling mana. He planned to infuse mana into the arrows, making them stronger and more accurate. But just then, Ghislaine grabbed his hand, stopping him. Don't. You can't use mana yet, young lord. If you use it now, things will get worse. We must keep our mana hidden. What do you mean? I'll explain soon. For now, it's clear our attacks aren't working. The pallor, who had blended with the darkness, could let all physical attacks pass through them. This meant that, aside from Count Baltzek and his knights who could wield mana, there was no way to harm the pallor. This was both a blessing and a curse for this ancient race, Wick. The lamps started disappearing again, one by one. The surrounding darkness grew thicker each time a light vanished, and the terrified mercenaries huddled closer together. Ghislaine stood motionless, simply watching as the lamps were taken. The pallor always sought to eliminate the light around them first. They failed to consider that weapons infused with mana could emit their own light. When mana is infused into a weapon, it gives off light. Though it's possible to suppress the glow, few have made an effort to conceal it completely. To harm the pallor, one had to attack them using mana. The pallor could easily evade attacks in the darkness, but once the light revealed their forms, they were no longer invincible. If those capable of using mana were to pursue the pallor now, they could deal some damage. However, Ghislaine inwardly shook his head. That would only make things worse. Count Baltzek, undoubtedly one of the strongest warriors in the kingdom, was overly confident in his power. When the pallor realized they couldn't face him, they began kidnapping his soldiers instead. More than half of the lamps they lit on the first night were now gone. The mercenaries in the dark were visibly shaken and unsure of what to do. CRRR, the pallor, seemingly satisfied, let out a chilling laugh before disappearing once again. Their hunting method was to gradually increasing pressure, sapping their prey's will to fight and instilling fear. Is there any new names? Everyone, gather around. I'll explain everything. Once the pallor disappeared, Ghislaine called the mercenaries together and began explaining what he knew about them. After hearing his explanation, everyone's mouths fell open in shock. Monsters that couldn't be harmed without light. They had never heard of such a thing. But after firing their arrows and seeing the results, they had no choice but to believe it, no matter how unbelievable it seemed. Then shouldn't we install more lamps and surround the area with torches? One mercenary suggested, it will only buy us a little time. In the end, they'll take all the light away. What about this? Belinda asked, holding up a dagger. Soon a blue glow began to envelop it. If they could just sense the creature's presence, even if they couldn't see them clearly, they could kill them. As soon as the weapon got close, some part of the creatures would be exposed to the light. You're clever as always, Belinda, Ghislaine complimented, causing her to raise her chin proudly. I'm a graduate of the Royal Academy, after all. You're good at lying too. Anyway, we can't use mana. How did you know I was lying? And why can't we use mana? If we do, they'll change their hunting tactics. We found traces of the captured soldiers. They had been eaten alive. Enraged, Count Baltzek annihilated the area around him, wiping out everything within dozens of meters when the pallor appeared. However, knowing his strength, the pallor stayed far away, hiding in the darkness before being exposed to any light. Eventually, we could do nothing but watch as more soldiers were kidnapped. If the pallor chose to avoid direct confrontation and instead stalked them, kidnapping one by one, they'd all be wiped out in no time. With only a few people capable of using mana and their limited numbers, they were at risk of complete annihilation. As Ghislaine's explanation continued, the faces of his companions grew paler. Already, as they ventured deeper into the forest, they were encountering more powerful monsters, resulting in heavier losses. And now, imagining that these creatures would come every night to try and kidnap them, the thought alone was dizzying. Then what should we do? Haven't they already marked us as their prey? Shouldn't we just turn back now? One of the mercenaries asked anxiously. Ghislaine shook his head firmly. We have to fight them here. With our forces, there was no way. We could have won the battle, but the pallor had no intention of fighting us directly. We failed again and again, and it wasn't until Sir Ulwa, the royal magician, and his squad of wizards arrived that we managed to wipe them out. Even the vanguard from his previous life, stronger than the current mercenaries, had failed multiple times in their attempts to conquer the forest of beasts. It wasn't because they lacked strength, it was because they had no information, and the fact that the pallor were unusually intelligent for monsters made things even more complicated, but Ghislaine was different from them. I'll kill them all before they realize what's happening. He had all the information he needed, and he was thoroughly prepared. Everything was going just as he had planned. It was fundamental in battle to choose an advantageous battlefield rather than being dragged into one. I'll tell you how we'll fight. As Ghislaine's explanation continued, the expressions on the mercenaries' faces changed by the second. Some still seemed uneasy, but most looked impressed. This young employer had already made preparations for a situation like this. Amazing. How did you know to prepare in advance? I'll trust you, young lord. The mercenaries reignited their fighting spirit. The belief that they could indeed win the battle if they followed his plan started to blossom again. Get plenty of rest during the day. Once the battle starts, it'll be a long night. Following Ghislaine's orders, the mercenaries quietly rested during the day, replenishing their energy. As night fell, the pallors came again and started taking the lamps. The mercenaries no longer reacted and simply bowed their heads as if frightened. Before long, only a few lamps remained. The field of vision had significantly diminished. The pallors left once again, their eerie laughter lingering behind. And then, the next night. The last lamp disappeared, and the entire area was swallowed by complete darkness. Even though they had cut down some trees, the forest was so dense that the faint moonlight couldn't even illuminate the person next to them. Everyone held their breath, remaining motionless in their spots. The silence was so heavy that not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Finally, the pallors began to approach. With all light gone, the pallors had nothing to fear. As hundreds of pallors surrounded them, the mercenaries began to sweat coldly. A primal fear surged within them as they felt the presence of something invisible standing before them. They could feel the pallors moving slowly in front of them, skin tingling. Now those creatures would either kill them or drag them off as prey. At that moment, Ghislaine shouted, "It's time." At his words, everyone ripped apart the objects they were holding. Whoosh. White orbs, each about the size of a child's head, instantly floated up into the sky, radiating light. As over 100 orbs floated into the air, the area lit up as bright as day. What they had torn was the scroll for the first circle spell, Light. Ghislaine had brought boxes full of them as his hidden card to deal with the pallors. The pallors shrieked in agony, shielding their eyes from the light. The mercenaries were stunned as they saw the creatures now revealed by the light. What, they looked like this. Though humanoid, the creatures were incredibly tall and emaciated. They had 4 vertically slit eyes with pointed ears on the sides. Their mouths were torn up to their ears, revealing sharp teeth. Their faces lacked a nose, with only 2 nostrils embedded into the skin, and disgusting, bulging veins covered their cheeks. Where their hands should have been, only long, sharp, scythe-like horns extended. Several long, wriggling tentacles hung from their arms. These were likely the tentacles they had used to steal the lamps. Hurry and attack. Ghislaine shouted at the mercenaries, who hesitated at the sight of the pallors' grotesque appearance. Charge, attack. By now, Kior and the Cerberus mercenary corps were already gleefully plunging their weapons into the bodies of the pallors. The other mercenaries quickly followed suit, drawing their weapons and launching attacks. Unlike the previous night when arrows had passed through them, the pallors' bodies were now taking hits relentlessly. Haha, I've been itching for this, you bastards. Kior let out a crazed laugh, grabbing the pallors by their faces and stabbing each one in the neck with his own hands. Jillian, too, swung his axe with deadly precision, smashing the pallors' heads without mercy. They unleashed the mana they had been suppressing and went on a killing spree, taking down the pallors one by one. Though initially startled by the sudden flood of light, the pallors quickly regained their composure and began their counterattack. The pallors' scythe-like nails were sharp enough to pierce through human armor and flesh. While their specialty was hunting in darkness, these creatures, native to the forest of beasts, were no weaklings outside the shadows. Mercenaries started to fall, one by one, as the pallors attacked them. There were around 300 of them, an overwhelming number even outside the darkness. The scattered pallors quickly regrouped and charged at the humans. Ghislaine was no exception. At that moment, Belinda stepped in front of Ghislaine and shouted, "Young lord." Step back, whoosh. As her cloak billowed, dozens of daggers shot out, piercing through the pallors. The daggers, connected to various parts of Belinda's clothing, moved like living snakes, aiming for the enemies' heads. With dozens of daggers occupying the space, the pallors soon shifted their focus to Belinda. HMPH. As the incoming monsters' attacks closed in, Belinda ducked down and ran her hand along the heel of her shoe. Click, with the sound of gears locking into place, a sharp blade sprang from her heel. Swish, Belinda sliced through a pallor's jaw with a single swift kick, cutting it clean. Weaving through the pallor's scythe-like strikes, Belinda launched attacks in every direction, creating a brief opening. Taking advantage of the gap Belinda created, Ghislaine surveyed the battlefield and shouted, "You idiots, hold the formation, don't just fight recklessly." Before the battle began, Ghislaine had the mercenaries take up formation and wait. But these fools had gotten so excited that they charged forward, breaking the formation. Maintain the shield wall. Block with your shields, and the rest of you get inside to engage the enemy. They weren't a single unified mercenary corps, nor were they soldiers who had undergone proper training, so this kind of chaos was inevitable. But Ghislaine, the king of mercenaries, was someone who had commanded countless mercenaries and ruled over battlefields. He had experienced countless situations like this before. Jillian, Kaor, buy us some time so the mad dogs can reorganize the formation. Quickly assessing the battlefield, Ghislaine moved the mercenaries into position and swung his sword. Upon hearing Ghislaine's command, the Cerberus mercenary corps moved forward while the rest of the mercenaries began to retreat. Kior clicked his tongue in disappointment, but moved to assist the mercenaries whose formation had collapsed. Jillian also actively helped, making sure the mercenaries could reassemble their ranks. The Cerberus mercenary corps, exceptional individual skills and solid teamwork enabled them to withstand the Pallor's attacks. Move faster. Ghislaine, Jillian, and Kior unleashed their mana without holding back, darting between the Pallors. Only Belinda, ignoring the mercenaries, continued to smash the Pallors in front of her. As the three in the Cerberus mercenary corps disrupted their attacks, the Pallors became even more ferocious, striking at the mercenaries with increased aggression. However, the mercenaries weren't without experience in fighting monsters. As the Pallors' attention scattered, the mercenaries gradually extracted themselves from dangerous situations. Move quickly, raise your shields, hold them up, that's it, get inside, move in. The mercenaries with shields stepped forward, blocking the Pallors' attacks. Once the rest of the mercenaries moved behind them, the shield-bearers formed a circular formation, blocking attacks from all sides. As a few formations took shape, the casualties among the mercenaries began to decrease rapidly. Seeing this, Ghislaine shouted loudly, "Mercenaries, hold your ground. Mad dogs, Jillian, and Kaor cover the gaps between them." After issuing the orders, Ghislaine let out a deep breath. With the mercenaries now moving on their own, it was his turn to sweep through the battlefield. Ghislaine exploded both of his cores, releasing a surge of mana. Soon his eyes glowed red, and red mana rose from his body like a shimmering heat wave. Moving at incredible speed, Ghislaine began cutting down the Pallors. In the dark, his movements left trails of red light that flashed like lightning. Each time that red line passed, a Pallor's head would be severed. The mercenaries, momentarily forgetting they were in the middle of a battle, muttered to themselves in disbelief. What the hell? He's even stronger than usual. I already thought he was amazing, but is he actually stronger than I realized? Until now, Ghislaine had only used one core in fights against monsters. Exploding both cores put immense strain on his body, so he reserved it for only the most dire situations. But now, despite the risk to his body, he had no choice but to unleash his full power. There were simply too many Pallors. If he conserved his strength, the mercenaries would be slaughtered. With every flash of the red line, the number of Pallors dwindled rapidly. The Cerberus mercenary corps, encouraged by the sight, began pushing the monsters back relentlessly. "What are you doing? Are you just going to watch? We need to fight too," one mercenary shouted, spurring the others in formation to press forward against the enemy. The shield-bearing mercenaries blocked the Pallors' attacks, creating openings, while others thrust their spears and swords through the gaps. Of course, they weren't professional soldiers, so their teamwork wasn't perfect. Sometimes their timing was off, causing the shields to falter and their attacks didn't land properly. However, with Jillian and Kior assisting them, the mercenaries could maintain their formation and continue their attacks, even if clumsily. Push them back, push harder. The mercenaries, growing accustomed to their coordinated assault, pressed the Pallors with their shields while tightening their formation. As time passed, the number of enemies visibly dwindled. The Pallors realized they had fallen into a trap. They were invincible in the darkness, but their entire species could face extinction if the current situation continued. The leader of the Pallors, who had been attacking the mercenaries stealthily from the rear, sent a signal to its kin to retreat. Though it was smaller in size than the other Pallors and didn't appear like a leader, it was, in fact, the most powerful. The leader glanced around, signaling its orders, and began retreating. As long as it survived, the species could thrive again. Just as it was about to make its escape, a human came charging toward it, destroying everything in his path. This human's blood-red eyes shone menacingly as he approached like lightning. It was already too late for the leader to flee. Deciding to kill the human first and then escape, the Pallor leader let out a screech and swung its scythe. However, the scythe merely sliced through empty air. Sensing a presence above, the leader lifted its head. The human with the glowing red eyes was descending with a vicious smile, sword aimed downward. "So you were the leader." Ghislaine was certain this creature had been commanding the Pallor's hunt. As he fought, his sharp eyes caught sight of the Pallor leader seemingly giving orders. With a merciless strike, Ghislaine's sword cleaved the leader in half, from head to body. No ordinary monster could withstand the mana released from two cores exploding. With the leader dead, the Pallors fell into chaos, screaming and scattering in all directions. "Everyone, get them. Kill them all." The mercenaries threw down their shields at Ghislaine's command and charged at the Pallors. Some mercenaries were wounded by the frantic movements of the dying Pallors, but their rage drove them forward, eagerly stabbing their weapons into the creatures. In the end, the Pallors were shredded to pieces, their bodies collapsing in heaps. Only a few managed to escape into the darkness beyond the reach of the light. "Stop, don't chase them." Even though only a handful of Palars remained, there was no way for the mercenaries to fight them in the darkness. The excited mercenaries reluctantly stopped their pursuit as Ghislaine called them back. Heya, Ghislaine let out a deep breath. Suddenly, his body swayed. The aftereffects of using two cores at once were hitting him. Although the battle had ended, no one spoke, and they all turned their attention to Ghislaine. But soon after, the mercenaries, one by one, let out triumphant cheers and surrounded him. We won, we actually won, ha 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 ha, we're alive, we made it. Filled with excitement, the mercenaries shouted in celebration. If it hadn't been for Ghislaine, they would have died without even knowing what had happened to them. As Kior watched the mercenaries cheering, he turned to Jillian and asked, "Just what is that guy?" People called him a madman, but is he actually some kind of secret weapon from the Ferdium family? Kior was quite shocked that the skills Ghislaine had shown so far weren't everything. I don't know either, but there's one thing I'm certain of. There's no one around our age better than our young lord. This was the first time Jillian had seen Ghislaine display this level of power. Even when fighting monsters, Ghislaine hasn't been using his full strength. Clearly, he was hiding something, surpassing the level of a mere genius. Despite his thoughts, Jillian's face as he answered Kior was filled with admiration and pride. However, not everyone was so delighted and excited. Ah, move, get out of the way. Belinda panicked, shoved, and kicked the mercenaries aside as she rushed toward Ghislaine. Young master, are you all right? No, you've improved again. Are you really the same person? Belinda was the one who had observed Ghislaine's abilities the longest and most closely. In her eyes, Ghislaine's skills were not enough to handle the oncoming Palars. That's why she had stepped up first this time. But she hadn't expected Ghislaine to show such abilities, far beyond what she had anticipated. I'm fine. The line almost broke at the start, but we gained enough time thanks to you. Everyone did well. First, let's take care of the injured. Yet Belinda seemed uninterested in praise, anxiously fretting as she inspected Ghislaine's wounds. You need treatment first, young master. They aren't that serious. Just as Belinda had said, Ghislaine had sustained injuries here and there from fighting so recklessly. Not only Ghislaine but also Jillian and Kior had cuts all over their bodies. Even though it had been chaotic, it was a grueling battle, enough for skilled fighters like them to sustain injuries. The result was inevitable, with Palars being both solid and fast and in large numbers. As Belinda fussed over Ghislaine, the mercenaries exchanged glances and murmured among themselves. They were surprised to discover that Belinda, whom they had only thought of as a mere maid, was far stronger than they had imagined. I knew it from the moment she threw that dagger and surrounded it with mana. You're kidding, right? Weren't you the one begging her to make soup? You almost lost your head. As the lingering heat from the battle cooled down, the mercenaries started to joke around amongst themselves. Clicking his tongue at their simple-minded behavior, Ghislaine spoke up. Tend to the injured and gather the corpses in one place. The effect of the light will soon wear off, so take out the lamps and hang them up. The surviving mercenaries immediately began moving according to Ghislaine's orders without the slightest hesitation. Musclehead Gordon was among them. Hugh, disgusting bastards. As Gordon organized the outermost part of the clearing, he grimaced at the sight of the Palars' corpses. After days of stress because of these creatures, even his muscles must have taken a beating. When I return, I need to train even harder. He gathered the corpses of the dead Palars, who had died while fleeing, and tossed them roughly into a pile. Gordon, following the scattered bodies, wandered thoughtlessly toward the forest. He was separated from the group, moving closer to the darkness of the tree-filled forest. Without realizing it, he turned his head toward the light. The duration of the light magic was nearing its end, and the light from the orb had significantly weakened. Feeling a sudden, inexplicable sense of unease, Gordon quickly grabbed the leg of a corpse lying on the ground. He planned to throw it aside and return to the group as quickly as possible. At that moment, the Palar, which he had thought to be dead, snapped its eyes open. Startled by the unexpected situation, Gordon could only mutter in a daze. Crack. The tentacles attached to the Palar's arms extended rapidly, wrapping around Gordon's neck, arms, body, and legs. Ag. Everyone turned their heads upon hearing the scream. They caught sight of Gordon being dragged into the darkness. Gordon, damn it, there was one still alive, that stupid bastard. The mercenaries rushed after Gordon, but they came to a halt before leaving the clearing. None of them dared to venture into the dark, densely wooded forest. What should we do? It's over. He's gone into the darkness. We can't save him now. We barely won, but it's a shame. The forest was so thick with trees that even the space directly in front of them was engulfed in darkness. Palars were monsters that became increasingly difficult to deal with in the dark. Ultimately, death was the only fate awaiting Gordon, who had been dragged away. As the mercenaries looked on regretfully, Ghislaine drew his sword again. Belinda and Jillian, sensing his intent, grabbed his arms and shouted, "Young lord, are you crazy? My lord, you can't. It's too dangerous." Ghislaine silently looked at the two who were restraining him, then turned to glance at the mercenaries. The mercenaries, though bitter, shook their heads. This wasn't the employer's fault. Accidents could happen at any time. Even an employer who fought on the front lines couldn't prevent such incidents. It was simply the misfortune that came with selling one's life for money. Even Kaor stepped in front of Ghislaine, speaking as though it was no big deal. Give it up, it's already too late. Dying because of one's mistake is a burden mercenaries must bear. If they had a chance to survive, they would, of course, try, but a death that couldn't be avoided was something mercenaries accepted with stoicism. Ghislaine closed his eyes for a moment and raised his head. Dying in battle was something he couldn't even avoid. It was a risk he had to accept as a mercenary. But leaving behind a comrade, who had been alive and dragged away right before his eyes, was something he couldn't accept, not as a member of the continent's 7 strongest, nor as the king of mercenaries, especially if there was still a chance to save him. With his eyes closed, Ghislaine murmured softly, "I have," the words that followed pierced everyone's ears. "Never once abandon those who follow me." Belinda and Jillian's eyes showed a flicker of unease at Ghislaine's ominous words. As Ghislaine slowly opened his eyes, he looked at the two of them and spoke, "Stay here and protect the mercenaries. I'll go alone." Belinda's face twisted in frustration. "I knew it, he's never listened to anyone since he was a kid." She quickly pulled out a dagger that she had preemptively coated with poison. She didn't want to hurt him, but if she didn't knock him out now, he'd charge forward without knowing when to stop. "My lord, let's stop here, shall we? You know what happens when I get angry, don't you?" Her tone had changed. It was proof that she was truly furious, as Belinda rarely got angry. Ghislaine merely shrugged in response, fully aware of this. Swish. Before Belinda could react, he had already disappeared into the dark forest instantly. "My lord, hey, where are you going?" Belinda, now thoroughly enraged, stomped her feet in frustration and turned to Jillian. "You stay here and keep watch." She barked the command before immediately chasing after Ghislaine. "You keep guard then." His face impassive, Jillian directed his words at Kaor before following behind Belinda. Kaor left, staring blankly at the spots where the others had vanished, scratching his head in frustration. What a joke. Do they really think they can boss me around like that? Unbelievable. Seriously. Ever since meeting Ghislaine, his pride had taken a beating. Damn it, really. Should I just cut them all down? Kaor kicked a random rock in frustration and glared menacingly at the remaining mercenaries. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and clean this up. We'll wait here. If I catch anyone slacking, I'll lop their heads off." To the mercenaries, Kaor was still the terrifying mad dog. They flinched, nodded in agreement, and resumed working busily. Kaor sat down, chewing on some jerky as he smacked his lips. What a shame. Chasing after the 3 of them would have been fun, but if he left as well, there'd be no one to lead the mercenaries. Meanwhile, Ghislaine was now pursuing Gordon at an incredible speed. Tracking a pallor which had blended entirely into the darkness was no easy feat. At some point, it had vanished entirely from sight. One might sense its movements close up, but if the distance grew too great, even that would be lost. Even Count Baltzac, who had earned the title of master in Ghislaine's previous life, had struggled to deal with pallors. However, the situation was a little different now. The pallor had captured Gordon. Since he was human, he couldn't blend into the darkness like the creature. Gordon's scream faintly echoed from far away. Ghislaine chased the sound, infusing his voice with mana and shouting loudly. "Gordon, keep screaming, I'll catch up to you." His voice was so loud that it seemed to shake the forest. It was loud enough to reach Gordon for sure. In truth, yelling so loudly in the forest of beasts was a terrible idea. It could awaken other monsters or alert them to his presence, causing them to start pursuing him. However, this was the pallor's domain, and it was night. The other monsters were still unaware that most of the pallors had been killed, so they were unlikely to move easily. "Ayala's help me." Gordon's voice, hoarse from screaming, reached Ghislaine, who continued to run, following the sound to guide him. But after a while, Ghislaine realized that Gordon's voice had stopped. His mouth must be covered. Ghislaine gritted his teeth, pushing more mana into his body. Or he's already dead. Still, he couldn't give up until he saw the body with his own eyes. Ghislaine pulled out a light scroll from his coat and ripped it, illuminating the area around him. He scanned the ground for any signs and sprinted like mad once he gauged the direction. "Gordon, hold on." Just as Ghislaine predicted, Gordon's mouth had been sealed by one of the pallor's tentacles. Sensing that someone was pursuing it, the pallor had quickly covered Gordon's mouth, thinking that the screams were the reason for being chased. MMMPH. Gordon had also heard Ghislaine's shouts. He needed to make some noise so that Ghislaine could find him, but the clever creature had sealed his mouth. If I can't breathe properly, I'll lose muscle mass." Tears welled in Gordon's eyes as he struggled, but it was useless. "Is this how I'm going to die? In this dark forest, finding any trace of him would be impossible." Gordon's hope for survival began to fade. Come to think of it, the employer said he'd teach me how to read. If he had returned safely after this expedition, he might have learned to read and write. Of course, he would have refused because he needed to focus on training. So this is it. This is how it ends. Everyone must think he was dead by now or would soon give up searching for him. It seemed as if his thoughts were being confirmed, as Ghislaine's voice was no longer heard. But contrary to Gordon's expectations, Ghislaine was still pursuing him. However, the pace was slowing. Without Gordon making any sound, Ghislaine could not determine the direction. Even for someone as experienced as Ghislaine, chasing something in complete darkness, especially something that left barely any trace, was a nearly impossible task. Young lord, my lord. During the brief moment when Ghislaine's speed had slowed, Belinda and Gillian had caught up to him. Find any signs, search the ground, search everywhere. At his desperate command, Belinda and Gillian immediately began scouring for traces as well. Both of them were also skilled in tracking, but the clues were becoming harder and harder to find. Eventually, it reached the point where even determining the right direction was nearly impossible. Young lord, we should head back. Wandering further into the forest is too dangerous. Belinda's right, he's likely already dead. Despite their attempts to reason with him, Ghislaine didn't move easily. Even at that moment, he kept his senses sharp, scanning all around. If only he could hear one sound, even once. Just as Ghislaine stood there, reluctant to move, all three of them suddenly heard an unintelligible sound. Without a second thought, the trio shot off like lightning in the direction of the voice. Grrrrrrr. The Pallor arrived at the hideout and looked around. The presence of the persistent pursuer could no longer be felt. Feeling relieved that he had finally shaken off the pursuer, the Pallor began to clear the stones blocking the entrance to the hideout. Thinking he could now safely eat and recover his strength, his pace in clearing the stones quickened. Focused on his task, Pallor unknowingly loosened the tentacle covering Gordon's mouth. Gordon didn't miss the opportunity. Over here, it was the loudest shout he had ever made in his life. Graya, startled, Pallor wrapped his tentacle around Gordon's neck and lifted him into the air. Though Gordon's breath was cut off, he clenched his eyes shut and screamed again. I said, over here. Graya. Infuriated, Pallor slammed Gordon to the ground. It was certain that the pursuer would hear the shout and find them soon. Pallor decided he had no choice but to devour Gordon and hide. Pallor raised his scythe-like arm high. Gordon sat on the ground, eyes closed. The fear of death washed over him, leaving him unable to scream anymore. He felt the warmth spreading between his legs. Shiik. Just as Pallor's scythe was about to strike Gordon's head, something flashed through the dark forest and flew toward him. Thwack. Belinda's dagger embedded itself in Pallor's arm. Due to the poison coating the blade, Pallor's pale skin began to char and turn black. Graya. Pallor let out a scream of agony, but it didn't last long. Pook. Ghislaine's sword flew in right after and pierced Pallor's head. Crack, and soon after, Gillian's axe split Pallor's body clean in half. I am alive. Seeing the three people standing before him, Gordon shouted in relief. Tearing a light scroll to check Gordon's condition, Ghislaine smiled and said, You did well, Gordon. At those words, Gordon couldn't hold back his tears any longer. He was overwhelmed with gratitude for Ghislaine, who had risked everything to come after him and save him. Though he knew that as a mercenary, shedding tears was something he should avoid for fear of losing muscle, he just couldn't hold them back this time. Wah, thank you so much, wah. As Gordon sobbed awfully, Belinda chimed in with a single comment. But your clothes, did you, by any chance, wet yourself? Gordon's tears instantly dried up and his face turned red as he shyly turned his head away. Belinda burst into laughter at the sight. Meanwhile, Ghislaine inspected the poorly concealed entrance to the cave. So this is their hideout, huh? It would be foolish to leave after coming all the way here without checking out the hideout. The group immediately entered the cave. Gra. The Pallors inside the cave let out shrieks the moment they saw them. Judging by their torn and battered appearances, it was clear they were the ones who had fled earlier. I was disappointed that we couldn't catch them all, but it looks like they gathered here. This makes things easier. Now that they had found the hideout, eliminating them here and now would make their journey much smoother. With a cruel smile, Ghislaine looked around at the creatures. Kill them all. Before Ghislaine even finished speaking, Belinda and Gillian mercilessly slashed through the Pallors. Gra. The weakened Pallors, who had already been fighting mercenaries, couldn't put up much of a fight and were quickly massacred. Even if the Pallors had been in perfect condition, Gordon was the only person in the group without mana control, so eliminating them wouldn't have been difficult for the others. After killing the last Pallor, which had been desperately trying to flee, Ghislaine glanced around the cave and spotted something unusual. What is this? Belinda and Gillian also noticed the pile in the corner and looked surprised. Aren't these human bones? As Belinda said, not only were monster bones scattered around the cave, but also what appeared to be human bones. These look like the remains of people who unofficially explored the forest of beasts, Gillian remarked. Ghislaine nodded in agreement. People have attempted to explore the forest of beasts in the past, but that was a long time ago. Ghislaine knew that it had been several decades since the Ferdium estate had banned entry into the forest of beasts. However, the tattered clothes and tools strewn among the bones seemed to be no older than a few years. So people have recently explored this place in secret, avoiding Ferdium's notice. While he had some ideas about who might be involved, Ghislaine couldn't be sure yet. They might have been just adventurers. Deciding to set aside thoughts on unsolved problems for now, Ghislaine resolved to investigate later. He sealed off the cave and returned to the rest of the group. The mercenaries, anxiously awaiting Ghislaine's return, immediately grabbed their weapons when they sensed movement coming from the forest. But when they saw Ghislaine emerge from between the trees, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. Though they mourned the thought of Gordon's possible death, they knew they needed Ghislaine to survive in this forest. The young lord has returned. With smiles of joy, the mercenaries approached Ghislaine. Belinda and Gillian soon followed, and finally Gordon appeared, sporting an awkward grin. Wah! The mercenaries cheered so loudly it seemed the forest itself would shake. Gordon's back, Gordon's alive, the young lord did it. Never in his mercenary life had he encountered someone like Ghislaine. Typically, nobles and employers treated mercenaries as disposable. There was a common expectation that mercenaries would be sacrificed whenever necessary, and even the mercenaries themselves had come to accept this as usual. But Ghislaine's actions went beyond shocking them. He stirred something new within their hearts. Their employer was a person, unlike the hypocrites they were accustomed to. If we follow that man, we might actually make it out of here alive. When one mercenary muttered this, everyone nodded in agreement. Being a good leader to mercenaries wasn't difficult. Feed them well, pay them properly, and secure steady work. However, to earn their genuine trust and loyalty, something more was required. It was the ability to make decisions and lead in a way that could save their lives, even just once more. Ghislaine fought ahead of everyone, protecting them, and he had the determination never to abandon his followers. He had become the perfect leader they could trust and follow for the mercenaries. His actions so far aren't a facade. That man is genuine. Yeah, we need to repay that sincerity. Who would have thought there'd be a noble like him? With their fear put to rest, the mercenaries looked at Ghislaine and recalled the mercenary creed they had momentarily forgotten under the forest's terrifying grip. They had regained their original mercenary mindset, living with death by their side. But there was one man who couldn't hide his displeased expression even as the others regained their resolve. His face twitched with annoyance. Idiots, it's just luck. How long do they think it'll last? In the end, we're all going to die. Manus, who had hidden behind the other mercenaries, pretending to fight, had survived once again. To him, this forest wasn't ordinary. The monsters here were far stronger than those outside the forest, so much so that they couldn't even be compared. Are they really celebrating another victory? We're still at the forest's edge, and yet we're already encountering such grotesque creatures. Who knows what else is out there? Until now, their employer had solved problems with his astonishing abilities, but on closer inspection, there had been more than a few close calls. If their employer had been even slightly weaker or made a wrong decision, they would have all been wiped out on numerous occasions. I'm not going to keep playing this dangerous gamble. You fools. This time had been no different. If the employer's judgment had been off, they would all be dead. One mistake and total annihilation would be unavoidable. That was Manus's view of the forest of beasts. Damn it, if I want to make it out of here, I need to convince a few of them to join me, but looking at the situation, that seems unlikely. He didn't have the courage to try to leave on his own. Wandering monsters will always exist without a habitat, and Manus worries about how his employer might react if he decides to leave. I need to find the right moment and convince a few of them to leave with me. Even if it means paying a penalty, I must get out of here. However, everyone was brimming with motivation, overflowing even. Trying to stir them up now would obviously fail. Worse, he might end up beaten to death, so it was best to stay quiet. Once a few more die, they'll get scared and snap back to reality. Manus endured with that expectation. Though they were full of misplaced enthusiasm now, he believed that they'd be forced to confront the truth when danger struck again. As daylight broke, the mercenaries finished preparing and began moving. With the Pallors wiped out, there was no need to worry about monsters tracking them. This is supposed to be Pallor territory, right? There definitely seem to be fewer monsters around. Yeah, and the ones we do see don't seem to live nearby. They're probably just roaming around looking for food. Monsters still appeared occasionally, but their numbers and frequency were far less than before. Even so, if we let our guard down, we're dead. Just follow the employer's orders. With their attitudes transformed, the mercenaries became more seasoned and sharp with each battle. Ghislaine looked at them with a satisfied smile. Nothing beats life or death combat. At this point, they're better than the soldiers of the estate. While individual mercenaries might be stronger, the general belief was that mercenaries couldn't stand up to a regular army in organized group warfare. But the mercenaries under Ghislaine's command were now moving with the discipline of a proper military unit. Their mindset has definitely changed. The battles were still dangerous and casualties continued to mount, but the mercenaries no longer wavered. All they did was try their best to follow Ghislaine's orders. Because they trusted him, Ghislaine could now lead them more easily than before. Kior, watching the group move as one, couldn't help but let out an admiring remark. These guys who jumped in just for money have completely changed. They're moving like an actual army now. They weren't like this before. It's all thanks to our young lord, Jillian replied proudly, keeping his response short and firm. Kior twitched his lips and turned his head away. Damn it, anyone would think he's their hidden son or something. Kior's tongue itched to respond, but he kept silent, knowing a comment would lead to an argument. Am I really backing off right now, just because I don't want to fight that old man? Kior tilted his head, puzzled by his serious expression. It was unthinkable for the commander of the Cerberus Mercenary Corps to avoid a fight just to keep from arguing. Kior found himself deep in thought over this matter. While Kior was lost in his endless musings, the group quickly passed out of Pallor territory. As soon as we left Pallor's domain, the hellish battles resumed. With the relentless onslaught of monsters, the mercenaries gradually grew more and more exhausted. Even I was tempted to quit on the spot, return home, and rest. As expected of the forest of beasts, but I can't give up. The reason everyone avoids this place is simple. No one knows what's in here, and there's no need to risk their lives for it. If I didn't have a clear purpose, I wouldn't have ventured into such a dangerous forest either. However, I knew exactly what lay hidden in the forest of beasts, so I was determined to face the dangers. What surprised me was that the mercenaries were calmer than I had expected. Though they looked like they might collapse from exhaustion at any moment, their eyes still shone with determination. I must have underestimated them. The journey had been grueling, so under normal circumstances, I would have begun discussing additional compensation by now to keep their spirits up. But after seeing their eyes, I realized that wasn't necessary. These men were sincerely fulfilling their duty. Only Manus among them wore a deathly expression, anxiously pacing around. Every day felt like pure agony, yet everyone gritted their teeth and endured. Surprisingly, as the battles continued, our casualties gradually decreased. Though it had been just over 10 days, the extreme daily battles had pushed most of them to surpass their limits at some point. After 15 days passed, I delivered some hopeful news to the group. We're almost at our destination. We don't have much further to go. Upon hearing that, the mercenaries regained their strength and pressed on. But as we moved forward, something started to feel strange. What is it? By now, we should have been attacked again. Don't you think it's weird how quiet it is? The monsters that had once assaulted us without respite were becoming fewer and fewer. While the constant attacks had been exhausting and painful, their sudden absence now stirred a sense of unease. I, too, felt that something was off, just like the mercenaries. It was too intense for us to chalk it up to mere luck. For the monsters to suddenly disappear like this was more than suspicious. It's too quiet. The forest had always been eerily silent, with even the sound of insects hard to come by. But now, aside from our party's noises, it was as if even the wind had stopped blowing. The air felt suffocatingly heavy. I sent Jillian and Kaor to scout the surrounding area, but they returned with nothing. Is it luck, or is there another reason? There's no record of any particularly dangerous threats in this area. After pondering for a while, I decided to take advantage of the situation. Everyone, stop what you're doing and rest. Regain your strength. Tomorrow, we'll clear the path to our destination and finish the job. With bright smiles, the mercenaries immediately collapsed on the spot to rest. Since entering the forest, they hadn't had a proper break, and now the exhaustion hit them like a storm. Surprisingly, not a single monster appeared by the next day. My back. I feel more sore after waking up. Still, I feel like I can finally breathe. They say we'll reach the destination today. With their strength restored and the end finally in sight, the work progressed much faster than usual. Though everyone felt a bit uneasy due to the unfamiliar situation, nothing out of the ordinary happened even as they noisily cleared the path. Not long after, Ghislaine repeatedly compared the map he had drawn to their current location. His expression brightened as he turned to address everyone. There's really not much left now. Just a bit further, and we'll reach our destination. Upon hearing this, the mercenaries focused entirely on clearing the way without stopping to rest. Gradually, a sense of relief began to appear on their faces. They had crossed a complicated path, one fraught with unimaginable hardships. Now that those struggles seemed to be nearing an end, it was only natural for them to feel relieved. But no one was happier or more excited than Ghislaine. We're almost there. Everyone had called him mad and tried to oppose the plan, but he had pushed through with confidence and conviction. Now that conviction would soon bear fruit, and the anticipation of it filled him with excitement. It was then rumble. A tremor echoed from the distance as if the entire forest were shaking. Instantly, everyone froze. The mercenaries, tense, cautiously looked around. The excellent mood evaporated instantly, replaced by a growing sense of unease. Jillian, scout ahead. Everyone prepare for battle. Jillian nodded and swiftly went to scout. The mercenaries stopped their work and grabbed their weapons. After days of fighting in this forest, they had grown accustomed to battle. What mattered was the identity of the enemy, not the fight itself. While everyone stood on edge waiting, Jillian returned at full speed, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Evacuate immediately." "What?" At the exact moment Ghislaine questioned him, trees in the distance began to topple over. Something was smashing through the trees, rapidly approaching. As it tore through the forest, the creature let out a high-pitched screech when it spotted the group. Ka! Seeing the monster appear before him, Ghislaine's face hardened. That monster should have been deep within the forest. There was no reason for it to be wandering around the outskirts. The mercenaries, too, froze in shock as they took in the sight of the beast. What the hell? Is that even possible? There weren't any monsters missing. Everyone was avoiding this thing. In a state of utter disbelief, everyone stared at the monster in front of them. It was a snake, a massive snake, large enough to swallow a person whole in a single bite. Its enormous red scales shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Its gaping mouth was filled with rows of terrifying teeth, sharp enough to easily shred through steel. The blood python, one of the mercenaries muttered the name. The massive snake monster, called a python, Copuithanenus, is named according to the color of its scales. The blood python, with its body covered in blood-red scales, is known to be the most ferocious and terrifying of all pythons. Its fangs emit a deadly venom, and its scales are as tough as steel, making it nearly impervious to weapons. It's much bigger than a regular python. The mercenaries recoiled in horror at its overwhelming size. Pythons are generally classified as dangerous monsters due to their large size. However, the blood python that had appeared was even more prominent than a typical one. Even Ghislaine hadn't anticipated this. The information he'd obtained in his past life stated that blood pythons resided much deeper within the forest. Why here and why now? This is bad timing. Their destination wasn't far from the forest's edge. It had only taken this long because they needed to clear the path and deal with the monsters claiming the area as their territory. From the very beginning, when Ghislaine planned this expedition, he confirmed multiple times that the monsters deemed too dangerous to hunt lived deep within the forest. Yet a monster of a much higher grade than expected had appeared. Hiss! The blood python flicked its tongue, surveying the group with arrogant eyes. It moved leisurely as if savoring the sight of a meal right in front of it. The mercenaries, paralyzed by the monster's presence, could not move. They looked like frogs frozen before a snake, and Ghislaine shouted loudly at them. Get it together. If you just stand there, you'll die. At his command, the mercenaries returned to their senses and quickly formed a battle formation. They couldn't just stand there waiting to die. They had to try something. Fire. At Ghislaine's shout, the mercenaries with shields moved forward while those with bows began firing arrows. Thwang, thwack, twang. Arrows flew rapidly, but none of them could pierce the blood python's red scales. The snake casually deflected the arrows as it wriggled its massive body and advanced toward them. Move back. As the mercenaries slowly retreated in formation, the blood python suddenly moved with surprising speed for a creature of its size. Kea. In an instant, it slithered forward and with its gaping jaws swallowed a mercenary standing at the front. Ag. The mercenary had no time to resist and was devoured whole. Gulp, gulp. The creature's body rippled as something slid down its length, coming to a stop around the middle of its massive form. No one had ever witnessed such a terrifying sight, someone being eaten alive by a monster, and the shock left them speechless. Hiss. The blood python narrowed its eyes in satisfaction as it glanced around as if selecting its next prey. Despair filled the eyes of the mercenaries watching the scene unfold. Until now, excluding pallor, their attacks had worked no matter how strong or fast the monsters were. If they fought head-on with the right strategy and tactics, they could inflict wounds and eventually win. Even Pallor, who seemed invincible in the darkness, could be attacked as long as there was light. But the blood python's scales were so strong that they easily deflected every arrow. How could they possibly defeat a monster that their attacks couldn't even touch? Fall back, retreat further. The group hastily retreated, trying to distance themselves from the monster. Hiss. The blood python didn't immediately chase after them, even as the distance grew. It seemed to be waiting, gauging whether its prey would flee or attack. Having just devoured one of the mercenaries, it looked somewhat satisfied for the moment, showing no signs of launching an immediate attack. Yet how it kept its gaze fixed on the group made it clear it wasn't planning to let the rest escape unscathed. Young lord, what do we do now? There's a way to deal with that thing, right? Without anyone telling them to, the mercenaries all turned to Ghislaine. However, Ghislaine remained silent, his face stiff as he stared at the blood python. Why isn't he saying anything? Does our employer have no solution either? He had always been the first to give orders and the first to charge into battle whenever a monster appeared. But now their employer stood frozen, saying nothing. Despair began to grip the hearts of everyone. The mercenaries started to sense that an unavoidable death was closing in. Belinda approached Ghislaine and whispered quietly, "Young master, you need to run. We cannot beat that monster with our current strength. If I run now, what happens to the mercenaries? A few dozen or even a few hundred dead mercenaries mean nothing to me. What matters to me is keeping you alive." Jillian, standing in front of Ghislaine, also spoke quietly. "Young lord, please leave with Belinda. The mercenaries and I will hold it off here. The contract includes ensuring the employer's safety, so you don't need to concern yourself with them. Jillian, please take care of my daughter. Though his voice was low, Keor, standing nearby, overheard their conversation. After a moment of thought, arms crossed, he spoke to Ghislaine. It's time to run. If you give the order to retreat, the others will find their way out. Sure, some will die, but that can't be helped. It's the fate of mercenaries who take money to risk their lives after all. With even Keor weighing in, Ghislaine lowered his eyes and fell into deep thought. If they fled now, the snake would catch and kill most of the group. A few might survive, but straying off the path would only leave them lost in the forest, eventually leading to death. Success was right in front of us. Is it all going to end in failure? Ghislaine closed his eyes tightly. I had prepared as much as possible using the information from my past life, but nothing could go exactly as planned. I can't die here. It's not like I have never run away in my life, nor did I have a strong aversion to retreating. Running away to wait for the next opportunity was also a valid strategy if necessary. If I died, my family and estate would face the same fate as in my previous life, total ruin. Wasn't that exactly why I had ventured all the way into the forest of beasts, suffering like this, to prevent that dark future from happening? So I absolutely couldn't afford to die here. I was the only one who knew the future of Ferdium. But there are times when you can't afford to run away. If I ran when there was no next chance, everything from then on would only spiral downhill. Considering the state of the estate, my strengths, external threats, and all the information I knew, the best and only way forward was to reach the destination. If I missed this chance, my family and estate would face the same disastrous end as before. Ghislaine opened his eyes and looked around at the people. They were tense, their faces waiting for his orders. Many more people would die from here on. He had no arrogant delusions about saving everyone while achieving his goals. Even in his past life, he had lost countless comrades and subordinates as he pushed forward. That doesn't mean it's okay for everyone to die here. As Ghislaine made up his mind, a man suddenly burst out from among the mercenaries, shouting, "You idiots, it's over now. Even the employer has no way out. What are you waiting for?" The man who jumped out was Manus. Manus kept stepping backward as he shouted, "We should run away now. There's no need for all of us to die. Do you really think we can win this? If we scatter in all directions, at least some of us can survive." The faces of the mercenaries began to waver. Not missing the opportunity, Manus shouted even louder. If they all scattered and fled, his chances of survival would increase. Let's run now. There's no need for us to risk our lives for some crazy noble's game. It was insane to enter this damn forest in the first place. At that moment, Keor spun the sword he held in one hand and spoke up. "Ah, that pathetic bastard. I guess we'll have to kill him before we run away." As Keor prepared to throw his weapon at Manus, Ghislaine raised his hand to stop him. "That's enough. There's no need for that." Then Ghislaine turned to Manus and spoke. "Go, you've worked hard until now." What did you say? Just go." Manus was taken aback. In this situation, it was normal for the employer to rage and threaten to kill him for running away. Not to mention that just a moment ago, the same man had sworn to kill anyone who fled personally. But now he was letting him go so easily. Before Manus could calm his shocked mind, Ghislaine said something even more astonishing. "Anyone who wants to run may do so." The mercenaries were all taken aback by his calm words. "Run away? Then what about the employer?" Someone cautiously asked the question. "What will you do, employer?" Ghislaine spoke in a casual tone as if it were nothing. "I'll stay here and catch that bastard." "Young lord, young master." Belinda and Jillian stood before Ghislaine, their faces full of anger. But without a word, he drew his sword. The others couldn't understand it, but he had to succeed. If not, everything would eventually come to an end. The one who seemed most excited, however, was Manus. He couldn't hide his joy as he gestured toward the mercenaries. "What are you waiting for?" "The employer told you to run. Let's get going now." But the mercenaries only looked back and forth between Ghislaine and Manus, unable to move easily. Until now, it had been Ghislaine who had fought at the front and saved the mercenaries. And now, hearing that he would fight alone, it wasn't easy for them to just run away. Seeing the hesitant mercenaries, Manus shouted again, frustrated, "Hurry up. Do you all want to die here? What are you doing?" Torin, looking back and forth between the urging Manus and the calm Ghislaine, stepped forward and asked, "If we break through that guy, is this really the end?" "Yes, the destination is right in front of us." With a firm answer, Torin took a deep breath and replied, "I'll fight with you." "Torin, are you crazy? Are you trying to die?" Manus shouted. Gordon, turning to look at him, spoke in a trembling voice. If I run away now, I won't be able to eat properly or sleep properly. I'll lose muscle mass because I'll be too stressed." "What, so I'm not going? You idiot, are you crazy too?" At that moment, voices from the mercenaries erupted from all around. "If we leave now, we'll be too embarrassed to continue as mercenaries. We've survived this far thanks to the employer. If we run now, we're not even human. You're the idiot Manus. If you want to go, go by yourself. You ungrateful bastard. You even received treatment from the employer." "With the employer here, we can manage somehow. Let's fight." Surprised by the unexpected reaction, Ghislaine widened his eyes and looked around at the mercenaries. Now their faces showed only determination, a will to fight alongside him as far as they could go. Ghislaine had seen these expressions before. It was the same look he had seen when facing an unfavorable battle in his past life. This is just like the faces of his subordinates from his previous life flashed through his mind. Although the mercenaries' skills fell far short compared to them, their resolve was no different. Ghislaine couldn't help but smile as he spoke. "You lot, you've finally become useful." Watching this scene unfold, Kaor was baffled as he looked at the mercenaries. Are these really the guys I know? Unlike the Cerberus mercenary corps, who enjoyed dangerous tasks and wreaked havoc across different regions, the mercenaries staying in the Zimbar estate always idled about, never taking on risky missions. But after following Ghislaine for just a few days, they had completely changed. This is truly remarkable. He's got them completely under control. Kaor couldn't help but acknowledge and be impressed by Ghislaine's abilities once again. Even Jillian, a former mercenary leader himself, couldn't hide his admiration for the current situation. However, Belinda had no interest in what she considered this foolishness. "Young lord, this is great. Send the mercenaries forward and you can slip away." Ghislaine ignored Belinda's whisper and instead removed the scabbard from his waist, tossing it to the ground. "Young master, please." Discarding the scabbard was a clear sign that he was prepared to fight to the death. Seeing this, Belinda's face twisted in anger, but Kaor chuckled. "Fearless, huh, I like that. Reminds me of my younger days." Without responding, Ghislaine stepped forward. In his past life, the most frequent type of request Ghislaine's mercenary corps had undertaken was monster hunting. The monsters ravaging the continent were far more powerful than the blood python they now faced. Even though his physical abilities and the mercenary's skills were inferior to back then, his accumulated experience would help make up for those deficiencies. "Let's fight." As soon as Ghislaine spoke, everyone took on a determined expression, gripping their weapons and reforming their battle lines. I'm getting old. It'll be your fault if I get any more wrinkles, young lord." Belinda muttered, resigned, as she slumped over. "You idiots, you're all going to die." Manus, frustrated, spat out his words and disappeared into the forest, but no one bothered to look in his direction. The blood python was slowly closing in on the group. "Ka!" The blood python let out a shriek of delight as it opened its massive jaws, ready to swallow the mercenaries whole. "Scatter!" At Ghislaine's command, the mercenaries immediately dispersed. The blood python slammed its head into the ground, mouth wide open, momentarily stunned. "Kaak!" Enraged, the blood python immediately lunged at the nearest mercenary with its open jaws. Just as the mercenary was about to be devoured, Ghislaine leaped into the air, slashing at the blood python's head with his sword while shouting, "Jillian, Kaor, draw its attention with me near the head. Belinda, cover us. Everyone else, attack its body when you find an opening." A small wound appeared on the blood python's head. Ordinary attacks wouldn't work, but a weapon imbued with mana had inflicted a minor injury. Ka! Realizing it had been wounded, the blood python let out a furious roar. Its eyes, redder than its scales, locked onto Ghislaine. As if it couldn't forgive the human who had hurt it, the massive snake rushed toward him with its mouth wide open at incredible speed. Ghislaine swiftly rolled to the side, dodging the attack. The head of the blood python was slammed into the ground again, kicking up dust. In the meantime, Jillian approached, his axe infused with mana, and struck the blood python's head with tremendous force. Quang! A deafening echoed as the giant head of the blood python jerked upward. Regarding sheer mana, Jillian was the strongest among the group. With such destructive power, even the blood python seemed to have suffered a significant blow. Ka! The blood python screamed again, lifting its head. This time, a large and clearly visible wound had formed. However, the wound wasn't deep. Instead, it only further fueled the blood python's rage. The massive head lunged toward Jillian. Taken by surprise, Jillian couldn't dodge in time. He released a mana surge and blocked with the shield he held in one hand. Quang Grk. The shield crumpled and Jillian's body was flung back. In the meantime, Kaor approached from behind the blood python and stabbed his sword into it, shouting, "Get close now, Croc." As Kaor's sword plunged deep into the snake's body, the blood python twisted violently to attack him. Kaor let go of his sword and rolled away to dodge. At that moment, the other mercenaries began to latch onto the blood python and launch their attacks. Kong! However, no matter how much they swung or stabbed their weapons, the sturdy scales of the blood python blocked all their assaults. Without enough mana infused in their weapons, it was impossible to pierce through the iron-like scales. As a result, only Ghislaine, Jillian, and Kaor inflicted minor wounds on the blood python by attacking in turns. Belinda, distracted and aimed for the wounds. "If you get a chance, go for its eyes." "Got it." This is frustrating." At Ghislaine's command, Belinda launched a flurry of daggers, embedding them into the blood python's existing wounds. Her precision with the daggers was the most effective at widening the small injuries made by the others. While widening the wounds, Belinda continuously targeted the blood python's eyes with her attacks. The coordinated attack seemed to be somewhat effective, as the blood python began shaking its head in annoyance. With its focus now on Ghislaine and the others, the attacks aimed at the mercenaries had significantly decreased. Now, attack the wounds. The mercenaries took advantage of the opening and thrust their swords into the snake's injured body, but due to the blood python's tough muscles, the blades didn't penetrate deeply. Ka. As if irritated by the pests clinging to it, the blood python let out another shriek and violently swung its tail. Quayang, the mercenaries clinging near the tail were all flung away. Just as the snake prepared to smash the fallen mercenaries with its tail, Ghislaine rushed toward its head, drawing its attention again. Everyone grab blunt weapons. Keep hitting it until its insides soften. We need to make these small wounds larger. Jillian, Kaor, keep distracting it. Belinda, continue your support. Hearing Ghislaine's command, the mercenaries widened their eyes and nodded fervently. All right, maces, where are the maces? Give me one. If there aren't any, grab one from the cart. Everyone get back in there. Soon, the mercenaries swapped their weapons for blunt instruments and reattached themselves to the snake's body. They brought their weapons down onto the blood python's scales with all their strength. As the mercenaries clung to the blood python's body, relentlessly striking it with blunt weapons, the serpent thrashed its tail wildly in all directions. The mercenaries who were struck by its tail were sent flying in an instant, but others quickly filled the gaps and continued the attack. Ka! The blood python let out a furious, rage-filled scream. At its head, Ghislaine, Jillian, and Kaor were inflicting wounds and drawing its attention, while mercenaries clung to its tail and body, swinging their blunt weapons. Sharp daggers occasionally sliced through the air, aiming for its eyes, preventing the creature from fully concentrating. Anyone would become enraged if a swarm of flies continuously buzzed around them. The blood python thrashed even more violently, twisting its massive body. Quoom! Each time its tail slammed into the ground, another mercenary lost their life. However, the mercenaries gritted their teeth and pressed on with their attacks. Everyone was risking their lives, doing their utmost to take down this monster somehow. Jillian, go to the tail and help the mercenaries. Even while deftly dodging the serpent's attacks, Ghislaine kept an eye on the situation and issued orders. As the wounds on the blood python's body increased, the speed of its tail whipping gradually slowed. When Jillian joined the mercenaries in their assault, cracks began to appear on the scales. After relentlessly attacking, ready to face death, they finally saw some results. Crack, it's breaking, as one of the mercenaries shouted. Jillian yelled while channeling mana into his axe. Stand back. The axe embedded itself deep into the serpent's body, with the blade sinking in more than halfway. It was a wound far larger than any they had inflicted so far. Blood began to gush from the blood python's skin. Seeing this, the mercenaries were filled with hope. Here, stab it here. They frantically hammered at the wound, driving in swords and spears. Weapons that hadn't been able to penetrate the smaller wounds now went in much more easily. The accumulated internal damage had weakened the creature's muscles. Karak! The blood python screeched in agony, thrashing its body. In the chaos, the mercenaries crushed beneath it or struck by its thrashing tail had their bones broken or were killed. Although the blood python's movements had slowed compared to the beginning, the sheer destructive power of its massive size remained unchanged. This won't do. As Ghislaine dodged the serpent's fangs, he continued to think. Those capable of inflicting real wounds had exhausted their mana from the very start of the battle, rapidly growing fatigued. Ultimately, it was a race to see whether they would be wiped out from exhaustion first or the blood python would fall. Ag! While he was lost in thought, the mercenaries' screams filled the surroundings. No matter how much damage they dealt, at this rate, the mercenaries would be eradicated first. The longer the fight dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for them. Just then, the blood python's eyes glowed a fiery red as it swung its tail in a wide arc. Several mercenaries were sent flying, and in that brief opening the blood python swiftly withdrew, retreating to the rear. As it began to distance itself from the mercenaries, hopeful words escaped from their mouths. What's happening? Could it be it's running away? Is it over? Fall back for now. Pull the wounded to the rear. The mercenaries also retreated, regrouping as they murmured among themselves. It would be the best possible outcome if the blood python truly withdrew. They had managed to break through its scales, which were said to be impervious to anything but a powerful mana blade or high circle magic, and they had successfully driven their weapons into it. Given the party's capabilities, this was an impressive achievement, yet no one rejoiced. This was because they all understood that, at this rate, they would eventually perish. Despite their incredible fighting thus far, they had reached the limits of what they could do. Could we call it a draw? Gordon mumbled while clutching his trembling legs, but no one answered him. Swish! The blood python, having withdrawn, glared at the group, its tail swaying gently. Its scales, torn and shattered, were stained red with blood oozing from its wounds. Even the ogres, hailed as the kings of the forest, would be crushed instantly if constricted by the blood python, making the damage they inflicted all the more astonishing. Taking advantage of the pause, Belinda turned to Ghislaine again. "Young lord, don't you feel like running away now?" "Not yet, I thought so. You never listen when someone suggests something sensible. Sometimes I wonder if you're really out of your mind." "Really, I thought I was quite reasonable." At his absurd response, Belinda looked at him with a bewildered expression. Gillian, surveying the mercenaries, quietly whispered to Ghislaine, "Young lord, at this rate we will be wiped out first. While our current strategy is sound, we don't have the numbers to continue." "You're right. But given our current forces, this is the only way we can fight. We must maintain the situation as best we can and wait for those who can use mana to seize an opportunity. I believe we should aim for its eyes." Though rare, the blood python was a monster known to inhabit regions other than the forest of beasts. As such, it was well known that its eyes, unprotected by its tough scales, were its weak point. Of course, targeting the eyes was no easy task. One had to avoid the blood python's attacks while getting close enough to strike, and even then, it could quickly shield its eyes with its eyelids. Still, amid this chaos, attacking its eyes seemed like their only option. "For now, that seems to be our only option. Belinda, keep waiting for the right moment, just like before." At Ghislaine's words, Belinda nodded with a firm expression. She was about to say something when the blood python slowly began advancing toward the group. It seemed to be cautiously scanning its surroundings, likely due to its injuries, but without warning, it surged forward with speed. It's coming, just like before. Aim for the wounds and stab it. Let's see who dies first." As the blood python rapidly closed in, the mercenaries reformed their ranks and prepared to target their previous wounds. However, once it drew near, the blood python began smashing each mercenary one by one as if striking with a hammer. Arg. Whenever the mercenaries tried to get close, the serpent quickly withdrew and slammed its head down again. With every strike, a mercenary's body was crushed, turning into a spray of blood. Unlike before, the blood python was now taking them out individually, systematically neutralizing their efforts. Fall back. Panicking, the mercenaries scrambled to retreat. Hiss, the blood python narrowed its eyes and flicked its tongue. To the group, it seemed as though the creature was mocking them with a smile. Everyone fell into confusion. The tactic they had believed to be their only hope against the blood python was now proving ineffective. They had no idea how to face it anymore. Hiss. As the blood python wriggled toward them again, the mercenaries hesitated, backing away slowly. At that moment, Ghislaine leaped forward and shouted, "Mercenaries, stand by from the rear. Jump in whenever you see an opening. Gillian, Kior, and Belinda, fight it like before." The mercenaries quickly retreated, leaving the four to fight the monster just as they had in the initial battle. They all desperately wanted to join the fight but lacked the skills to do so effectively. The four of them began dodging the blood python's attacks, attempting to inflict more wounds than they had earlier. However, the blood python's movements had grown more cautious, making landing any significant hits difficult. Even when they managed to strike, the injuries were shallow, barely causing any damage. As time passed, the four began to run low on mana and grow exhausted, forcing them to focus solely on dodging. Unable to bear it any longer, Kior shouted loudly and rushed toward the blood python's head. "Damn it, I'll be the bait. Aim for its eyes." As soon as Kior entered its range, the blood python relentlessly targeted him with its head, ignoring the others who were inflicting wounds on its body. Overwhelmed by the sheer pressure and speed, Kior couldn't even swing his sword. All he could do was desperately dodge with every ounce of strength he had. However, thanks to his actions, Belinda seized a fleeting opportunity. The blood python's head slammed into the ground, and in that instant, Kior barely managed to avoid it. Die! Belinda's dagger surged toward the blood python's large eye at an incredible speed. She poured all her remaining mana into the dagger. They would all be doomed if she failed to inflict a meaningful wound here. But at that moment, Belinda locked eyes with the blood python. The snake seemed to be mocking her. "No way, Tang!" The mana-infused dagger struck the blood python's eye, only to be pitifully deflected. This can't be happening. The blood python living in the forest of beasts was unlike the ones they knew. Its eyeball's surface was made of a material even harder than its scales. If the eye, known as the blood python's only weak point, was this tough, it was essentially invincible. How were they supposed to kill this thing? As everyone reeled in shock, something even more astonishing happened. Kior was already in the spot where the blood python had been aiming. The tail, which hadn't moved until now, swung violently toward Kior. Cunningly, the blood python had been waiting for this moment, refraining from using its tail to strike until now. No, the others quickly rushed toward the blood python, but even that was a trap. Hiss! At that instant, the blood python's head twisted unnaturally and lunged at Ghislaine with blinding speed. The movement of its tail had only been a preparation for this deadly strike. Ghislaine, already closing in on the blood python, had no way to avoid it. He had no choice but to detonate all three of his cores simultaneously in a desperate attempt to endure the attack. "Young lord." Suddenly, Belinda appeared and shoved Ghislaine forcefully out of harm's way. Belinda. Ghislaine, who had tumbled to the side, shouted her name as he looked back. Belinda flung at tremendous speed, crashed into a tree, and collapsed to the ground. She lay there, coughing up blood, but she wasn't dead. Even as she was hurled through the air, she twisted her body to minimize the impact. Idiot, I told you to run, why don't you ever listen? Hurry back to the estate, reflect on your actions, and lock yourself in a cell. You never listen, that idiot, Belinda muttered weakly as she continued to cough up blood. Kaor, save Belinda. At Ghislaine's urgent shout, Kaor, barely having survived, quickly grabbed Belinda and retreated. Hiss. The blood python flicked its tongue in satisfaction as it scanned the surroundings. Although it hadn't achieved its primary goal, it had successfully neutralized the annoying prey that had been swinging daggers at it, so it was pleased. But Ghislaine had no intention of being treated like a mere plaything by a monster. Glaring at the blood python, he turned to Jillian. Jillian, go for its body and finish widening the wound. If the opportunity arises, attack with the mercenaries. What are you saying? Don't tell me. You plan to face its head alone, right? Focus on wounding its body and tail for now. That's impossible. Even its eyes aren't a weak point. What are you planning? It'd be better to flee right now. As the two were talking, the blood python seized the opportunity to attack Jillian. Jillian barely dodged the attack, and Ghislaine shouted again. Hurry, wound it more. If I'm alone, it'll focus solely on me. Reluctantly, Jillian retreated to the back. As soon as he did, the blood python turned its glowing eyes toward Ghislaine, twisting its head. Hiss, the blood python's massive head shot toward Ghislaine. It didn't even care about Jillian attacking its body and tail. It only occasionally flicked its tail to fend him off. Now, moving faster than ever, the blood python lunged at Ghislaine, intent on killing the one who had been pestering it. Ghislaine dodged its attacks, waiting for a single opening. Even attacking its weak eyes hadn't worked. Defeating the blood python seemed impossible at their current strength. If Ghislaine had reached the same level as in his past life, he could have sliced through its scales and body in an instant. But for now, that level was far out of reach. So he had to use the methods available to him, even if it meant risking his life. I really didn't want to use this method, but there's no other way. Hiss, Ghislaine focused solely on dodging, not even attempting to counterattack. His mana was low, limiting his speed, but his skill had reached an extreme level, surpassing even that of a master. Despite being attacked dozens of times, Ghislaine repeatedly dodged with perfect precision, pushing the blood python's patience to its limit. No matter how intelligent it was, in the end, its instincts were those of a monster. Come on, Ghislaine narrowly evaded each attack, deliberately provoking the blood python. Hiss, the blood python lunged at him, mouth wide open. It was an instinctive, primal movement typical of monsters. At that moment, Ghislaine suddenly stopped moving. He had no intention of dodging, simply watching its open mouth carefully. From behind, Kaor, seeing Ghislaine's actions, shouted in shock. This madman, he really is insane. Belinda, who had been struggling to observe the battlefield with her fading vision, let out a helpless voice. Please just run away. Young lord, you caw, Jillian shouted in panic just as it happened. Ghislaine jumped straight into the blood python's gaping mouth. Ghislaine felt the toxic fumes against his skin and grimaced, but a grin tugged at the corners of his mouth. As he had expected, the inside of the blood python's mouth was filled with soft flesh, unlike its tough outer scales. This should work, however, there was no room for relief just because the attack landed. The poison leaking from the blood python's fangs was steadily burning away Ghislaine's clothes even now. This venom was potent enough to kill even giant monsters instantly. That was why the blood python could reign supreme over the other creatures in the notorious forest of beasts. Ghislaine could block the poison with mana for a brief moment, but it was only a temporary solution. He had to kill the beast quickly and get out. Mana surged from his entire body as he activated his second and third mana cores. At that moment, the blood python tried to swallow him, using its tongue and throat muscles. As Ghislaine was being sucked deeper into its throat, he concentrated his mana at the tip of his sword and drove it into the roof of the blood python's mouth. Hiss. In sudden agony, the blood python reared its head and let out an ear-splitting scream. As soon as Ghislaine jumped in and attacked the snake's head, Jillian, who had been luring the blood python with his own strikes, backed away as the beast twisted and thrashed, wildly flinging its tail. It was a challenging situation since the raised head made it impossible to see inside its mouth, but they couldn't just stand there and watch. Even if Ghislaine died, they had to kill the blood python to have any chance of survival. Thinking this was his opportunity, Jillian climbed onto the blood python's body, working his way up toward its head. With the creature flailing in pain, it was his best chance. You bastard, spit out the young lord. Jillian relentlessly slammed his mana-infused axe into the blood python's head. Its scales began to crack and splinter, leaving wounds on the beast. The blood python, entirely focused on Ghislaine inside its mouth, couldn't avoid Jillian's attack. Once Jillian had positioned himself and landed several blows, even the tough scales couldn't withstand the force. Hiss, the blood python flung its head backward and slammed it toward the ground, intending to crush Jillian, who was attached to it. The impact was so strong that the ground seemed to cave in, but Jillian escaped just before the collision. This provided Ghislaine with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As the snake flipped, it made it easier for him to drive his sword deeper into the roof of its mouth. Before the blood python could recover, Ghislaine locked himself into position and unleashed all his mana in one explosive burst. The three cores whirled at incredible speed, pouring mana through his sword. The mana erupted from the blade, exploding inside the blood python's head. Hiss. The blood python screamed again, its head snapping up in agony, but Ghislaine, hanging onto the roof of its mouth, continued to pour every ounce of mana he had into the beast. Hiss, the blood python began thrashing wildly like an eel doused in salt, writhing and flailing its entire body in a frenzy. Jillian and the mercenaries quickly retreated, watching the beast closely. The blood python, seemingly in excruciating pain, repeatedly hurled itself onto the ground, rolling back and forth. As the relentless attacks from inside continued, venom began to spew from every one of its fangs. The massive amount of poison threatened to dissolve everything inside its mouth. Ghislaine enveloped his body in mana, forming a barrier to prevent the venom from seeping in. SSSSSS. The venom sizzled and evaporated as it made contact with the mana shield, producing a constant cloud of steam. GRRRGH. Now it was a battle of endurance between Ghislaine and the blood python, whoever could hold out longer. Hiss. In a desperate attempt to dislodge Ghislaine, the blood python began violently slamming its head into the ground. But Ghislaine, with his sword firmly lodged into the soft roof of the beast's mouth, didn't budge no matter how much it shook. Instead, as if resigned to die in this very spot, he squeezed out every last drop of his mana. GRRRGH. A thin line of blood began to trickle from Ghislaine's lips. With all three of his mana cores spinning at full capacity, his body, still not fully matured, struggled to keep up. SSSSSSS. Amid the thick black poison clouds, dark red energy continuously surged from Ghislaine's sword. Hiss. Seeing the familiar dark red smoke rising from the blood python's mouth, the mercenaries' faces tensed in fear. All they could do now was anxiously wait, praying that the insane stunt their employer was pulling would succeed. GRRRGH. Unable to withstand the explosive power of all three cores, Ghislaine's muscles began to tear apart. Little by little, the blood python's venom was seeping into his body. His hands trembled, and a pain as if being slashed by countless blades overtook him. His face turned a sickly purple, and his body slowly started to go numb. Having unleashed mana several times stronger than usual, there was no way his body could remain intact. Crack. After the muscles tore, it was the bones' turn. Unable to endure the strain of the overaccelerated mana cores, cracks began to form in his bones. Yet even through the mind-numbing agony, Ghislaine didn't stop. He continued to explode all his mana, even if it meant burning through his very lifespan. If this continued much longer, his body would be utterly destroyed before the venom could even kill him. Arg! Ghislaine let out a roar, forcing himself to stay conscious. If I lose consciousness here, it's over. From the moment he took up the sword, he had never known an easy life, and he knew it would be no different in the future. He only ever did his best every moment in the here and now. Hiss! Finally, the blood python's movements noticeably slowed. It no longer slammed into the ground but merely staggered, swaying from side to side. Ghislaine knew the time had come for him to escape. If he lost consciousness now, his body would either be swallowed down the blood python's throat or dissolved by its venom. As soon as the staggering blood python lowered its head, Ghislaine let go of his sword and used the last of his strength to fling himself out of its mouth. Ghislaine tumbled onto the ground, but he was too weak to move any further. Young lord, Jillian ran toward Ghislaine to help him up. Sizzle, arg, the moment Jillian touched him, his hand was scorched. The venom from the blood python was burning with intense heat, fueled by Ghislaine's mana. Jillian had to channel all his mana into his hands just to move Ghislaine away from the immediate danger. As Ghislaine lay on the ground, smoke continued to rise from his body. The heat radiating from him was so intense that even the mercenaries nearby had to step back. Even in his current state, Ghislaine's flickering eyes stayed fixed on the blood python. Hiss! The blood python, with tears of blood flowing from its eyes, glared at Ghislaine with venom-filled fury. Block it, protect our employer, don't let it get near. The mercenaries raised their weapons again, positioning themselves between Ghislaine and the blood python. Hiss! Unlike before, the blood python's movements were sluggish. Strike! At Jillian's command, the mercenaries prepared to charge. Before they could act, the blood python collapsed right in front of them, unable to keep itself upright. Is it dead? No, it's still alive. Let's finish it off now. Kior, raising his sword once more, shouted. It's still spewing venom. Avoid the head and cut the body apart. The blood python lay on the ground, flicking its tongue and gasping for air. It was still incredibly resilient, but no one seemed afraid anymore. Charge! With a war cry, the mercenaries rushed forward, relentlessly stabbing their weapons into the creature's wounded body. The blood python could only writhe feebly, incapable of mounting any kind of counterattack. Watching this, Ghislaine spoke in a weak voice. Thank goodness, it's finally over. The mercenaries attacked the blood python with all their might. Rip. The beast's body, which had occasionally twitched, was now nothing more than a torn, shredded mess. Hiss, blood sprayed from its gashes, and the wounds deepened and festered, leaving the creature in an unrecognizable state. The blood python's eyes, which had been glaring at Ghislaine, slowly began to close. The unrivaled ruler of this region, feared for its immense strength, was at last defeated. Hiss, with a final, pitiful hiss, it took its last breath and died. Gripped by fear, the mercenaries continued their assault, even after the blood python was dead. Stop, stop, it's already dead. Only after Jillian shouted several times did the mercenaries drop their weapons and step back. By now, the sun had begun to set, casting a red glow over the surroundings. The enormous snake's corpse, pierced by hundreds of weapons, appeared even darker and redder under the sunset's light. Everyone fell silent at the majestic sight as if by some unspoken agreement. After waiting for a while, the blood python still didn't move. Only then could the mercenaries accept the reality. Ha ha ha, we won. We won. At one mercenary's exclamation, everyone else began to shout. We got it, we killed this monster. Ugh ha ha ha, it's really dead. They had slain a monster they had thought impossible to defeat. No, rather, their employer had practically killed it single-handedly. But is the employer all right? Let's go check. The mercenaries rushed over to where Ghislaine lay. Still lying down, Ghislaine weakly raised his hand and spoke with difficulty. Ah, everyone, you did well. At his words, the mercenaries cheered loudly. He's alive, the employer is alive. Woo-ah, the mercenaries' joy seemed endless, having survived an unbeatable foe. Ghislaine's remarkable feat only fueled their excitement. Ha-ha-ha, long live the Ghislaine Mercenary Corps. For now, let's just call it the Ghislaine Mercenary Corps. The mercenaries enthusiastically chanted Ghislaine's name. Watching the mercenaries laughing and chatting under the influence of the mood, Ghislaine smiled faintly. Simple fools. And with that, he lost consciousness. Ghislaine slowly opened his eyes as if waking from a deep sleep. Next to him, Jillian, who had been watching over him, spoke in surprise. Young lord, are you awake? Are you all right? Lying down, Ghislaine gave a slight nod and asked in a cracked voice. Belinda, her life is not in danger. She's taken some medicinal herbs and is resting, so you needn't worry. The mercenaries' casualties, more than half died. Still, if it weren't for you, we'd all have been wiped out. Well, I see. But young lord, please, never do that again. What's the point of all this if you die? Jillian, frustrated, scolded him. After all, what kind of employer would risk their own life instead of taking the time to defeat the enemy, even if it meant losing all their mercenaries? I understand, Jillian, you're starting to resemble Belinda more and more. When Ghislaine made a joke, Jillian forced a stiff smile. Kior approached with a sly grin and said, I've seen plenty of crazy people in my life, but none as crazy as you, young lord. I never would have imagined you'd kill that monster in such a way. Hearing I'm crazy so often doesn't exactly feel great. Ghislaine tried to get up as he answered, but a surge of intense pain soon followed. Oh no, you must move carefully. Your wounds are severe. Jillian, startled, hurriedly supported him. Ghislaine slowly examined his own body. Bandages were wrapped around him from head to toe. His entire body still felt numb and tingling, indicating that not all the poison had been expelled yet. Though he could use mana to extract the remaining toxins from his body, it would take some time for his broken bones and muscles to heal fully. It was the first time in this life that he had used such an overwhelming amount of mana. He had continuously used a technique that was difficult to endure, even for a short period in his current state, until he eventually lost consciousness. It was no surprise that his body was in complete disarray. Ghislaine blankly gazed up at the sky. The sunlight was so bright it almost blinded him. They had captured the blood python around sunset, but now the sun was high in the sky. It seemed he had been unconscious for longer than he thought. At that moment, the mercenaries, having noticed that Ghislaine had woken up, rushed over in a crowd. The boss is finally awake. Boss, are you all right? Oh, I knew you'd pull through. The mercenaries couldn't hide their joy and continued chattering around Ghislaine without pause. Ghislaine looked at each of them one by one. Unlike when he first met them, their faces now brimmed confidently and easily, and the trust that radiated from their eyes. Having gone through life-threatening battles together, the bond between Ghislaine and the mercenaries had grown unbelievably strong. What had started as a mere contract had now evolved into a relationship where they were willing to risk their lives for each other. It reminds me of the old days. Feeling a sense of nostalgia, Ghislaine couldn't help but smile to himself. Rest for another day, take it easy, and tend to your injuries. There won't be any more monsters appearing. The mercenaries were a bit skeptical but trusted Ghislaine, so they rested comfortably. Surprisingly, not a single monster appeared during their break. Thanks to that, the group fully recovered their strength and set off in good condition. After traveling for a while, Ghislaine glanced around and spoke to the mercenaries. We're almost there, it's just ahead. The The mercenaries, unable to hide their anticipation, began chatting excitedly. Do you really think there's something valuable? Maybe it's gold or silver. Well, we're finally getting there at least. With hearts filled with excitement, they all busily moved toward their final goal. But soon after, the sight that unfolded before them left everyone speechless. Is this for real? It's incredible. The mercenaries, one by one, widened their eyes in astonishment. Gillian, unable to hide his trembling gaze, looked back at Ghislaine. My lord, there really was something valuable here. This is facing the stammering Gillian. Ghislaine smiled and replied, yes, it's a very expensive treasure. Before their eyes, shards of crystal attached to the rocks glowed with a faint blue light scattered all over the place. While each shard emitted only a dim light, the sheer number of them lit up the dark forest together. Only one kind of crystal in the entire world emitted its own light. It was a mineral known as runestone. Runestones contained magical power and were used to create magical tools or barriers. For any mage, they were an object of obsession. Moreover, the locations where runestones could be harvested were scarce, and the quantity available was extremely limited, making their value astronomical. And now, this place was littered with runestones as if they were mere pebbles. Wow, this is incredible. They're all runestones. How much is this even worth? The mercenaries, overwhelmed with excitement, couldn't contain themselves. Ghislaine, too, couldn't hide his astonishment. There are far more than I heard about in my previous life. The feeling of seeing it in person was completely different from merely reading about it in the records. Looking at the vast array of runestones before him filled him with so much joy that he momentarily forgot about all his hardships. The mercenaries, after their initial excitement, turned to Ghislaine in amazement. There really was something valuable here, wasn't there? How in the world did you know about this? What we did wasn't so crazy after all. The mercenaries could hardly calm down from their excitement. No one could remain composed before such an overwhelming sight filled with runestones. Ghislaine, observing the mercenaries, spoke. Everyone, you've done well. We made it here thanks to your efforts. The mercenaries all bowed their heads solemnly, their expressions becoming serious. On their way here, many had died, and those who survived had fought battles that pushed them beyond their limits. The sense of accomplishment was overwhelming after enduring such immense suffering and finally reaching their destination. Ghislaine looked around at the mercenaries once more and continued, since we've arrived safely, I'll give you all an additional reward. I'll pay you 3 times the original fee. For the fallen, I will send the same compensation to their families. Woohoo, that's awesome. As expected, no one shows off like the boss. This is huge, absolutely huge. The mercenaries cheered wildly, even throwing their weapons into the air in celebration. After enduring extreme hardship and heavy losses, they had finally arrived at their destination. Not only were they glad to be alive, but now their pay had tripled. Clearly, their leader knew how to reward them generously and manage them effectively. At that moment, Gillian quietly approached Ghislaine and asked in a low voice, My lord, you've already paid them a hefty sum. Is there really a need to give them even more? And sending compensation to the families of the deceased will cost a considerable amount as well. In this world, what employer would send condolence money to the families of fallen mercenaries? The wages mercenaries received were supposed to account for such risks. Once they had been paid, whether they lived or died, that was the end of the matter. Occasionally, employers give bonuses when a mission succeeds, but offering 3 times the standard pay was unheard of. It's fine. If you're going to spend it, it's better to spend it properly. These people risked their lives and worked hard, so this level of reward is only fair, Ghislaine answered as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Gillian looked at Ghislaine silently. There wasn't a hint of hesitation or regret. Isn't he worried about wasting money? From what Gillian had seen, Ghislaine was frugal for a noble. Most young nobles around Ghislaine's age spent lavishly due to vanity, but Ghislaine had never once indulged in luxury. At first, Gillian thought it was because Ghislaine's estate was poor, and he had no choice but to save money. However, after observing Ghislaine during the expedition to the Forest of Beasts, that didn't seem to be the case. When Ghislaine deemed something necessary, he spared no expense. Whatever else may be said, the young lord's capacity is certainly extraordinary. Since Gillian had led a mercenary corps himself, he understood well how difficult it was to reward people as generously as Ghislaine did. Thinking that his young lord had a magnanimous character, one unconstrained by money, Gillian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Belinda, who had been asleep after taking a powerful sedative, finally woke up and took in the situation. So many runestones. You really succeeded, I can't believe it. Her lips were cracked and her face was haggard from the pain, but she forced a bright smile. Ghislaine looked at her lying there and smiled back. It's thanks to you, Belinda. We probably wouldn't have succeeded if you hadn't blocked it with your body. You're tougher than I thought. You must train a lot. Belinda twitched as if telling him to stop saying such nonsense. Please don't do something like that again. Why on earth did you dive into that filthy, stinking monster's mouth? All right. In any case, it's all over now, so you can rest easy. When we return, we'll get you treated right away. I think the mana backlash has wrecked your insides pretty badly. Luckily, your organs didn't rupture. Even though Belinda had been resting for some time, she still couldn't move her body properly. Though she had survived the powerful impact, her insides had been completely wrecked as a result. Potions and herbs weren't very effective in restoring the disrupted mana flow. The best thing for her now was to rest until it stabilized. HMPH, I dodged well, that's all. It just caught me off guard. I wouldn't have gotten hit under normal circumstances. Even bedridden, Belinda's pride was undiminished. Ghislaine, chuckling, tucked her in with a blanket. Cutting through the path would have been more difficult if he had left Belinda behind at the estate. Looking back now, he was truly glad she had been with them. All right, now get some proper rest. We'll be heading back soon, so sleep a little longer. At Ghislaine's words, Belinda closed her eyes and mumbled softly. Don't just eat the jerky, get the seasoning, make some soup. I got it, I got it. Don't worry and just rest. As Ghislaine reassured her, Belinda smiled faintly before drifting back to sleep. After ensuring she was asleep, Ghislaine spoke to the mercenaries. All right then, let's start printing money. That's right, this is like printing money. Each one of these is practically a gold bar. Is the boss about to become the richest man in the north? The mercenaries, excited, each commented as they began mining. Though calling it mining was an exaggeration, they had to smash rocks until they were manageable and load them onto carts. A few blunt tools were enough for the job. The detailed processing would be done at the estate, so the mercenaries didn't need to worry. Some of the mercenaries started whispering among themselves. Hey, let's pocket a few of these. Yeah, even the tiniest ones are worth a fortune. No one will notice if we just grab some of the scraps. It was an unspoken rule among mercenaries to skim a little on jobs like this without the employer noticing. Even though triple the usual pay was great, and they were thankful for being well taken care of, stealing a bit was a separate issue, a habit, a customary practice ingrained in them. At that moment, Gordon shouted loudly enough for everyone to hear, proudly declaring, I'm not taking anything. Triple the pay is more than enough for me. You bastard. SHH, quiet, you know you benefit from taking some too. The other mercenaries, flustered, called out to him, but Gordon confidently shouted again, I don't care about money at all. The mercenaries glanced at Gordon like he was insane and quickly moved away from him. Watching this scene with an impressed look, Ghislaine whispered to Jillian, you need to watch out for guys like that. Mercenaries who claim they don't care about money. They're the craziest of them all. If they didn't care about money, they wouldn't be mercenaries in the first place. Jillian nodded and then warned the mercenaries, if it's discovered that anyone took even a single scrap, I'll have their head. It's a contract violation, so no one will have any complaints when I cut them down, right? Don't let greed get the better of you. As Jillian growled, the mercenaries couldn't hide their disappointment. They had considered pocketing a piece or two of a runestone during the work, but because he was so strict, they had no choice but to give it up. Then suddenly, Gordon reached into his pants, fiddled around for a moment, and pulled out a few shards of runestone before casually tossing them on the ground. This bastard. What the hell? When did you grab those? Hey, you crazy fool. The other mercenaries cursed at him in disbelief, while Gordon nonchalantly wiped his nose and briskly walked away. Ghislaine, watching the dumbfounded Jillian blink in surprise, whispered again, see what I mean? Heh. Deed, Jillian sighed and reiterated to the mercenaries, if you value your life, don't pocket a single fragment. Load everything onto the carts. Hearing his firm tone, the mercenaries could only smack their lips in frustration. Having witnessed Jillian's abilities firsthand, none of them dared to oppose or challenge him. Still, they continued their work in good spirits. After all, they were lucky to be alive, and with the promise of a hefty payment, they didn't feel a strong need for any additional income. Come on, let's load it up quickly. Break off as much of the attached rock as you can. We need to load a lot. Though the mercenaries chattered, they continued working diligently, and soon, the carts were filled to the brim with runestones. As Ghislaine watched the carts being loaded, he instructed the mercenaries to leave a few of them empty. Why, isn't it better to take as much as possible? When the mercenaries asked, Ghislaine shook his head and replied, we're taking the python's corpse. The unexpected words left the mercenaries baffled. Why take that? Are you planning on eating it? How are we supposed to transport something that big? They couldn't understand Ghislaine's decision to prioritize the corpse over the runestones, especially considering how much money they could make from selling the runestones. Several carts were already filled with the inner bark of the Duras Ent, so if they wanted to carry the blood python's corpse too, there wouldn't be much room left for the runestones. The blood python's corpse will keep other monsters from approaching. When we build roads in the future, we can scatter its blood and flesh around the area. That will keep the roads safe for months. Seeing the mercenaries blinking in confusion, Ghislaine elaborated further. With no monsters approaching, we'll be safe when we head back. The hide and scales can be used to make armor, and we can coat our weapons with its venom. The corpse has many useful purposes. The mercenaries, finally understanding, nodded their heads. Ah, that makes sense. Our boss is so young, but sometimes he talks like he's been through everything. Right, I never would have thought of that. Monsters are highly sensitive to the scent of other creatures. If the smell of a powerful monster like the blood python were in the area, others wouldn't dare come near. Besides, even if they used all the carts, they wouldn't be able to take all the runestones with them. To ensure they could return the remaining runestones safely in the future, it was a better strategy to deal with the blood python's corpse now. The mercenaries loaded several carts full of runestones and then headed to where the blood python's corpse lay. Jillian Kaor create an opening so we can cut it. Ghislaine, still not fully recovered, was unable to use his mana properly. Thus, Jillian and Kaor had to use mana, struggling as they peeled back the serpent's tough scales. Once they created a gap, the mercenaries rushed in and began cutting away at the corpse with all their might. But the creature was so massive and challenging that it took several hours just to make some progress. All they had done was mine some runestones and carve up Blood Python's body, but the evening was already approaching. We'll rest here after finishing up and head back tomorrow, Ghislaine announced, prompting the mercenaries to hustle. The mercenaries finished chopping up the Blood Python's body, loading what they could onto the carts and tying everything down securely with ropes. The creature was so enormous that they could not take it all. Despite their efforts, they barely managed to load half of the corpse onto the carts. But Ghislaine didn't seem disappointed as he observed the work. He planned to return soon anyway and gather the rest of the corpse later. Before long, the carts were filled to the brim, and the mercenaries threw their hands up in celebration. Woo, we're done. There's no room for anything more. We're finally heading back. With all the work completed, the mercenaries could enjoy a peaceful night's sleep for the first time in a while. Although they maintained a watch just in case, no monsters appeared, likely due to the presence of the blood python's corpse. At dawn, the mercenaries continued clearing the path and dragged the heavy carts forward. Since there were no horses, they had to push and pull the carts by hand, naturally slowing their pace. The runestones were still attached to the rocks, and the size and weight of the blood python's corpse were no joke, so their progress was inevitably sluggish. Even though they covered the piled cargo with cloth, the sheer height of the load left parts of it clearly visible. This is the first time I've had to pull a cart instead of a horse. Hauling this stuff is harder than fighting. Well, we've cleared enough of the road now, so laborers should be able to come through soon. Though they were happy to be on their way back, a few minor grumbles slipped out as they spent the entire day pushing the heavy carts. Still, the return trip was much easier than the journey in. The road they had cleared earlier made the path smoother, and the blood python's corpse kept monsters from attacking them. Their slow pace meant it took an entire day. As they spotted familiar landmarks and signs of their earlier passage, they realized they were nearing the forest's edge. Hey, we're almost there. Tonight we're really going to sleep comfortably. Come on, let's push just a bit more. As everyone summoned the last of their strength to continue, a group of people emerged from outside the forest and approached them. Once they were close enough, Ghislaine recognized who they were. They're soldiers from the estate. The knights and soldiers of the Ferdium estate approached, their expressions grim. Ghislaine nodded once and addressed the knight at the front. Doesn't look like you came to greet us. The knight nodded in response. You're alive. We were out searching for you, young lord. You made the path quite easy to follow. Ghislaine shrugged. Well, there's no need to search anymore since I've returned safely. Sorry for causing concern. Still wearing a heavy expression, the knight stepped forward and spoke again. We're here to arrest you, young lord. At his words, the mercenaries were taken aback. They didn't understand the situation, unaware that Ghislaine had disobeyed the lord's orders by entering the forest of beasts without permission. However, Ghislaine and Jillian had anticipated this outcome, so their reactions were much calmer than the others. With a firmer tone, the knight added, "This is by order of the Lord. If you cooperate, you won't get hurt." His words were laced with threat, but Ghislaine merely grinned playfully. I'm a little busy right now. Not to mention, I'm not feeling well. You still don't understand, do you? Then we'll have to take you by force. Screech. The knight slowly unsheathed his sword, glaring at Ghislaine with contempt. Now that he had the authority, he was tempted to provoke Ghislaine into resisting, using it as an excuse to beat him senseless. If you weren't the young lord, I would have killed you a long time ago. Lucky you survived the forest of beasts. Please resist me. The knight, who had always looked down on Ghislaine, raised his sword and pointed it at him. Go ahead, why don't you resist like you usually do? I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Should I break a leg, or maybe an arm? It was an outrageously disrespectful thing to say, especially to the young lord. The knight was intentionally provoking Ghislaine. I'll beat you to a pulp so you'll never dare act up again. As the knight stepped forward with those thoughts, a sudden rang out. Ching, chong. All the mercenaries simultaneously drew their weapons, surrounding the knight and soldiers. You bastards. The knight, startled, looked around as the mercenaries advanced with fierce, intimidating glares. The men who had faced death multiple times now radiated an air so sharp and dangerous that the soldiers, their faces going pale, began to retreat. What is the meaning of this? The knight was incredulous. Moving under the Lord's orders, he had expected the mercenaries to retreat immediately without a word. He hadn't paid any attention to the mercenaries near Ghislaine, believing they were irrelevant. Never did he expect them to display hostility like this openly. I'm a knight, acting under the Lord's command. Do you think you'll get away with this? The knight shouted, brandishing his sword. but his threats were met with laughter from the mercenaries. "Ha, that only works within the estate. Even though we're at the edge, this is still the forest of beasts. Got any proof that we killed you? I doubt anyone would even come looking for you out of fear. Just scatter your corpses around the forest. The monsters will clean up and no one will find a trace of you." The knight, hearing their brutal words, turned to Ghislaine in panic. Even with his ability to wield mana, he wasn't confident he could take on so many mercenaries, especially one so fierce and experienced. "Why, young lord?" The knight's voice trembled as he called out, but Ghislaine merely shrugged, feigning ignorance. Seeing this, the mercenaries became more resolute. "Heh, let's handle this ourselves. Yeah, no one will know if we wipe them out. Let's keep it simple. As long as we don't get caught, it's fine. We worked hard to clear this path, and now they want to use it for free." The mercenaries' killing intent began to rise. They were seriously considering killing all the knights and soldiers present. The knight felt the bloodthirsty atmosphere, gulped, and retreated a few steps. They're crazy. These bastards are all insane. No matter how reckless someone was, they wouldn't dare kill a knight acting under the Lord's orders. But these men seemed to be as unhinged as Ghislaine himself. The knight quickly scanned his surroundings, trying to think of a plan. There were only about 50 mercenaries left. The number was similar to the soldiers he had brought, but he was unsure they could win a fight. I need to call for reinforcements, but it was too late. The mercenaries had already surrounded them, cutting off any chance of escape. These guys aren't amateurs. From their formation and dangerous auras, they were clearly experienced fighters. Realizing escape was impossible, the knight turned to Ghislaine, yelling desperately, "What are you doing? Call off the mercenaries immediately. Are you out of your mind, trying to kill a knight acting under the Lord's orders?" At that moment, Jillian, who had been watching from the side, stepped forward, holding an axe. "Now that I look at you closely, you really are a disrespectful bastard, aren't you?" Seeing the cold look in Jillian's eyes, the knight realized that death was closing in. If he died here, his body would never be found. His only option left was, "Young lord, please spare me." He fell to his knees, begging for his life. Viwoong. Ghislaine's axe swung down toward the neck of the knight who was kneeling. Just before the knight's neck was severed. "Wait." Ghislaine's voice echoed, and the axe halted. Drip, drip, the axe had stopped precisely at the knight's throat, but a slight cut on the nape of his neck caused blood to drip steadily. Huff, huff, the knight, still on his knees, gasped repeatedly for breath. These maniacs. Had Ghislaine not stopped midway, his neck would have surely been severed. As he stared at the blood trickling down his neck and soaking the ground, the knight's body trembled uncontrollably. What on earth? He couldn't make sense of the situation. Though the young lord had always been an annoying troublemaker, he was never someone to be feared. But now, things were different. "He's terrifying." A powerful, overwhelming presence filled the area. The mercenaries around him exuded a clear sense of loyalty toward the young lord. He wasn't like this before. What could have happened? The young lord, both in character and skill, had been lacking. He couldn't even command respect from the lowest of soldiers. Wasn't this the same young lord who had been subtly mocked and despised by even the most insignificant soldiers? It was unfathomable that these rough mercenaries would follow him so devotedly, to the point of risking their lives. Step, step. Meanwhile, Ghislaine approached leisurely, scanning his surroundings. The frozen soldiers dropped their weapons and knelt as soon as he neared. Even those who had previously looked down on the young lord were now too overwhelmed by the atmosphere to harbor such thoughts. "This could have turned into a serious incident if I hadn't stopped. Were you terrified?" Ghislaine smiled and helped the knight to his feet. He lightly patted the knight on the shoulder and continued speaking. "I'm a pacifist at heart, but my boys have had a rough time, so they can be a bit harsh. So let's get along from now on." "Why, yes, sir." It was clear he meant, don't even think about picking a fight. He should have understood by now. Though many more clashes would surely occur in the future, for the time being this was enough. "Anyway, since my father has called, I should fulfill my duty as his son and go. Will you tie me up? I'm not exactly into being bound, you know." When Ghislaine extended his arms and asked, the knight quickly shook his head. He had originally planned to bind him tightly and drag him away in humiliation, but now he couldn't muster the courage. With the mercenaries glaring at him menacingly, as if ready to pounce at any moment, the only thing on his mind was getting out of there as fast as possible. "Good, I'm glad our tastes align. Once we arrive, make sure to arrange a place for the mercenaries to rest. Also, Belinda has sustained severe internal injuries, so prepare for her treatment." The knight glanced briefly at the unconscious Belinda and the ragged mercenaries before nodding. "Understood. I'll take care of it immediately." At the knight's gesture, a few soldiers rushed forward and began pulling the cart carrying Belinda. Soon after, the knight took the lead, with soldiers surrounding Ghislaine. The mercenaries followed behind, swaggering, but the sharp aura they had initially exuded had already faded. As Ghislaine and the mercenaries emerged from the forest, a large crowd, including laborers, rushed toward them. They had all heard from the soldiers that the lord had ordered the young lord to be brought in. The people whispered as they watched Ghislaine following the knight. What's going on? What kind of trouble did the young lord cause this time? I heard the lord told him not to enter the forest of beasts, but apparently the young lord went in on his own. A lot of people are missing. Less than half of them made it back. They must have all died. What was he thinking, trying to clear the forest? Is that a pile of rocks? Looks like there are some monster corpses, too. Did he go in just to get those? As the crowd grew, more and more people began to gossip, each commenting on Ghislaine and the mercenaries. It was no surprise. The mercenaries' numbers had significantly dwindled compared to when they first entered the forest, and those who survived looked like blood-soaked, injured soldiers. Most people thought it was a miracle that they even made it back alive. Since they were being escorted under the Lord's orders, the general consensus was that Ghislaine would surely face severe punishment this time. Listening to the crowd's murmurs, Ghislaine turned to the knight next to him and asked, I don't see Skaven among the guards. What happened to him? Did he go on vacation or something? He was imprisoned for the crime of making a false report to the Lord. He will soon be stripped of his knightly title as well. Aha, that's unfortunate. A vacation would have been much better. Seems he's being punished because of me. Ghislaine spoke as if it were nothing, causing the knight to twitch his lips. Skaven had been imprisoned for submitting a false report about Ghislaine and the mercenaries' whereabouts. From the start, it couldn't have been hidden forever. Though it had bought Ghislaine and his group some time, by now, Skaven was probably in his cell, pounding the ground in regret. Ghislaine nodded and headed straight for the castle with the knight. Though his appearance was ragged and disheveled, he walked confidently toward the great hall. He boldly pushed open the doors after issuing a few orders to Ghislaine. Inside the hall, most of the retainers had already gathered. They frowned as they gazed at Ghislaine. At first glance, he looked like nothing more than a defeated soldier who barely escaped with his life. However, that wasn't what was important at the moment. There was something much larger and more urgent to discuss. I've returned, father. Despite Ghislaine's greeting, Zwalter remained silent, his face etched with fury. After glaring at Ghislaine for a long while, Zwalter spoke in a low, seething voice. I told you clearly that I did not permit the clearing of the forest of beasts. I'm sorry. I believed it was a necessary task. At that response, several of the retainers stepped forward and shouted loudly, defying the Lord's orders is a grave offense. How could you be so thoughtless? We specifically warned you not to go in. What would you have done if monsters had poured out? And to manipulate a knight into making a false report. Have you lost your mind? As the retainers' voices grew louder, their criticisms of Ghislaine escalating, Zwalter raised his hand to silence them. You disobeyed my command, and you will be punished accordingly. It's a bit late, but since you've been brought here now, that matter can be dealt with. However, Zwalter glared at Ghislaine, suppressing his anger. What exactly have you been up to? Ghislaine tilted his head slightly, lost in thought. Didn't sound like Zwalter was referring to the incident in the Forest of Beasts. Since he had already said that punishment would be dealt for that, it had to be something else. Ghislaine pondered momentarily, wondering if there was some other incident he couldn't recall, before finally responding. I'm not sure what you mean. His nonchalant answer prompted Homer to step forward, shouting angrily. A few days ago, a messenger arrived from Rapold Estate. They've declared they will cease all support for Ferdium Estate. And it's all because of you, young lord. Ghislaine tilted his head again before asking. And what was the reason? They say you visited Lady Amelia and extorted 20,000 gold under the guise of estate support. Count Rapold found out about it, and in his rage, he has broken off the engagement and cut off all support. And you took the money in advance, didn't you? Homer was fuming, while Ghislaine wore an expression of genuine admiration. Amelia secretly growing her merchant guild was still a closely guarded secret. That's why she must have willingly handed over the 20,000 gold to keep Ghislaine from speaking. For her to suddenly publicize the matter meant that she no longer cared if rumors spread. Amelia, as expected, you're not to be underestimated. Ghislaine truly admired her. Amelia must have taken all the necessary precautions to disregard any potential rumors in that short time. She had also turned the situation around to use it against Ghislaine. With a perfect excuse now to cut off support from Rapold Estate, they wouldn't have ignored Amelia's bait. As Ghislaine remained silent, lost in thought, Homer's frustration grew, and he shouted even more furiously. What on earth are you thinking? Say something. Do you realize what a terrible crime you've committed? This time Albert, the treasurer, spoke in a cold tone. Even if the support has been reduced, Rapold Estate provides the most. If their support is cut off, Ferdium Estate won't be able to function properly. Still, Ghislaine said nothing, and Randolph, unable to hold back any longer, screamed in frustration. Ag, you miserable brat. Brother, don't stop me today. I'm going to snap that bastard's spine in half. We don't need a prison. I'll teach him a lesson right here, right now. Randolph tried to lunge at Ghislaine, but the other retainers and soldiers barely managed to restrain him. The tense atmosphere only grew worse as the retainers began to chime in one after another. This is a serious crime. If it were anyone else, they'd be facing execution. He claimed he was trying to save the estate by clearing the forest of beasts, but he's actually bringing ruin upon it instead. The retainers, now thoroughly riled up, showed no sign of stopping. At this point, Ghislaine's unauthorized venture into the forest of beasts, which had nearly endangered the estate, was no longer their primary concern. No monsters had appeared, and since Ghislaine had returned alive, they only needed to punish him and lock him up in prison. However, cutting off Rapold's support wouldn't be resolved just by punishing Ghislaine. Managing an already impoverished and struggling estate had been nerve-wracking for them, and now they must be at their wits' end. In any case, Amelia sure knows how to torment people with money. She's ruthless. She's terrifying. Ghislaine clicked his tongue inwardly as he glanced at the vassals. Their expressions were a mixture of anger and anxiety. It was only natural, given their worries about how to manage the estate moving forward. Meanwhile, Homern, watching Ghislaine's indifferent expression, felt a surge of anger that made his head spin. He doesn't even understand the magnitude of the mess he's caused. This idiot, entering the forest of beasts on a whim, could be written off as just another of his usual mishaps. But this was the first time he had caused a blunder so great that it could shake the foundation of the estate. Despite the vassal's anger, Albert, the treasurer, tried to remain calm as he continued his calculations. He had to figure out how to recover whatever remained of the 20,000 gold. They would need that money to hold on while they figure out their next steps. Young lord, how much of the 20,000 gold remains? In response to Albert's cold question, Ghislaine smiled faintly and answered, I've spent almost all of it on hiring mercenaries and laborers, as well as on materials and food supplies for the base. You mean you've already spent that huge sum? That's right, I have a bit of a heavy hand when it comes to spending. Ha ha ha. That bastard, lock him up immediately. Even Albert, who rarely showed his emotions, staggered as his frustration boiled over. Now the estate was doomed. Without the funds to maintain the troops, they would have been unable to fend off the barbarians' attacks. They'd have to abandon the estate and flee if they valued their lives. Homern urgently turned to Zwalter and spoke. Lord, you must immediately escort this bastard, no, the young lord, to Rapold's estate to apologize. If we don't, we'll all be dead. That bastard, he's not even human. He's a scoundrel. I'm sorry, my lord. I didn't mean to call you a dog. The vassals were at their wits' end, unsure how to resolve this mess. He had taken money from his fiancée, but it turned out to be the support funds for the estate, and he had spent all of it on whatever he pleased. From the vassal's perspective, no madman had ever been as insane as this one. Ghislaine's outrageous behavior had now crossed a line. Zwalter, who had been silently listening to the vassals, glared fiercely at Ghislaine. Is all of this true? It is. I received the money for a different reason, but I don't think any excuse will work now. Zwalter closed his eyes tightly and leaned back in his chair at his son's reply. If it were anyone else, he would have had their head cut off for such a serious crime. I should have raised him more strictly and corrected him earlier. I'm the real dog here, the real dog. Because he had always been away, preoccupied with external affairs, he had paid little attention to his children. The result was now an unmanageable catastrophe. While Zwalter remained silent, filled with disappointment and regret over his son, Homern stepped forward and shouted, You are no longer the young lord but a criminal. Kneel immediately. Ghislaine responded nonchalantly. My knees aren't in great shape, so kneeling might be difficult. Besides, it's not that serious of a mistake, is it? You insolent bastard. Do you truly not understand the gravity of what you've done? How could I not know I'm the one who did it? And yet you stand there with your head held high. My neck. Just as Homern was on the verge of collapsing from the stress, Ghislaine snapped his fingers and shouted toward the door. Bring it in. At that moment, Gillian entered, carrying a large chest. The chest, more significant than a person, landed heavily on the floor with a deep sound. Ghislaine placed his hand on the chest, a playful smile on his face. Now take a look. This is how you make an investment. As soon as he finished speaking, he flung open the lid of the chest. A brilliant blue light radiated out in all directions. Randolph shouted in fury at Ghislaine's words. Investment, investment. Do you even know what investment is? All you do is eat and shit all day. No one stop me now. I'm going to kill that bastard today, for sure. What is that? Young lord. Randolph, who had been charging toward Ghislaine, suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes widening in surprise. Everyone squinted at the chest, eyes widening as light suddenly spread from within. That's. It can't be. As they saw the oars piled inside the chest like a heap of stones, the expressions of the retainers gradually twisted in bewilderment. Gillian bowed lightly to Ghislaine and exited the chamber, but none of the retainers noticed him leave, so engrossed were they in the contents of the chest. A suffocating silence blanketed the room. Zwalter, coming to his senses belatedly, stammered out with difficulty. What is this? Despite knowing what it was, Zwalter couldn't believe his eyes and asked for confirmation. Ghislaine smiled and answered, It's runestones. Found them in the forest of beasts. Really? How could you in such a short time? We didn't search the entire forest. We scouted for resource-rich locations, then broke through to them directly. We planned to pave the roads and build fortifications to ensure steady extraction. Zwalter, startled by Ghislaine's words, jumped to his feet. Are you saying there are more runestones? Yes, a lot more. This is only a portion. Zwalter was so shocked that he couldn't string his words together properly. With a trembling voice, Homern spoke up. This is all a lie, isn't it? The young lord wouldn't do something like this. You must have stolen these from somewhere, or bought them with that 20,000 gold, and now you're lying, right? Please tell me that's the case. Why would I lie? There are carts full of them outside. Feel free to check for yourself. Ghislaine shrugged as he continued. There's far more left than what we brought this time. You'll see if I keep bringing more runestones in the future. Don't you know blessings come to those who believe? Zwalter sank down, dazed. He had no idea what to say about what his son had accomplished. He couldn't tell whether this was a dream or reality. Albert, the treasurer, blinked, staring at the runestones before him. If there were that many runestones, they wouldn't have to worry, even if support from the Rapold estate was cut off. Albert quickly approached the chest, crouching down to touch the runestones. These are really, if we sold all this, just how much would it be? Let us see too. The retainers rushed over, crowding around the chest. They repeatedly touched the runestones, gasping in awe, unable to contain their excitement. Watching them, Ghislaine let out a sigh of relief inside. If Amelia had moved any faster, I would have been in serious trouble. Just thinking about it was terrifying. If he had been even slightly late, he wouldn't have been able to enter the forest of beasts, and his hands and feet would have been completely tied. Not only would he have lost the money he managed to pry from Amelia, but he also wouldn't have found the runestones. It was a narrow escape, but the outcome had turned entirely in his favor. She's a smart woman. I didn't expect her to use such a method. Is this just the beginning? There was no way she would stop here. This incident was simply an attempt to inconvenience him and restrict his movements. She probably thought this was enough to disregard him for the time being, but once Amelia discovered that he had obtained the runestones, she would undoubtedly interfere and scheme against him again. And it's not just Amelia. The Delphine Duke wouldn't sit still either. They had also failed in their attempt to kill Elena. For now, they were likely preoccupied with weakening other territories, but once the existence of the runestones was revealed, all eyes would turn to this place. He had to prepare as much as possible before that happened. I need to move even faster. This time, thanks to his quick movement, he managed to avoid any major trouble, but Amelia moved faster than he had expected. He had learned one thing for sure from this incident. Time wasn't on his side. While he was moving, his enemies were also moving. Realizing that he had been lost in thought, Ghislaine snapped and abruptly closed the chest. All right, that's enough sightseeing. Keep staring and they'll wear out. Heh heh heh. Though his tone was crude and reminiscent of a sleazy conman, the retainers couldn't say a word and had no choice but to step back. Watching them, Ghislaine wore a relaxed expression. So what were we talking about? Something about escorting me to Rapold in chains, I believe. No one could speak. What Ghislaine had done was beyond belief. Pioneering the forest of beasts, everyone had been certain he would fail, thinking it was impossible. But the young lord, acting independently, had led mercenaries into the forest and actually succeeded. In less than a month, he had accomplished what no previous lord of Ferdium had ever been able to do. To achieve such results in just a few days, both his actions and the results far exceeded their expectations. They couldn't believe that this was the work of the young lord they had always disregarded as incompetent. The retainers began muttering to themselves, one by one. Ahem. How in the world did the young lord? Ha ha, unbelievable. To think there were really runestones in the forest of beasts. How could runestones exist in the forest of beasts? At this point, even the disturbance he had caused in the Rapold estate no longer mattered. In fact, they should be praising him instead. They had always taken credit for everything and demanded he appease them, but now there was no need for that anymore. While the other retainers were still trying to wrap their heads around the situation, Homern subtly signaled to the knight beside him. It was an order to bring the soldiers. But he wasn't planning to arrest Ghislaine. He intended to use the current achievement to offset his previous crimes and pressure him into handing over the runestones and their associated rights. It was a typical thought for someone who had survived the well-worn world of noble politics, but as the saying goes, there's always a higher mountain above. Creak. What's going on? Young lord, what are you doing? As the door to the great hall opened, the retainers were shocked and began shouting. Outside the hall, armed mercenaries stood with menacing grins, threatening the soldiers stationed there. Randolph, unable to contain his anger, instinctively reached for his sword. He had sensed movement outside the door but had assumed it was the soldiers. He never imagined that mercenaries would be gathered like this. Homern, gritting his teeth, shouted in frustration. Young lord, bringing troops here. Have you lost your mind? Are you trying to start a rebellion? Ghislaine responded with an exaggerated, feigned look of surprise, shaking his head. A rebellion? Of course not. They're just waiting for me. And well, they're also here to guard me, just in case something happens. Ghislaine, as shrewd and experienced as Homern, had already predicted this reaction and had ordered Gillian to bring the mercenaries along. Of course, the retainers of the estate were not his enemies. However, if they judged that their actions were in the estate's best interest, they wouldn't hesitate to raise their swords against Ghislaine. That was the mindset of those who governed estates in this era. While Ghislaine understood their loyalty to Ferdium, his actions were bound to diverge significantly from their way of thinking. Ultimately, he had no choice but to resort to a show of force. He needed to demonstrate firmly that he would not sit idly by if they made any moves against him. Though the situation was tense and could escalate at any moment, Zwalter showed only an intrigued expression rather than concern. Well, I didn't expect this side of Ghislaine. His son's current behavior surprised him more than the discovery of the runestones. The son, who had always been timid and did little more than bully those beneath him, now displayed a completely different demeanor. Lord, you can't allow such disrespect, even from the young lord. Brother, let me take care of those impudent fools. Homerny and Randolph were enraged, but Zwalter leaned back comfortably in his chair and spoke calmly. Enough. Ghislaine brought the troops and the runestones. They're his, so what can we do? My lord, brother. Both Homerny and Randolph flustered, protested, but Zwalter shook his head. After all, Ghislaine was the heir who would eventually inherit the estate. In the past, Zwalter had always been worried that once he died and Ghislaine took over, the estate would quickly fall into ruin. Better that he acts boldly like this rather than grovel like before. Inwardly, Zwalter was actually pleased that Ghislaine had anticipated the retainers' reactions and prepared accordingly. Seems the boy has the spirit of a northern wolf, after all. As the thought crossed his mind, Zwalter felt a sense of pride, realizing that his son wasn't completely hopeless after all. In the end, Zwalter decided to let this incident pass. He feared that his son might revert to his old ways if he pressed too hard. If Ghislaine ever truly crossed the line, Zwalter figured he could correct his behavior then. It's quite fascinating that the mercenaries are so loyal to you. I'll overlook this for now. But if you defy my orders again, I won't let it slide next time. Thank you for your understanding, Ghislaine said with a slight bow, smiling. Ghislaine hadn't staged the show of force without careful consideration. He knew his father's temperament well, so he made such a bold move. A man who had spent his entire life on the battlefield, forsaking even his own life, couldn't be ordinary. Ghislaine was confident that his father differed from the typical lords, who clung stubbornly to their power. As the atmosphere became more subdued, Albert, the treasurer, was already formulating a plan. We need to secure those runestones somehow. The retainers had opposed the whole venture, and Ghislaine had succeeded in pioneering the area on his own, so there was no legitimate claim for the estate to assert ownership. While Albert had considered forcibly taking the runestones, Ghislaine was the family's heir and firstborn. Eventually, he would inherit the estate. Clashing with him now would only lead to long-term losses. It would be better to coax him and secure some of the profits. There's no benefit to fighting him. Ghislaine had taken nearly 200 mercenaries with him, but only a little over 50 had returned. That meant over 100 had died in the perilous forest. The surviving mercenaries couldn't possibly be weak, and there was no way this stubborn fool, now backed by those skilled mercenaries, would give up his money so easily. Albert's plan was simple. Since they couldn't just take the young lord's money, the best approach was to negotiate a reasonable share. After finishing his thoughts, Albert cleared his throat and spoke. In any case, congratulations on your success. However, the 20,000 gold you used originally belonged to the estate. Because of that, the estate's support was cut off and the pioneering was started with that money. Don't you think the estate is entitled to some share in return? Isn't that right? At Albert's words, the other retainers quickly nodded in agreement. They had to try, as success only came to those who made the attempt. It was true that without that 20,000 gold, the expedition might never have been attempted. Albert's argument was reasonable. However, Ghislaine, who had never easily handed over his own money, pondered for a moment, leisurely stroking his chin. Ghislaine eventually responded in a bored tone. That's quite an interesting point. It makes sense. I'm deeply impressed. All right, so the estate should receive at least 40%, no, 30% of the profits. How about I just give you back the 20,000 gold? Excuse me. Ghislaine winked and made a coin shape with his fingers. I'll return the 20,000 gold. I'll even add interest. The vassals couldn't say anything and simply kept their mouths shut. There was no room for rebuttal. Young lord, because of you, our relationship with Rapold has already soured, making the situation in the estate somewhat difficult. So, are you saying that's not enough? Of course it wasn't enough. For the Ferdium family, having a steady flow of money was more important than a lump sum payment. This estate had no means to generate income on its own. It was awkward to demand money while blaming someone for their situation. With Ghislaine holding the money, the balance of power had shifted entirely. Should we also start some kind of development project? Baron Homern wiped away the sweat pouring down his face, lost in thought. However, Ghislaine had already secured the runestone, and searching for other resources would just lead to the same conclusion. They had to be prepared to take risks and incur losses if they wanted to make any progress. Damn it, how did that bastard end up with such a valuable resource? There's no way to take it from him. Strictly speaking, the Forest of Beasts wasn't Ferdium's territory. It was merely acknowledged as part of their lands because it bordered the estate. So unless they forcibly took it from him, there was no other way to secure the runestone that Ghislaine had. As everyone stood there, unsure what to do, Ghislaine spoke again. It seems like everyone is in a bit of a tough spot. As the young lord, I can't just ignore the difficulties of the estate. Although his tone was sly, the vassals couldn't help but look at him with a bit of hope in their eyes. Even Zwalter was drawn in, his expression filled with curiosity at his son's words. Seeing everyone's reaction, Ghislaine smiled and continued. From the start, I retrieved the runestone for the sake of the estate. I'll make up for what we lost from Rapold. At Ghislaine's words, the vassals nodded, visibly relieved. If he'd thrown a fit and insisted on keeping it all for himself, they would have had no choice but to fight and take it from him. But since he offered to give at least some, they could breathe a little easier now. However, there are a few conditions. At those words, the vassals couldn't hide their nervous expressions. They were scared to think what kind of conditions this infamously troublesome young lord might bring up. I noticed Skaven from the guard wasn't around. I heard he's been imprisoned. Is that true? At this, Baron Homer nodded. He was imprisoned for falsely reporting to the lord. We plan to strip him of his knightly title as well. For a knight who has sworn loyalty to lie, it's a grave sin indeed. Ahem. Homer's voice was noticeably softer than before. He had clearly realized there was no benefit to pushing or pulling against Ghislaine anymore. However, his response carried the subtle implication that Skaven's imprisonment was Ghislaine's fault. Nodding, Ghislaine raised one finger and spoke. First, release Skaven. I was the one who forced him to act, so he had no choice. He's probably so full of regret, he'd rather die. The vassals looked uncomfortable. Forgiving the crime of lying to the lord would undermine the lord's authority. However, it wasn't as if they didn't have an excuse, and compared to the overall management of the estate, it was a minor issue, so none of them expressed opposition. Ghislaine continued speaking since the vassals remained silent. Second, I will officially proceed with the construction of the garrison. Workers and soldiers need a place to stay. The vassals nodded in agreement, as it was a reasonable condition. Third, as before, the Forest of Beasts will remain off limits. I don't want unnecessary casualties in the estate due to reckless greed. At that moment, the vassals' expressions faltered. This bastard, he wants to hog it all for himself. Why can't we go in? You went in even though you said we should. Of course, they only grumbled internally and didn't dare voice their complaints. Since no one said anything, Ghislaine brought up the final condition. Lastly, from now on, I'll be in charge of replenishing and managing the mercenaries and security forces, regardless of the estate. It would be troublesome if there's interference every time I move troops within the estate, so I'll need that level of authority. The vassals began to break out in a cold sweat. Ghislaine had just announced that he would continue to command private soldiers within the estate. The young lord is trying to maintain a private army. Now that he has money, he's completely out of control. That troublemaker is going to lead an army. The vassals already felt a chill down their spines. If the increasingly eccentric young lord were to lead troops, no one could predict the scale of the disasters that might follow. Even now, the mercenaries under his command made him hard to challenge. Young lord, I'm not sure about the rest, but leading separate forces. One of the vassals gathered his courage to speak up, but Ghislaine answered bluntly. Then how about we just cancel everything? Should I leave? I am in full agreement, absolutely in favor. The vassal quickly backtracked and retreated to his seat. Oh, I thought you were opposing me. I almost got hurt. You know I'm sensitive, right? I was about to walk out. You jerk, you're going to do whatever you want anyway. The subtle threat made the vassals curse inwardly as they bowed their heads. Does anyone oppose? Ghislaine raised his hand slightly as he asked, but no one dared to respond. There was no greater act of tyranny, but nothing good would come from provoking the young lord. After waiting briefly, Ghislaine smiled in satisfaction and looked at his father. It seems the vassals all agree with my opinion. Now, father, please make your decision. For some reason, that smile appeared wicked. Zwalter gave a bitter smile. He's really changed. When complaints came from Rapold, Zwalter had thought Ghislaine had caused a major incident again. This time, he planned not to let it slide. However, Ghislaine had accomplished enough through bold actions to offset all those mistakes. Of course, it was still difficult to fully trust him. Luck likely played a big part in this recent success as well. How many people had considered developing the Forest of Beasts over the years? Zwalter knew well, as he had evaluated the risks and benefits himself. Discovering resources this quickly could only have been done with a stroke of fortune. Though it is true that he accomplished something great, Zwalter hesitated for a moment. Although Ghislaine had succeeded this time, there was no guarantee that things would continue to go smoothly in the future. What good was immense wealth if one were to die young? Moreover, his son was the heir to both the estate and the family. His life could not be taken lightly. If Zwalter were to stop him, he would have to strip him of all authority and do so now. But as a father, he didn't want to crush the potential his son had only begun to show. It's an excessive request, but it's not entirely unreasonable either. Ultimately, it came down to whether or not he trusted Ghislaine. His past conduct had been so reckless that it was hard to trust him entirely just based on his recent behavior. However, if Zwalter refused to trust him and instead forced him into a corner, things could spiral into a disaster. Even now, Ghislaine had come with troops in tow, presenting extreme demands to his father and the vassals. It was clear that he was prepared for a physical confrontation, if necessary. Was my son always this way? Zwalter looked at his son again as if seeing him for the first time. Ghislaine stood confidently as if it didn't matter what decision Zwalter made. What Zwalter didn't know was that Ghislaine was actually making every effort to handle things as smoothly and politely as possible. Back in his days as the king of mercenaries, Ghislaine had acted far more ruthlessly and violently than he was now. After pondering for quite some time, Zwalter let out a deep sigh and spoke. "Very well, I'll grant you what you want. Do as you please, my lord brother." All the vassals turned to Zwalter in shock. None of them had expected him to agree to all of Ghislaine's conditions so easily. Zwalter glanced around at the astonished vassals and spoke as if it were no big deal. "If I'm going to grant him authority, it's better to give it completely and trust him. Half-hearted concessions would only make things worse." Before Ghislaine could even express his gratitude, Zwalter's tone turned sharp, radiating intensity as he continued. "However, if you cause harm to the estate or hinder the defense of the North, I will strip you of all your authority and confine you to the tower until you come to your senses. Never forget that this is your final chance." With such power came a heavy responsibility, and Zwalter wanted to ensure Ghislaine understood that clearly. His words, a mix of a father's hope and a lord's concern, made Ghislaine smile broadly as he bowed his head. "Thank you. You have nothing to worry about. What do you plan to do with the rest of the money?" "I have a plan. Once the urgent matters are taken care of, I also intend to use it for the estate." Urgent matters. The phrase left a strange impression. Zwalter was curious about what could be more pressing than the estate's current situation, but he didn't ask any further. "All right, do what you need to do. I'll trust you." Though his tone had returned to its usual bluntness, it was filled with an emotion that hadn't been there before. No matter what he said, Zwalter couldn't hide the pride and joy he felt seeing his son accomplish something so significant. With that, the only ones left in an awkward position were the vassals, particularly Homern, Randolph, and Albert, who had been the most critical of Ghislaine. They were now in a much more uncomfortable spot than the others. Haman racked his brain so hard it felt like steam might start coming out of his head. "Damn it, this is a disaster. Now I'm stuck under that troublemaker's thumb. How did things end up like this?" Haman was the one who opposed Ghislaine's first suggestion of developing the forest of beasts the most. If only he had fully supported and pushed for it back then, he could have secured a stake for himself. The regret gnawed at him. But seriously, who would have guessed he'd go off and succeed like that? It doesn't even make sense. Who could have predicted that the young lord whom he had dismissed as a mere novice would actually demonstrate such decisiveness and pull off a real success? It still seemed unbelievable. However, now that the circumstances had changed, Haman couldn't afford to act stiff like before. Suddenly, Haman's face broke into a broad smile and he spoke. "Oh my, truly splendid, simply splendid. Does this mean that the young lord alone rivals the entire Rapold estate? You've grown remarkably well. It seems Belinda taught you well. Ha ha ha." Haman's words held not a shred of sincerity, and Albert stepped forward, letting the flattery wash over him. "I always knew the young lord had a keen sense for money. Regarding funding, why don't we discuss it directly? There are a lot of urgent matters that need immediate attention." Ahem, ahem. Randolph, though his face twisted awkwardly, joined in with sweet words. "I always believed that with the young lord's boldness you'd achieve great results someday. You know we're short on troops, right? Well, strong forces are essential to defending the estate after all. Ha ha ha. Those fellows outside, they really watching the three men blatantly change their attitudes and flatter him." Ghislaine took a small step back, smiling. "With you three speaking so highly of me, I'm overwhelmed. I'll make sure to take good care of you from now on, so don't worry too much about the estate's affairs." Only then did the three men's faces brighten with wide grins. Regardless of the sincerity behind Ghislaine's words, the promise of benefits melted away any lingering bitterness they might have felt. They couldn't help but feel that the young man had completely outmaneuvered them, but what could they do? At the moment, Ghislaine holds all the power, so they have no choice but to go along with it. Their only option was to abandon their pride and cozy up to him. Haman, taking the lead, grabbed Ghislaine's hand tightly and said, "We're looking forward to it. Oh my, our estate has truly been blessed, truly blessed." Ghislaine gently pulled his hand away from Haman's grip and turned to Zwalter. "Father, please don't worry too much about the estate from now on. I'll handle things so you can continue focusing solely on defending the North as you always have." "Haha, to think you could say something like that." Zwalter nodded, a satisfied expression on his face. The sight of his son, who had grown so much in just a few months, amazed him. Of course, Walter didn't take Ghislaine's words entirely seriously. He merely saw them as pleasantries. However, the expression on Ghislaine's face as he turned to leave was more serious than ever. Everything is going as planned. Now it's time to prepare for the next step. There was something more urgent than developing the estate. It was time to prepare for war. Skaven, trapped in the prison cell, leaned against the wall and sighed deeply. I must have lost my mind. Why did I do that? Logically speaking, no matter how exceptional the young lord's swordsmanship was, entering the forest of beasts and surviving was impossible. If it were that easy, the estate would have long since sent out a party for exploration. But because the young lord spoke so confidently, Skaven couldn't help but believe him without realizing it. Not that there was any real reason to trust him either. Due to his false report, the troops sent to pursue the young lord had moved out later than they should have. That was likely the young lord's plan all along when he made his request, but as a result, Skaven ended up imprisoned like this. All because of the captain. What am I even doing here? Sigh. Ricardo, the handsome man sitting next to Skaven, muttered gloomily. He had also ended up imprisoned simply because he was Skaven's lieutenant. I'm sorry, but will be released soon. Given that people were scarce in the Ferdium estate, they generally didn't impose severe punishments on knights or soldiers unless they'd committed a grave crime. Rather than imposing strict penalties to instill fear, the estate found it more beneficial to impose light punishments and maintain its workforce. Well, what's the point of being released? You'll be stripped of your knightly title, and I'll be sentenced to forced labor. For the lazy Ricardo, forced labor was a genuinely dreadful sentence. That's assuming everything goes well. Things won't end that easily if the young lord dies in the forest. We'll be dead too. Surely the young lord didn't die, right? If you think about it, he's always been lucky, getting out of trouble despite causing so much havoc. He doesn't seem like someone who'd die easily. If the young lord had indeed perished, Skaven would have no choice but to take responsibility for his false report, which would be akin to treason against the lord. We don't know that. All we can do is hope the people chasing after him manage to bring him back safely. Ricardo clicked his tongue as he replied. Skaven, feeling just as frustrated, could only let out deep sighs in response. After a long while of sighing, Ricardo, seemingly curious, asked a question. So, Captain, what do you plan to do once you're released? Maybe I'll just go back to my hometown and take up farming. Being a knight here doesn't pay well, it's hard, and I'm exhausted. Where's your hometown? Skaven awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Actually, my hometown is here. Ferdium. Ricardo shot him a look of pure disbelief. Yeah, sure, like they'll let you farm in peace, in an estate already lacking manpower. After a few years as a soldier, they'll probably reinstate you as a knight. I've been here in Ferdium my whole life and just stuck around. But to be honest, I'm sick of it, sick of everything. I've got no wife, no savings. Ricardo responded with confusion. What's so hard about getting married? People marry even when they're broke. I'm the one who's worried that women would start fighting over me if I did get married. Skaven unknowingly made a face of disbelief. Looking over at Ricardo, Skaven soon frowned as he spoke. What a lucky bastard. For the handsome Ricardo, marriage might indeed be an easy task. If only I had been born with that face. Come to think of it, that guy doesn't even work hard, does he? While the soldiers of Ferdium were struggling with low wages, Ricardo lived comfortably, lacking nothing. The women who liked him even formed a social club to take care of him and give him gifts regularly. Skaven couldn't help but think that the world was incredibly unfair. He, too, had some talent and had endured grueling hardships just to become a knight barely. But that Ricardo guy could get by without doing anything. If looks were a talent, then it was truly a blessed one. As Skaven debated whether to vent his jealousy by smacking Ricardo on the back of the head, a commotion began to stir near the prison entrance. What's going on? As Skaven pressed his face against the bars, Ricardo followed suit. The group that had been talking to the guard at the entrance began approaching the cell where the two were confined. When they saw the face of the person at the front, Skaven and Ricardo's eyes widened in surprise. Why, young lord, you're alive. Ghislaine stood before the bars, waving his hand with a grin. Lying Skaven, how have you been? And Ricardo, your face still shines even in prison. If being handsome were a crime, you'd have been executed, not just imprisoned. We're so relieved you're alive. Skaven and Ricardo offered their heartfelt greetings. Now there would be no punishment for letting the young lord die. The two were already relieved by that, but Ghislaine had no intention of leaving them in the cell. He turned to the guard who had followed him from the entrance and gave an order. Hey, open this. Excuse me, the guard blinked in confusion. He hadn't received any orders to release the two prisoners. It's fine, I've already got permission. You trust me, right? But the guard hesitated. He couldn't move because the young lord had caused trouble by lying so many times before. After all, wasn't it because of Ghislaine that Skaven and Ricardo had been caught for lying in the first place? Seeing the guard unsure of what to do, Ghislaine let out a sarcastic laugh. Wow, that's harsh. You're treating me like I have bad credit. With a shrug, Ghislaine stepped back and Jillian took over. Crack, Jillian grabbed the lock and smashed it to pieces with his hand. Even though the door was open, Skaven and Ricardo hesitated to step out. Skaven, who could have escaped using mana anytime he wanted, had stayed put for a reason. Breaking out would have only made things worse. I told you it's fine, come on out, you've both been pardoned. As Ghislaine urged them, Skaven and Ricardo exchanged awkward smiles before finally stepping out of the cell. Thank you. Are we really free? Yes, both of you can return to your duties. Ghislaine patted them on the shoulder a few times and then pulled out 2 pouches from his coat. Here, take these. Curious, the two opened the pouches and looked inside. Inside the pouches, they found them filled with gold coins. Why are you giving us this? Are you really giving this to us? Both men were shocked by the sudden display of generosity, but Ghislaine responded as if it was nothing. Thanks to you, I was able to enter the forest of beasts without any interference. This is your reward. It's only natural to receive compensation for a job well done. Unlike other nobles, Ghislaine didn't control his subordinates solely through loyalty. Much of this was due to his identity as a mercenary, but regardless, he believed that loyalty would follow if there were proper rewards for accomplishments. Thank you, we'll use it well. Skaven and Ricardo repeatedly bowed their heads, grinning from ear to ear. They were already thrilled to be released without any trouble, and now, receiving a large sum of money on top of that made them even more ecstatic. All right then. Let's meet again sometime. I'll call for you when I need you. Yes, please call us anytime. Take care, my lord. The two bent at a right angle, bowing deeply in respect. After all, the person who pays well is the good one, right? Ghislaine chuckled to himself as he left the prison. Homer might nag him once he finds out about the broken door, but that's why he should have opened it when told to. Even after Ghislaine left, Skaven kept fiddling with the pouch of gold coins until he asked Ricardo, "There's a lot of money in here. What are you going to spend it on?" Ricardo thought for a moment before replying with a bright smile. "I've been getting treated to food every day, so I was thinking of throwing a party for the social club members. I need to return the favor somehow. With this much, I bet we could have an amazing time. Aren't you going to save any? What's the point of saving? I'll ask the social club if I need something later." You lucky bastard. Feeling once again how unfair the world was, Skaven's lips twitched in frustration. While Skaven was caught between joy and despair, Ghislaine was on his way to visit Belinda, who was lying in bed. Though her complexion was still pale, she greeted Ghislaine with a smile when he arrived. "You haven't washed yet. How's your body feeling?" Ghislaine responded with a laugh to her comment. "I'm fine, so focus on getting better, Belinda." Belinda was currently in a state where her mana had backfired, preventing her from moving properly. She had drawn out more mana than her body could handle to block the blood python's attack, but she hadn't fully mitigated the impact. Her injuries were severe, but the more significant issue was that the sudden surge of mana had damaged her internal system, leaving her in disarray. In situations like this, all she could do was rest until her mana stabilized. "Have you eaten? What did the Lord say?" Despite her condition, Belinda couldn't stop worrying and nagging Ghislaine. She was concerned that he might be punished for defying the Lord's orders and being dragged away. "Everything's been sorted out. Don't worry." Belinda finally seemed at ease, closing her eyes after seeing Ghislaine's relaxed smile. She might faint from the shock if she knew that he had brought mercenaries and staged a show of force. Ghislaine decided to keep his mouth shut about that for now. He soon took her hand as he examined Belinda's condition for a moment. "I'll help you recover faster." "Huh, how are you going to help me, my lord?" Belinda looked at him, puzzled. Without saying a word, Ghislaine merely shrugged his shoulders and then forcefully channeled his mana into Belinda's body. "Why are you suddenly stop? It's dangerous." It's fine, it's fine." As his foreign mana entered her body, Belinda's own mana began to resist. Sweating profusely, she struggled to suppress the sluggish mana within her. Ghislaine could get hurt if their mana clashed, so she had no choice but to try. In the meantime, Ghislaine's mana gently enveloped her turbulent energy, pressing it down. Ghislaine, now also drenched in sweat, was fully focused. Jillian, standing nearby, was tense and kept a sharp lookout. In this precarious situation, any disturbance could put Ghislaine and Belinda's lives in danger. FSSSSH. Soon, a red mist rose from Ghislaine's body and dispersed into the air. At the same time, Belinda's complexion visibly improved. Amazingly, Ghislaine had succeeded in stabilizing her reverse-flowing mana. "How did you? What on earth?" Belinda, whose face had regained its color and now blushed, stammered in astonishment, her eyes wide. She could clearly feel the change since it had happened within her own body. Ghislaine's control over mana was unbelievably delicate. To manipulate mana with such precision was impossible for most people, even those at a high level. Carefully withdrawing his mana, Ghislaine released her hand. "Hugh, it worked. You should be up and moving again after a few days of rest. You feel better now, right?" Belinda gazed at Ghislaine with a mix of emotions before slowly speaking. "What you're practicing isn't the family's mana technique, is it? The mana techniques of the Ferdium family didn't emit a red aura. Not only was the color of the mana different, but the atmosphere it gave off was as well." Ferdium method was rugged but stable, while Ghislaine's mana was laden with a distinct killing intent. It was natural for Mana's nature to vary depending on the technique practiced, but Belinda couldn't comprehend where Ghislaine had learned a technique that wasn't from the Ferdium family. His rapid growth and refined mana control must surely be thanks to whatever technique he had mastered. After rubbing his chin a few times, Ghislaine spoke with a hint of awkwardness. Well, I kind of made it myself. More accurately, I modified the family's technique to suit me. Ha, if you don't want to tell me, just say so. You don't have to make up excuses. Modifying a mana technique to fit oneself. Even a genius would find such a task impossible. The very concept of a mana technique was something that had been refined over countless years of gradual development. If mana techniques were so easy to tamper with, families or organizations that possessed them would not keep them so closely guarded. I'm serious. Once I have more time, I'll teach it to you too, Belinda. I'll even help refine what you're practicing now. Then you'll believe me, right? Oh, please, what I'm practicing now is perfectly fine. All right, just take care of yourself and recover quickly. We'll be moving again soon. Yes, now that we have plenty of money, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to enjoy life without worrying about it for once. At her words, Ghislaine shook his head. No, we're resting briefly and heading right back out. Huh, where are we going? Oh, are you going to sell the runestone? That too, but there's more to prepare. Time is always tight, so we need to move quickly. Belinda blinked a few times, then asked again. Entering the forest of beasts, all this rush, what are you trying to do now? Can't you stop whatever it is already? I'd like to take a break too, to be honest. But the situation isn't great right now. What situation? Tell me. Belinda's voice was filled with concern. Ghislaine gave her a slight smile as he responded. Unfortunately, our estate is in grave danger right now. Right now the estate is in danger. Why? The sudden statement flustered Belinda. The biggest problem for the estate money had been largely resolved with the discovery of the runestone. If they used that money wisely, they could lay the foundation for developing the estate like any other prosperous land. As long as you don't recklessly throw money away, what could possibly be dangerous? It seems like there's more than enough to last a lifetime. If the estate were in danger, the greatest threat would be the man standing right before her, Ghislaine. He had always been one to cause trouble, and now, with a considerable sum of money in his hands, the chances of him causing even greater disasters were relatively high. For him to suddenly say the estate was in danger, was he predicting that he was about to cause some chaos? How should I explain this? Ghislaine pondered momentarily before dismissing all the maids and soldiers from the room, leaving only Belinda and Gillian behind. If things continued this way, they would never truly understand why he was acting the way he was. Up until now, they hadn't fully understood Ghislaine, yet they had followed him regardless. However, no one knew how much longer that would last. At this point, he had to offer some kind of explanation. If he were to say outright that he had returned from the future, they'd surely think he was mad. So he decided to explain using events that had already happened. You think that now we've obtained the runestone, everything is fine, don't you? Gillian nodded. With the runestone we obtained, we can solve the chronic issues of the estate. Isn't that what you've been aiming for, young lord? Yes, it is what I wanted. But that doesn't mean it's entirely a good thing. How could it not be a good thing? Neither Belinda nor Gillian could comprehend the meaning behind Ghislaine's words. They had found the resources to resolve the estate's problems. How could that possibly be anything but a good thing? Ghislaine stayed silent for a moment, organizing his thoughts before speaking again. There are people watching us. What? Gillian wondered if Ghislaine had developed some kind of paranoia. Who on earth would be keeping watch over them? Then Belinda nodded her head and spoke. Lady Amelia, is it because you took the money? Wouldn't it be best just to compensate her and make peace? Gillian also nodded as if he understood. After all, they had already dealt with the assassins that came for them previously. But Ghislaine shook his head. No, it's not them. There have been people watching us for much longer than that. They've been watching us from before. Who could possibly? Before they could finish their questions, Ghislaine continued. This is something neither my father nor our retainers know. Only my sister Alina and I are aware of this. Someone has been targeting our estate. Ghislaine then explained the incident where Alina had been attacked and the discovery of the body of the Diggold prince. He even mentioned how they had disposed of Frank and the Diggold prince's bodies to prevent a territorial war caused by false accusations. As Ghislaine continued his explanation, Belinda and Gillian's expressions grew darker. They began to understand why Ghislaine had been moving so urgently and unusually up until now. After organizing his thoughts for a moment, Gillian asked in a puzzled voice, "But young lord, this estate, I apologize, but no matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem valuable enough to seize. In fact, taking it would only lead to battles with barbarians, which would be a loss. There's no reason to weaken this estate by instigating a fight with another one. Yes, that's how it's been until now. But what about now? Well, of course, now we have the runestone." Gillian trailed off as he realized the problem. A weak military, a poor estate, and citizens who were always exhausted. Yet this place had been discovered to hold something of immense value. The result was clear. When someone wants to take what another has, history shows that there's always one certain and swift way to do so. Belinda swallowed nervously and answered in his place. War. She shook her head immediately after saying it. No, the runestone was just discovered. There's no way the enemies know about it yet, right? Her logic seemed sound. If the enemies had known about the runestone, they would have invaded long ago. Ghislaine nodded. Right, it's likely they weren't targeting us because of the runestone. If they were certain it existed, they'd have already attacked. There must be another reason they're aiming for this place. Ghislaine spoke with a bitter smile. But now that the runestone has been discovered, they'll soon set their sights on us. In a way, I've accelerated the coming war. It was bound to happen sooner or later anyway. Jillian's expression turned grim. Dealing with the assassins sent by Ghislaine's former fiancé was already troubling, but now they had to worry about an unknown enemy targeting their estate. This was no ordinary situation. Do you have any guesses as to who might be behind it? Ghislaine shook his head. He was convinced that the Delphine Duke was behind the conspiracy, but no clear evidence had surfaced yet. Moreover, foreign figures like Aiden from his past life were involved, so explaining everything at this point would be pointless. I don't know for sure yet, but their identity will likely be revealed as things unfold. That's why I'm trying to prepare as quickly as possible. Just be aware of that. Belinda nodded, her expression stiff. The confusing puzzle of Jamal and Philip's story finally began to make sense. It would have been hard to believe in the past, but she had already witnessed Ghislaine's abilities firsthand in the Forest of Beasts. There was no reason for him to lie about this. Jillian cautiously asked Ghislaine, "In that case, shouldn't you inform the Lord and devise a plan together?" "No, not yet. We don't even know for sure who among the retainers is an enemy or ally. Even Alina's knight protectors betrayed us. There are likely spies lurking around. The news that we've obtained the runestone will soon spread as well." "Exactly. We need to sell the runestone and make preparations before our enemies find out." Ghislaine shrugged as he spoke. "Besides, Amelia will continue to target me regardless of the runestone. She's a more tenacious woman than you think. If the enemies find out we've secured the runestone, they will certainly make a move immediately." "Exactly. That's why we need to prepare for the possible war. Now you understand why there's no time to rest, right?" Jillian furrowed his brows in concern. For any other estate, preparing for war and launching an attack would take about 2 to 3 months. But at that time, it was practically impossible for Ferdium to build up a force to respond effectively. Ghislaine nodded silently. If the enemies were to invade, they would be thoroughly prepared to crush Ferdium's military strength. They probably knew every detail of their forces by now. The best course of action would be to recruit more soldiers and upgrade their equipment, but time was too short to raise funds and make all the necessary preparations. Fully aware of these circumstances, Jillian couldn't hide his worried expression. Building a reliable force and properly equipping them would take at least a year or at least 6 months, and even then that's just for basic training. Belinda, who had been quietly listening, asked with an exasperated look on her face, "So you're saying we need to prepare because war is coming?" "Well, to put it simply, yes." Why do you have to make it sound so complicated?" "Fine, I'll help too." "You should be resting, Belinda. Your body's still not fully recovered, so you do not need to be involved. The estate is in danger, so of course I need to help prepare. I'm not interested in war, but in the end, isn't it just a matter of taking the commander's head? I'm good at that kind of thing." At Belinda's confident remark, Ghislaine laughed, half in amusement, half in admiration. "Well, just hearing you say that makes me feel reassured. While you're not wrong, we can't rely on just that. For now, focus on getting your strength back. Thanks to you, I'm already feeling a lot better. I think I'll recover in no time. Besides, you seem to be moving around just fine. Wait a minute, come to think of it, how are you able to move so well already? And what about using mana earlier?" "Oh, that's right." When Belinda pointed it out, Ghislaine tilted his head, his expression turning serious. He had been using mana naturally without thinking, simply because his body felt fine, but now that he thought about it, it was indeed bizarre. He had been severely injured to the point where he couldn't move properly. On the first day, he had been completely unconscious, unable to even move. On the second day, he could barely move his body, let alone use mana. That's why it had been Jillian and Kaor who had sliced up the blood python's corpse. But now his body moved naturally, and he could use mana without any strain. Though he wasn't in peak condition, he could still move normally. Logically, it was impossible for his body to recover this much in just 3 days. Belinda looked at him with a curious expression. "Could this also be related to the training technique you've learned, young lord? That's an incredible recovery rate." Jillian, also intrigued, looked at Ghislaine. To him as well, it seemed that Ghislaine had recovered far too quickly, given the severity of his injuries. Ghislaine shook his head. This wasn't the result of his mana training technique. While stronger mana could undoubtedly influence the body's healing process to some extent, he hadn't yet accumulated enough mana to reach that level. His technique, in the first place, wasn't focused on recovery, but was optimized for extreme destruction. It is strange, though. He hadn't paid attention to it earlier since he was immediately taken to meet his father, but his injuries should have required at least 2 weeks of recovery. His bones had been fractured, his muscles torn, and the powerful venom of the blood python had slightly poisoned him. Recovering so quickly was strange in itself. It feels like my muscles are almost completely healed. Though not fully restored to the point where he could fight, his body now only felt a slight ache. It was proof that his bones and muscles had almost entirely mended. The effects of the poison had also disappeared without him realizing it. I honestly don't know what's going on either. I should take today to rest and check my condition. Belinda eyed Ghislaine suspiciously. He had hidden many things from them before, often brushing off questions. She figured this might be another one of those times. Well, fine. If you say you'll rest, that's good. Once you're feeling better, let's move together. Sure, I'll assess my condition and we can move together. But first, make sure you rest and recover. As Ghislaine moved to leave with Jillian, Belinda suddenly remembered something and called out to him. Wait, you said even basic training would take at least 6 months. Isn't it already too late, no matter how fast we prepare? At her question, Ghislaine's expression turned meaningful. There's a force ready to deploy immediately. What is it? Are you planning to gather mercenaries again? It was true that mercenaries were the only force they could quickly mobilize, but Ghislaine shook his head with a confident smile. Of course, we'll need to reinforce the mercenaries, but there's another force, one that no one else can use. Belinda and Jillian couldn't hide their uncertain expressions after hearing about the reinforcements to be recruited. The plans Ghislaine mentioned were always far beyond common sense. Honestly, it's hard to believe, but this is the first time young Lord has explained anything. If the young Lord says so, then it must be true. Though the two couldn't fully accept it, they had no choice but to follow along. After all, Ghislaine had only explained things out of consideration for them, but it was practically a notification that this was what he intended to do. When had Ghislaine ever acted according to common sense or properly listened to others? Well, it seems like the young Lord has his own plan, Belinda remarked. Jillian nodded in agreement. He thought, just like when Ghislaine treated his daughter, there must be something only Ghislaine knew. Yeah, so hurry and pull yourself together. We'll be heading out to sell the runestone right away. After finally escaping from Belinda's hold, Ghislaine patted Jillian's shoulder lightly as he spoke. Jillian, you should go and rest as well. You haven't seen Rachel in a while. Thanks to the maids who had prepared medicine and cared for her, Rachel's health had significantly improved. Alina, who was of a similar age, frequently visited her and spent time with her like a friend. She's been doing well thanks to you, young lord. It's fine. No, you should see her while you have time. Things are going to get busier from now on. Jillian faintly smiled. Understood. You should rest as well, young lord. You need to complete your treatment. Got it. Don't worry. After Jillian withdrew, an overwhelming sense of fatigue swept over Ghislaine, but he didn't go to bed right away. Even though they had obtained the runestone and everyone was overjoyed, Ghislaine couldn't relax. How long will it take? The news about obtaining the runestone had already caused quite a commotion among the retainers. By tomorrow, rumors would start spreading, and it wouldn't take long before no one in the estate was unaware of it. This meant that Amelia and the Duke of Delphine would also hear about it. Just as he had told Belinda and Jillian, they had likely planted people in Ferdium. Amelia may be in league with the Duke of Delphine, but I should assume she's acting independently. The greatest enemy of Ferdium was the Delphine Duchy. Without a doubt, they would move to either take over or weaken Ferdium. But Amelia wasn't after the estate, she was after Ghislaine. For someone like Ghislaine, who had to fight against the Delphine Duchy, Amelia was like a thorn in his side, constantly irritating him. Amelia's actions could become a significant variable. Even this time, he hadn't expected her to move this quickly. She would resort to even more extreme measures if she found out that he had obtained the runestone. A fortnight. No, if it's quick, everyone will know within a week. The worst possible outcome was, of course, war. But even if war broke out, it wouldn't be tomorrow. They'd need a justifiable reason to fight. If they weren't careful, the lords who weren't yet allied with them would grow suspicious, so they would likely fabricate some flimsy pretext. Even if they launched a surprise attack afterward, they'd still need at least some time to prepare for war. As Jillian had predicted, they would take around 2 or 3 months to launch an attack. While an estate like Ferdium, lacking funds, might take longer, preparing for war wouldn't require much time for wealthier estates. It's probably the ripest time to strike too. Even though they now had more money, it would still take time for the estate to prosper. Despite the acquisition of the runestone, Ferdium was still a poor and insignificant estate, making it the perfect time for someone to seize it. I'll have no choice but to use all the runestones we got this time. No matter how much he prepared and predicted for the future, the outcome would only become apparent after he faced it head-on. Would things go as he planned? With a mix of anticipation and anxiety, Ghislaine paced around the room. Wait, come to think of it, why haven't I heard anything from that Cain yet? As thoughts of preparing for war and selling the runestone filled his mind, he suddenly remembered the money he hadn't collected yet. Ghislaine suddenly felt a surge of anger and froze in the middle of the room. The deadline had already passed, and the fact that Cain hadn't sent the money yet meant he had no intention of doing so. Ghislaine really hated being cheated out of his money. Having worked as a mercenary long enough to earn the title of king, it was only natural. For a mercenary, losing out on payment was as good as saying they should quit the business. Of course, Ghislaine was exceptionally obsessed with money for a mercenary. But that was also part of what made him a king. That guy sure is bold. How dare he try to cheat me out of my money? Despite instilling fear into Kane, the fact that he still dared to withhold the money meant he must have some confidence or security. Determined to create another opportunity to meet with Kane, Ghislaine went to bed. Even after lying down, he couldn't stop thinking, and it wasn't until dawn that he finally fell asleep, sleeping in for the first time in a while. Though he had recovered quickly, it was likely because his body wasn't fully healed yet. When he woke up, Ghislaine was shocked by the scene before him. "What is all this?" Still dazed, he asked, and the two maids standing nearby answered. "That was sent by the treasurer. This came from the master of arms. That was personally delivered by the chief overseer. This is from the secretary. The magistrate sent this, and the knight commander. Piles of gifts, including alcohol, meat, animal skins, and various fabrics, were in Ghislaine's presence. While he was sleeping, several people came to deliver these gifts. The maids listed off the names of the most influential figures in the estate, all of whom had left these gifts for him. Since Ghislaine was asleep, they had just left the presents and gone on their way. Well, I'll be damned. You live long enough and you see everything. Scratching his head, Ghislaine chuckled as he looked at the gifts. Everyone was desperate to curry favor with him, their eyes practically bulging out, leaving gifts even though he was asleep. Compared to how he was treated before obtaining the runestone, the change in his status was staggering. Back then, people either avoided or outright ignored him. It's not like I can complain about them approaching me for money now. Not long ago, they probably found it troubling to have to flatter someone who was once nothing but a nuisance. After all, Ghislaine had dug his own grave. If he carelessly stirred things up, he might poke a hornet's nest, so it was best to stay quiet. But the gifts are all quite cute. As Ghislaine inspected the gifts one by one, he couldn't help but chuckle. How much money could the vassals of a poor estate possibly have? They had likely scraped the bottom of their coffers to bring these gifts, but none of them were particularly valuable. To be honest, these items were hardly satisfying compared to the luxuries he had enjoyed during his time as the king of mercenaries. Still, he could see the sincerity of those who had brought them, so he couldn't simply dismiss the gesture. "Bring me the list." A maid handed Ghislaine a sheet of paper. It was a list that recorded the names of the visitors and the gifts they had presented. Among nobles, returning a gift in response to receiving one was a matter of honor. That's why the maids had made sure to record every single gift. After reviewing the list, Ghislaine nodded and spoke to the maids. "Give the wine and meat to the mercenaries, and divide the fabrics and other necessities among the rest of the servants." The maids, their faces brightening, asked, "Is there nothing you need, young lord?" "No, there's nothing. You can take it all. Thank you." The maids bowed their heads repeatedly. While the items held no value to Ghislaine, for the maids, who were just as poor as the estate itself, they rarely even got a chance to see these things. "What's gotten into the young lord? I heard he made a lot of money. Maybe it's true. Of course, being generous is easier when you've got money." The maids exchanged glances, unable to hide their delighted expressions. Recently, the young lord had stopped yelling and causing trouble, so they had already noticed a change in him, but to receive gifts like this was almost unbelievable. Though they still harbored some anxiety, fearing that he might return to being a tyrant at any moment, for now they were simply happy. "Tell the visitors that I've received their gifts well. Let them know I'll visit each of them soon." "Understood." Having dealt with the issues that had arisen while he slept, Ghislaine checked his physical condition. "This is strange." Ghislaine stood up, wincing from the soreness in his body, and looked at himself in the mirror once more. The dull, purplish hue that had darkened his face when he had been poisoned was now gone. He was still gaunt, and his complexion was overly pale, but other than that, there were no major issues. Puzzled by how much better he felt than expected, he decided to sit down and begin circulating his mana. After rotating the 3 cores slowly and observing his body for a long while, Ghislaine opened his eyes with a bewildered expression. "The nature of my mana has changed. Mana is heavily influenced by the training method one uses, their disposition, and their physical constitution. The nature of mana can differ from person to person depending on the mana cultivation technique one practices and how one wields it. Originally, his mana was wild and fierce, so uncontrollable that its volatile nature became clear even during battles. But now, a subtle and insidious energy had crept into that wildness. It was something Ghislaine had never experienced, even in his past life. Can the nature of mana really change like this? Once mana has accumulated in the body, it is exceedingly rare for its nature to change. Even mages who process mana to cast various elemental spells are no exception. While mages may use spells to alter the nature of the mana they release forcefully, the intrinsic nature of the mana in their bodies remains the same. That's why some mages are naturally better suited to fire magic, while others excel at ice magic, depending on their mana and constitution. Could it be that the poison from the blood python mixed with my mana? It was an absurd hypothesis, but there was no other explanation. Ghislaine raised his hand. attempting to isolate and move that insidious energy. However, the energy was so faint that it was difficult to sense unless he concentrated fully, and his physical condition was far from optimal, making it hard to control. After several more attempts, Ghislaine gave up and sighed. All right, no need to rush. I need rest to recover anyway, so I'll figure it out slowly. Is my improved recovery related to this, too? His mind was cluttered with confusion over the unknown phenomenon, but there was no use dwelling on it right now. Well, my recovery's sped up, so that's a good thing. I'll be able to move sooner than expected. He had thought he'd be bedridden for at least half a month, but things were going better than expected. Although a strange energy had mixed with his mana, it wasn't overwhelming, so he figured he could take care of urgent matters first and investigate them later. Just as Ghislaine resolved to take action, someone came to see him. Ha ha ha, so our young lord has finally cleared his throat. You look much better than yesterday. What excellent health. As expected of a true knight among knights, the heir of the estate, truly manly. Ha ha ha. The man who was laughing heartily while making odd compliments was Randolph, the knight commander of the Ferdium estate. What brings you here, knight commander? Ghislaine feigned ignorance as he asked. He had already confirmed that the list of gifts he received that morning included one from Randolph. Seeing that Randolph couldn't wait for a response and came in person, he was clearly anxious and desperate. Randolph swallowed nervously as he looked at Ghislaine, who was acting nonchalant. After seeing him yesterday, I realized he's a completely cold-blooded bastard. How could he possibly plan to eat all that by himself? What a greedy guy. Despite cursing Ghislaine in his heart, Randolph kept up his bright smile. After witnessing the young lord's dignified appearance yesterday, I am confident the future of our estate is bright. However, young lord, do you think the estate can truly prosper if you only focus on your own success? Ghislaine tilted his head at Randolph's words and responded, My own success. I distinctly remember saying I'd support the estate in Rapold's place. Randolph shook his head. No, that's not the issue. Some things can't be solved with just funding, specifically the knights. The truth was, being the knight commander of the Ferdium estate wasn't a position worth having. They constantly had to fight in the north, and the pay was abysmal. Naturally, there was always a shortage of knights. To make matters worse, there had recently been some betrayals. In fact, when Jamal and Philip betrayed them, Randolph was furious, but he also understood them the best. Honestly, who would want to serve as a knight here? Knights were valuable assets. Without talent, one couldn't become a knight. Even with talent, they required years of training. Other estates offered high salaries, and landowners with vast territories would even grant small fiefs to their knights, allowing them to collect taxes. Only two types of knights remained in Ferdium, those still loyal and those who had gone slightly mad and just wanted to fight barbarians in the north. But even loyalty disappeared when faced with starvation. It was human nature. Randolph put on a sorrowful expression and spoke. To maintain the knight order, we'll need a little sincerity from the young lord. Something like a donation, or perhaps a development fund. In short, he wasn't asking for taxes or subsidies, but for some personal funds to support the knights. However, Ghislaine had a look on his face that said, What are you talking about? The term development fund was one Ghislaine loved to say but hated to hear. It was a term he only used when asking Amelia for money. I don't have any money. Without so much as blinking, Ghislaine's words sounded incredibly irritating. Randolph barely restrained himself from throwing a punch and scratched his head instead. Stay calm, somehow I have to get the money out of him. Ha ha ha, saying that the richest man in the estate has no money is like a bandit saying he won't rob you. Ha ha ha. The comparison was quite aggressive. Ghislaine laughed along with Randolph, though inwardly he found the situation absurd. I've already allocated it all, so it's as good as spent. Ha ha ha. Randolph pressed his fist against his forehead, taking a deep breath to calm himself. I need to hold it together. There's no other way to get money. Every time he went to Albert, all he heard was that there was no money, and no matter how much Randolph tried to persuade him, it was to no avail. Even when funds were available, they were always spent elsewhere first, leaving the knight's order in a bad state. There was nothing he could do to change the situation. Even if Ghislaine took over Rapold's role in providing support, it would be the same. The funds would merely replace what they were already receiving, and there was no chance the beggarly knight's order would get more budget. It is evident that things would remain as dismal as ever. That's why Randolph had no intention of missing this opportunity. No, seriously, where are you planning to spend all that money by yourself? You should be spending it on the estate. For the estate, Ghislaine nodded with an impressed expression. Like a parrot, he repeated Randolph's words. Of course I'm going to spend it for the estate. Naturally, it's all for the estate. For the estate, how exactly? I have plans. Randolph cautiously asked, do those plans include supporting the Knight Order? Ghislaine widened his eyes. Nope, not doing that. It's not included. Randolph lowered his head, trying to hide the surge of frustration on his face, and took a deep breath again. Wow, he really plans to keep it all for himself. Should I resort to threats? As the knight commander was contemplating extreme measures, someone entered to see Ghislaine. It was none other than the estate's treasurer, Albert. Ahem, it seems like someone else is here before me. Young lord, are you feeling well? It was clear why Albert had shown up, even without asking. Randolph, on guard, quickly stepped in to block him. Brother, no, I mean treasurer, what brings you here? Don't you have work to do? I was already speaking with the young lord, so come back later. Randolph tried to push Albert aside subtly, but Albert stood his ground. Clicking his tongue, Albert gave Randolph a condescending look as if scolding him. And as for you, Knight Commander, shouldn't you be out training instead of loitering around here? A drop of sweat shed during training saves a drop of blood in battle. Ha, what would someone who's never even held a sword know? Just leave me to handle this, treasurer. You should go back to your ledgers. One needs money to manage ledgers. Despite their smiles, the two glared at each other in a tense standoff. Watching the scene unfold, Ghislaine shook his head. It seemed clear that neither of the two men intended to leave his chambers anytime soon. In the end, Ghislaine turned to Albert and asked, Treasurer, are you also here looking for a donation or a development fund, something like that? At the direct question, Albert cleared his throat, a little embarrassed. The young lord is quite sharp. It's no wonder someone as brilliant as you were able to retrieve the runestone. Truly, you are destined for greatness. Albert did his best to flatter Ghislaine, but his effort was more effective than Randolph's. Whether Albert knew that Ghislaine was inwardly laughing or not, he looked at Ghislaine with admiration in his eyes. I appreciate your offer to support the estate in place of Rapold, but we need a bit of a lump sum to handle an urgent issue right now. Ghislaine nodded. If the treasurer says it's urgent, it must be a debt issue. Exactly. I believe paying off the debt is the most pressing matter. Ultimately, the estate's debt will fall on you, the young lord who will inherit Ferdium. The family's debt is your debt, and your money is the family's money, wouldn't you agree? Albert smiled gently as he spoke. Ghislaine, wearing a bewildered expression, firmly refuted Albert's words. No, I don't agree. What? My money is my money. Where does this guy think he's pulling a scam from? At Ghislaine's sharp and definitive response, Albert's face twisted momentarily. Wow, I didn't think he was like this. He's really a money grubber, huh? Albert grumbled inwardly, but managed to keep his composure, forcing a smile again. Regardless of whose money it is, it wouldn't make sense for the young lord to just turn a blind eye while the estate is struggling, would it? Honestly, just paying off the debt would improve the estate's finances significantly. This is all for the estate. Ghislaine was amused to realize for the first time how expressive Albert could be. He had always thought of him as someone who always wore a cold, stiff expression. But now, Albert's face was constantly twisting, smiling, and changing in such exaggerated ways that Ghislaine found it fascinating. Not listening to Albert's words, Ghislaine simply observed his face, deep in his thoughts, before finally tilting his head. But I don't have any money. Upon hearing that, Albert's face twisted just as Randolph had before. Struggling to control his rising anger, Albert slowly enunciated each word. Why don't you have any money? As I told the Knight Commander, I already have plans for it, so there's none left. Not understanding this at all, Albert pleaded desperately. Where exactly are you planning to spend all that money? Shouldn't you at least consult with us if you're going to spend such a large sum? Why would I consult you about spending my own money? I'll handle it myself, so you don't need to worry. How could we not worry about that? Albert practically screamed, but Ghislaine, starting to grow tired of dealing with the two of them, casually threw out his following words. It's for the estate, so there's no need to worry. Of course, neither of them believed him. Considering Ghislaine's past behavior, they both suspected he'd squander the money on his own pleasures rather than anything useful. They couldn't let him waste such a large sum on frivolous things. Both men urgently protested. What could possibly be more urgent for the estate than paying off the debt? Don't you care about the money lost to interest? What nonsense. Prioritizing the knights over paying off the debt is far more important. Look at other estates. Even if they have debts, they maintain their knight orders in top condition. The knights are the strength of the estate. Strength? Oh, come on, that's nonsense. Even without paying the interest, that money could be used in countless other ways, and you're talking about knights now. You've lost your grip on reality from sitting in your room counting money all day. It doesn't matter if it's interest or whatever else. If we don't have the strength to fight, we'll lose everything anyway. If we're strong enough, no one will care whether we pay the debt or not. Tusk, that's robbery, not knighthood. There's an order to everything in this world, and that order starts with the knights and the military. At some point, the two men stopped addressing Ghislaine and began arguing loudly with each other. Since it seemed unlikely they'd get any money from Ghislaine, they'd turned their frustrations on one another. What are we going to do? Just pay off the debt first. Our estate's credit is rock bottom. If we form the knights first, I'll handle the debt collectors. No one stands up to a sword. I had no idea why they were trying to decide on the order of things with someone else's money. A knight approached me as I sighed, thinking of forcing them out with strength. Young lord, the lord is urgently requesting your presence. Oh, really? Well then, I'd better go right away. As I moved to leave, Albert and Randolph tried to follow me, but the knight, with a stern expression, spoke firmly. He specifically said only the young lord is to come. Under the strict command of the lord, the two men couldn't follow, so they just shouted behind me. How are we supposed to pay off the debt if you take him away like that? Hand over the knights. If you don't, I'll ruin everything every time you try to spend money. I'll smash it all. Ignoring the two who were stomping and yelling, I headed straight to my father's office. Honestly, if I stayed any longer, all three of us might have lost our minds. When I arrived, the knight standing guard in front of the office slowly opened the door. Creak. The atmosphere inside was cold. A chilling sensation pierced through my chest. The tension in the room was like the calm before a storm. Zwalter stood with his hands behind his back, gazing out the window. Sensing the uneasy mood, I carefully opened my mouth. You called for me. Yes, how's your condition? I wasn't seriously injured. I recovered faster than expected. Good. You're doing important work, so be careful with your health from now on. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. Even as I answered, I tilted my head in confusion. There had been plenty of times in the past when I got into bigger accidents and been injured more seriously, but my father had never shown this much concern before. Still, with his hands behind his back, Zwalter continued to stare out the window as he spoke. The weather's nice. So have you thought about how you'll use the funds from the runestone sale? Yes, as I mentioned before, I'll make up for the deficit in Rapold and use the remainder for a project I'm working on. After a brief pause, Zwalter spoke again. All right, I'm sure you'll handle it well. I trust that whatever you decide, you'll use it for the benefit of the estate. Yes, you've caused a lot of trouble since you were a child. You've brought plenty of losses to the estate, too. Yes, when the retainers suggested imprisoning you, I always forgave you. After all, you're still my son. That's the heart of a father. Well, yes, I tilted my head once more. I couldn't follow the flow of the conversation. Was he worried about my injuries, or did he just want to bring up past grievances? I couldn't figure it out. Then Zwalter repeated what he had said earlier. Whatever you do, I trust you'll use it for the estate. I was beginning to catch on. Narrowing my eyes, I stared at my father. Zwalter, with an expression of solemnity and seriousness, showed no intention of meeting his son's eyes, continuing to gaze out the window. After clearing his throat, Zwalter spoke again. The weather is nice. Yes, the weather is really nice. Yes, it really is. Ghislaine, shaking off the serious atmosphere, replied indifferently. An awkward silence began to fill the room. Zwalter, who had been staring endlessly out the window, suddenly started to mutter to himself. It's been quite some time since one side of the northern fortress collapsed. They say it'll cost about 5,000 gold to repair it. No, forget it, I'm just rambling nonsense. When Ghislaine said nothing, Zwalter sighed deeply, even closing his eyes in frustration. Sigh, where could we possibly find 5,000 gold in this situation? We'll soon have to march out to fend off the barbarians. Tusk, it's all due to my lack of virtue. Yes, it's my fault. Who would have thought the estate would be this low on funds? Ghislaine looked at his father with a dumbfounded expression. Although it wasn't as blatant as Albert or Randolph, it is evident to anyone that Zwalter was hinting for money. Suddenly, a memory of something his mother said when he was young resurfaced. Your father worries a lot, so he always broods alone. Especially when it comes to money, he can never be direct about it. Something about a man's pride. He'd beat around the bush, and if I pretended not to notice, he'd sulk and grumble all by himself. Isn't that funny? Wow, I never thought it would actually be true, but here it is. While Ghislaine was too baffled to say anything, Zwalter bit his lip and grumbled internally. Good grief, I've gone this far. Can't he just get the hint and slip me something? He's exactly like his mother in this. How could he only inherited this trait? Even so, the Countess used to miraculously find a way to slip him some money without anyone knowing. Recalling the past, Zwalter continued to murmur to himself. Sigh, if only someone would make a donation for the estate, something like a development fund. It seemed like a love for development funds ran in the family. Ghislaine pondered for a moment, wondering what he should do. It felt like his father would continue sighing and holding on to him until he offered some money. Well, it wouldn't hurt to spend a little for something like the northern fortress. I was planning to reinforce it anyway. Although Ghislaine intended to pacify the northern regions in the future, his father needed to manage things for now. He had already considered providing some support, so covering the repair costs seemed reasonable. I'll send 5,000 gold once I sell the runestones this time. As soon as Ghislaine spoke decisively, Zwalter flinched for a moment but soon shook his head. No. Didn't you say you had plans too? There's no need to delay your plans for some important matter for the estate. It's fine. I genuinely want to support you first, so there's no problem. I'm fine too. The northern fortress has held out well so far anyway, that doesn't seem okay. I told you I'm fine. I'll just give it to you. Please, just take it. Shall I then? Zwalter nodded and turned to look out the window again. He pretended to stay silent because showing excitement too quickly would hurt his pride. Well, if you're so eager to give it to me, I won't stop you. Thanks to you, I can finally refurbish the northern fortress. Thank you, ha ha ha. Well then, I'm busy with work, so I'll take my leave. Oh yes, I can't keep a busy person here for too long. Go ahead and take care of your business. Don't stray too far. Zwalter felt immensely pleased. He felt proud that he had raised his son well. Next time I'll just ask for it directly. He hands it over pretty easily, doesn't he? Ah, he's surprisingly like his mother in this regard. Leaving his contented father behind, Ghislaine walked out of the office, sighing deeply. Hugh, this is even more exhausting. Dealing with people was far more tiring than fighting in the forest of beasts. It felt like his mana was being drained even when he was just standing still. I need to get on with my next task right away. Staying in the estate meant endless interruptions, so it was better to keep moving quickly. The chief overseer of the estate, Homern, was taking a different approach compared to the other retainers. HMPH, does anyone think I've been observing the young lord for just a day or two? He's not someone who'd give up money just because you beg for it. Ghislaine had said he would use the funds for the estate, but no one knew how he would actually spend it. Homern, who had weathered many storms in this financially strained estate, had no intention of blindly trusting those sweet words. He planned to secure and manage the money himself, no matter what. No matter how I think about it, the young lord doesn't have many places to spend that money. Even if he wanted to grow his forces, runestones weren't something you could buy with mere pocket change. Even if the estate were to gather and train soldiers, there would still be plenty of money left over. Besides, he hadn't even begun recruiting soldiers yet, so only the wages for the mercenaries and laborers participating in the frontier development would be leaving the coffers. If he wasted the money on frivolous luxuries, the losses would be unbearable. In fact, it wasn't only Ghislaine that Homern couldn't fully trust. I need to extract as much as possible before Albert and Randolph get their hands on it. Those two would undoubtedly try to allocate the funds to what they believed was most important, not that their opinions were wrong. Their priorities were undoubtedly valid, but unlike them, who only focused on their respective duties, Homern, who oversaw the entire estate, had far more pressing matters to consider. He needed to stockpile food, repair the castle walls, recruit more soldiers, pay overdue wages, provide relief for the estate citizens, settle debts with the merchant guilds, secure warhorses and equipment, maintain the fortress, and repair and expand public facilities within the estate. This cursed estate had far too many places that required funding. Since tackling everything at once was impossible, he had to address the most urgent issues first, one by one. To do that, the person overseeing the entire estate, Homern himself, needed to manage the funds. If it's hard to bring down your target, you start by dismantling those around it. That's basic military strategy. Instead of asking Ghislaine directly, Homern went straight to find Belinda. She had cared for Ghislaine since he was young, serving as his tutor. No matter how willful the young lord was, it would be hard for him to flat out refuse if Belinda asked for something. Homern inwardly praised himself, thinking this was the very essence of politics. Oh, Belinda, how are you feeling? My Baron, what brings you here? Belinda was surprised to see such an unexpected visitor. Ever since Ghislaine had started causing trouble, Homern had all but ignored her, treating her as if she didn't exist. She never imagined he would come to see her first. I heard you were unwell, so I came to check on you. Ah, I'm much better now. That's a relief. You must always care for your health, as you're responsible for looking after the young lord. Though Homern had treated her as if she didn't exist, Belinda neither resented nor disliked him. She understood why. When Ghislaine had been at his worst, causing all sorts of trouble, there wasn't a single person in the estate who liked him. And since she had also served as his tutor, most people blamed her, thinking her poor teaching had led to his reckless behavior. After exchanging pleasantries and the atmosphere softened a bit, Homern discreetly took something out and placed it in Belinda's hand. It's nothing much, but please take it. What is this all of a sudden, oh my? What Homern handed her was a rose-shaped brooch made of gold and jewels. As Belinda examined it momentarily, she noticed a small engraved logo and exclaimed in surprise, "Is this, by any chance, charnel? Oh, Belinda, you have quite the eye." "Yes, it's indeed charnel. Ha ha ha." Belinda inspected the brooch closely with a suspicious gaze. Charnel was a renowned craftsman, one of the top artisans across the entire continent. It was an incredibly expensive item, something you wouldn't expect to see in the impoverished Ferdium estate. "Is this real?" Of course, it's genuine. I have my pride. Do you think I'd walk around with a fake? But why are you giving this to me?" Belinda, looking confused, spoke while her eyes sparkled. With a meaningful smile, Homern replied, "I have a small favor to ask." At the mention of a favor, Belinda hesitated, but eventually nodded her head. "The young lord has earned quite a bit of money recently, hasn't he? He says he'll use it for the estate, but wouldn't it be better if he gave the money to me to handle instead?" Homern waved his hand dismissively as he continued. "Not that I don't trust the young lord, but wouldn't it be better to use the money more efficiently? After all, I'm the one managing most of the estate's affairs anyway. What do you think? Though he spoke at length, he was, in short, asking her to persuade Ghislaine to give him the money. Belinda thought about it for a long moment but eventually shook her head. With a sorrowful expression, she handed the brooch back to Homer. I'm sorry, please take this back. I can't ask the young lord for something like that. The young lord's money is his to manage as he sees fit. Can't you reconsider? After all, it's for the estate. You'd only need to help a little. I'm sorry, I really can't. Despite Homer's repeated attempts to persuade her, Belinda kept repeating that she couldn't do it. Seeing no other option, he thought he might have to ask Alina for help instead and reached out to take the brooch back. However, the brooch wouldn't budge from Belinda's hand at all. Homorn, flustered, tried pulling it with more force. Why won't this come off? Belinda gave him an apologetic look. Since I can't grant your request, I suppose it's only right for you to take it back. She offered it to him, but he couldn't pry it from her grip no matter how much force he used. What the is this thing cursed? Looking closer, Homer noticed a faint blue glow enveloping the brooch. Belinda held it tightly, even using mana to keep it in her grasp. This is absurd. I was planning to offer this to Miss Alina along with my request, and now look, she's clenching her teeth and even sweating. He thought about scolding her but quickly abandoned the idea. Other injured people were resting nearby, and maids were bustling around the room. Fighting over a brooch with a sick woman would only damage his reputation. Now I understand why the young lord turned out the way he did. With a tutor like this, it was no wonder the student hadn't grown up properly. Homorn decided to give up for now and turned away. He figured he could try to retrieve the brooch later and left the room to avoid further embarrassment. From behind, Belinda called out to him, sounding puzzled. Chief Overseer, aren't you taking this back? Who was the one stopping me from taking it? Homorn turned his head and glared at her. You and the young lord are exactly the same. Frustrated, he muttered angrily as he stomped out of the room. After he left, Belinda smiled contentedly, twirled the brooch in her hands, and then tucked it under her blanket. Outside, Homorn stomped off, fuming and trying to think. I can't go straight to Miss Alina right now either. The brooch had been the only valuable thing he had, and now Belinda had essentially taken it by force. He had too much pride to show up empty-handed and make a request. After pondering for a while, Homorn suddenly had an idea, his face lighting up with excitement. That's it. There's still Sir Fergus. Fergus, like Belinda, had been with Ghislaine since he was a child. Moreover, Fergus was older than Belinda, and Ghislaine would likely feel even more pressured to agree if he made the request. Determined to try this new approach, Homorn ordered his subordinates to fetch him a mandragora root. Though the root they brought him was shriveled and unimpressive, it was still a valuable medicinal herb. Recalling where Fergus's quarters were, Homorn made his way there. Sir Fergus, are you here? Upon entering the quarters, Homorn saw Fergus sitting on his bed, reading a book. Oh, Chief Overseer, what brings you here? Fergus looked startled but greeted him warmly. It's nothing much, really. I just brought something to help with your health. Homorn carefully reached into his pocket to take out the mandragora root, worried that even the smallest piece might break off. However, something else caught his eye. Next to Fergus's bed were piles of mandragora roots and a wide assortment of other nutritional supplements. For a moment, Homorn just blinked in disbelief, staring at the abundance of rare medicinal herbs. With trembling hands, he pointed at the stash. What is all that? How do you have so many of those precious things? Fergus beamed with pride. Haha, the young lord gave them to me in bulk before he entered the forest of beasts. Would you like a few, Chief Overseer? It turned out that the moment Ghislaine had come into some money, he had stocked up on health supplements and handed them over to Fergus. Homorn glanced down at the pitiful little mandragora root in his hand and then looked at the large pile beside Fergus. His expression became one of utter dejection. No, it's fine, just stay healthy. He stuffed the shriveled root back into his pocket and walked out, looking more defeated than ever. Ghislaine rested for about 2 more days to recover his strength before immediately summoning the mercenaries. He wasn't in perfect condition, but just being able to move at this point meant that he had significantly shortened his recovery time. As Jillian was lining up the mercenaries, he suddenly hesitated, sneaking a glance at Ghislaine. Ghislaine, initially puzzled, quickly realized why. From the direction of the mansion, Belinda was walking towards them at a leisurely pace. What's this? Are you here to see us off? Ghislaine joked, but Belinda snorted and shook her head. See you off, I'm coming with you. Ghislaine furrowed his brow slightly. Although her twisted mana had somewhat stabilized, she still hadn't fully recovered. Wouldn't it be better for you to rest more, Belinda? You don't have to come along. No way. What if you run into some bandits? Anyone who sees a runestone like mine won't be able to resist attacking. I'll be too worried to rest if I don't come, she stated firmly, throwing on her robe. Ghislaine shook his head with a sigh. Seeing her so determined, he couldn't find it in himself to oppose her. After all, Belinda had been looking after him since he was young. It wasn't easy for him to harden his heart against her. Ghislaine sighed and made a promise. If it gets tough for you at any point, make sure to say something. I know.